Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. It was near the end of June 1674 when the unassuming merchantman Content arrived in the harbor at Port Royal, Jamaica. She wasn't an impressive ship. She carried no guns beyond small firearms and didn't have the sleek build of a ship meant for speed. The Content was broad and bluff. She was built to carry cargo and to arrive at her destination safely. On that day in June, she began unloading her cargo. There were foodstuffs from England. There were articles of clothing and fabric in the fashion of the French. These ships that made journeys across the Atlantic Ocean made their living trading goods, but the Content had a different cargo that was somewhat more important. She was carrying people. Not slaves, as so many ships were. The Content was carrying passengers. Now, of course, passenger ships weren't at all uncommon. Jamaica, at the time, the late 17th century, was something of a prison colony. All English colonies were prison colonies on some level at that time, but Jamaica more than most. It was a place where cut purses and confidence artists and highwaymen, murderers, mutineers, a place where they all arrived regularly. Was there a little uprising in Ireland or Scotland, or maybe some religious radicals decided to have a protest and it got out of hand? Well, you execute the ringleaders and you ship the rest off to Jamaica and get them out of our hair, our powdered, impeccably curled hair. But even more common than the criminals were the debtors. These were men and women who just had an outstanding debt that they were unable to pay, and so they were sold into indentured servitude and shipped off to the colonies. Now, the men worked in deadly, dangerous sugar processing, and the women typically were sold off to brothels. But debtors, criminals, and even the slaves were unable to fill the labor deficit that was caused by the explosion of sugar production in Jamaica. Now, back in England, there were gangs of roving thugs who would skulk about taverns and brothels, looking for men that they could get drunk enough to sign a piece of paper, or, if that was out of the question, just knock over the head and hustle aboard a ship. Either method was fine. It didn't matter to them, since the man in question was pretty much out of options when he woke up with a pounding head to find himself already at sea and sold into servitude. But the passengers disembarking from the Content were a different breed. They weren't nobles or officials, but passengers of just high enough standing that they managed to slip through the cracks. Some of them just barely. The first of these passengers to step onto the docks was the doctor and his wife. They were dressed in an approximation of English finery. They were dressed well enough. He was a stiff-necked, proper sort, and she wasn't. His wife had a mischievous air about her and the look of a very common birth, with probably something of a scandalous past. There was also a surgeon on board who was either headed for a plantation or more likely worked somewhere on a ship. You see, the tropical climate there in Jamaica was difficult for most Europeans to acclimate to. More than a few died of flux or yellow fever or malaria within just a few weeks of their arrival, so doctors were in high demand. Also on board, there was a carpenter and a mason. Jamaica was, well, it was a booming economy, and their trades would be put to good use. But then there was another man. He was wearing the clothes of a young gentleman, if a bit travel-worn and rumpled. His shoes were fine, buckled, but in need of a brush, and then he had a chest containing all of his worldly possessions. His hair was naturally curly, shoulder-length, and kind of a rusty dark brown. He had a prominent nose and a pinched mouth that had a well-bred quality to them, and his eyes were dark and deep. They were curious and penetrating, not wise, but somehow dangerous, the sort of eyes that remind you of a shark's eyes. It was June 1674, and the young William Dampier had arrived in Port Royal. This is episode 36, Gentlemen and Scoundrels, Part 1. William Dampier heaved a sigh of relief upon his arrival in Port Royal. His journey had been a dangerous one, but it wasn't pirates or the Spanish or tropical storms that worried him. These were threats that anyone at sea would be wise to steer clear of, but William was an accomplished seaman and knew these threats well. No, what worried him on the voyage to Jamaica was the threat of being indentured. The captain stood to make a good amount of money if he cajoled the young man into servitude, and he tried his hardest even before the voyage began. See, Dampier was traveling to Jamaica to take a position as a plantation manager for his father's former landlord. The elder Dampier had been dead 10 years by now, but the landlord, a man named Colonel William Hellyer, knew just how bright William was. Now, his father had died when he was 10 years old, and William had been sent off to study. He'd learned Latin, arithmetic, French, and a good bit about the natural sciences. Now, Colonel Hellyer noticed the young man's potential, and he arranged a voyage to France and to Newfoundland. But the boy had a proclivity for crops and animals. By the age of 16, he knew all there was to know about the crops on Hellyer's estates, and, frankly, every other estate he'd ever visited. He studied them vociferously. It was some years later, at the age of 23, that the colonel sent Dampier to Jamaica to serve as a manager on his sugar plantation. But from the beginning, it wasn't what Dampier had expected. Dampier had agreed to take the position to fund his travels. He loved to see new things, and he took a particular interest in documenting everything he came across. The flora and the fauna around him, the local customs, even the weather patterns. Hellyer agreed to supply Dampier with what he needed as a payment for a term on his plantation. However, before setting out, when Dampier went to collect the promised supplies from the colonel's agents, they balked at the request. He required quills, ink, and paper, and lots of them. He needed shoes, clothes, soap, sugar, nutmeg, and a grater for the nutmeg. The agents complained of the extravagance of the request and insisted that the only way they could supply his needs was if Dampier agreed to be indentured. Now, they only informed him of this once he was on board the Content. Naturally, William refused, loudly and forcefully. He cried foul. He called the men kidnappers. The others on board, especially the mason and the carpenter, supported him. It was clear that those two feared for their own freedom once the ship set sail, and things on board quickly grew pretty tense. The ship was on the cusp of real violence if anyone dared breathe a wrong word. But then the bubble popped through another revelation. The doctor who was on board had arrived with a boy who was intended to accompany him. The captain, though, was suspicious of the boy, so he took the two into the cabin. After a thorough and deeply personal examination, it was revealed that the doctor's boy was in fact a woman. The doctor claimed it was actually his wife, but the truth was pretty obvious. The upstanding, well-to-do doctor was running off with a mistress of questionable honor. At best, she was an adulteress. Now, the potential for scandal pushed aside the question of Dampier's standing on the voyage for a time. The crew found the woman a proper dress and bonnet and insisted that she travel as a lady, everyone very politely referring to her as the doctor's wife. In the end, it hardly mattered. He was to work on that same plantation as Dampier, and if he chose to take a back-alley strumpet with him, well, Jamaica was a forgiving place for all kinds of behavior. Once the voyage was underway, though, the question of indenture came up again. Dampier's status wasn't totally clear, and the captain was pressuring him into signing his freedom away. There was a sort of unspoken threat of, being thrown over the side of the ship if he didn't. Dampier was outraged. His passage had been paid, and he was set to manage the plantation of a powerful Englishman, and he refused to be treated this way. The mason, the carpenter, and this time the surgeon backed him up once again. They were all three bound for Hellyer's employ, and the fear of outright kidnapping was a very real one. The captain was perfectly capable of signing them into indentureship under him and selling that to a man on a different island, not Jamaica at all. Again, violence seemed imminent. Perhaps, at this point, even mutiny. Dampier, though, came up with a solution. Those other three, the mason, the carpenter, and the surgeon, were all tradesmen that could work on the ship to secure their passage. However, what the captain saw in Dampier was just a wayward youth. He thought he would be easy to bully, but that just wasn't the case. Dampier knew more about the sea than most men of his age, and he actually, if the captain listened to him, could prove an asset to him. You see, back in 1670, Dampier took a job on board the East Indiamen John and Martha on a voyage to the East Indies to Java. He apprenticed under the ship's navigator and learned the art of navigation by reading the sun and the stars. Now, Dampier took a particular interest in wind currents, and he observed them carefully. And he excelled at navigation. In fact, this voyage was to become the basis for a study that would last his entire life. Years later, Dampier would publish a treatise on wind and water currents that was hugely influential. Elements of that treatise were used by the British Navy until after World War II. For the time being, though, he was just some unknown youth learning the ropes, which was unfortunate. On that voyage to the East Indies, the John and Martha completely passed by their planned stop at St. Helena, and William had his first taste of just what life at sea could be like. They were forced to ration water on board and nearly ran dry before putting in to collect some more. But in the end, the voyage made it safely back to England. When they did arrive, there was news from the colonies that was fairly big. The admiral of the Jamaica station, some Welshman named Henry Morgan, had attacked and burned Panama to the ground. Now, Dampier was fascinated with the West Indies, as were pretty much everybody in Europe. But his fascination was amplified when he heard the tales of what the buccaneers of the Americas had been up to. And rumor had it that Morgan himself was actually in London at that moment, dining and drinking and sharing tales. Quickly, this Morgan was becoming a national hero. For young men like Dampier, it was like a lightning rod. You see, the war against Holland was quickly turning serious, and Morgan was something of a propaganda foil, and it was working on men like Dampier and thousands of others that went to sea looking for adventure and maybe a taste of the heroism that Captain Morgan embodied. So Dampier signed up to serve on the HMS Royal Prince. This was a 100-gun, 1,400-ton first-rate ship of the line. The Royal Prince is like no ship that we've ever discussed in our exploration of piracy, and honestly, it's unlike any ship that we'll most likely look at ever again. The Golden Hind, or the Oxford, or the Fortune, or the Fancy, or the Queen Anne's Revenge, they were nothing compared to the Royal Prince. The Royal Prince was the flagship of James, the Lord High Admiral, the Duke of York. And it was brand new. It was only 2 years old. It was commissioned specifically for this Third Anglo-Dutch War. And it was a force to be reckoned with. It wasn't the sort of ship that any green boy could just sign up to serve on. No, Dampier was named an able seaman on the ship, and he was among some pretty distinguished company. Legend has it that he was in the company of a man whose name we'll be talking about quite a bit in the future. William Kidd was on that very same ship, during the very same battles as William Dampier, and would likely have been the same rank. They were both young men, so they would have eaten and slept and worked alongside each other. Of course, this was a large ship with a lot of people on it, so they might not have even known each other's names, and neither of them knew that both of them would someday become pretty famous. But maybe, just maybe, over some hardtack, some salt beef, and a tot of rum, these two young men talked about the exploits of Admiral Morgan, who was a force of nature in English society. He hung over everything that these men wanted to be. Maybe they talked about the life of the buccaneers under him, the sailing and drinking and doing whatever they wanted. Maybe Dampier shared tales with Kidd of the island of Madagascar. Maybe he talked about the beautiful girls he'd seen there and the lush land and just what a paradise it was. In the end, Dampier spent 2 years in naval service. He saw one major naval engagement and spent the last major naval engagement of the war in the hospital. After the war, though, he was sort of aimless. He needed to figure out how to make his fortune. So Colonel Helyar offered him that job that saw him on board the Content and bound for Jamaica. Now, the captain of that vessel wasn't particularly interested in all the expertise that this young man said he carried, and it came close to blows. The other passengers began to arm themselves and take up sides, and the word kidnapping began to be thrown around liberally and loudly. The captain and his men, wanting to avoid potentially losing their ship or their lives, backed down, and gave the offended parties, that is, Dampier and the other seamen, a joint of beef and a little bit of rum to ease the tension. So William found himself in Port Royal a free man. He was from a tiny village called East Coker, and he found himself in the most sinful place on earth. Now, Dampier had seen the flesh pots of the East and the seedy side of many a city, but nothing in the known world could have prepared him for Port Royal. Now, what might have struck him first was the smell of the place. Port Royal was growing fast, and the city planners weren't overly concerned with sanitation. But this was the old world, so they quickly acclimated to that. But then there was the wealth. It would be hard to fathom for a man who had been all over the world just how rich everyone in Port Royal looked. And these were not noblemen, these were haggard old seamen with scarred, wind-blown faces, but they strode around with swords on their hips and wore fine, polished boots and lordly coats. Now, if you looked closely, those coats were often patched and stained, but they were fine nonetheless. But then there were the women. The women were a revelation. Their skirts were all pinned up to show brightly colored petticoats. The bodice of their dresses was cut low to show as much breast as possible, often stepping well over the line of propriety. And one and all wore corsets or bustiers to enhance that sight. Their chest, neck, and face would have been covered in a fine sheen of white lead paint with just a hint of arsenic. Their cheeks were rouged, their hair fell in tousled curls, and everywhere there were lace and bows and ribbons. Covering up that stench of Port Royal and blending in with it to create a sort of sickly sweet aroma was an ever-present hint of perfume from the many women walking the streets. And men and women all wore fine jewelry as well. They wore gold and silver and earrings. They wore gemstones in men's ears and women's, rubies and diamonds on their fingers, and on every woman's neck there was a string of pearls. Now this was not as fine as what you would find in the streets of London or Paris, but it was a sort of filthy approximation of high fashion. And these women, they weren't ladies. They weren't married. These were prostitutes, and they were many and everywhere. And everyone, the prostitutes, the men walking the streets, well, they were all drunk. They lounged on the nearby beach, nursing bottles of sweet Spanish reds. There were brandy merchants walking the streets, and even men drinking mugs of ale. But omnipresent, more than any other drink, was the kill devil. Rum was Jamaica's primary product, and everybody in Jamaica was partaking, from the highest in society to the very, very lowest. Now, all of this would have been a shock, and probably of great interest to a young man like Dampier, but he didn't have much time to spend in Port Royal. He was expected up in Spanish Town to begin work at that plantation owned by Colonel Heliar, Bybrook. As it turned out, Bybrook was an apt name for the plantation. Dampier recorded in his journal that it was located at the end of a river valley, where 3 streams met to form the Cobra River. He talked about the heavily forested hills that surrounded the property and the dense fog that would envelop the valley every night, only to be burned off at dawn. He talked about the sugarcane as well, its golden and green hues that would light up during the day. But as beautiful as Dampier found the property, he found less joy in his situation. The property manager had greeted him warmly. His name was William Whaley, and he was the godson of Colonel Heliar, the owner of the plantation. But it soon became clear that William Dampier's position was a contentious question. Dampier expected the position that he thought he'd been promised, a superintendent who stood on an equal footing with William Whaley. Whaley, on the other hand, saw this as a threat. Dampier had been instructed to compile reports on Bybrook and to send them back to Heliar. Whaley, probably correctly, considered Dampier a spy, and he blocked every attempt for him to do so. He demanded that Dampier sign a contract of 1 year of indentured servitude. He thought that the best place for the arrogant young man was overseeing a boiling house. Now, boiling houses were hell on earth. For most slaves on sugar plantations, any other job was preferable to the boiling house. Hours of back-breaking labor in the tropical sun, being whipped bloody, anything. You see, the boiling house was where sugar was boiled and turned into molasses. There were 3 stages. There was the first boiling, which creates a sort of simple sugar. There is a second boiling, which creates a light molasses, and a third, which creates a very dark molasses. It was a terrible job. It was done in an unbearably hot, confined space where the air was thick and smoky and damp. Now that might have been bad enough. It sounds terrible, but the danger was the molasses itself, and that terrified the slaves. You see, you have to stir molasses while it boils, and it bubbled and popped, and when it did, the molasses would stick to you, whoever was boiling it, and it would burn away your skin. It was nearly impossible to get it off, and if you stopped to try to get it off, an overseer was likely to whip you back to work. The day in the boiling house would leave you burning and coughing and bleeding and covered in blisters. So Dampier, as you might expect, refused to take that job. He wrote to Helyar, as did the godson Whaley. Nothing much changed, though. It seems like Helyar didn't have much interest in fixing this situation. During this time, though, Dampier had no income or employment. Mostly, he spent his time and the last of his money getting drunk with the doctor. And that was only when the doctor was free. The doctor spent most of his time treating injuries and illnesses, and when not doing that, he was dealing with a young and wild wife. So in the end, William Dampier buckled. He signed on for a year's servitude, not in the boiling house, but transporting raw sugar. However, he only lasted for 6 weeks. He was fired for insubordination. He wrote Helyar in disgust, and he left the plantation bound for Port Royal. Now, he would have arrived in Port Royal at just about the right time to see something momentous. A ship called the Jamaica Merchant had arrived in Port Royal, carrying distinguished cargo. Sir Henry Morgan was returned to Jamaica. When he returned, the docks were filled with people waiting to cheer his arrival. They knew that Morgan, more than anyone else, made Jamaica a safe and prosperous place, and likely, now that he was back, he'd fill their pockets a bit in the process, too. Now, there were old buccaneers in the crowd, many of which had sailed on Panama with Morgan, and they were, at best, of a mixed reaction to Morgan coming back. And then there were the locals, the people who had prospered the most from Morgan, the prostitutes and merchants, and even the farmers. But at this point in Jamaica's history, the largest crowd were people just like Dampier, people that were new to Jamaica, lately out of England or Scotland or France. Some of them had come from Tortuga or Barbados or any of a dozen other colonies around the area. Now, these people didn't know Morgan, like the locals. They'd never sailed with him. They'd never personally seen his bounty flow into Port Royal, but they did know his legend. They'd heard tales of his victories and his grand adventures. They knew him as a bigger-than-life character, sailing the high seas in search of vile Spaniards to fight and defeat. See, Morgan was at this point a legitimate celebrity. His fame had exploded while he'd been in England, and that propaganda campaign out of Whitehall turned him into a real English folk hero. He was a real-life Robin Hood for the seafaring age. So the crowd there in Port Royal drank and cheered and drank some more. The whole town was exuberant at Morgan's return. The grandees up in Spanish Town were a little bit less excited. Many of them were even pretty furious about his return, but that didn't concern a young man like William Dampier. He just wanted a taste of a life like Morgan's. As did many other young men. After seeing Morgan return, men all over the island searched out ships on which they could join, and Dampier did just that. In short order, he was on board a small ketch under a captain named Hudsel, headed for Terminillos Lagoon, surrounded by real, rough-cut loggers and buccaneers. Now, this voyage's main purpose was trade. They were there to trade with the woodcutters. They loaded up on guns, powder, and shot. They filled their ship up with rum, sugar, spices, a little food, and Honestly, probably a slave girl or two, basically whatever the buccaneers would need to fill their idle hours. You see, the cutters would carry their own logwood back to Port Royal when their holds were full, but they burned through their initial supplies of rum, spices, tobacco, and other niceties pretty quickly, so many an industrious merchant would sail for their camps to trade with them for what they needed. These merchants were likely former buccaneers themselves, but with more of a mind for trade than manual labor. The buccaneers didn't pay in coin, but in logwood. But there were certain proprieties to observe. Upon arrival in camp, it was expected of the captain to provide a refreshing rum punch blended with fruit juice and spices. Failure to do so could lead to the captain getting the worst quality wood available, often hollowed out and filled with dirt. You see, the cutters would bore out the most valuable part of the wood, fill it with dirt, and then cut a small plug that they'd hammer in place on the end, and then they'd saw off a little bit so it was hard to tell the difference. Luckily, though, Captain Hudsell didn't fail to provide the punch, and the cutters and the crew of his ship had quite a party. There was all the drinking and feasting and partying all night that you might expect. Dampier, though, was taken with their lifestyle. He recorded all the details he could from his short stay, everything from their clothes to their sleeping arrangements to their cooking implements. It was actually here that he became the first Englishman to record the word barbecue from the Indian barbacoa. He used it to describe their sleeping platforms, which were a frame raised up from the ground that they spread sackcloth or sailcloth over to provide a sort of mosquito net. He also used the word barbecue to describe their method of cooking. It was basically the same thing, only instead of sailcloth, they would use dried mud to make an oven. Now, Dampier was far from the first to use the word barbecue. It was, after all, an old Indian word that was adopted by the Spanish and then the French and then passed on to the English and Dutch. He didn't invent the word, and he didn't invent the barbecue itself. It had been in use for centuries, and it was, after all, the root of the word buccaneer itself. Dampier wasn't even the first person to publish the word barbecue. Even though he was writing before Exquemelin would write the Buccaneers of America, Exquemelin actually published long before Dampier ever did. He was, however, the first English writer to publish the word, which is why he is cited in the Oxford English Dictionary as the root of the word barbecue in the English language, along with more than 1,000 other entries. In their book, A Pirate of Exquisite Mind, Diana and Michael Preston wrote, quote, Dampier can claim more than 1,000 entries in the Oxford English Dictionary. To take only the first 3 letters of the alphabet, he gave to the English language such words as avocado, barbecue, breadfruit, cashew, and chopsticks. End quote. They go on to talk about how he first described Chinese soy sauce and Thai fish sauce. Yeah, there's a lot of food stuff in there, but to be fair, we almost always adopt foreign words when describing their own food. You know, we don't call tortillas something like corn pancakes. But eventually the Voyage left the Bay of Campeche in late 1675 and headed back to Port Royal. The journey hit a snag before they reached home, though. On their way out of the bay, they saw a pair of unfamiliar sails on the horizon. Now, Captain Hudsell asserted that they must be other traders or cutters bound for the logwood camps, but his men disagreed. They argued and kind of hit an impasse on exactly what to do. Luckily, though, they'd picked up an old-time buccaneer at the camp who knew better than any of them. He recognized the sails as Spanish guardacosta and convinced the captain to alter his course as a mere precaution. When he did alter his course, the 2 ships adjusted theirs as well to follow the ketch. It was now clear that they were being pursued, almost certainly by the Spanish. Now, their ship was a slow, lumbering merchant vessel, and the Coast Guard were built for interception. All the same, though, the ketch ran. Now, the chase took several hours. Chases at sea were pretty slow affairs, but eventually the Spanish vessels were closing in on them. Close enough for the men on board each ship to see the men on the other deck. Then, when they were just out of firing range, the wind died. All 3 ships faltered and sat idle in the calm. While they were waiting, the men on board the Spanish vessels readied their guns and their weapons and prepared to attack and board. But on the ketch, they adjusted their sails to catch where they expected the wind to come up, and luck struck. What Dampier describes as a sudden tornado blew in, and the resulting gale gave the English ship the push it needed to just get going. Now, of course, that pushed the Spanish ships as well, but the Spanish hadn't adjusted their sails, and they were blown the wrong direction. So, as the English sailed away, the Spanish fired off a single salvo and gave up the chase. Now, after that, you might expect it to be smooth sailing, but the ketch had been forced off course by the chase, and they had trouble finding their way again. For days, they just drifted around aimlessly, trying to find the wind, but they never really caught a decent breeze. Now, Dampier spent his days recording the various birds that found their way onto the ship, but soon he and a number of the other men began to grow frustrated with the captain. Now, if you believe Dampier, he said he could have found the proper wind currents, but to Captain Hudsell, once again, he was just a green boy who didn't know these seas. But after several days of floating, they finally drifted to an island off the coast of Cuba. Now, that isn't exactly where any English ships wants to be found, but much less one carrying contraband from the Spanish Main. It was, though, better than the open sea, so the entire crew went ashore and decided to hunt for food. It turned out to be a fairly disappointing affair. Dampier had his fingers pinched while he was digging for crabs in the sand. The captain wounded a hog but failed to kill it before it got away. Then, to make matters worse, they found footprints on what they believed to be an uninhabited island. Then, 2 men failed to make the rendezvous at dusk. It seemed that they'd been captured by whomever made the footprint, either hostile natives or perhaps a Spanish squadron. In the morning, they heard 2 gunshots, which alerted them to approaching men. They armed and prepared to defend themselves, but they sent out some scouts who found their 2 wayward shipmates alive and unharmed. Now, they had some better luck hunting that day, and they also stocked up on water before heading back out to sea. Now, their supplies kept them alive, but they didn't exactly satisfy, and they didn't last long. Soon they were on light rations and hoping to make it home before they ran out of food. They thought themselves within the Windward Passage when it became clear that a decision had to be made. There was virtually no food left, and there were 2 options on a header. They could sail south for Jamaica, which was lush and friendly, but far away. Or they could head for the South Keys of Cuba, where food was uncertain and the danger of capture was high, but those keys were much closer. Now, the captain argued for the Keys, and Dampier argued for Jamaica. Dampier said that it wasn't as far as the captain believed it was, and it was a much safer option besides. It would take a few more days of empty bellies, but it would be certain to end in safety and a full stomach. The Keys, he argued, on the other hand, might end with no food to find and more days lost. At that point, the men would be hungry and too weak to hunt or sail. Perhaps, in the worst-case scenario, they would actually wind up in a Spanish prison or hanging from the end of a Spanish rope. The argument to sail for Jamaica was a reasonable, clear-headed, and well-thought-out argument made from a place of logic. The men voted for the Keys. Dampier was frustrated with the men, and especially with the foolish captain. This was not the first, and it would not be the last time in his life. He knew that he personally could do better. But then, to their astonishment, they saw in the distance land. It was the north coast of Jamaica. They were closer than anyone but William Dampier had believed, and they were safe. That night, before reaching the island, they met a merchantman out of New England, whose captain came aboard and shared some food with them, some water, and copious amounts of rum punch. The next morning, stronger due to their full bellies, but likely a bit sluggish from all the punch, the ketch made her way to Port Royal. Now, back in town, Dampier had a decision to make. He was dissatisfied with his wages from that merchant voyage, considering all of the hardship he'd endured, but he knew that he had to find some way to make his fortune. So he decided that instead of joining another merchant expedition, he would actually join a logging expedition to Terminos Lagoon. He spent all of the wages he had earned on gun, along with some powder and some shot, and the tools needed to cut logwood, and then the rest he spent on food and shelter. He also brought along with him quill, paper, and ink, and plenty of it. So he headed for the bay and he set up camp along with some of his shipmates. Now, at the time, there were somewhere around 250 logwood cutters in the bay, all of them working hard to avoid the eyes of the Spanish. At the time, there were a number of notorious names there. The bay was filled with men who will concern our story later on, many crewmen, quartermasters, gunners on ships that will drive fear into the hearts of men, but none of those are more famous than the young, virtually unknown logwood cutter known as Henry Avery. Dampier enjoyed his time in the Bay of Campeche. He was always deeply concerned with his own personal freedom, which for the past several years had been in some level at jeopardy, and he found the life of the logwood cutters a wonderful one. He enjoyed all the trappings, the drinking, the sex, the sense of being removed from the trappings of civilization. More than anything, it was that. He loved being out in the wilderness. When he wasn't working in the camp, he took long walks through the jungles and savannas surrounding the camp, and he documented every creature that he was unfamiliar with, in such detail that many ornithologists still reference his work today. He was the first to document tarantulas, fire ants, sloths, and a host of other flora and fauna. He actually, at one point, tripped over a crocodile and fell 3 times before getting away. He had a run-in with some monkeys in which they pelted him with rocks and feces until he ran away. Then they followed him and continued to pelt him until they made sure he was gone. He got stung, he was bitten, and once he even had 2 tiny white worms burrow their way into his calf until he squeezed them out. For Dampier, this was heaven. It was here that his works on the natural world began. These works would go on to be the primary inspiration for men like Charles Darwin, and even some modern scientists hold this study in a high regard. Now, he gave a description of the logwood cutter's life, but most of it's fairly by the book. They cut and hauled and refined and loaded the wood. Dampier tells us of how they hid their ships from prying Spanish eyes. They did so behind the banks of trees, and how they hid when a Spanish ship sailed up on he and his companions while out fishing. What they did was they actually climbed over the side of the canoe and then submerged the boat just under the water. They were light enough and made from a buoyant enough material that they didn't sink. They just sat there, barely covered by the water. The men would float with barely the top of their heads above water, just enough to breathe, and then they would stay there while the Spanish sails passed them by, none the wiser. It took several months of logwood cutting, but finally they were about ready to leave when disaster struck. A hurricane swept across the lagoon, scattering the cutters to any shelter they could find. Most of them huddled in hastily built shelters. They were just basically frames of logwood that were surrounded by palm leaves. They pounded wooden stakes on the huts to hold them in place, and sometimes they would actually lay lengths of rope on the top to hold down the roof. Sometimes they would strap everything down with rope, but still, nearly all of the huts were blown away or demolished in the storm. Now, the skilled craftsman, the one who made the best huts, might have stayed in shelter throughout the storm, but even the best still failed to keep the rain out. So, for even those who were luckiest, it was days of no sleep, no eating, and terror. But finally, the hurricane passed and the men emerged. Things turned out to be worse than they'd expected. The hurricane actually hit the bay worse than it had hit the camps. Most of the ships had pulled free of their mooring, and those that were still afloat were nowhere to be seen. One ship actually blew ashore surrounded by a mountain of dead and dying fish. Now, they did actually find one vessel afloat with most of her cargo, and they were actually able to use that shorebound ship to help repair her. Still, though, nearly all the logwood collected in that season on Terminios Lagoon and all of the possessions that the men had brought with them were lost in the storm. To Dampier, and honestly to most of the other men, all must have seemed lost. His wages from the stint on the plantation and his profits from the previous trading voyage to the bay were all gone, sunk into his investment for this logwood expedition, and now everything was gone. He would have to slink back to Jamaica, penniless, perhaps even, God forbid, indenture himself for a year of hard and thankless labor. But his companions had a better idea. You see, they were old hands at this sort of thing, and they'd seen a thing or two. Most of them had been sailing these waters for years, and some of them, well, they knew how to earn a living when all seemed lost. You see, there were a lot of men cutting logwood, and only one ship to get them back to Jamaica, so the only logical solution here was to go out there and find a few more ships. Fishing ships, merchant vessels, mayhap even a galley. They might just surprise a Coast Guard ship and commandeer her in the night. It just makes sense to take that last ship and bring back more to carry our boys back home. We couldn't just leave them stranded out here in foreign territory, could we? That wouldn't be the Christian thing to do. And what's more, we've lost all our logwood, all our supplies, all our money. We're destitute. Maybe these ships that are just here to carry us back to Jamaica, well, maybe they'll have something of value on them, sugar or cotton or maybe tobacco, maybe dyes, maybe wine, maybe chests of silver or pearls. You know, actually, this might work out. We might come out on top. So they put the question to William Dampier. His time in the Navy made him actually an asset to these men, and they wanted him on board. He knew navigation better than most, and he had the experience in naval war that many of these men didn't. So why not come with us, they asked. You'd be good in a fight. We could use you. Dampier agreed. Now, the ragtag group called themselves privateers, and some of them might even have had an old, battered letter of marque hidden away somewhere. If they did, it wasn't valid at this point, but a flimsy shield is better than none. No, these men were outright pirates. Now Dampier, in his writing, was clear to distance himself from them. He was, quote, with them but not among them, end quote. Of course, that was what he wrote into a book he published years later in England that he expected to be read by London society and his academic peers. This in an era when piracy was causing very real problems. Men like Henry Avery and Captain Kidd were busy terrorizing the world. Not exactly the best time to publish a book confessing to a life of piracy. As such, he was light on the details. So to take his account at face value, it seems like it was just a bunch of men on vacation, sailing and hunting game and going on hikes. And he wrote down all the cool birds he saw and the plants and the animals. He just neglected to mention all of the ships they took, all of the cities they ransacked, and all of the Spanish victims they left in their wake. The only real exploit that he made note of was their raid on Alvarado in the state of Veracruz. The buccaneers attacked a castle there with about 60 men and fought a protracted assault. They lost 10 or 11 of their men, but they took the castle. Unfortunately, none of them had learned the lessons that Morgan had learned the hard way. In that protracted assault, the locals had had time to escape with all of their valuables downriver. They did, however, find in the town several hundred parrots, which were actually pretty valuable. Now, they're, of course, beautiful, colorful birds. They can be taught to talk, which is pretty cool. And that picture of a pirate with a parrot on his shoulders is kind of cliche, but actually pretty accurate. They were kind of a symbol of all of the exotic mystique that the New World had to offer. Among pirates, it was a status symbol that you were doing well, and it showed men who might be looking for a crew that you were a captain worth signing up with. Now, parrots sold back in the London bird markets for extravagant amounts, and if you found yourself stranded out at sea with no wind in your sails and several hundred parrots on your vessel, well, they started to look like quite a feast. So the crew packed their ship to bursting with parrot cages. He said that it was actually hard to walk between them, and it made some of the work on board pretty difficult. And I can only imagine the mess they made. And, oh, the sound? You could have heard that ship coming from miles off. Then, perhaps someone did, because 7 ships out of Veracruz sailed into sight. Now, it was clear that they had come there to deal with these pirates. You see, for more than a year, this crew had harassed shipping in the region, and now that they'd attacked this town near Veracruz, the Spanish knew just where to find them. This crew of pirates made good their escape, though. Their only real casualty was some of the cargo. They had some logwood aboard, which, after the debacle at Laguna Terminos, would have fetched a good price, but they were forced to dump it overboard. It appeared that, for the pirates, this was a good time to call an end to the voyage. It makes sense. A ship with hundreds of parrot cages on it couldn't be a pleasant place. Plus, they'd have to feed the birds, which really couldn't last for long, so it was a good time to head back to Port Royal and sell off their cargo. It netted William Dampier a good profit. After his 4 years in the New World, he had earned enough money to sail back for England. I'd like to begin today with a retraction. Last time I said that Sir Henry Morgan arrived in Port Royal aboard the Jamaica Merchant, and that's not the case. Now, he left England aboard the Jamaica Merchant, but that wasn't the ship that brought him home. It was actually the vessel of a disreputable English privateer that brought him in. Now, this raised a lot of eyebrows in Jamaica. Morgan was, of course, a former buccaneer, an admiral among the Brethren of the Coast, but he'd cast that life off and traded it for a more respectable one. Reportedly, arriving in the company of a crew who were all but outright pirates wasn't the best way to start that new life off. You see, back in London, Morgan had earned a place relatively close to the king. His stories and his demeanor fascinated Charles II and represented to him what England could accomplish in the New World. More to the point, Morgan had made friends in Charles' court that were hugely influential. They were all part of that anti-Catholic, anti-Spanish, pro-war, pro-trade, pro-colonial crowd. Now that's a gross oversimplification. English politics were a lot more complex than our modern-day left versus right outlook. For example, that group largely wanted to wrest control of the West Indies away from Spain. At least, they wanted to cut out a larger slice of the pie. However, James, Duke of York, was among that group, and he himself was also a Catholic. Now, the war with the Dutch was winding down, and King Charles, well, he turned his eye to the west. The peace was holding between Spain and England, but only just barely. You see, the language of the Treaty of Madrid was unclear on a number of issues concerning mostly trade. Shipping rights and admission into certain ports, well, that stuff was causing friction, but in those cases, usually no one died. The real problem was that of the logwood cutters. You see, Spain attacked their camps and brutalized the men there. They began employing privateers who attacked English ships with impunity. They almost always took those ships as a prize. Now, the men on board those ships were arrested and either virtually enslaved or summarily executed. Now, let's not pretend England was innocent here. They'd done exactly that same thing for over a decade now, and pretty successfully. But Governor Lynch cried foul that Jamaica was being hurt worse than they'd ever hurt the Spanish, but they really didn't have a position of moral authority here. But then, ships from other English colonies were being targeted as well, and those colonies had no real history of buccaneering. You see, the Spanish considered those logwood cutters pirates, but England, on the other hand, didn't. As pirates, they could be executed without trial and create no diplomatic waves, but if they were laborers for a legitimate industry, well, you couldn't just slit their throats and throw them overboard, and this was causing a lot of tension in London and Spain. So King Charles took some steps to rectify the situation and improve Jamaica's position in the West Indies. He granted a commission as governor to John Vaughan, the 3rd Earl of Carbery, and named Sir Henry Morgan as his lieutenant governor. He tasked the two men with defending Jamaica, with curtailing piracy, and to see to the prosperity of what was the largest English colony in the West Indies. They would, as it turns out, have very different ideas on exactly how to achieve those goals and what their preferred outcome would be. This is episode 37, Gentlemen and Scoundrels, Part 2. On February 19th, 1674, the Second Peace of Westminster officially ended hostilities between England and the Netherlands. Now, the Dutch ceded their colony of New Netherland in North America to England, who christened it New York. That'll be important in the years to come. But there's one more facet to that piece that's going to be a lot more important and a lot sooner, and that was a marriage alliance. You see, this marriage wouldn't actually take place until France and the Netherlands signed a treaty about 2 years after the Second Peace of Westminster, but Charles arranged at the signing of that second peace for his niece, Mary, to wed the Dutch Prince William of Orange, and this is going to be a very big deal. We're going to cover it in much greater detail in the months to come, but let's take a closer look for just a second. Now, Mary was the niece of King Charles II, and she was the second daughter of his brother, James, Duke of York. Now, that made her the granddaughter of King Charles I. Now, her fiancé, Prince William of Orange, was, well, first of all, do you remember William the Silent? We talked about him a long time ago at some length during the Dutch Revolt and the outset of the 80 Years' War. He was the stadholder of Zeeland, the leader of the Dutch Revolution, and he was the Lord of Nassau and Orange. That was the man that it was rumored for a while that Queen Elizabeth was going to marry. Well, this current William of Orange was his great-grandson, but more to the point, his mother was Mary Henrietta, Princess Royal of England and Princess of Orange. She was the eldest daughter of King Charles I, who married into that Dutch house. That makes this current William of Orange also the grandson of King Charles I. And that makes William and Mary first cousins. Yeah, they did that kind of thing a lot back then. But more importantly, both of these two were equally descended from King Charles I, who was a good Protestant king, and they themselves were devout Protestants. That's really the relevant information here, and like I said, this will be very, very important later on. With all that out of the way, though, and the war finally over, Charles sent Earl Vaughan and Sir Henry Morgan to Jamaica to set the place aright. Now, Vaughan wasn't actually his first choice for governor. That was one Lord Carlisle, but he turned the appointment down. That made Vaughan the second pick, which grated him a bit. He was also about 5 years younger than his lieutenant governor, and he struggled to assert his authority over the older, better-looking, and more popular Henry Morgan. Almost immediately, things began to go awry between them. You see, back in England, Vaughan and Morgan had the opportunity to suss each other out, and neither liked what they saw. Morgan saw in Vaughan a gentlemanly, stiff-necked prig, a by-the-book stickler that expected things done exactly his way, which, he was. Now, Vaughan saw in his lieutenant governor a rogue and a scoundrel. He saw a man who threw rules and propriety out the window. He was a maverick, a shoot first and ask questions later kind of guy. Basically, what I'm saying here is if they'd been willing to work together, it could have been the most awesome Lethal Weapon buddy cop pirate movie ever made.
In a world where chaos reigns supreme, terror ruled on the high seas. Only two men could be trusted to save the world. All they had to do was team up. One last time.
He was a freewheeling freebooter, and he was Mr. Law and Order. And together, they were two men and a baby.
Yeah, there wasn't a baby. You don't bring the baby in until, the second sequel at the earliest. In the first sequel, you introduce the love interest, and then in the next movie, you introduce the baby to spice things up a bit. It's basic science. And no, they didn't team up. They grated at each other every time they met. One point of contention was the clause in Morgan's commission that stated that he could act as governor while Vaughan was off the island. Vaughan wasn't happy about this, and he didn't want to give Morgan the chance to serve even as acting governor for a short time where he could shore up his own support. Now, They were set to sail for Jamaica on two separate ships, so Vaughn ordered Morgan and Captain Knapman of the Jamaica Merchant to ensure that the two ships stayed within sight of each other. When they put to sea, the Jamaica Merchant immediately lost sight of Vaughn's frigate. It was probably intentional. Maybe it was simply Morgan asserting his independence, or maybe it was something more nefarious. Morgan claimed simply, quote, "Their anchor was so fast in the ground, His Excellency in the frigate was got about the foreland, and they could not see him after," end quote. But the Jamaica Merchant made the crossing in 6 weeks, which was much faster than Vaughn's frigate. She was a smaller and lighter ship, and her captain was an experienced seaman, which makes what happens next all the more suspicious. They were cruising along the coast of Hispaniola, surprisingly close to the shore, when their ship ran aground. They didn't wreck on the coast, though. They hit a sandbar off the Isla Avacha, also known as Cow Island. Now this is what's so suspicious. Not only were they in the hands of a skilled ship's master, Morgan himself knew just where they were. Cow Island was an old haunt of his. Nearly every raid he'd ever undertaken started at Cow Island. Buccaneer crews had been using it as staging grounds for years now. It's highly unlikely that such a well-known and, frankly, obvious piece of land would catch the ship by surprise, so for years historians have speculated on exactly what happened. Stephen Talty mentions the evidence that, quote, "Morgan himself whipped the crew on to leave Vaughn in his wake," end quote. Terry Breverton suggests that Morgan, quote, "wanted to meet someone at his favorite rendezvous," end quote. Graham A. Thomas brings up another point. He writes, quote, "Some theories suggest that Morgan wanted to collect some buried treasure on the island," end quote. And Thomas also mentions that there was another notable passenger on board the Jamaica Merchant, and he may have had a substantial financial interest in that ship running aground. Now, it's a stretch, but Breverton writes, quote, "Modiford wanted the ship wrecked to claim insurance upon it."
Two men in a world.
The dynamic duo is back. Morgan and Modiford are together again for an all-new adventure on the high seas.
I promise that'll be the last time, I swear. But yeah, apparently Modiford was on the same ship as Morgan on his way to Port Royal. Captain Knapman had questions of his own on just what happened there on Cow Island. Now, he may have been covering his own tracks here, but he wrote, quote, "An account of the unfortunate loss of the Jamaica Merchant on 25 February on the east side of the Isle of Ash on the south side of Hispaniola, within 24 hours of this port. Knows not what evil genius led him there, and never was any man more surprised considering the course they steered. Saved all people, and 5 or 6 days after, one Captain Thomas Rogers, a Jamaica privateer now sailing under the French, carried Sir Henry Morgan and all the passengers for Jamaica." End quote. So Morgan hitched a ride to Jamaica with an English privateer in the employ of the French. It stretches credulity to believe that Morgan somehow got a message from London to Tortuga to ask an old friend to pick him up on that day, whipped the crew of his ship across the Atlantic at a breakneck pace, purposefully crashed her, dug up some buried treasure, got picked up by an old friend, made contact with the Brethren of the Coast sailing out of Tortuga, returned to Jamaica, collected the insurance on the ship along with Modiford, and spent the days he had as acting governor before Vaughn arrived, establishing himself as the shadowy crime lord, running an intricate network of Caribbean piracy out of Port Royal under the nose of the authorities, of which he himself was now a very prominent member. But that seems to be what Captain Knapman was suggesting, at least insofar as the wreck was concerned. The evil genius he mentioned was almost certainly meant to be Morgan, and that's what more than a few of Morgan's contemporaries believed as well. First, Morgan arrived in Port Royal aboard that privateer vessel. That's when all of the cutthroats and buccaneers, all the old-time brethren, all of the prostitutes and green boys of Port Royal would have gathered to see him. That's when William Dampier, fresh off his disappointing stint as a plantation manager, would have glimpsed Morgan and heard tales of his exploits, often from men that actually lived them. Now, Morgan had about a week before Vaughn arrived. What clandestine activities he might have gotten up to, we will never know. We could wildly speculate that he was sending his secretary to meet with buccaneer captains, that he was writing letters intended for the seedier parts of Tortuga, and that he was gathering select Port Royal merchants to discuss the river of contraband that was about to flood Port Royal, and how to do so avoiding the eyes of the governor. But we can't know that. We do know that he saw his wife after 3 years away from her, and that he met with the Council of Jamaica to be installed as lieutenant governor and the powers of acting governor given over to him. Now, he informed Lynch of his replacement. I like to imagine that it was actually Modiford that had the honor to give Lynch the news, but Modiford himself was installed as Chief Justice on the island, which was a position of no small power. Then, Morgan pulled out all the stops in preparing Port Royal to receive her new governor. He saw Fort Charles cleaned up. He saw English bunting hung up everywhere, and he had all the guns brought to bear facing the city. Not like aimed at the city or anything, but in preparation for a salute. He called in the militia. He drilled them, and he gave them marching orders for when the governor arrived. Vaughn, it seemed, was to be greeted in high military fashion. Now, it seems to me that this serves two purposes. First, it showed Vaughn respect after the slight at being left behind on the voyage, and it proved that Morgan was already set about his royal-appointed duties. Second, though, it showed Vaughn just how quickly Morgan could move when he had a mind to, and the kind of influence he commanded in Port Royal. It showed how he could ready the militia, the fort, get the guns ready, and get every ship ready for a military welcome in just a couple of days. What could he do if Vaughn turned against him? Would the island rise up against their new governor if Morgan ordered it? It appeared that this was a dangerous place for the new governor, and Morgan was giving him just another reason why. Now, Lord Vaughn was many things, but stupid wasn't one of them. He understood the slight Morgan had shown him, and probably he understood the hidden threat as well. But rather than let the pirate have his way, Vaughn immediately set to securing his own base of power on the island. It was on 17 March 1675 when John Vaughn, 3rd Earl of Carbery, met with the Council of Jamaica, and the minutes of the meeting read, quote, "His Excellency's instrument of government under the Great Seal read, the oaths of allegiance and supremacy administered to him by 5 of the Council according to His Majesty's command, also the oath of Captain General and Governor-in-Chief of this island." End quote. This meant John Vaughn was the new governor. Now, is it just me, or is the position of governor of Jamaica starting to feel a little like the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts? I mean, Hogwarts had a new professor every year, and all of them were either evil or incompetent or suffered terribly in the position. And Jamaica couldn't hold on to a governor for more than a couple of years. Now, this is probably because England wasn't willing to invest the resources to fix what was wrong in Jamaica. The island was too remote and too wild and too fixed in a system built around piracy for them to want to. They actually expected the governors to invest a substantial portion of their own money in the island. It operated kind of like a franchise, really. Like, you get the flag and the name, and then you get a set of rules to follow. Now, you have to meet our standards, but you have to invest all of your own capital. Don't expect any help from us, but break any of the rules and we will shut you down immediately. But Vaughn, being a good royal man, believed in the system. However, he did have a few roadblocks to overcome immediately. First, there were the stores of powder. They were almost empty. There were only a few barrels of powder left on the whole island. When he wrote the Lords of Trade about it, they responded that that was his responsibility now. I imagine that Morgan firing all of the cannon in the fortress and ordering the militia to fire their guns in salute was even more grating now. Second, though, there was the question of the books. Lynch hadn't been keeping the best records of his finances. There turned out to be a few irregularities. For example, Lynch had granted a ship, the Thomas and Francis, commission to attack the Dutch. This was back during the war, and it was totally acceptable. But they took a Dutch prize containing several hundred slaves and brought it back to Port Royal, where they sold the slaves at auction. This was widely known in the town, but no record of it was kept in the governor's account. Now, the governor was owed a piece of every slave sold, of any other booty that was on board the ship, and of the ship itself. And then, so was the king and the Lord High Admiral, his brother. But there wasn't a record of any such payments being accepted or made. It appeared, to Vaughan at least, that the corrupting influence of Port Royal had gotten its hooks even into Governor Thomas Lynch. But that was all sorted out without anyone having to be arrested. All the money was found, and Vaughan was satisfied. Now, within a few weeks, the island's finances were all put in order. Morgan was seeing to her defenses, and everything seemed to be running smoothly, so Vaughan could now turn to his primary goal. His job was to succeed where Lynch had failed at curtailing English piracy in the West Indies. Now, Port Royal wasn't home to an armada of buccaneer ships like it had been when Modiford ran the show. They all knew well enough to stay away at this point, but hundreds of English vessels were now sailing from Tortuga, flying French colors and carrying French letters of marque. See, France and the Netherlands were still at war, even though England had pulled out of the war, and they were granting commissions to privateers of any nation, left and right. Now, there were two problems with this. First, despite their French flags, every time an English ship was captured by the Allied Spanish and Dutch forces, the English ambassador to Spain was required to present an apology and a defense, and this was straining relations. Second, though, despite their French commissions, the goods taken by those English buccaneers were still finding their way into Port Royal. Now, not by the harbor. The buccaneers knew to stay well clear of Port Royal, but by clandestine meeting places up and down the coast. This was illicit black market contraband being sold in broad daylight in English territory. And this meant that neither the English government at Port Royal, where this contraband was being sold, nor the French government of Tortuga, where the letters of marque originated, were getting their cut of the profits. This strained relations with the French, and it upset Vaughan and the council. This was out-and-out piracy, and Vaughan suspected that he knew just who was behind it. Sir Henry Morgan was the lieutenant governor, and he sat on the Council of Jamaica as well. He owned 2 plantations on the island, and he was negotiating the purchase of a third. He owned an estate in Spanish Town. He had a wife and a home. He was a knight, and he had friends in London that vouched for his honor. And still he chose to while away his days in Port Royal's Kill Devil taverns, drinking the rawest rum available with the lowliest sort of people. He sang and caroused and shared old war stories with the captains of ships with a vile reputation. These were men who'd sailed on Portobello and Maracaibo and Panama. Now these days they mostly sail for the Bay of Campeche to trade with the logwood cutters there, and occasionally they would take up a French commission when they thought they could get away with it. Now Vaughan knew that Morgan had his fingers in every part of the lingering pirate menace. He just needed to be patient and wait for the proof. Almost immediately, Morgan gave him that proof. He wrote in a letter to one of his old brethren lieutenants, a man named Captain John Edmonds, that the buccaneers would, quote, be very welcome in any harbor, end quote, and that he would have as much, quote, privilege as he can in reason expect, end quote. And that letter fell into Vaughan's hands. Then, to make matters worse, was the letter from the governor of Tortuga to Morgan's brother-in-law, Robert Bindloss. This was a letter asking for the money that was rightly owed him by those English privateers out of Tortuga selling their goods in Port Royal. The French governor granted Bindloss power of attorney in these matters, which, to Vaughan, proved his connection to the pirates, and then this letter fell into Vaughan's hands as well. So Lord Vaughan wrote the Lords of Trade concerning Morgan's fitness to take the office of governor, should he himself die or take ill. Then, a few months later, Vaughn wrote again, and this time he didn't mince words. He said, concerning Morgan, he was, quote, every day more convinced of his imprudence and unfitness to have anything to do in civil government, and of what hazards the island may run by so dangerous a succession. Sir Henry has made himself and his authority so cheap at the port, drinking and gambling in the taverns, that Lord Vaughan intends to remove thither speedily himself for the reputation of the island and security of that place, though he pretends it is only to change the air, having lately had a fever. End quote. So he had real, hard evidence in his hand. He believed he had Morgan dead to rights, and he made his move against the old pirate. He called a meeting of the council, including all of the most important people in Jamaica, as well as Bindloss and Morgan. The first order of business was his accusation against Morgan. Now, this wasn't a trial, not officially, but to call it anything else would be a lie. Vaughn produced copies of the letters he'd confiscated and presented them to the council. He claimed that Morgan, quote, endeavors to set up privateering and has obstructed all my designs and purposes for the reducing of those that do use that curse of life, end quote. See, what angered Vaughn the most here, what he brought up over and over again, was Morgan's unfitness to serve as lieutenant governor and his attempts to undermine Vaughn's own actions. He thought that Morgan's influence weakened his own, and now he may have been right, but being popular isn't a crime. Vaughn, though, saw things differently. Graham A. Thomas writes in his book, The Pirate King, quote, during his time as governor, Vaughn behaved as if he was the king of Jamaica. He believed that the government should reflect the government of England. It had an assembly, a council, and the governor, the king's representative in Jamaica, and that made him king of the island in his eyes. End quote. So during the trial, Vaughn railed at Morgan for hours. He examined him, he questioned him, and he even called witnesses. He called in Morgan's secretary, and then he called in his brother-in-law, Bindloss, and he called in anyone he could get into the council chamber that might have anything to say about Morgan. He grilled Morgan. He raked him over the coals. And Morgan? Well, he answered calmly. He scoffed at the accusations, and he gave a clear, concise explanation for all of his actions. By the end of the day, it was clear that Morgan had come out unscathed, and Vaughn was just wasting everybody's time. You see, he wasn't a king. He was a representative of the king, sure, but little more than really an administrator. He didn't have the power to remove Morgan. The council didn't have that power. The king had granted Morgan his commission, and only Charles, through the Lords of Trade, could remove Morgan from his seat. So Morgan sat comfortably in his position. He grew comfortable enough to grow even more bold. In addition to his position as lieutenant governor and council member, Morgan sat on the Admiralty Court there in Jamaica. Bindloss sat on it as well, as did Major William Beeston, that pirate hunter under Governor Lynch. Now, Governor Vaughan sat at the court's head, but rarely took the time to attend, which left Morgan in charge. Unlike the council meetings, this was a job that Morgan seemed to enjoy, or at least it was a job that he occasionally deigned to attend. On one such occasion, he was hearing the case of a slaver carrying 300 slaves into Port Royal. Vaughan ordered the ship inspected, and he found that the captain didn't have the proper authority from the Royal African Company to trade in slaves, so he seized the ship. He arrested the crew, and he sent them to the Admiralty Court for Morgan to hear the case. Morgan threw the case out. No questions asked. Vaughan was furious with him, and he ordered a new trial at which he would be present. Then there was the time a local buccaneer named John Coxon was spotted in the waters near Port Royal. Coxon was a known pirate, and Vaughan had vowed to annihilate piracy, so he decided to deal with the man. Probably on the advice of Morgan, who had intimate knowledge of the buccaneers, Vaughan sent word to the crew of Coxon's ship that if they turned over their captain and surrendered, they would be pardoned and allowed to return to Port Royal. Of course, this failed miserably. All it did was announce Vaughan's intentions to arrest Coxon and lose him the element of surprise. By the time a ship was finally sent to collect the pirate was long gone. In what was probably a misguided attempt to rectify his decision to allow Morgan to head the Admiralty Court, Vaughan decided to sit in at the next major trial to come before them. Of course, he couldn't afford to look weak, not in front of this cabal of old-time Jamaican gentry who'd for so many years been enmeshed in piracy. Now, he heard the case of one John Dean, captain of the privateer vessel St. David. He was accused by Captain John Yardley of intercepting his merchant vessel, John Adventure, and drinking, quote, several pipes of wine and taken away a cable, value 100 pounds sterling. End quote. This wasn't piracy, by any measure. It was a weak hook for Vaughan to hang his hat on. It was a poor choice for him to use as an example, but not to be daunted by such trivialities as facts and the law, Vaughan found John Dean guilty of piracy on the high seas, and he sentenced him to death. This was way out of line, and it far exceeded the crime. At most, Captain Yardley expected recompense for his wine and cable, and maybe a lashing, certainly not a death sentence. He personally decried the verdict, and he wasn't alone. Locals all over the island cried out in anger and shock. Now, privateers, surely, but merchant seamen as well, and land-based merchants and farmers, and even the council. This was a ridiculous death sentence and totally unacceptable. Luckily, especially for Captain Dean, Vaughan didn't have the power to order a death sentence on his own. He had to submit the evidence and his findings to the Lords of Trade. They, with the king's authority, had to accept a governor's ruling before it could be carried out. If not for this fact, things might have turned ugly right there. The people weren't literally up in arms, but, figuratively. And if they'd tried to execute Dean, it could possibly have turned violent. Vaughan, for his part, blamed Morgan and Bindloss for the unrest. He believed that they'd roused the rabble personally to weaken his position as governor. It was all a conspiracy in his mind. In truth, though, it was his own incompetence and tyrannical rule that led to the anger in the streets. So John Dean was left in his cell to suffer and to await word of his fate. But that wasn't the last of Vaughan's troubles. He was awaiting word of his accusation against Lieutenant Governor Morgan and his decision in the case of Captain Dean when it came to his attention that another privateer ship under Captain James Brown was selling slaves in the town. Brown had captured a Dutch slaver and sold the about 100 men and women on board in Port Royal. Now, this seemed like a much more clear-cut case of piracy than the slaver operating without a license, and Vaughan ordered the slaves returned to their Dutch masters. Brown was long gone by this point, but Vaughan ordered him apprehended if ever he returned. Tempers still hadn't cooled over the John Dean affair, but what's worse, the slaves he ordered returned were already bought and paid for. The planters did not want to give them back, so they rebelled. They marched and they demonstrated, and they prepared to protest the verdict with violence if need be. And then something came in and overshadowed everything going on in Port Royal. Word of an attack on the Spanish town of Santa Marta came to Port Royal. A small fleet of privateers flying French colors with a French commission under Captain Pierre Lagarde raided the small city. Now, they entered the city at dawn and immediately took the church. This was a common tack. From there, the men swarmed out, searching for plunder and women and wine and captives. The usual buccaneer depredations took place. They defiled the church. There were murders. There were rapes. There were tortures. There was theft. Now, it wasn't anything like Morgan's raids and nowhere near L'Olonnais, but it was a bad day for the people of Santa Marta. They took the bishop and the governor hostage, though, and they held them for ransom. Then the Armada de Barlovento arrived on the horizon. The hostages were now, at this point, possibly the only thing that could keep these freebooters safe from that kind of force. So, the buccaneer force took the hostages and sailed away at top speed. Now, here's where the problem for Vaughan comes in. While that privateer fleet had been flying French colors and under a French commander, Two of the ships among them were crewed and captained by Englishmen. The first was Captain William Barnes. He was a privateer back during the war who had accepted a French commission, as had so many others when England left the war. He was identified right before the raid by Governor Sir William Stapleton of the Leeward Islands as operating a vessel, quote, with 12 guns and 150 men. But then that second Englishman was John Coxon. That was the very same man who had gotten away from Vaughan about a year prior. For an Englishman to accept that French commission wasn't exactly illegal, but it wasn't approved of either. It left the privateers in a sort of legal limbo that nobody wanted to touch. And more to the point, when Governor Vaughan found out about the raid, it was because there were, to quote Sir Thomas Lynch, 5 or 6 French and English privateers lately come to Jamaica from taking Santa Marta, Barnes being one, and Coxon expected every hour. On board the governor and the bishop, and Captain Lagarde has promised to put them on shore. The plunder of the town was not great, money and broken plate about £20 a man. End quote. Yeah, the buccaneers had shown up in Port Royal. And this looked bad for Vaughan. He was supposed to be tough on piracy. He was the law and order governor, and here was a fleet of pirate ships carrying 2 high-profile Spanish prisoners, seeking sanctuary in his city. I suppose that makes a lot of sense. I mean, Port Royal was the closest city to which the Armada wouldn't follow the pirates, and likely that saved their lives, but it was a gamble. Lynch was likely as not to execute them. He had to make a decision on just how to proceed. If he offered sanctuary, it would look to Spain like Jamaica was still harboring pirates, quite literally. If he didn't, that would be declaring those privateers outright pirates and deeply offend the French. Potentially, that would also lose them their only defensive naval force against France, which actually there were a lot of rising tensions between them, so they needed to keep the privateers happy. So Vaughan allowed Coxon to come ashore. He brought with him the bishop and a friar they had hostage as well. They gave them a house that had all of the niceties and amenities that they could wish for, and they gave them the official apologies of the governor and the king. But there were still other hostages on board the pirate ships. Vaughan sent out a ship to, quote, procure the liberty of the governor and others, but, finding all privateers drunk, it was impossible to persuade them to do anything by fair means, end quote. This put the council in a very delicate position. They had to take some kind of a position on what was clearly outright piracy, even if they had a foreign commission. So the council passed a law stating that it was illegal for an English ship hailing from Port Royal to accept a letter of marque from any foreign power and attack the property of a nation with which England was at peace. They could still accept that commission, but they could not attack anyone with whom England was at peace. They gave the privateers about a 3-month grace period for any ships to come in and accept a pardon under the new law, after which time anyone in violation of that law would be executed for piracy. This saved the life of John Coxon and the rest of the buccaneer fleet. They were all allowed to return to their ships, and the French comrades were told to leave English waters immediately on pain of death. Then, after word of the new law spread, a stream of buccaneers began returning to Port Royal. They'd been granted clemency, and then Modiford and Morgan were back in town, so it seemed like everything might just be returning to normal. Plus, English tensions with France were building pretty quickly, so Tortuga was becoming less and less friendly all the time. Then, Captain James Brown sailed into town to accept the governor's pardon. Vaughan had him arrested and imprisoned. This duel between Lord Vaughan and basically everyone else on the island had been heating up for months. They argued over everything. They argued over John Dean and James Brown and John Coxon and Henry Morgan. The planters, the slavers, the merchants, the pirates, everyone seemed against Lord Vaughan. And then the day came when Captain James Brown was marched to the gallows. The council called an emergency meeting. They argued that Brown was covered by the pardon, but Vaughan overruled them. The council sent a writ of habeas corpus to Vaughan, which he ignored. They wrote a stay of execution, and Vaughan dissolved the council. Then he hung James Brown. The governor had stepped too far this time. He was formally censured by the council, which he had no power to dissolve in the first place despite his proclamation. But then a letter arrived from Whitehall. The Lords of Trade had met, and they discussed the cases set before them concerning Jamaica. They ruled that there was no evidence with which to convict Captain John Deane of piracy. He was to be freed immediately. There was also no evidence that Sir Henry Morgan was conspiring with known pirates. He was to be commended for his good work there in Jamaica. The governor overstepped his authority in condemning James Brown to death, they said. He did not have the power to do so, nor was he in his rights to ignore the council and attempt to dissolve the body. Effective immediately, John Vaughan, 3rd Earl of Carbery, was removed from the office of governor and ordered to return to England post-haste. His last action as governor was to slash Henry Morgan's salary by half, and then he left the island forever. That hardly mattered to Morgan, though. He owned 3 successful plantations that made him a very rich man, and he was almost certainly receiving some of the off-the-books cash from his many contacts within the buccaneer ranks. I mean, of course Vaughan was right. He was just too arrogant and too stupid to play the game by Jamaican rules. And what's more, Morgan wouldn't be receiving that lieutenant governor's salary anymore anyway. With Vaughan on his way back to England, and no replacement there in town, Sir Henry Morgan was named the governor of the Jamaica colony. It was a gray, mild evening off the coast of Jamaica in early October 1679. The light was failing, and the humid air had been cut by a day of steady rainfall. 4 ships lay at anchor, rolling slightly and quietly. The men sauntered around the deck, enjoying the cooling air and refreshing breeze. Some sailors repaired sails or tarred lengths of hemp rope. Gunners examined their guns for any sign of rust or damage, while the least lucky among them worked at the pumps below decks. Most of the men relaxed, though. They had full holds, full bellies, and casks of rum or wine at their disposal. Soon they'd have full purses. They were sleeping or sipping at that wine. Some of them were playing cards or singing, and even those at work had a cup by their side and weren't too concerned with the task at hand. Nobody dared sing too loudly, though. They kept their merriment in check. Even here, at rest, every ship had a man who wasn't drinking up in the rigging. He was the sharpest-eyed man on board, and he kept those eyes trained on the harbor at Port Royal. The city was a beacon of lamplight in the distance, and even out here they could hear the sound of song and laughter echoing across the waves. Sometimes the crack of an occasional flintlock shot cut through it all, but soon the sounds of men and women enjoying themselves returned. Those in the rigging were watching the harbor for any sign of a vessel heading in their direction. Now it was late for any ships to be leaving the harbor, but a boat with lanterns dimmed might just be ferrying soldiers out to meet with them. Or it could mean that their messenger was returning. Earlier in the day, their commander, Captain John Coxon, sent a few men into town to meet with representatives of the merchants and the Council of Jamaica. Any time they were expected back. That they weren't already back suggested one of 3 possibilities. First, they were possibly still meeting with the men that they'd been sent to see. Second, they could be meeting with some women that they weren't sent to see. Or third, and equally as possible as the first 2, they were currently chained up in a cell beneath Fort Charles. Now, this was a calculated risk, sending the men to treat with the local officials, but it was necessary. Their holds were full of cargo so rich that it necessitated an unusual amount of care. This wasn't just some cotton and tobacco with a little bit of logwood, and they couldn't just bribe the harbor master and be about their way. It would be impossible to unload at the docks without the authorities taking notice of their chests and asking questions that required an answer. Part of the problem was their commander. John Coxon was a well-known figure in Port Royal. He was notorious from Campeche to Havana to Cartagena and far beyond. The governors of Port Royal and Tortuga knew his arrival meant usually potential trouble for them, but the merchants and the prostitutes in those towns saw him and smelled money. But after his attack on Santa Marta 2 years prior, he was a wanted man in nearly every city in the West Indies. But then, in a city like Port Royal, a man of his talents was always welcome, even if the king and the governor had ordered his head. That is, if he had something to offer. This is episode 38, Weeds or Hydras. Back in 1677, Captain John Coxon, along with Captain Lagarde and a host of other French and English pirates, had sacked a Spanish town and carried off the governor, the local bishop, a friar, and a dozen or so other notable hostages. Now, he'd created quite a stir here, and the Council of Jamaica even had to pass a law prohibiting any English privateers from serving under foreign flags or accepting foreign commissions. Now, Captain Coxon did the sensible thing and spent months drinking in Port Royal and gambling and spending his nights in pleasurable company. It's possible that he, in those months, traded with the logwood cutters in the Bay of Campeche, as so many former buccaneers did in the 1670s, or even sent a crew to chop and carry the stuff himself. But by the summer of 1679, he'd grown tired of that life and organized a small buccaneer fleet to sail on the Bay of Honduras. These were the best captains and crews in the New World, and this was the first real raid of any size or significance since his attack on Santa Marta. Of course, there was a smattering of Spanish ships taken here and there were the Spanish privateers that were taking English ships, but after the Third Anglo-Dutch War, things had really quieted down, and even more so after the French signed a treaty with them as well. So, Coxon gathered his crew together, and they decided to go full pirate. Now, it's conceivable that he actually sailed for Tortuga and sought out a letter of marque from the French, despite that law passed in Port Royal, but it's unlikely he got one. The French governor was at peace with Spain, and they were aware of the new law in Jamaica, so he wasn't likely to hand out commissions to Englishmen. Plus, that new governor in Jamaica wasn't the sort of man to overlook that sort of slight. After Lord Vaughan had sailed for England in disgrace, Sir Henry Morgan had taken up the office of governor for the second time. This was only an interim position, though, doing his duty as lieutenant governor. After a few months, the new governor arrived. This was Lord Charles Howard, 1st Earl of Carlisle, and he was an illustrious military man. His was an old house with deep ties to the House of Stuart. His great-great-grandfather had been engaged to wed Mary, Queen of Scots, for which Queen Elizabeth had him imprisoned. So, his great-great-grandfather took part in the Ridolfi plot to assassinate Queen Elizabeth. Now, the family was deeply Catholic, even through the reign of Elizabeth and into the early days of the Stuarts, though they did have close ties with the royal family and the Scottish noble houses. Now, during the Civil War, they fought on the royalist side, but the young Charles Howard, the man who would become the 1st Earl of Carlisle, took the pragmatic approach and chose to join up with the winning side. He conformed to the Anglican Church, and he threw his lot in with Cromwell and the Commonwealth. He bought Carlisle Castle in the county Cumberland, which once served as a fort along Hadrian's Wall and stands virtually on the border with Scotland. It's a squat, square, tough-looking castle, which was perfect for Charles Howard. He was a tough military man. He was a soldier. He was also an officer and a gentleman. So Howard was made the sheriff of Cumberland, and then raised to governor of the province, and then he was elected to be a minister of Parliament. While there, he served on the Bare Bones Parliament. After the Stuarts were restored to the throne, Charles Howard wasn't punished for joining up with the Commonwealth government, but instead he was actually rewarded for his family's loyalty during the war. Now, in 1661, Charles Howard was named Baron of Gilliesland, Viscount Howard of Morpeth, and Earl of Carlisle, as well as the Vice Admiral of Northumberland, Cumberland, and Durham. In 1662, he was named Joint Commissioner for the office of Earl Marshal, and in 1663, he was appointed ambassador to Russia, Sweden, and Denmark. Now, don't worry, you don't need to remember any of that. I just wanted to illustrate that Lord Carlisle was a big deal. He was no joke. He was actually the first man that King Charles II had chosen to replace Governor Lynch. However, he was too busy at the time being named General this and Marshal that and winning battles in the Anglo-Dutch War and covering himself in glory. He was too busy to take any position off at the end of the world. But by 1667, he thought it perhaps a good time to retire, or at least to take a position that was going to be less taxing than soldiering. Instead, he would be able to spend his days in a tropical paradise. He would be drinking wine and buying plantations and ogling the slave girls and lining his pockets. It was a cushy gig. And if he got bored with his new position, he could always send some men out to hunt pirates. Jamaica was, for a man like Lord Carlisle, a place of ample diversions. Almost as soon as he arrived, he had a little scare with the threat of a French invasion of Jamaica, but it wasn't anything serious, just something to get the blood pumping. The Spanish attacked English ships from time to time, but really, Carlisle was happy to let his lieutenant governor, Morgan, handle that sort of thing. See, those days in the late 1670s were mostly quiet, and the European powers were mostly at peace. So Carlisle had an easy time of it, and he mostly just let Morgan and the council have, well, a longer leash than Lynch or Vaughan had. They were doing just a fine job. But if he was forced to be bothered with something serious, such as a local criminal, and that man came before him, that man was lucky to find himself in prison, and more likely he would find himself at the end of a rope. Now, if Carlisle got even a whiff of piracy, if Lieutenant Governor Morgan was sloppy enough to let some of that information get to him, Carlisle would take an active hand in the matter. Someone in that situation was sure to hang. So you can understand that John Coxon was somewhat trepidatious while his messengers were ashore announcing his piratical presence. But it was necessary for him to do so. See, the calendar of state papers records, quote, "There has been lately taken from the Spaniards by Coxon, Bartholomew Sharp, Bothing, and Hawkins, with their crew, 500 chests of indigo, a great quantity of cacao, cochineal, tortoiseshell, money, and plate. Much is brought into this country already, and the rest expected." End quote. This was an uncommonly rich haul. This was the sort of prize that was only really successfully taken a handful of times by any pirates. Now, this wasn't the same as taking a treasure ship filled with gems and jewels, or the Mogul's ship with the princess on board, but any of these types of cargo were, well, they were usually the richest part of a typical haul. Now, the money and the plate are self-explanatory and obviously awesome. Silver and gold, maybe a few pearls or gemstones. But the other cargo might actually require some explanation. Now, cacao was just cocoa, used to make chocolate, but it was still a princely delicacy for most of Europe, so it fetched a good price. The tortoise shell was just what it sounds like, but it was more valuable than you might think. Christopher Columbus wrote in his journal about the sheer number of sea turtles in the New World. His men even complained about the noise made by hundreds upon hundreds of turtles bumping up against the hull at night while their ships lay at anchor. It was so bad that many of the men were unable to sleep. Now, sea turtles and land-based tortoises were everywhere when Europeans arrived. They were, for many buccaneers, they were a major source of food. Their shells, though, were beautiful and durable. Some local native tribes used them for shields or tools, but much more often they used those shells for ornamentation. It wasn't long before those shells became all the craze back in Europe. Any lady of significance soon had to have something made from tortoise shell. There were tortoiseshell pendants to be worn around the neck, but it was more commonly used to make accoutrement to a lady's needs. There were combs and there were buttons, there were mirrors inlaid with tortoiseshell, there were knitting needles and little hair ornaments. But more than anything else, tortoiseshell was used to make boxes. It was a common material for high-end jewelry boxes and the like. However, if you were a truly wealthy woman, you could afford something larger. In the court of Louis XIV, the cabinet maker André Charles Bouyer was making cabinets out of ebony and mahogany and covering them with an inlaid sort of tortoise shell. He would then accent that with pearls and even sometimes silver and gold. This was the sort of thing not to be found outside of a royal court or an extremely wealthy noble family. But the money, the cacao, and the tortoise shell were, while valuable, still relatively mundane. What made this ship stand out were the other two types of cargo, indigo and cochineal. Cochineal is the extract of a certain type of insect egg that produces red dye of the top quality. Still today, it's used in modern lipstick, but it was primarily for top-quality fabrics in the 17th century. And then there were the 500 crates of indigo. Now, indigo is a dye. It's a somewhat dark and very rich indigo color, sort of a bluish purple. Now, wars had been fought over indigo, and alliances betrayed. Agents of the various trading corporations, like the Dutch and English East India Companies, were engaged in a decades-long sort of shadow war over East Indian spices like cinnamon, cloves, and more importantly, indigo. The discovery of plants that produced indigo in the Western Hemisphere had changed that dynamic somewhat, but that hadn't diminished the value of indigo itself. But the cargo of this ship, taken in aggregate, is what stands out, to me at least. Any ship might carry a chest or two of any one of the things found on the vessel, but all of them taken together and in such quantities, these were valuable, rare luxury goods, as well as blue and red dye. It's the dye here that catches my eye specifically. For millennia, the color of one's garb had been a status symbol. In ancient Rome, the rarest and most illustrious color to wear was called Tyrian purple. It was made by the Phoenicians using the secretion of sea snails found only in the Mediterranean, and it's so valuable at the time that even today it's known commonly as royal purple. Purple was always the color of royalty, and even today it holds a sort of aftertaste of wealth. But indigo and the rich red dye of a cochineal, that together could cost a fortune, and it would create a color very similar to that of Tyrian purple. Now, of course, the 1600s were not ancient Rome, or even the medieval area, but a ship carrying such valuable cargo and in such quantities, well, that must have raised a few eyebrows when John Coxon and his crew took the ship. And I have to think that they must have wondered exactly who this ship belonged to, where it was bound, and exactly what they were going to do with it. Now, those 4 buccaneer ships had spent a few weeks menacing the Bay of Honduras. They harassed shipping boats and merchant craft, but really they didn't take much of value until they came across that one rich prize. In that letter from the Calendar of State Papers, it recorded 4 captains: John Coxon, Bartholomew Sharp, a captain named Bothing, and Hawkins. Now, John Coxon had been around for a few years now, but this is one of the first mentions of the other captains. Captain Bartholomew Sharp is, well, he was believed to have been born in London sometime around 1650. There were journal entries from some of his crewmates that suggest he took part in some privateering and even a little bit of outright piracy during and immediately after the war, but his first mention as a captain is found here. The other 2 captains, well, Captain Bothing typically disappears after this mention. He may or may not be the same man as another captain that will be mentioned much later on in this story, but it's difficult to say. Now, the same goes here for this Captain Hawkins, but that one is a little bit clearer. There's no one of any real consequence named Hawkins around at this time in this story, but this is actually probably the incorrect name given for a man named Captain Richard Sawkins, who will play a very major role in the story to come. After taking this prize, though, these captains sailed for Port Royal, where we found them waiting on word from town. You see, I picture what happened to these pirates in the Bay of Honduras kind of like a gangster movie. They're really nothing more than a bunch of small-time petty crooks. They're busy committing muggings and robberies, and maybe once in a very great while they'll burgle a house or steal a car, but nothing too major. Then, one night, a night that doesn't seem any different from a regular night, they come across a man in a nice suit walking alone late at night, carrying a briefcase. They jump him, they take his wallet, his watch, and his briefcase. When they get home, they find out that he had a nice Rolex and a couple of $100 in his wallet, but in his briefcase, when they open it up, they find it's full of pristine diamonds, or evidence that the mayor's sleeping around, or the nuclear launch codes, or maybe Marcellus Wallace's soul. The point is, it's something of value, obviously. Something that could make them extremely wealthy, but something that's so rich, well, they don't really know what to do with it. I mean, obviously, they're going to sell it for a boatload of money, but it's not as simple as it seems. Not just anyone could roll up into the harbor with a Spanish ship full of indigo. For years, the Spanish had a virtual monopoly on indigo, but in the late 1600s, England was edging them out of the market pretty successfully. Now, the East India Company was very particular about who they would license to ship and trade this stuff. I mean, any reputable merchant could carry a case of this stuff to pad out his coffers. Usually, he would have to pay a fee, and it was sort of technically smuggling, but no one really noticed and no one really cared. Now, most pirates would also occasionally come across a cask of indigo and make it part of their cargo. It was a nice little boost to their haul. But a fleet of well-known pirates ferrying a ship that was literally full of this stuff, well, that complicated matters. The English really wanted indigo. They wanted to corner the market on it. In fact, it was one of the keys to their whole geopolitical economic strategy. But they had rules about it, and they had rules about dealing with pirates. So, what was a pirate who really wanted to sell a bunch of indigo to do? That much indigo wouldn't go unnoticed by the East India Company or the government in Jamaica, and even the very best merchants that were willing to were unlikely to have the ready cash to buy that much indigo or the ability to fence it. So, here we find the pirates waiting offshore for the new, military-minded, pirate-hunting governor of Jamaica, Lord Carlisle, to decide how to deal with an armada of the most wanted high-seas pirates in the world, carrying the richest haul of illicit goods Port Royal had seen in more than a decade. It was a tense situation. Eventually, though, the messengers did return. Lord Carlisle had sent back a measured response. He said that he could not allow pirated goods to be sold in Port Royal. He intended to come and collect the goods from the pirates, but the pirates would not profit from them. So, Captain Coxon replied that he and his men, quote, would leave their interest in Jamaica and sail to Rhode Island or to the Dutch, where they would be well entertained, end quote. Of course, for the government of Jamaica, that wouldn't do. So the governor pulled back from confiscating the contraband and instead, well, he set up patrols around the island that tended to prove completely useless. The pirates were able to smuggle all of their indigo ashore. Now, it appears that the governor made a very big show of refusing the pirates and refusing their indigo and being a proper representative of the law, while, at the same time, the pirates were allowed to ferry their goods to Jamaica with virtually no resistance. Now, frankly, there's no hard evidence to support this, but I wouldn't be surprised if Carlisle received a cut of the profits himself, just as if this was a regular, proper privateering mission. So Jamaica found itself to be a much richer place after Coxon and his men arrived, and their little armada disbanded and took some time to relax. Now, you might be wondering why John Coxon didn't just take his haul to Tortuga. After all, he'd been operating under a French commission when he'd taken Santa Marta back in 1677. Well, things had changed once again between England and France. After England signed the Second Treaty of Westminster with the Netherlands, the French and the Dutch were still at war. In an effort to encourage peace, Charles II had made overtures of war against Louis XIV. Now, they were nonsense, just bluster, but it apparently annoyed the Sun King. So, after the war was over, Louis began pushing against England. He pushed the boundaries of their alliance. He stretched the peace that they had as far as he could, and he even sent a West Indian French fleet into Jamaica's territorial waters to harass and menace the English ships there. There was, when that occurred, an island-wide panic, when invasion seemed imminent. Ultimately, it came to nothing, but that was that panic about the French that Carlisle had to deal with as soon as he became governor. The issue for men like Coxon was that France was adopting a less English-friendly foreign policy, and the pirates all knew it. Tortuga was no longer the friendly pirate haven it once had been, and they were likely as not to lose their cargo and even their freedom if they went to Tortuga. So Port Royal got richer, and John Coxon and his men took their ease. Now that same summer saw another familiar face arrive back in Port Royal. William Dampier returned from England after 2 years. In that time, he'd gotten married to a young woman named Judith and invested some of his money. Now, Dampier spent a few months getting to know his new bride and, assumedly, starting a family, or attempting to. But shortly thereafter, he was leaving his new bride in the care of his brother and setting off, once again, for Jamaica. He wouldn't see her or England for 12 years. Exactly why he left isn't totally clear, even in his journals. He did take with him some of the goods that would fetch a price at the logwood camps that might be worthy of going back to the New World. Perhaps this was simply meant to be a brief commercial enterprise devised by a man who knew the way of the buccaneers. However, he didn't sail for Campeche as planned after arriving in Jamaica. He instead spent his time negotiating the purchase of a house back in Dorsetshire. It took a few weeks for the sale to finalize, and he was able to spend his days idly. He was given the opportunity to join up with many legitimate trading missions, yet all of them he declined. When finally the sale was finished, he planned to return to England, and yet he didn't. He lingered in Port Royal. He spent his days walking around the island, sometimes drinking and often talking to men in taverns. He could have been back home with his wife and all of the creature comforts of domestic life. He could have been having children and building a fortune, yet he didn't. The question to me is, why exactly? Now, of course, it's possible that William Dampier was gay, or at least bisexual. In Port Royal, sexuality and traditional morality were a lot less rigid, and the buccaneers themselves were known to accept and even embrace homosexuality. Perhaps, in his days traversing the Bay of Campeche and in the logwood camps, William Dampier had taken a lover, and perhaps he was back in Jamaica to see him again. But that's just a theory, and not even a particularly convincing theory. There's no hard evidence at all supporting it, merely speculation. It's doubtful that Dampier would actually write of that in his journals, at least doubtful that he would write of it in journals that he intended for publication, but still no evidence of it exists, so likely that wasn't the case. In their biography of Dampier, A Pirate of Exquisite Mind, Diana and Michael Preston write that Dampier was, quote, a loner who found it difficult to commit himself to either people or projects. Neither responsibility nor relationships came easily. He married, yet almost immediately left his wife for 12 years, never wrote of her, and unlike many of his time, seldom discussed sex in his narratives. His sensuality was expressed through his feelings for nature. He wrote not of carnal delights, but of lying on shore, waiting to receive the pleasure of softly wafting sea breezes. End quote. It appears to me, though, that there was something else William Dampier loved. Above all, he craved freedom. Nearly every decision he ever made furthered his own personal freedom. Freedom from servitude, service, from shackles, and even personal entanglements. And it seemed that in the West Indies he'd found a life of true freedom in the life of the buccaneers. After more than a year of turning down voyages on merchant ships and traders, he suddenly signed up on the crew of a trading voyage under a Captain Hobby. It was such an abrupt decision that it took his friends and family aback, especially his wife. She received a parcel containing 2 documents. First, a letter informing her that William was embarking on a voyage to the Mosquito Coast, and not back to England as she expected. Second, there was the deed to her new estate. Now, Dampier's records indicate the voyage was simply a quick trip to trade with the Mosquito Indians, make a little bit of much-needed cash, and then he would return to Dorsetshire as he intended. Now, they sailed first westward to the very tip of Jamaica, where they anchored at Negril Bay. This should have been a quick stop, a place to rest for one last night in sight of shore before sailing on to the main. but the crew of Captain Hobby's merchant vessel saw sails on the horizon heading in their direction. At first there was one ship, then a second, and soon it became clear that it was a small fleet. These ships ranged anywhere from brigantines jammed full of men and guns to open-decked, single-masted sloops carrying maybe 10 men. It also became apparent from the quality of the ships and the quality of the men sailing them that this was a buccaneer fleet, and it was quickly bearing down on them, leaving them nowhere to run. Now, when Dampier published his journals, some decades later, he was respectable. He was a famous naturalist. He was an explorer and a scientist. He was wealthy. He was a land-owning gentleman and a scholar. So naturally, he wrote of his surprise at the fleet of buccaneers arriving so suddenly. Captain Hobby and his crew were surprised too. Of course, no one could have anticipated an armada of the most terrifying villains in the world apparating from the fog like spectral forms haunting the cemetery on a moonlit night. But let's be real here. Everyone knew they were coming. Hobby, his crew, and yes, even William Dampier knew. They had, of course, come to Negril Bay for the express purpose of meeting the fleet. After all, why would Dampier turn down voyage after voyage only to suddenly accept one ship that almost immediately found themselves in the company of the most famous pirates of their day? And they were famous, especially in Port Royal. The two largest vessels belonged to none other than John Coxon and Bartholomew Sharp. Now, the crew of Hobby's ship immediately voted to join up with the buccaneers, and it appears that even Captain Hobby himself was coerced to join up. Now, Dampier would have you believe that he found himself in a crisis of moral dilemma. He wasn't the sort to join up with the buccaneers, but the crew of the Mosquito Coast voyage had all deserted him. Without friends or a ship, he, quote, was the more easily persuaded to go with them too, end quote. Now, it's possible Dampier actually was broadsided here, that he merely meant to embark on a quick merchant voyage to make some money and return home. He didn't, and he wasn't, but if you chose to believe his account, that's what he says happened. I think, and this is pure speculation, but I think he made contacts during his time at the Bay of Campeche, contacts that he reunited with during his time in Port Royal, men who knew of his worth as a sailor and of his experience on the greatest warship currently sailing the high seas. Now, when we have discussed his days amongst the logwood cutters, we mentioned that a young man named Henry Avery was also in the Bay of Campeche at the time. Isn't it at least possible that Dampier met with Avery on his voyage, perhaps even befriended him, and they discussed both of their mutual desires for something more, something truly exciting and adventurous? Maybe Avery came to Port Royal as yet a young, unknown, ambitious buccaneer and met with William Dampier in some seaside shanty over a bottle of rum. Maybe he shared the news with Dampier that a great raid was being planned, the sort of raid that hadn't been seen since Henry Morgan sacked Panama 9 years earlier. All Dampier had to do was sail with the unassuming Captain Hobby to meet with the greatest buccaneers alive. Now, in this completely hypothetical situation, Dampier may have resisted. He had a wife, he had a new home, he needed to return to England and to see his estates, but Avery might have replied, this was the opportunity of a lifetime. They were going to sea to seek real freedom and real adventure. This was an expedition that would be remembered in the history books, and a fleet of English heroes following in the footsteps of Sir Henry Morgan, Thomas Cavendish, and even, yes, Sir Francis Drake. An offer like that, could you turn it down? Maybe. It would be dangerous and uncomfortable, and you might never get your breakfast on time, but if you did turn it down, wouldn't you always wonder what could have been? It certainly wasn't the sort of offer Dampier could refuse. Or, maybe he could have. There's no record of any of that. There's zero evidence that Henry Avery was personal friends with William Dampier and recruited him to join the Buccaneers. There's no evidence that he was even on this voyage under Captains Coxon and Sharp, and none that Dampier meant to join the pirates. However, something doesn't add up here to me. Now, there exists a publication that is attributed to Henry Avery, or at least it was at one time attributed to Henry Avery. It's supposed to be a series of letters Avery wrote to himself telling his own story in his own words. It's entitled The King of Pirates. Now, it's almost certain it wasn't actually written by Avery. It's possible that the work was actually a piece of semi-factual historical fiction written by Daniel Defoe. It was published, after Defoe's death, under his name, much like the general history of the pirates, but that may have just been a tool used to boost sales. There is an important line that I'd like to share from the book, though. The author, be it Defoe, Avery, or some nameless, penniless London author, writes, quote, "I shall not trouble my friends with anything of my original and first introduction into the world. I leave it to you to add for yourself what you think proper to be known on that subject." And he goes on, "It may be true that I may represent some particulars of my life with reserve or enlargement." End quote. And then he goes on to say that he worked in the logwood camps, but that life of drudgery wasn't for him. He wanted nothing more than to be a master of a good ship, so he would, quote, "try my hand at the cruising trade, but would be sure not to prey upon my own countrymen." End quote. Now, these weren't the words of Henry Avery, most likely, and they aren't to be trusted, but according to most reputable historians, neither are the words of William Dampier. At least, not regarding his meeting with the pirates. He was lying about that. There were no archaeologists back then. There was no ivory tower gatekeeping what could be published. There weren't peer-reviewed journals. It was a question of who could tell the best story. The stories of these pirates was myth, and it was legend. It was obfuscation and fiction. In fact, as so many of the pirates themselves learned, being able to tell the better story, being able to tell it and convince people it was true and to listen, well, that was for them the difference between life and death. So why not? Why couldn't Henry Avery have met up on that beachside bungalow and talked William Dampier into sailing with them? Just because it's unlikely and unproven doesn't mean it's impossible. But back to what we do know and can prove. That fleet sailed back east across Jamaica to a place called Port Morant on the southeast tip of the island. They anchored there to meet, to discuss their plan, and to vote on the code. It was agreed, unanimously, that the fleet would be commanded by John Coxon on his flagship of 60 tons, 8 guns, and 97 men. He was, after all, the most experienced and most feared man among them. His second-in-command was to be Bartholomew Sharp. Dampier, for his part, joined the crew of Sharp's ship. There was also the Great Dolphin, a bark commanded by Captain Cornelius Essex, and another bark under Captain Thomas Maggot. There was a sloop as well under Captain Robert Allison. These were all 3 small vessels, no more than 18 tons, and carrying no guns, only about 20 men each. So they agreed to sail under Coxon, and to the usual terms for crew and officers. Captains were to receive extra shares for the use of their ships, while carpenters, surgeons, quartermasters, they all received extra shares for their services. Now, men who lost an eye, or a left hand, or a leg received a small compensation, while if they lost both eyes, a right hand, or both legs, they were to receive ample compensation. The death of a crewman would see his partner receive his entire share. It was all very typical stuff. The assembled crews then decided on a destination. They would attack Portobello. They had a collection of old and expired letters of marque and privateering commissions, which they all brought forward at this meeting. Now, of course, these documents wouldn't hold water if the Buccaneers attacked Portobello. All of these wars were over, and what they were about was out-and-out piracy. But it was better to prove that at one point they had some level of legitimacy. Now, the fleet intended to meet at the Isla de Pinos, or Isle of Pines. On the way there, though, they were met by the French buccaneer Jean Rose, who had a ship of some strength and had many men to add to the fleet's number. Now, they all must have been feeling very confident at this point, but as so often happens, they were hit by a sudden and violent storm. Now, this was of particular interest to William Dampier, who'd studied as a navigator and a ship's pilot. He had a lifelong passion for the study of winds and currents, and he noted in his journal how the chaotic winds blew ships in every different direction. When you read his writings, he comes off as kind of a distant academic observer, but he was very much in the middle of a potentially deadly storm right here. This will become something of a pattern in Dampier's life, or at least in his writings. According to his account, during the most dangerous and violent moments of his life, he was typically too busy observing the birds or sea winds or some other natural phenomenon. Now, perhaps that's true, but I don't believe a word of it. Do you think his pirate comrades would look kindly on a man who was busy staring at the sky while storms ripped their ship apart, or a man who observed the migratory patterns of birds while they fought and died to take a city? At the very least, he wouldn't have been earning his pay. He did note, though, that Sharp's ship, his ship, lost her bowsprit. Coxswain signaled the fleet that they were to change course and meet at the Isla Fuerte. It was closer to Cartagena than to Portobello, but it was the closest safe harbor they would find. Now, Coxswain made his way to Isla Fuerte, and he found there Captain Maggot, Captain Rose, and Captain Allison waiting for him. However, the Great Dolphin of Captain Essex and Captain Sharp's ship, well, they were nowhere to be seen. So Coxswain ordered the fleet to wait for a few days while he and a few men went ashore to procure a few landing craft from the local Spanish fishermen and the native villages. They took several boats, a few canoes, but they refrained from any atrocities there. When he finally returned to Isla Fuerte, Coxswain found Captain Essex waiting for them. Sharp, though, was still nowhere to be seen. But at least the fleet was back to its former strength, so he decided to sail on for the Isle of Pines, where they would stage their invasion of Portobello. Now, Sharp, it appeared, had either missed the signal to rendezvous at Isla Fuerte, or perhaps he'd been blown totally off course and forced to sail for Isla Pinos. When his ship arrived there, though, he did find a buccaneer ship waiting for him, though it wasn't a member of Coxswain's fleet. It was the ship of Edmund Cook. He was a man who had begun his life at sea innocuously. He was likely a sailor or perhaps even an officer in the Anglo-Dutch War, but after the war he turned to a life of trade. He sailed his 130-ton ship Virgin out of London to trade with the English colonies in the West Indies. He made stops at all the respectable English islands, but finally he made his way to Jamaica. There he traded his goods for the most valuable cargo he could afford, Spanish logwood. On his way out of the West Indies, though, the Virgin was captured and boarded by the Irish-born Spanish privateer Philip Fitzgerald. From Cook's official complaint lodged in London, he was, quote, seized off Santa Lucia on Cuba by Captain Philip Fitzgerald and 2 other men of war who demanded French goods, and then seized the ship and turned them all into a boat with a fortnight's provisions. They were 2 months and 3 days reaching Jamaica, and the governor of Trinidad would neither give nor sell them victuals, but bid Cook go like a dog and thief. He had 42 tons of logwood laden at Jamaica, and the Spaniards said they had commission to destroy all ships that had pounds of logwood in them. All this proved in the Admiralty. End quote. So the Virgin was seized by Spain and taken into service out of Havana. Cook's lawsuit failed to make it out of the courts, though. He was then denied a letter of reprisal by King Charles II and forced to return to work as a simple trader. He sailed once again for Jamaica and then on to the Bay of Campeche, where, once again, he picked up a cargo of logwood. And then, once again, he saw Spanish sails on the horizon. This time, though, it wasn't a mere privateer, but this was the Armada de Barlovento itself, the Windward Fleet. Cook abandoned his ship, and he fled in a rowboat, while the Armada took his ship and sailed away with it. Lord Carlisle made note that many of his men, Cook's men, had been imprisoned by the Spanish and treated harshly. He knew that Captain Cook had twice had his ship commandeered by Spain, and he knew that his attempts at legitimate redress were denied back in London. Carlisle was kind enough to refer to Captain Cook as a privateer, but he had no commission. He had no letter of marque. What he had was a burning hatred for the Spanish and a desire for revenge. He took his first prize, a Spanish bark, off the coast of Aruba. It was perhaps poetic justice, but it was also necessary. The Spanish had taken his ship and marooned him on Aruba, and he needed a ride back home, so he took one. Now, that ship was filled with cacao, skins, and silver. It was a fairly rich haul, especially for a first prize, and he sold it all back in Port Royal. But then, rather than return to a life of trading, he decided to try and take a few more Spanish prizes off the Spanish Main. It was there that he was lying in wait when the ship of notorious buccaneer Bartholomew Sharp sailed in to meet him. It was also here that William Dampier met a man who was something of a kindred spirit. The surgeon of Cook's crew was a man named Lionel Wafer. He was possibly the only man besides Dampier on this voyage that was literate, and certainly he was the only one to have received a proper education. Now, Wafer was recently returned from a voyage to the East Indies, which Dampier knew well, and they shared an unsettled, an unsatisfied quality. They both had an unquenchable thirst for knowledge and experience, as well as adventure. We'll be discussing Lionel Wafer at some length in the future. He's got a fascinating story, but for now, Sharp was busy making terms with Cook. You see, Sharp knew that the fleet would be coming to Ilipinos, but he didn't know for certain that all of the ships in his fleet had survived the storm. So it was a relief to find a friendly vessel full of violent men waiting for him there. Now, Sharp and Dampier spent their time going ashore and trading with the local natives, as did this Lionel Wafer. They became friendly and they traded for some victuals and the like. They even managed to learn a bit about Spanish troop movements in the area. After a few days there, though, the rest of the fleet arrived. Only John Coxon's ship was actually able to make landfall at the Isle of Pines, so the rest of the fleet was forced to anchor on a nearby island called Golden Isle. Now, Cook was new to the trade, and this was a fact that John Coxon, who was at this point a veteran, well, he knew that well. So he decided to take Cook on, but he wanted to test him first. He ordered Cook to sail over to Golden Island and deliver the news that Coxon was ready to sail on Portobello. This should have been a simple job that anyone could accomplish. But the game was nearly ended before it began. You see, en route to Golden Isle, Cook happened upon a Spanish slave ship, and his men were divided on the question of whether to attack her or not. They changed course, and then they changed course again. They managed to lose the wind carrying them to Golden Island, so as a result, they were blown instead south into the Bay of Darien. Now, this wasn't really Captain Cook's fault. The wind was still up and the sea was still unpredictable after that storm, so he really never had a chance, but it did show a lack of authority on his part. Still, though, he got the news to the fleet eventually, and soon all of those ships set out in their boats for the Isle of Pines and onward to the coast. Now, Coxon and Sharp and Dampier met them in their own boats, and this fleet of pinnaces and canoes that were carrying upwards of 250 men rode silently up the coast of Darien toward the city of Portobello. I should clear this up a little bit. This little stretch of modern-day Panama was called Darien Province at the time, and it was politically separate from the province of Panama. Now today, these are both provinces within the nation of Panama, and Darien is that province closest to modern Colombia. In 1680, it was occupied almost solely by the Cuna Indians. It was, for buccaneers and smugglers and their ilk, a relatively safe place to lay anchor. It was also a good place for them to wait to attack Spanish ships. You see, the sea route between Portobello and Cartagena is fairly straight, but this Bay of Darien rests in sort of a nook right where Central and South America meet, so it was a perfect place for buccaneers to wait and attack. So, it shouldn't have been too much of a surprise when the fleet of small boats happened across a ship at anchor and found that it actually belonged to the French buccaneer Captain Lasson. Naturally, this French buccaneer agreed to join the fleet of John Coxon and added an additional 80 men to the strike force. Now, what the hell is going on here exactly? A fleet of 5 ships headed out from Jamaica under Captains Coxon, Sharp, Allison, Essex, and Maggot. Then they happened across Captain Jean Rose, who joined them. Then they stumbled upon Captain Edmund Cook, who joined them. Then, somehow, they are surprised to find Captain Lasson on their way to attack Portobello. Their humble little fleet just magically encountered 3 more buccaneers planning to attack Portobello at the exact same time, and they nearly doubled their attack force? Is that what I'm hearing here? Well, maybe. That's at least how it's presented to us, but to be fair, the records here are sparse. I could accept that Sharp did actually just happen to find Captain Cook at anchor on the coast of Darien. That's not unheard of, but the two French ships give me pause. If they were privateers in the employ of their respective nations during a time of war, or had any of the captains been in possession of legitimate letters of marque, I would consider the possibility that they were sneaking around to avoid suspicion from their governments, but that they actually did plan to meet up and attack Portobello. But they weren't privateers. This wasn't a time of war, and they had no hint of legality on this mission. These were pirates, and they had no need to appease the law. No, it appears that they actually did just happen to come across 3 pirate ships at anchor on their way to Portobello, and that their crews were willing to join up. And it actually does kind of make sense. The sea between Portobello and Cartagena was a busy shipping route. Pirates did frequent Darien due to its lack of Spanish settlements. Then, when there was a terrible storm, that storm that scattered Coxswain's fleets, well, that kept the winds up and the seas choppy. It's absolutely believable that those other captains made for land to lay anchor and wait out the storm, at which point they met up with Coxswain, who had a plan to attack Portobello and to make them all filthy rich. So the flotilla continued toward Portobello, 330 men strong now. They put ashore on February 4th, 1680, at the Gulf of San Blas, and began a grueling 3-day march through dense jungles. It was a decent plan to avoid Spanish patrols, but they were ill-prepared for it, and the men suffered for 3 days, quote, without any food, and their feet cut with the rocks for want of shoes, end quote. Yet for 3 days they avoided notice. Then, on February 7th, the pirates came across a native village. Now, the inhabitants there hid or huddled in fear, but the pirates weren't there to harm them. Still, one boy fled toward Portobello to raise the alarm. Coxswain ordered Captain Allison to follow. You see, Allison was in command of the Forlorn, that unit that we would call the Vanguard, and he was equipped to move as quickly as possible. Now, he gave chase as best as he could, but even so, an army just cannot catch a single man. But still, he tried. Still, as Portobello came into view, the alarm bells began ringing. Allison, though, wasn't daunted. He had less than 100 men under him, and he knew that if he waited until Coxswain caught up to attack the city, he would lose the advantage of a city that was swept by confusion and fear. So he marched his men into Portobello. Now, there was, of course, resistance, but it was disorganized and it was undisciplined, much as it had been back when Henry Morgan had taken the city. Only 6 of his men took wounds, and none of those fatal. The locals had been so busy fleeing to the cathedral that they hadn't had time to mount a defense or to even properly secure their valuables. So Coxswain arrived shortly thereafter with the rest of the force. However, Portobello was already taken. So his men had 2 days to do what they did best. They entered every home, they drank all the wine, they ate all the food, and they stole everything of value. Now, it's unclear exactly how complete the evacuation to the church was, and if the pirates found anyone in town, but there weren't reports of any atrocities of note. Now, let me be clear. Unless the victim was a person of some prominence, it was unusual for a rape or a murder to be recorded even by the Spanish, and the pirates sure weren't going to write it down. But let's not pretend that this was a peaceful raid. Lives were ruined and ended. The pirates were Vikings. They were barbarians. These were violent men who took whatever they could by force. However, we know at the very least that this raid was nothing in terms of violence and terror compared to the voyages of Francois l'Olonnais or those worst of Captain Morgan's raids. And it was brief. 2 days wasn't a terribly long time to sack a city. Spanish regulars would be on their way, so they had to move quickly. Then, the pirates made good their escape. They retired to a key about 10 miles to the northeast and began to erect a hasty defensive fortification. Basically, they just dug trenches on the sand from which to fire anyone that would be attacking them, with something of a wall of sand fire behind. Once again, though, Allison was sent off. This time, he was to fetch those ships at anchor up the coast. The pirates that were remaining on the beach dug in and hunkered down to wait on the Spanish soldiers that they knew were coming. When they arrived, the Spanish should have had the advantage. They had the high ground looking down on the beach, and this was, after all, their home soil. Now, they used that advantage. They fired on the pirates and kept them from escaping, but whenever they actually tried to advance toward the beach, they were met with a hail of musket fire that forced them back. So this turned into something of a standoff, with neither side able to overtake the other. Certainly the Spanish were waiting on reinforcements, but they came too late. On the second day, Allison arrived with 5 buccaneer ships carrying heavy guns, which fired on the Spanish soldiers. This was enough cover for Coxswain and Sharp and all of their men to make for the ships and sail away. Then, in an act of legendary, swaggering, impudent bravado, these pirates elected not to just sail home with their spoils, but they decided to sail back to Portobello and blockade the harbor there for an additional 2 days. No ships were allowed out of the harbor, and any ship that arrived was surprised to suddenly find themselves at the mercy of a fleet of English and French buccaneers. They took a few ships during that blockade, and a decent amount of treasure, but nothing they thought truly spectacular. Then, with the threat of the Windward Fleet bearing down on them, John Coxswain, Bartholomew Sharp, William Dampier, Robert Allison, Thomas Maggott, Cornelius Essex, Jean Rose, Edmund Cook, and Captain Lassalle sailed away from Portobello with their holds full of stolen Spanish plunder. At the dawn of the 20th century, the world was in the grip of a pirate frenzy. Now, this wasn't real-world pirates. The only real pirates of any note were German submariners, and that was a different problem all its own. No, it was the mythology of pirates, the romance and the legend of pirates that held the world in thrall. Now, this all began back in 1883 when a virtually unknown Scottish author named Robert Louis Stevenson published his book Treasure Island. It was a sudden and massive success. The rest of the world scurried to capitalize on that success. There were other works of literary fiction involving pirates like The Black Corsair and Captain Blood, but then there were all the plays and movies. With all of this rush to publish and produce pirate content, the world saw basically every old dusty pirate book it could find pulled off the shelves and reprinted. There was Robinson Crusoe, which was reprinted. There was a general history of the robberies and murders of the most notorious pirates. There was the Pirate's Own Book, and many, many others. But there are 4 in particular which concern us today. In 1898, a London publishing house chose to capitalize on this pirate craze by reprinting 2 entirely separate manuscripts in a single volume. It was entitled The Buccaneers of America, a true account of the most remarkable assaults committed of late years upon the coasts of the West Indies by the buccaneers of Jamaica and Tortuga, both English and French, wherein are contained more especially the unparalleled exploits of Sir Henry Morgan, our English-Jamaican hero, who sacked Portobello, burnt Panama, etc., by John Esquemeling, one of the buccaneers who was present at those tragedies. This was a reprint of Alexander Esquemeling's account, poorly translated and often incorrect, but still valuable to us. Then, just sort of tacked on to the end there, they added a modified version of the diary of a man named Basil Ringrose. He was a pirate who was involved on the voyage that concerns us today. And it's lucky for us that they did reprint that, as that may be our best account of what actually occurred on that voyage. There was, of course, Dampier's account, William Dampier. His book was called A New Voyage Round the World, and it was also republished around this time. It is an invaluable source, but it's so much more concerned with the customs of local peoples and the natural world than chronicling the exploits of the pirates. But then, finally, republished in 1903, was the journal of a man named Lionel Wafer, A New Voyage and Descriptions of the Isthmus of America. He was only with the voyage for a limited time, but his writings help us to create a bigger and more vivid picture of just what happened on that voyage. So I'd like to begin today with a quote from the introduction to that 1903 version by George Parker Winship. Quote, "English and French and New Englanders, with Dutch and Moors and Native Americans, the pick of the ne'er-do-wells of all the world, climbed the mountain paths and floated downstream into the South Seas, to fight or to drown, to gamble and gorge or perish of thirst, for the sake of winning the gold demanded by the harlots and wine sellers of Kingstown and Petit Goave. Great as are the gains of piracy, they must always be less than the ultimate profits of legitimate trade, and so the unyielding laws of human affairs decreed that the buccaneers must disappear. The country through which they passed remains today much as they left it 200 years ago. The missionary priests have taken the place of the Pawas, and by the service of the Mass is gradually leading their widely scattered flocks toward European ways of living and thinking. But the mountain passes remain as steep as of old, and the torrents flood the valleys with the same overwhelming expectedness, and the savannas as fruitful as when Wafer saw them. End quote. This is episode 39, Ne'er-do-wells of All the World. December 1679 was an auspicious month for the buccaneers of the Americas. Every captain of note in the region was involved in a conspiracy. They were attempting to plan something big and to keep it quiet. They were sending messengers to all the known pirate haunts in the West Indies, to Port Royal and Tortuga, to Petit Goave, and all of the logwood camps along the Mosquito Coast and Terminillos Lagoon. They were sending men even as far as Puerto Rico and Barbados and St. Lucia and Martinique. It's likely even that they sent men to that backwater port of Nassau on New Providence Island in the Bahamas. See, at the time, they were recruiting. Anyone who had a ship and a crew of miscreants willing to risk their lives was welcome to join up. They had to get the word out there, but they had to keep it quiet, and mostly they were successful at that. John Coxon was successful in recruiting a number of pirates, and he had men like Captain Hobby ferrying willing men out into out-of-the-way places like Negril Bay to join his fleet. Captains like Lesson and Edmund Cook may have heard of this voyage and sailed on ahead to join up. But some captains were less lucky. Richard Sawkins was sailing around the coasts of Jamaica searching for any likely ships to join his cause. He'd been a close associate and partner to John Coxon on more than a few of their missions. They likely worked together on that raid on Santa Marta in 1677, and almost certainly were both involved in the raid on the Bay of Honduras, only a few months earlier in September 1679. And he and Coxon were working together on this next raid, this planned attack on Portobello, but Sawkins was about to have a bit of bad fortune befall him. Another pirate, an associate of both Sawkins and Coxon, a man named Captain Peter Harris, was working out of the South Keys of Cuba. He was recruiting and hunting some Spanish ships along the way. The Jamaican governor, Lord Carlisle, heard about this and sent out a ship, the HMS Success, to capture Captain Harris. The Success was a 24-gun, sixth-rate ship of the line. Not the sort of warship to have pictures painted and stories written in her honor, but a well-armed and well-maintained warship nonetheless, and more than enough to threaten any of these pirate sloops and brigantines. Carlisle probably delegated this job to his lieutenant governor, Henry Morgan. Now, Morgan's primary role in Jamaica was to deal with the problem of piracy out of Port Royal, and actually, under Lord Carlisle, he'd become pretty good at it. On the way to capture Captain Harris, however, the HMS Success stumbled across Captain Sawkins in his brigantine. Captain Thomas Johnson of the Success knew the reputation of Sawkins well and captured him under suspicion of high-seas piracy. Now, Captain Johnson ordered Sawkins' crew to be put in chains, and then he allocated a skeleton crew from the Success to sail Sawkins' brig to Port Royal, where the pirates would face justice. Then Johnson, in the Success, sailed on her way to Cuba to continue her mission to capture Captain Harris. When the brigantine arrived in Port Royal, they were met by the provost marshal, and perhaps even Henry Morgan was there, and the pirates were marched off. Now, right about this time, off to the west in Jamaica, William Dampier was meeting with Captain Coxon and his buccaneer fleet, like we discussed on the last show. The crew of Captain Hobby was agreeing to join up with the pirates, and we can assume that the pirate captains who were there, Coxon and Sharp and Allison, well, that they were probably worried about Sawkins' failure to arrive at this rendezvous. Nonetheless, though, they went on ahead and sailed for the Spanish Main. Now, Sawkins and his men, back in Port Royal, had lost their ship. The brigantine was impounded by the Jamaican government and was being refitted to enter service into the Jamaican Navy. Now, the pirates were forced to wait, under guard and in chains, for the Admiralty Court to convene. The court was the only body with real jurisdiction over any of these matters at sea, and they only convened every so often. Usually, they had to wait for Lieutenant Governor Morgan to get sober and actually show up. So, Sawkins and his crew whiled away their days eating gruel and relieving themselves in the corner of the cell and waiting for news to come down that they were to be hung by the neck until dead. But then some news arrived in Port Royal. The Success, the ship that was going after Captain Harris, had run aground off the south coast of Cuba, and the brigantine that had formerly belonged to Sawkins was being fitted and supplied to rescue the crew of the Success. Now, it's unclear, at least in the records I've seen, what exactly happened next. We can assume that about 40 men were preparing the brig to sail. We know that they would have been filling water casks and loading foodstuffs and bringing on board powder and shot for their guns, likely even loading a few new guns onto the vessel, as well as all of the routine maintenance, getting the ship ready to sail. We do know that they set out for Cuba quickly to rescue the crew of the Success and to prevent a potential international incident. It would look pretty bad if the Spanish government found an English warship crashed off of their coast. However, if the Jamaican government knew that there was a pirate fleet under Captain Coxon currently attacking Portobello, well, that looked a lot worse. But they didn't know that, so they sent the ship out to rescue the crew of the Success. Now, it's possible that the guard on the pirate crew of Richard Sawkins was light. Perhaps only 1 or 2 men at any time, maybe even less, especially at nighttime. You see, it's possible that with the guard so light, there were a few men from town able to sneak into the magistrate's office, or maybe in Fort Charles, wherever the pirates were being kept, that could come up on the guards unaware. If there were any guards, it was late at night, and these guards might even be sleeping. Now, it would have been easy with just a few men to club those guards over the head or slit their throats or even just hold them at sword point. 2 or 3 determined pirates could have gotten the keys and released Sawkins and his men with very little trouble. Of course, after that event, they would have been wanted men in Port Royal, but a few months away and a fake name later, and they'd have nothing to worry about. What we do know is that Captain Sawkins and his men escaped. Sawkins, quote, made his escape in a wherry, end quote, and headed out to sea in pursuit of his brigantine. It wouldn't take him long, though. His brig sat becalmed only a few leagues offshore. The pirates were old hands at taking ships from their rowboats with only a few men in the dead of night, and this didn't prove all that difficult for them. Now, they may have been spotted, but rowing silently without any light wasn't an issue for them, and they likely got to the ship unseen. Now, ships in the age of sail were never truly quiet. All of the men worked in shifts, and at night there might be just as many men about as during the day. But when a ship is becalmed and in waters so close to their own home port, well, many were probably taking their ease. 12 men boarding this ship could take it if they did so quietly, and Sawkins had more than twice that. So in the morning, Sawkins was back in command of his brigantine with 36 men under him. The Navy had been kind enough to stock his ship with food and water and supplies, as well as do a little bit of fixing up on the ship, and Captain Sawkins was able to sail away for the South Keys of Cuba to meet with his friend, Captain Harris. Now, Harris was an old hand at the buccaneering trade. He'd actually sailed with Henry Morgan on several of his voyages. He'd even led men to take Panama. During the war with the Dutch, he'd taken on a French commission and done quite well at it. Now, he wasn't a flashy commander. He rarely led shore-bound excursions or raids on cities, but at sea he was one of the best. He'd made an art of coming upon unsuspecting ships and boarding them, taking anything of value and disappearing into the mists. In the Keys, he'd done much that same thing, and then when the Success arrived to capture or kill Captain Harris, he set sail. Now, these South Keys could be shallow and rocky. They were dangerous to ships whose masters didn't know the waters well. But Harris did know these waters well. Captain Johnson of the Success didn't. It was during this chase after Harris that the Success ran aground with an irreparable hole in her hull, and once again, Captain Harris sailed away unscathed. Sawkins, for his part, was having less good fortune. He ran afoul of a Spanish warship on his way to meet Captain Harris and was forced into a firefight. Now, it's disputed whether or not he was trying to take the ship at the time. Perhaps the Spanish ship just attacked him, or perhaps not, but either way, the result wasn't good for Sawkins and his men. There was a fierce firefight, and 10 men died before Sawkins was able to make his escape. And then he was forced to return to Jamaica to bury his men and probably to recruit a few men to replace them. While his ship was anchored offshore, Sawkins was spotted by another English vessel, the HMS Hunter. Now, the Hunter was a 28-gun ship that patrolled the waters around Jamaica hunting buccaneers, hence the name. So the Hunter sent a pinnace over to investigate that unfamiliar ship at anchor, and Sawkins responded. He fired upon the pinnace when it drew close with a volley of small shot which would have ripped through any of the men on board the pinnace with ease. Now, the Hunter itself didn't have a shallow enough draft to approach Sawkins as close to the shore as he was, but she was accompanied by a sloop that sailed forward to engage the pirate. So Sawkins urged his men to prepare his ship to sail, but they were moving a bit too slow, and they were forced into a firefight with that sloop. Had Sawkins been fighting the sloop a month prior, he likely would have lost. But the English refitting and restocking of his ship with supplies was a godsend. Had he been fighting them a few days earlier, he almost certainly would have won. Unfortunately, he'd undergone that fight with the Spanish that left a hole in his ranks 10 men deep. At best, this fight was an even fight, and it was heated, but it was brief. As soon as Sawkins' ship was ready to sail, it did. He evaded the Hunter, as probably a superior sailor in these waters, and gave the warship the slip, and sailed away into the open ocean. Now, at some point during this journey, it appears that Sawkins and Harris finally found each other. It's quite possible, perhaps even likely, that Captain Harris himself sent those men to Jamaica that aided the escape of Sawkins and his men. After all, Harris chose to linger about in the South Keys while Sawkins was captured and then arrested and then imprisoned and then escaped and then fought a battle with the Spanish and then fought another battle with the Hunter. And after all that, Sawkins knew where to meet Harris. Either way, the two ships sailed south toward the Spanish Main. Now, we don't have any record of this voyage, but it was probably uneventful. Most of the knowledge we have about this episode of Harris and Sawkins and the Hunter and the Success, well, that all comes from official reports filed in Port Royal. However, we do eventually get a narrative account of their later exploits. The next we heard from Sawkins and Harris was at the Bocas del Toro off the coast of Panama. Literally translated, that's the mouths of the bull. Now, today that's a province in northwest Panama, bordering Costa Rica. That coastline there is a maze of small islands and hidden coves and secluded bays. It was, at the time, far from any Spanish settlements of note and, quote, the best place to careen our ships, by reason there is good store of turtle and manatee and fish, end quote. In short, this was a perfect hideout for pirates. Now, we get to hear of Sawkins and Harris again because here they enter into the narratives of Dampier and Wafer and Ringrose. No, I've been unable to find a reliable source on exactly where Basil Ringrose fits into this voyage. His account begins here in the Bocas del Toro. Neither Dampier nor Wafer mention him before this meeting. He's like a ghost. Now, I would assume from the little we have that he was on board the ship of Captain Harris. He'll be involved with Harris later, and, well, Harris was busy not getting caught or attacked lately, so he didn't have a lot of story to tell. The Bocas del Toro was the chosen meeting place for the fleet under Captain John Coxon, and it appears he hoped to meet Sawkins and Harris here. Both men had been intended to accompany the fleet during their raid on Portobello, but they were waylaid by the Success and the Hunter. Now, the fleet under Coxon met to distribute the plunder taken in Portobello. It came out to a pretty penny for everyone involved. Every one of them got a share of 100 pieces of 8 at least, while the injured and the officers got a bit more. Generally, it was a reasonable haul, and the men were mostly satisfied, but Coxon took command of a Spanish brigantine during the blockade of Portobello and ruffled more than a few feathers when it came to light that he'd claimed a wine jug containing 500 pieces of 8. The ship was a prize as well. It was a 90-ton, 8-gun ship that was among the best in the fleet. With the treasure now doled out to the men, they began careening their vessels and planning their next move. Now, this might be a good place to catch up a bit. We've thrown out a lot of names and given out a lot of backstory, so before we move on, I'd like to do a roll call of everybody who could be found here at the Bocas del Toro, and a quick recap of how they got here. This is also a good place to mention that if you haven't heard last week's episode, Weeds or Hydras, you should really go give it a listen right now. Everything that happened up till now is fairly important, but I'll try and catch you up the best I can. In December 1679, a fleet of pirate vessels met at Port Morant on the east of Jamaica and held council to vote on the code. John Coxon was voted commander of his 60-ton brigantine of 8 guns and 97 men. Bartholomew Sharp was named second in command of his own brigantine of similar proportions. There was also Cornelius Essex in the Great Dolphin bark, carrying about 50 men. Robert Allison captained his sloop, and Thomas Maggot was in a sloop as well, each carrying about 20 men. En route to the Maine, they met a French buccaneer named Jean Rose, and the fleet was scattered by a storm, but they still managed to make rendezvous on the Maine. There, the fleet encountered 2 more pirate vessels. There was the French ship of Captain Lassalle, and then Edmund Cook on board his own powerful Spanish bark. That was when the fleet attacked Portobello in March 1680 and ransacked the city. They then blockaded the harbor and made their escape. Then the fleet sailed into the Bocas del Toro, where they met their friends and compatriots Richard Sawkins and Peter Harris, each with a sizable brigantine of their own. At this point, there were perhaps 700 men assembled, and they were making plans to attack the Spanish Main again, but the French captains Jean Rose and Lassalle decided instead to return to their homes, so they're out of the story. Now the fleet was 10 ships strong. Captain Coxon traded up for his new 90-ton Spanish brigantine, which left his former 60-ton ship up for grabs. Now, Sharp could have claimed it. He had taken part in the capturing of the prize, but he was happy with his own brigantine. So it may have gone into the hands of either Allison or Maggot, both of whom had smaller sloops under their command, but more likely it went to one of Sharp's officers. He had on board 2 pirates of note who will one day become famous in their own right. First, there was Edward Davis, and second, probably serving as the quartermaster on Sharp's vessel, was John Cook. Cook, who was no relation to Edmund Cook, took command of a ship in the Bocas del Toro, and it appears that it was Captain Coxon's old brigantine. Now, something of a crew shuffle took place here, as there was a brand new ship to man, and 2 new ships had arrived in the fleet. Most captains in the pirate community had a core group of officers that stuck together, and average deckhands could be shuffled about easily, wherever needed. It was the petty officers, though, that shifted the most, and the crew of John Cook's brigantine had something of a dream team. There was Cook as captain, and Edward Davis as quartermaster, most likely, and then he took on board William Dampier and Lionel Wafer as well. Basil Ringrose... well, his story is worth looking at for just a moment. His account is perhaps the best we have of this voyage. Diana and Michael Preston describe him as, quote, a civilized, educated man born in Kent who spoke fluent Latin, end quote. And he was all that, but he was more. He was christened at St. Martin in the Field in 1653. He sailed for Jamaica after his education was completed. See, he was a doctor by then, and doctors were in high demand in the West Indies. If you remember our episode introducing William Dampier, he sailed over from England with both a doctor and a surgeon. Now, neither of those men were Basil Ringrose. Well, they probably weren't. You think Dampier might have mentioned that, but Ringrose's story was much the same. Jamaica was a dangerous place. Newcomers almost always came down with a bevy of tropical diseases upon arrival, and they needed doctors to care for them. Beyond that, the West Indies, and in particular Jamaica, produced and consumed huge amounts of rum. They were dealing with gout and liver failure and all of the awful complications that come from drinking basically nothing but hard liquor. And Well, Jamaica was rich. If you were a young doctor willing to relocate, you could practice your trade for a few years in Jamaica until you'd saved enough to buy a plantation or two, and then you could move back to England, buy an estate, marry well, and retire early. So Ringrose took employment at a plantation, as did almost everyone in Jamaica who wasn't a prostitute or a pirate. Now, Ringrose spoke English, French, and Latin fluently. Well, on this voyage with Dampier, he would actually learn Spanish as well and act as their primary interpreter. Now, Lionel Wafer had an equally interesting story. He was just as well educated at grammar school, although he wasn't a trained physician. Instead, he was trained at sea as a surgeon. Now, in Jamaica, he had gone to work on a plantation just like Ringrose. Not just any plantation, though. Wafer's brother worked on this plantation and got Wafer the job, but, well, it was the plantation of Sir Thomas Modiford, the former governor of Jamaica and the architect of much of Henry Morgan's career. And that makes my hackles rise. This voyage was quite an undertaking, and it had a number of notable men on board their many ships. I mean, okay, Morgan had Exquemelin along on his raids, who was a surgeon who hated him, but he was the only man keeping a journal for most of it. In an army of almost 2,000 men marching on Panama, only one guy bothered to, write anything down. But now, on a voyage that was less than a quarter of that size, 5 men kept detailed accounts of what was happening. There was Dampier and Wafer and Ringrose, but then Captain Sharp and a New England man named John Cox were also keeping journals that would eventually be published. Now, if we go on to take an Occam's razor approach, we might assume that ever since Alexander Exquemelin had published his book and found a pretty decent amount of success, well, a number of men thought to emulate him and go on their own pirate voyages and write down what happened. But 5 all at the same time? And on a voyage of illegal high-seas piracy that presumably was to be kept secret? I mean, that's quite a coincidence. So, I wasn't sure whether or not to talk about this, but please bear with me for a moment. I have to put on my conspiratorial tinfoil hat and take a look at this. Lionel Wafer was an educated man making a good living in a life of relative ease. He worked on the plantation of Sir Thomas Modiford as a surgeon when he was convinced to join with a buccaneer crew and go to sea. Basil Ringrose, a very well-educated and cultured man of letters and medicine, was working on a plantation of an unnamed owner when he was convinced to join with a buccaneer crew and go to sea. William Dampier, an educated and cultured man of letters and science, who had just recently married and bought a home in England, was convinced to join with a buccaneer crew and go to sea. Now, last time I speculated wildly at not only why, but how Dampier was convinced. I came up with a fantastical tale that Henry Avery talked him into leaving his life of comfort and a loving family, looking for adventure. But these are 3 gentlemen, men from good homes and economically comfortable backgrounds, not exactly the type of desperate men with nothing to lose that we picture running off on pirate ships. So what if, just what if, they weren't just suddenly convinced to sail with the pirates, out of the blue, but they'd actually been hired to do so? Last time I said that Dampier always claimed to be off studying the local wildlife while his companions were fighting and dying for the plunder. Now, I assumed that was a fabrication on Dampier's part. Well, it very much seems that neither Lionel Wafer nor Basil Ringrose fought either. Now, maybe they were just protecting their reputations in publication. That's entirely possible, but maybe these 3 men who had never swung a sword before were actually only there to write and record. Now, why would a band of cutthroat pirates bring along 3 soft, lily-livered boys just to write about their very illegal exploits to potentially be used against them in court? Why would the pirates let these men write that stuff down at all? What if not only those 3 chroniclers, but the pirates themselves had been hired to do just that? So let's rewind the clock 10 years. Back in 1669, well before Captain Morgan attacked Panama, the English sent out a very well-respected naval officer to the New World. This was after the Second Anglo-Dutch War, when Lieutenant John Narborough was sent to the South Sea on a reconnaissance mission. His mission was to sail for the Straits of Magellan and explore the western coast of South America. It was a peaceful, diplomatic mission on which Narborough was to seek new opportunities for trade with the Spanish. But Diana and Michael Preston write in A Pirate of Exquisite Mind, quote, "He was accompanied by a shadowy figure named Don Carlos, who claimed to know the South Seas. Late in 1670, Narborough finally reached Vivaldia in the Pacific, where the Spanish appeared friendly. The tiresome Don Carlos went ashore and was arrested. Narborough's angry threats failed to secure his colleague's release, and he sailed home." And then they go on. In 1680, Don Carlos was still imprisoned. He was nearing the end of more than a decade, spinning his captors a web of amazing stories, including that he was an illegitimate member of the English royal family. The Spanish finally tired of this and garroted him. End quote. Now, it was clear to the Spanish that England was very interested in the South Seas. They'd come in and taken much of the West Indies about 15 years earlier, and now it was believed that England intended to do the same in South America. They believed that in Don Carlos they'd captured a spy working toward that very goal. And what if they were right? What if England was pursuing the goal of setting up settlements on the South Sea, what today we call the Pacific Ocean? Their legitimate attempts at diplomacy in 1669 and possibly their attempt at espionage had ended poorly. So why not turn to the one group that had successfully attacked and evaded the Spanish for decades? Why not turn to the only group that had ever successfully marched on the coast of the South Sea and survived? Why not turn to the Buccaneers? Now, I want to be clear, this is all speculation. If ever any evidence of this did exist that was concrete, it was destroyed long ago. But I think it's highly plausible that there was a very real conspiracy to send pirates into Spanish territory on a reconnaissance mission. They could raid and pillage, to be sure. That was how privateers had always been paid. But their real mission was to transport 3 gentlemanly, educated scholars deep into Spanish lands safely and allow them to record everything they could about the land and the people they could learn, and then to bring them home. That conspiracy, if ever it existed, would have included Henry Morgan, certainly. Possibly even Governor Carlisle, probably even the Lords of Trade, and even, just maybe, the Lord High Admiral James, Duke of York, and even his brother, King Charles II of England. If you require further circumstantial evidence, take this. After his voyage to the South Seas, Narborough served during that Third Anglo-Dutch War as second captain on board the HMS Prince. That's right, that's the flagship of the Lord High Admiral James, Duke of York, and the very same ship on which a young William Dampier served. Now, if you want to go totally off the rails, check this out. His commander, the captain of the Prince, was named John Cox. He was killed, reportedly, during a fierce firefight while standing very near James himself. But John Cox is the name of that New England crewman who kept a journal of the voyage as well. Now, obviously, it's a stretch to think that the captain of the flagship of the entire English fleet faked his death to join a secret pirate mission merely to learn what he could about the Spanish settlements there, a mission which his second-in-command had failed 10 years prior. But wouldn't that be amazing? I mean, that would be a book worth reading. Now, if there were any truth to that conspiracy theory, it likely didn't reach all the way to James and King Charles. However, back in Modiford's days as governor, he was oftentimes carrying out orders from the highest halls of power, but doing so using unconventional and illegal means. Many of Morgan's missions started out on orders from Modiford, orders that he had received from the Lords of Trade. It wasn't uncommon for the Lords of Trade to send orders to colonial governors that merely said, "Get this done," without any instructions of exactly how to do so. That way, if the governor was forced to use less than scrupulous means, the higher-ups could point to their orders and claim, rightly so that their orders never included piracy or acts of war. So I think it's possible, but still unsupported, that some elements in the Jamaican government were actually behind this raid planned by Coxon and Sharp and Sawkins. I mean, I think it's even possible that Morgan and Modiford and their clique on Jamaica hired 3 scholarly men, Dampier, Ringrose, and Wafer, to chronicle their experience and report back to the Lords of Trade and Whitehall. If not Morgan and Modiford, it's possible that even bigger fish orchestrated this whole affair. Think about it. Last time, I was suspicious of William Dampier's motives in waiting around on Jamaica and finally, miraculously, joining up with the one crew that was going to go join up with the pirates. What if he had actually been hired upon returning to Jamaica as a man of letters to sail on the voyage of Coxon and Sawkins and Sharp? And just earlier, I speculated on exactly how Sawkins was able to escape. Perhaps it wasn't a few ragtag pirates sent from Harris to help him escape the clutches of the Jamaican government. Perhaps it was actually an element of the Jamaican government itself. Maybe his guards weren't held at sword point, but instead were actually given orders to release Sawkins and his men. If you want to take that line of thinking further, perhaps Sawkins was actually unaware of where Coxon and his fleet could be found, which is why a Jamaican ship was sent out to collect him, bring him in under the pretense of arrest, while his ship was supplied and outfitted for a major undertaking, and then sent out into the waters where it miraculously became becalmed. Sawkins was released and allowed to take back ownership of his fleet by the Jamaicans. Now this is complete speculation. This is entirely unsupported. It's terrible history, but it's an idea that I've been unable to get out of my head. The voyages of Morgan, our last major pirate, were tightly wound with Modiford and the Jamaican government, and beyond that, the English government. The voyages to come, the voyages of, say, Captain Kidd or Henry Avery, will in their own way be tightly tied to the government. Pirates were enemies of all mankind, but more than a few times in the history of the golden age of piracy, governors of English, French, Dutch, and Spanish colonies utilized pirates when legitimate diplomacy and acts of wars could not be used. So why not this time? Perhaps Lord Carlisle, who was a very well-respected and very talented military man, perhaps he was the one who knew enough to cover their tracks sufficiently that no evidence of this remains. However, I've gone way off track here. I've not even covered half of what I wanted to talk about, so stick a pin in that whole conspiracy idea. Now, I'll ask you to remember it, as we'll probably be revisiting it at a later date, but for now, let's move on. With that fleet assembled and all of the crews organized and allocated, they were ready to meet in council. Once again, with the addition of those 2 new ships, they needed to vote on the code and to plan their next move. Once again, John Coxon was voted to lead the expedition. Now, Sharp and Sawkins were made his top lieutenants, and all of the rest played out as usual. When it was time to plan their next move, though, William Dampier spoke up. When Coxon and Sharp had been blockading the port at Portobello, they'd taken a number of ships. One was carrying a trove of mail, a number of letters, and Dampier had chosen to pore over them, looking for any useful information he could find. In those letters, Dampier found mentions of that mysterious Don Carlos. Don Carlos's words had shaken the Spanish living on the South Sea coast. His mere presence and the belief that he was an English spy on a mission to conquer their lands, well, that was deeply worrying to Spanish authorities. And just as a side note, Charles II had a lot of illegitimate children. Who's to say that Don Carlos wasn't telling the truth on that one? But in those letters, Dampier found a pattern. The Spanish saw through the actions of the English, and In that web of fantastic tales that Don Carlos spun, the Spanish read a prophecy. The English were planning to move on their South American colonies, much as they had in Jamaica 25 years earlier, and the Spanish were not ready. No interlopers on their South Seas territory had been successful since Sir Francis Drake. Well, that is, not until Henry Morgan had marched on Panama. They were weak on the South Sea. Their fleets were underarmed and mismanaged. Their guns were hopelessly out of date and falling into disrepair. Their forts were quite literally crumbling. Their armies were non-existent. Just that same poorly trained militia that had lost so many times before. The force of Henry Morgan that had taken Panama was large, but it was not an army. It was not cohesive. Any proper European army should have been able to defeat them, but the Spanish did not. In those letters, William Dampier read a Spanish prophecy foreseeing their own doom. They believed that English corsairs could, quote, open a door to the South Seas, end quote, and that the Spanish would be unable to stop them. Dampier read this, and he read the many, many calls for governors to strengthen their defenses and watch their coasts carefully, and he knew that they were vulnerable. In front of the assembled captains of the fleet, in front of Coxon and Sawkins and Sharp and Essex and Maggott and Allison and Harris, he told them about this prophecy. He told them of everything he had read of Spanish weakness and of their fear of an attack. And he told them that he knew just where to attack. In much the same way that they had followed the footsteps of Henry Morgan in raiding Portobello, it was time to attack Panama. There is virtue, or, depending on how you look at it, perhaps there is vice, to be found in being the first person to complete a great undertaking. It brings you notoriety and fame. Oftentimes it will bring you wealth or power. Think about the greatest explorers and adventurers in history. Who comes to mind? For me, it's people like Marco Polo and Christopher Columbus, maybe Ferdinand Magellan or Neil Armstrong. Now, one and all, these people are famous for, well, what are they famous for exactly? Oftentimes, it's for being the first to complete their great adventure. Marco Polo is often thought of, and even sometimes taught, as being the first European to travel to Asia, or at least to China. Of course, he wasn't. Pope Innocent IV had sent papal envoys to treat with the Mongols just a few years earlier. And at least a century earlier, there were Jewish merchants from Europe who were trading with the Chinese. And that's to say nothing of the Byzantine diplomats or Roman envoys or even, Alexander the Great invading India. But Marco Polo was the first European to reach China and then write a best-selling book on the subject. So he gets the fame while all of those other merchants and diplomats fade away. Now, Christopher Columbus is more famous today for not being the first European to travel to the New World, but for years he was still taught as having discovered America. Of course, it's hard to discover a land inhabited by millions of natives, but he wasn't even the first European. Leif Erikson gets that title, and he might not have even been the first. Now, Magellan is typically known as the first man to circumnavigate the globe, but of course he didn't. He organized the voyage that did, but he died well before the voyage was even completed. These days, most people give the credit to Juan Sebastian Elcano, who took command after Magellan was killed, but even that might not be accurate. Now, let's not lump Neil Armstrong in with these others, unless you believe that Stanley Kubrick actually shot the moon landing footage in a Hollywood basement and then made The Shining as his secret confession. We can all be pretty certain that Neil Armstrong was the first man to step foot on the moon. I mean, that's pretty huge. But it's his name that everyone remembers. Buzz Aldrin was there too. I mean, yeah, Armstrong did get that great line, but Buzz was one small step behind him. And what about that third guy? That guy that stayed with the ship up in orbit? Pop quiz, what's his name? It's Michael Collins. Now, I assume that you're all pretty smart people, so you might have already known that. But just to be safe, I had to Google it. His name is nowhere near as well known as Neil Armstrong, and what will that be like in 500 years? And what about all those other astronauts to walk on the moon? 10 more men did, but can you name any of them? I couldn't, not without the internet. So today, we're going to be talking about a group of seafarers who were, in some ways, the spiritual precursors to those lesser-known astronauts. Of course, those astronauts were patriots and heroes, while our band of pirates were, well, they weren't. However, they did come after the great names. Our band of pirates followed in the footsteps of the most famous pirates, like Francis Drake and Henry Morgan, but they never quite found that same level of renown. They never got knighted, and they never got invited to dine with the king or sit with the queen and share their exploits. But those are the stories I'm here to tell. I want to tell stories of outlaws and exiles. On this voyage, aside from a select few, none would find fame at the end of their voyage. They would find disrepute and capture and imprisonment. This is episode 40, The Sacred Hunger of Gold. The beginning of today's story coincides almost perfectly with the opening lines in the diary of Bartholomew Sharp. Captain Sharp begins his account thus, quote, "That which often spurs men on to the undertaking of the most difficult adventures is the sacred hunger of gold. And 'twas gold was the bait that tempted a pack of merry boys of us, near 300 in number, being all soldiers of fortune, under command, by our own election of Captain Coxon, to list ourselves in the service of one of the rich West Indian monarchs, the Emperor of Darien." End quote. I'm so glad that we get to start looking at Sharp's journal here. I'm just in love with it. Now, he might not be the most accurate chronicler of this voyage, but he's by far the most colorful and the most fun. William Dampier and Basil Ringrose were gentlemen, and it shows in their writing, but Captain Sharp, he was just a pirate. He was a real buccaneer. And like all of the best pirates, he knew how to play a crowd. He knew how to get people to love you, despite your villainy. Now, when we last left off our story of this pack of merry boys, their fleet was anchored off the Bocas del Toro, about 50 leagues west of Portobello. William Dampier had just uncovered what he called a Spanish prophecy, foretelling their doom should any corsairs attack their settlements on the South Sea. Today, that's what we call the Pacific Ocean. Naturally, when the crews and captains assembled there heard about this prophecy, they had to do everything in their power to make it a reality. Their fleet of 7 or 8 ships convened a council and unanimously voted to attack the cities along the coast of the South Sea. Much like Henry Morgan had before them, they decided the best place to attack was Panama. It was the jewel of the South Seas. It was a ripe prize for any buccaneers, and at this point, attacking the Spanish Main here at the Isthmus of Panama, well, it was becoming an English tradition. Back in 1573, Francis Drake had attacked that mule train out of Panama near Nombre de Dios. William Parker sacked Portobello in 1601, and in 1668, Henry Morgan had emulated that feat. In 1671, Morgan assaulted and burned the city of Panama. And now, a mere 9 years later, the fleet of Captain John Coxon and Bartholomew Sharp and Richard Sawkins, well, they meant to do the same. They'd already sacked Portobello in that tradition, so why not, raid Panama while we're at it? And they were absolutely aware of the historical significance here. Sir Francis Drake was a hero back in England, and to these English rovers, he would have been like a legend. Following in those footsteps was an honor, and Morgan was no slouch either. Now, he might have gone legit back in Port Royal, but he was the most successful and famous raider alive today, maybe the most famous and successful ever. So those pirates knew what they were doing and what it meant, and with their crew of no less than 5 men scribbling down their exploits, well, it's clear they intended to join the ranks of those famous Englishmen. However, this crew would have to use different methods than their heroes. Drake had captured a mule train by stealth. He had ensured that no Spanish patrols knew he was there, and then when he was discovered, he waited for months for the heat to die down before he made his move. Morgan had marched on Panama in such strength that it was really more of an army than a company of pirates. Now, Coxon and his fellows, well, they couldn't do either. They'd attacked Portobello just a month earlier. The Spanish had sent reports to every settlement in the region. Everybody knew that the English were there. There would be patrols and soldiers on the ready in every city, especially in Panama, and they wouldn't be able to march in strength. Morgan had faced an army of thousands, and he had an army of his own. These pirates were less than 400 men, and they couldn't hope to storm the walls of Panama as Captain Morgan had. Plus, Morgan's route across the isthmus, that fastest route, was surely being watched by heavily armed militias. So this smaller group of pirates needed a plan, and they sailed east to find one. Their fleet sailed for the region known as Darien, in the eastern part of modern-day Panama. Today, what they then called the Kingdom of Darien encompasses several different Panamanian provinces. The coastal region and the San Blas Islands there, just offshore, well, that's where the Buccaneers landed, and that belongs today, much like it did then, to the Kuna people, or perhaps more accurately, the Guna people. Now, they're a fairly major part of our story here, so it's worth taking a look at them. The Kuna aren't indigenous to Darien. Back in the 16th century, Spanish conquistadors killed off the indigenous people living there, and the Kuna, well, they moved in. Now, Darien is a difficult land. In fact, it contains so many rivers and mountains and swamplands that its geography is prohibitive of building roads. Even today, it remains the single roadblock to completion of the Pan American Highway. That's almost 40,000 kilometers of roadway, stretching from the frozen wastes of northern Alaska through desert and forest and jungle all the way down to the Straits of Magellan at the tip of Argentina. It would be the longest drivable roadway in the world, and in fact it does hold the Guinness World Record for that. But through Darien, you don't drive on a road, you put your car on a boat and ferry it across, because that's easier than building a roadway there. Now, the Kuna travel today, much like they did back then, mostly by canoe. Most of them live on either riverbanks or islands, so travel between their villages makes the most sense by water. They're also independent of the Panamanian government. While they are within the borders of Panama, they had a revolution back in 1925, and they hold to their independence and to their traditions. They still practice their religion and speak the Kuna language almost exclusively. Usually the only people that speak Spanish travel to Panama or are involved in government of some sort, but they don't speak it at home. But my favorite part of their traditions is, well, they have a higher average rate of albinism than the rest of the world. And the albinos in their society, well, whenever there's a lunar eclipse, no one is permitted outside except the albinos, and they have a very specific job to do. It's their tradition that lunar eclipses occur due to a dragon trying to eat the moon. During a lunar eclipse, the albinos among the Kuna go outside and shoot ceremonial bows at that dragon to defend the moon. I mean, isn't that just awesome? Now, of course, this is all just tradition. The Kuna people belong to the modern world, but this is how strongly they defend their culture, and even today they practice that ritual. Now, the pirates landed on Golden Island off the coast of Darien on Saturday, April 3rd, 1680. They were met there by a local Kuna leader who agreed to lead them to the king. His name was Androeas, or perhaps Andreas, but the pirates rarely called him by his name. In Sharp's account, he was called exclusively the Emperor. Now, Captains Allison and Maggot stayed with the ships, along with a skeleton crew, to defend their ships and secure a return home. The rest of the men, though, rowed ashore on Monday the 5th, and then they split up into several companies of around 50 men each. Now, as admiral, John Coxon led 2 companies of men. He had his own men and then a combined force made up of Allison and Maggot's crews. Now, each of these companies flew a red flag as their banner. Captain Peter Harris had the largest force among the Buccaneers, and so he split his into 2 companies under him, with a green banner. Captain Sharp led his company with a red flag covered by white and yellow ribbons, and Captain Richard Sawkins led his with a red flag striped in yellow. Finally, the last company belonged to Edmund Cook, who had a red flag with a hand holding a sword as the device. Finally, we get something that's reminiscent of a proper Jolly Roger. It appears, too, that Edmund Cook had the coolest company of the bunch. He probably had John Cook under him, along with Edward Davis and William Dampier and Lionel Wafer, and perhaps even Basil Ringrose as well, but he doesn't say. Now, all of these companies split up. They began a march inland to meet the King of Darien. They traveled mostly along the bank of a river, but early on that first day their progress halted. One of the pirates, while he was walking along the riverbank, saw a glint of gold in the water and jumped in to dig it out. He found a stone showing just a hint of gold dust, and, well, the march was just ruined. The pirates all jumped in, and they spent the day smashing open rocks and looking for gold. They'd found a bit, but, to quote Captain Sharp, quote, "We came to a watering place where we got drink, the river being salt. Here we stayed till morning, filling water, it being very dark and the mouth of the river wide. One branch of it coming from the golden mines, but having no chemist to refine the ore, we thought it best to go look for it where it was to be had with the King of Spain's arms on it. For we, like other children, loved pictures strongly." End quote. This proved to be a good enough place to stop and make camp for the night, so they collected their water and prepared for the march ahead. Once again, Sharp wrote, quote, "Our last night's lodging, chambers and silk beds being as much out of fashion here as they were in Adam's time, was nothing better than the cold earth covered by the starry canopy, which gave us but small encouragement to stay longer." End quote. So they continued their march up steep mountain paths and back down until on April the 7th they came to a settlement. It was small, but much like today, the Kuna people live in small, widespread villages. The Englishmen were marched to the center of town, where they were met by the leader of the Kuna people. He wasn't named, but in their writings he was called chief or general or commander. But my favorite is Sharp's name for him. He called him King Goldencap. King Goldencap is awesome. All the chroniclers go into great detail on him. He wore a long white linen robe that covered almost his entire body, with only his feet and his hands and his head showing. Now this is notable since all of the other Kuna people were wearing next to nothing. In his ears he had 2 great gold earrings and a half-moon disc of gold in his nose, probably in the septum. Now the nose ring, of course, is present in many indigenous cultures, but the Kuna flag that they adopted in 1925 is a yellow and bronze affair, and on it is the device of a cross in the center. It's a swastika. Now, this doesn't have any connection to Nazism. It was, of course, adopted before Nazis existed. And the swastika is an ancient symbol in the Kuna culture, much like it is in many Hindu or Buddhist traditions. But when Hitler rose to power, they didn't want to give up their flags, so they gave the swastika a nose ring because, quote, "Everyone knows Germans do not wear nose rings," end quote. Now, King Goldencap was adorned with jewelry all over, but the focus of all of the attention, as you might imagine, was his crown, his golden cap. It was made of white reeds that were interwoven around his head. At the forehead, he had a great disc of gold, behind which he had stuck 3 ostrich feathers. Now, the whole crown was rimmed in gold beads, and it was lined in a rich red fabric. He carried also a lance with, quote, "a blade as sharp as any dagger," end quote, as did his 3 sons. Now, they didn't wear any jewelry, but they had robes very similar to their fathers. This lance they carried was the preferred weapon of the Kuna people. They used it for fishing primarily, as that was their primary trade, but they also used it in battle. From the time that they were young, boys trained with the lance. The older men would toss blunted sticks at the boys, and the boys were expected to knock the stick away with one of their own. The best men among the Kuna had trained so well that they could deflect 2 or 3 missiles at a time while running towards them. This means that in battle with other tribes, they could charge at them while deflecting their arrows, and they could make contact in force wielding great sharp-bladed lances. They were basically Jedi, you guys. Now, of course, they used bows as well, and ever since the arrival of the Europeans, they'd become adept marksmen with firearms. Now, this meeting between the Kuna and the Buccaneers was not the first by any means. The natives of Darien were well acquainted with all of the English and French pirates that frequented the area. Now, they traded often with them, and the Kuna even acted as guides, and sometimes even spies. And sometimes it went further than that. There was a period here where every ship carrying pirates or privateers or logwood cutters had on board a Kuna crewman. Now, primarily, their position on the crew was as a fisherman. Whenever a crew went ashore to collect water, the Kuna would lead a group of men in collecting food. They were really skilled fishermen. They caught birds and sea turtles and manatees along with fish. And any ship that had a Kuna crewman knew that they were unlikely to go hungry. However, whenever the pirates went ashore to raid the Spanish Main, they would take that Kuna crewman with them to act as a guide and a translator and oftentimes an emissary. Now, in 1910, the Werner Company published a text compiling stories about many of the great gentlemen adventurers. It included stories of Drake and Cavendish and Morgan and Dampier. It says of the relationship between the Kuna and the buccaneers, quote, "The Mosquito men were kind and civil to the English, who endeavored to retain the regard of such useful allies. For this purpose it was necessary to let them have their own way in everything, and to return home the moment they desired it, for, if contradicted, there was an end of their services. They called themselves, as has been noticed, subjects of the King of England, and liked to have their chiefs nominated by the governor of Jamaica, which island they often visited." End quote. Now, there's some pretty big inaccuracies in here. First of all, he's talking about the Mosquito people instead of the Kuna people, while talking about the natives that Dampier visited on the voyage with John Coxon. But I don't think any of them called themselves subjects of the English governor of Jamaica. Now, they may have had friendly relations with them. In fact, it is certain that the Kuna people did have friendly relations with the Jamaicans. But they weren't subjects, they were allies, in league against their common enemy, the Spanish. Now, at this meeting, King Goldencap and the pirates observed all of the niceties of anybody meeting a king, and then they began a sort of fair. They traded, and the men had the opportunity to bathe, and they feasted, and they got to drink as much liquor as they wanted. Every man had a drink, either of corn or cassava root, sometimes a banana or plantain beverage. All of them had a slice of sugar cane, which they were given to suck on, and many had a girl on their arm. As was so commonplace among Indian women at the time, the Kuna women were not shy when it came to sleeping with friendly visitors. And it was seen also as something of a blessing to bear their children, considering that they lived in such small communities and, well, their marriage customs weren't prohibitive to having sex with multiple partners or having children of many different men. And a bunch of rugged, bearded, blonde-haired strangers arriving, and so many so that the women got to have their pick of the lot, well, I'm sure they enjoyed themselves as much as the pirates. Our chroniclers actually wrote at some length of the Kuna women and of their charms. They wrote, quote, "They are tall, well-made, lusty, strong, and nimble of foot, black hair, and of a dark copper complexion." End quote. According to Sharp, they were, quote, "tawny, but clean-limbed and well-featured, and are very obliging and affable." End quote. Ringrose called them free, airy, and brisk. But none of the Kuna women enraptured these writers so much as King Goldencap's daughters. They were described as beautiful and marriageable and mysterious. They had reeds and red linen strips obscuring their faces. They were the most desirable women among the buccaneers, and King Goldencap was happy to let them have their pick of the pirates. So the buccaneers spent a pleasant night there in the Kuna village. In the morning, though, they got down to business. Sharp and Coxon explained their position to the king, that they intended to attack Panama and to steal all of the Spanish gold they could find. The king, though, had a different plan. There was another settlement, much closer and potentially much richer. It was called Santa Maria, and it lay only a few leagues downriver. It was being used to store much of the raw gold brought up from the mines, and what's more, it was very lightly guarded. It was, according to King Goldencap, a much better prize than Panama. And then there was another factor. While the Kuna women might be free to take any lover they chose, they never chose Spanish men with whom they were at war. And the garrison at Santa Maria had decided to march up on the Kuna village and kidnap several of the local girls, including King Goldencap's eldest daughter. Ostensibly, they were being held as hostages against the Kuna's good behavior, but they were far from safe. They were prisoners in a Spanish military camp, and they suffered rape and mistreatment at the hands of the Spanish on a daily basis. So the Kuna king offered to send a raiding party of his best men to guide the pirates to Santa Maria and aid them in taking the fort. The pirates could keep all the Spanish treasure they found. All that the king asked was that they rescue his daughter and the other girls taken from the Kuna and bring them home. Naturally, the pirates agreed. On the morning of April 9th, they left the village. As they passed the last house, a woman handed every man a ripe plantain or banana or sometimes a cassava root. Then another woman would drop a kernel of corn to mark just how many men had come to their village. I imagine they did so as a way of remembering them when fewer men passed this way on their return. Now that first day's march was difficult. Captain Sharp said when they stopped to sleep on the green bank of the river that he wouldn't envy the poet in either his bed or his sensual pleasures. He said he would be too weary to enjoy either. But the next day the Kuna had canoes waiting for them. Now there were too many men to row this branch of the river all at once, so the company of pirates split into two groups. The second company headed off to another fleet of canoes on another branch of the river. But all of our chroniclers appear to have gone with the first branch, so we have no account of that second group. But John Coxon, Bartholomew Sharp, Basil Ringrose, and William Dampier were all in that same group. Unfortunately, though, traveling by canoe proved to be no better than marching. Every stone's throw or so, they were forced to get out of the canoe and carry it across a sandbar or perhaps up on shore to clear a fallen tree. Some of them thought that the trees were placed there by the Spanish to disrupt any traffic by water, and as things grew worse for the buccaneers in a few days' time, they began to believe that, well, we'll get to that. The next day, to quote Ringrose, quote, "We prosecuted our journey all day long with the same fatigue and toil as we had done the day before. At night came a tiger and looked on us for some while, but we did not dare fire at the animal, fearing we should be descried by the sound of our fuses, the Spaniards, as we were told, not being at any great distance from that place." End quote. By the 12th of April, there was no small amount of grumbling among the men, and even fear. They had endured a difficult march. They were hungry and tired and sore, and now they'd been separated from their companions for 3 days. According to Sharp, quote, "About 4 in the afternoon we arrived at the appointed place, but not finding our fellow soldiers there, who embarked the day before us as we expected, it created in us a jealousy that the Indians had thus divided us, the better to execute some treachery by the assistance of the Spaniard. The Emperor, perceiving by our caballing and whispering among ourselves that we had some cause of dissatisfaction." End quote. So Andreas, the Emperor, their guide, ordered a few Englishmen to go with some of his guides back upriver. After a few hours, that canoe returned, carrying some different men from the other group, and it appears he made the right decision. The men who returned were extremely glad to see their companions. The other group was near to mutiny. They'd grown so afraid that the Kuna had betrayed them somehow. If Andreas hadn't sent those pirates to reassure them, it might have turned terribly violent. The next day, the entire company, though, was reunited. They spent the morning telling each other tales and preparing for battle. They made sure that every man had a sharp blade, some ready shot, and a good store of powder. That afternoon, the Kuna rode the entire company of 327 pirates and over 50 Indians downriver to a sandy hollow about a mile from Santa Maria. It was well hidden and it was dry. It made a good place to rest for one last night before battle. Come morning, they rose with the sun and made their last march. It was short, but it was difficult. The only approach to the fort that wasn't heavily guarded took them through waist-deep mud and swampland into a dense jungle. While on that march, they heard the discharge of small arms fire, but it was in a different direction. Likely it was at another group of Kuna, but they didn't have time to investigate. They were in the tree line at about noon, when the pirates' vanguard of about 50 men burst from the tree line. They were led by Captains Sharp and Cook, and they rushed the walls of the fort. Now this was a wooden palisade. It was basically a 12-foot tall fence of logs and tree trunks that were typically sharpened at the top. but it was manned by Spanish soldiers who rained down shot on the advancing pirates. The English, though, reached the wall, and apparently, using nothing but their own strength, they tore down a palisade log from the wall. This gave them enough room to pull down 2 more, which opened up enough space for the men to flow inside Santa Maria. With the walls finally breached, the vanguard was able to infiltrate Santa Maria Fort and occupy the defenders while the rest of the pirates marched on the fort. In a charge of the sort that the pirates had just executed, there wasn't usually time to reload your gun, so an attacker typically only got off 1 shot. It was likely that they did so either at the beginning of the charge or probably more likely while they were tearing down the palisade, so inside the fort, the fighting would have fallen to swords. Imagine being that first man through the breach, a hole barely large enough to fit 1 man, and you've got a fort's worth of Spanish soldiers ringing the walls and all looking at you, and you have nothing but a sword and maybe, if you're lucky, a pistol. Quickly, though, the rest of the vanguard joined him, and the English engaged the Spanish in a sword-to-sword fight. The vanguard wound up killing 26 Spanish soldiers and forced the fort's commanding officer to surrender. All of this before that main body of pirates even reached Santa Maria. Miraculously, though several of the pirates had taken wounds, not a single man was killed. This was, of course, too easy. The Spanish had received word, as they so often did, of the English force moving on them, and they'd taken the proper measures. A riverboat had taken the garrison commander and the priest and a few of the higher-ups, as well as all the gold bullion they could carry, and fled to Panama. However, all wasn't lost. While the commander had taken all the gold coins in Santa Maria, well, it was more than just a fort. It was also a mint, sort of a foundry for turning raw gold into Spanish bullion. They found, well, perhaps not the fortune that they'd been hoping for, but a respectable haul in gold dust and raw ore. So the buccaneers collected all of that and then set to looting the town. But in that, they found disappointment. It wasn't much of a town at all. It was empty, but it was clearly little more than barracks for housing the garrison. They did, though, find the other treasure for which they'd been searching. In the town, they found King Goldencap's daughter, along with the other young women that had been taken by the Spanish. They were bruised and they were malnourished. The skin had worn away from their wrists and their ankles due to the hemp bonds and shackles, and more than a few of them had dried blood at the corners of their mouths, but they were all still alive. While the women were being freed, the Cuna guides entered Santa Maria and found the pirates tending to the women. Now, it's unclear what state the other women were found in, but the king's daughter was heavy with child, and she hadn't been pregnant when she was kidnapped. So the Cuna warriors took the women and girls into their care, but a few of them collected what was left of those surrendered Spanish soldiers. They'd already been bound by the pirates, and the Cuna marched them into the nearby woods. It seems that at this point, John Coxon tried to stop them. The Spanish were, after all, now prisoners of war. This broke those Enlightenment-era rules of conduct in a good Christian society, but the Cuna were not Christians. They didn't follow those rules, and it was their daughters who had been taken and abused by the Spanish. So John Coxon failed to stop the warriors, and a short time after the Cuna left the garrison, the pirates heard the whoops of Cuna warriors and women and the screams of their Spanish captors. When we left off last time, the English buccaneers, led by Captain John Coxon, had attacked the fort at Santa Maria. They'd taken the town and ransacked the mint there of all her raw, unsmelted gold. They'd also rescued the daughter of the king of the local Cuna people, King Goldencap. She, along with a few other Cuna women and girls, had suffered terribly at the hands of the Spanish in the garrison. The daughter, at least, and likely several of the others as well, were pregnant where they hadn't been before. They were bruised and they were hungry, but they were still alive. The Cuna warriors, led by their leader named Androius, took the women under their care and led a group of those Spanish soldiers into the nearby jungle where they were massacred. Now, the buccaneers found themselves embroiled in a bit of turmoil here. They were disturbed by the murder of the Spanish. At least that's what they wrote down. They wrote of their horror at seeing the Christian prisoners treated this way and of their desire to stop the Cuna in their killing of the Spanish. After all, what could 350 hardened killers armed with muskets and pistols and swords hope to do against maybe 50 Cuna warriors that were armed with lances? And probably they had a few muskets, but come on. If Captains Sharp and Coxon and Sawkins really had any desire to stop the Cuna, they absolutely could have. Now, it's true they did have to preserve their alliance with the Cuna. If they stopped them, they might have to do so by force, and that wouldn't bode well for their relations with the natives of Darien. And they would eventually have to cross their lands again, which could prove treacherous if they made enemies of the Cuna. But no, I think the buccaneers saw what was being done to the Spanish, not exactly as murder, more like justice. The English and the Spanish were old and bitter enemies, after all. It's not like they hesitated to kill each other whenever the opportunity presented itself. And they did actually save the lives of a few Spanish soldiers. There were maybe as many as a dozen Spanish officers who begged the mercy of the buccaneers and received it. The English claimed them as guides and hostages against their upcoming incursions into Spanish territory and preserved the lives of their prisoners. Now, these weren't important people, as these things were reckoned by the Spanish. They weren't generals or governors or priests, not the type of people you would typically want for a hostage. All the important people at Santa Maria had fled prior to the attack in ships that were filled with gold. The lowly soldiers were those who were left to die defending the walls of an empty fortress, but these men were probably the ranking officers who had left after the gentry fled. Now, our chroniclers can probably be forgiven for writing about their distaste at seeing so many Spanish men killed by the Cuna. It was undoubtedly actually pretty brutal. It was difficult to watch for anybody. This wasn't the heat of battle, which they were used to. It was a mass execution. And our chroniclers were, by and large, middle-class, landed English gentlemen. They hadn't been raised in the gutters of London or Dublin or amidst the rum sinks in Port Royal. They were different stock than most of the pirates. And we're actually getting to a point here where some of the buccaneers were almost certainly loyal Caribbean Port Royal boys. That English invasion of Jamaica was more than 25 years gone by now. There were plenty of prostitutes in Port Royal and sailors passing through to bear an entire generation of young men who had no prospects but were eager to win a fortune and a career of high-seas adventure. Now, not our captains. Most of them were older men who were actually born before the invasion of Jamaica. They'd sailed for England in one or another of her wars, and they'd turned to piracy when those wars ended. And the accounts of voyages like these tend to focus on the captains. We almost never get accounts of the day-to-day lives of rank-and-file pirates. But there were 335 men on this voyage whose names are virtually unknown. And really, it's their stories that I want to tell whenever possible. And today's story is small. It focuses on just a few men and the struggles they endured. Not battles or the spoils they won, but day-to-day hardships. We have this account thanks to one of our educated gentlemen, but for all his education, all of his Latin and mathematics and science, in this story today, he was just a buccaneer. It reminds me, our story today, of movies like The Revenant. In scope, it's a very small story. There aren't any clashes between titans, but it does give us a snapshot of what life was actually like for all of the thousands of pirates whose names we will never remember. This is episode 41, Those Who Are Born to Be Hanged. Massed within the fort, those buccaneers were in that state of turmoil. Among the assembled captains, that is, John Coxon, Bartholomew Sharp, Richard Sawkins, Peter Harris, and Edmund Cook, they were deliberating on exactly what to do with the Spanish prisoners they had under their protection. Now, this might cause strife between the Cuna and the buccaneers if they were to stick out their necks for even one Spanish life. But there was one life in particular that was the cause of the trouble. He was the man responsible for taking the king's daughter. He was probably the commander of a unit detached to the Kuna capital to see that the Kuna behaved themselves. Now, King Goldencap wanted his head in particular, but according to Basil Ringrose, he, quote, had promised to lead us not only into the town, but even to the very bedchamber door of the governor of Panama, and that we should take him by the hand and seize both him and the whole city before we should be discovered by the Spaniards, either before or after our arrival. End quote. And Panama was the goal. Whatever danger saving this Spaniard's life might have presented, the potential tactical value as a hostage was, well, it simply outweighed the danger. So the captains deliberated on exactly what to do with this rapacious Spaniard and his companions. But under the surface, there was another, more dangerous sort of tension building. The men who were busy helping themselves to Spanish stores of wine and meat in the town, well, they were grumbling. Captain Coxon, the admiral of this here excursion, hadn't exactly proved his mettle in battle. All through their march across the isthmus, he'd whinged about the heat and the terrain. He was quick to suspect the Kuna of treachery, even after they'd proved themselves to be friends again and again. On the other hand, Captain Sharp had been ill when they landed on the Main, but he marched through it. He toughed it out, he rode alongside his men, and he showed them exactly what he was made of. When battle came, he and Captain Cook had led the Forlorn into battle. They'd taken the fort and lost not a man. Now Coxon, he'd stayed back from the battle. He'd urged caution. He'd suggested another plan, more delays. He'd been the last commander to march on Santa Maria. When it finally came time to draw swords, well, he'd proven himself a coward. So the men weren't happy with their commander. Over their glasses of Spanish wine and tables full of rich food, well, they grumbled. Some went even a little bit farther. They suggested that perhaps it was time to see Coxon replaced. Captain Sharp had proven himself, and Captain Sawkins had been pirating longer than any of them. He was the most experienced, and he had proven himself brave during the battle. In the end, though, cooler heads prevailed. Right now, it was best to see how things panned out. Things were tense between them and the Indians. They needed to stay strong and not risk any sort of fighting amongst themselves. If they showed weakness to the Kuna, they might just decide to up and march home. Now, as it turned out, the Kuna were actually planning to march home. King Goldencap had marched his own force on Santa Maria to see that his daughter was rescued safely, and right now they were preparing to leave. Their guides, though, the men who had led them across the isthmus, led by that man Androius, were planning to stay with the buccaneers, but still no more than about 20 of them. The captains, though, finally came to a decision. They decided that they would spare the lives of their Spanish prisoners and carry them along to their next intended destination. That was the city of Panama. Panama had always been the target, after all. Santa Maria had merely been an opportunity. They found that they could secure the aid of their Kuna guides. They had the chance to rescue several young women and also to carry off whatever spoils they found in the town. And after all of the hospitality that they'd enjoyed at the Kuna City, it was the least they could do. So after Portobello and now Santa Maria, the pirates were amassing a respectable haul, but Panama was the jewel. It was a legendary prize. It was full of riches beyond imagining. It was the greatest storehouse of Spanish wealth in the New World. And they actually had a plan to harvest that wealth. Morgan had attacked from the land, which allowed the Spanish to sail away with their treasure. These pirates intended to attack Panama from the sea. They would cut off any escape by ship and take the city from her docks. Now, even if the locals had time to pack up their treasure and send it off by land, well, they had 350 men with Kuna guides. They could acquire horses in town and chase down the Spanish no matter how they travel. If they traveled by men or mule train or carriages, even if they had horses, those horses would be laden with gold and silver, while the pirates would travel light. This was a good plan. All of the captains voted on it and concurred. But they did have one problem. In order to take Panama by sea, well, they had to be on the sea. They'd left all of their ships on the coast of the North Sea on the other side of the isthmus before marching overland. All they had now were a few canoes, and the Kuna were actually taking most of their canoes back home with them. This was a problem, but these were pirates. This wasn't insurmountable. These weren't just pirates, these were the best pirates operating in the world at the time. They had guns, and they had swords, and they had canoes. That was plenty to find and commandeer a few Spanish vessels. And then they found another boon. They'd found tied up at Santa Maria's river dock a periagua, or piragua. That's a Spanish word derived from the Old Carib that basically means dugout or big canoe. In actual terms, the definition of this craft has changed many times over the centuries, but when the buccaneers found this piragua and wrote about it, what they were talking about was a large, flat-bottomed, open-decked, single-masted boat suitable for rowing or for sailing on either rivers or lakes or the open ocean. Now, it wasn't a ship. There were no guns and no holds. It was just a boat with a square-rigged sail and some oars. But she would be fast, and she would be quiet, and, well, she was versatile. It was just what they needed in this situation. So the Kuna guides organized crews among the Englishmen for hollowing out new canoes, and a select few, the best among them, were chosen to prepare and crew the piragua. The next morning, as the sun rose, the mass of the Kuna were preparing to depart. King Goldencap shared a few words with Androeus and the warriors accompanying him and the buccaneers, and then he approached the pirates. He gave them thanks, and he invited them to return to his lands whenever their errand was done. But he had one last request. The Spanish had committed great crimes from this fort at Santa Maria. They had subjugated his people, made war on them, and finally carried away their daughters to this place. King Goldencap wanted it burned to the ground. Now the pirates had pillaged every scrap of gold and arms and ammunition and food that they could scrounge up, so they were happy to oblige. On the morning of April 10th, 1680, the fort at Santa Maria was engulfed in flames. The Kuna people rode north toward their home, and a force of 350 pirates, 20 or so Kuna guides, and maybe a dozen Spanish prisoners put into the River Darien, headed toward the Southern Sea. I mean, picture that. That's right out of a movie, right? I mean, imagine Tom Hardy, bearded and cold-eyed. Imagine him tying up his Spanish prisoner and looking downriver at the canoe of the departing Kuna. The air between them is shimmering from the heat coming off of the burning fortress, and King Goldencap looks back at him, his hand on the shoulder of his pregnant daughter. She turns back and looks at the pirates one last time. Then king and daughter turn around and row away. I mean, that's right out of Dances with Wolves or The Last of the Mohicans, right? Regardless, though, the English rowed south toward what they called the Bay of St. George. Now, today that's called the Gulf of San Miguel. On our website, I've added a few maps of this region of Panama. It might be helpful for you to take a look at those. Now, some of those are actually drawn by members of our pirate crew here today, but others will be modern topographical maps, and I'm going to label some of them with the route that our pirates took so you can understand where they're going, and I'll update it in the weeks to come as our story continues. But here is where our tale takes a sharp turn. Sharp and Dampier and Wafer, well, they all brush over this next bit, what is essentially the rest of today's story, with a single line in their accounts, at most. One of the three, Sharp, actually gives us the most description. He mentions stopping the first night, taking in water, seeing some gold in the river, and then sailing on to the South Sea. And that's it. He was probably in the piragua, and he had an easy go of it. He does, in passing, mention that some of his men had troubles, but there is so much more to this story. Today we're going to follow the account of Basil Ringrose, and he wrote of the pirates' departure from Santa Maria, quote, "We all embarked in 35 canoes and a periagua, which we had taken here lying at anchor before the town. Thus we sailed, or rather rowed, down the river in quest of the South Sea upon which Panama is seated." And he continues, "Among these canoes it was my misfortune to have one that was very heavy and consequently sluggish. By this means we were left behind the rest a little way, there being only 4 men besides myself that were embarked therein. As the tide fell, it left several shoals of sand naked, and hence we, not knowing of the true channel amongst such a variety of streams, happened to steer within a shoal for above 2 miles before we perceived our error. Hereupon we were forced to lay by until high water came, for to row in such heavy boats against the tide is totally impossible." End quote. So 5 men were all stuck in a sluggish canoe, and they got left behind. Now next time we'll go into the exploits of the pirates that made it to the South Sea in a timely manner, but I want to follow these men today. Now Ringrose doesn't say much about who his companions were, but we can infer at least one of them. It was that leader of the Spanish garrison at Santa Maria, that same man who'd so offended the Cuna and kidnapped King Golden Cap's daughter. He was a prisoner in the custody of Basil Ringrose. Now Ringrose spoke fluent Latin and French, as well as English, obviously, but on this journey he was to become acquainted with Spanish and acted as an interpreter. Now we can assume that he knew a touch of Spanish, but that he began learning more and more of the language here in an effort to communicate with this Spaniard, to glean whatever he could about Panama. If you take a look at those maps, and I still suggest that you do, you can see where the river widens, setting out from Santa Maria, and from there it starts to twist and turn like a serpent, and then it forks and it heads south, and then it forks again later and heads south again, this time with a much wider mouth, and then it heads north. It's going to be a confusing waterway. But none of those maps are detailed enough to show you everything. There are tiny islands, there are sandbars, and there are a multitude of creeks and streams branching off from the river. The buccaneers who went ahead were lucky enough to have Cuna guides with them, and they knew just what path to take. But Basil Ringrose and his companions weren't so lucky. As soon as those boats with Cuna guides were out of sight, this crew was hopelessly lost. And then the tide went out. They were moving so slowly that while the other men made it, they didn't. What was already a maze of inlets and coves and shifting sandbars was suddenly too shallow to row. It became impossible to navigate. They were forced to pick up their canoe and walk to shore where they could wait for the tide to come in. All the while, their companions were getting farther and farther away. After a time, though, the water returned. At last, they could finally get their boat back in the water, but they were almost certainly off the correct path, and they knew it. Regardless, they didn't have a choice. They had to row. Even if they were heading in the wrong direction, they would eventually have to reach the sea, right? Here's the thing. Ringrose didn't know it, but this leg of the river was headed north, towards the sea to the south. Can you imagine that feeling? All of the doubt? The South Sea was to the south, but you were headed north? That's where the men before you had gone, but all day, Ringrose must have felt that he was going in the wrong direction, thinking that they must have turned south at some point, but he didn't know where. Regardless, they chose to keep on. But after a day of rowing, nightfall came. They hadn't seen a sign of the other boats all day, but they were tired and they were sore and forced to pull the boat ashore. They stuck an oar in the sand and tied the boat up to her. They, quote, slept by turns in our canoe, several showers of rain falling all the night long, which pierced us to the skin, end quote. But when dawn came, they were once again off in their canoe. Perhaps, they thought, if they left early enough and made haste, they could catch up with the others. Imagine their relief and their chagrin when, no more than 2 leagues downriver, they came upon a small collection of Cuna huts and several canoes belonging to their friends. This was that same place where Captain Sharp had written of taking water and seeing gold glinting in the riverbed. Now, not all of the buccaneers were there, but those who were told Basil Ringrose and his companions of a good place to collect water nearby, where it was fresh and delicious. The Kuna insisted that this was the place to collect water, as there wouldn't be another good place to stop for some time. So Basil Ringrose and his companions went to collect some water. When they came back, all of the other pirates had already left. I mean, come on. They couldn't wait for just a little bit. It's like being the fat kid running the mile back in elementary school. All of your friends just go on ahead. But at least they knew, beyond a doubt now, that they were headed in the right direction. Their canoe may have been terrible, but it would get them there eventually, and they weren't, they now knew, that far behind. Ringrose wrote of their departure, quote, "Such is the procedure of these wild men that they care not in the least whom they lose of their company or leave behind." End quote. It's like that line from Pirates of the Caribbean.
What code is Gibbs to keep to if the worst should happen?
Pirate's code. Any man who falls behind is left behind.
So they got back in the boat and they rowed hard to try and catch up, but it was all in vain. Near the mouth of the river leading into the bay, they were accosted by dozens and dozens of islands. Some were smaller, some were larger, but all of them were blocking the view and created an untold number of tiny waterways between them. Ringrose and his fellows rowed around for several hours among these islands, trying to find the channel that would carry them to freedom, but again and again they were turned around. Sometimes they were headed back the way they'd come. Other times they found themselves at a dead end of what had seemed like a promising waterway. Once again, they'd spent an entire day rowing in circles while the entire company of pirates left them behind. At last, when the sun was creeping down towards the horizon, they found the right path. They saw the mouth of the river and the Gulf of San Miguel. It was right there in front of them. And they couldn't reach it. The water from the Gulf was flowing so forcefully toward them that even though the Gulf was less than a stone's throw away, they couldn't throw their undermanned and ungainly canoe into it. They struggled and they struggled against the current, but finally they were forced to give in. They let the current carry them back toward the islands that had so vexed them all day. They tied the canoe to a tree on that nearby island and waited for the tide to turn. But they didn't have even a moment to rest. That water that was rushing in, it was what they called the young flood. Well, it was bashing their canoe on a broadside. It was rocking it back and forth so forcefully that a steady flow of water was flooding into the boat, threatening to sink her in 4 fathoms deep water. For 2 hours, Ringrose and his men filled buckets with water and dumped them from the boat. They were bending and heaving and bending and heaving. All of this after a long day of rowing and then after a fierce struggle against an unyielding current. Now, imagine all of this from the point of view of their Spanish prisoner. Up until about 4 days ago, he'd had a pretty cushy life. He was a middling officer in a Spanish garrison that minted gold coins for the king. He had a house to himself. He had fresh beef. He had decent wine. He had men to order about, and the opportunity for just a little of that gold to fall into his pockets if he played his cards right. And then, for the past few months, he'd even had a young Kuna girl, royalty even, to visit whenever his shifts were over. He had to share her with some of the other officers, of course, but it still wasn't bad at all. And then those English dogs, those corsairs, had marched in and killed his men. They'd let the Kuna kill even more of them, and then they'd burned his home to the ground. And for the past 2 days, he'd been silently laughing at their incompetence behind the oar. They'd been lost, and they'd been struggling and cursing God himself. All the while, our Spaniard was tied up in their boat, feeling oh so superior to them. The one fellow, the bookish one who spoke a bit of Spanish, he wasn't so bad. He wasn't the typical sort for these scoundrels, but still. But then the young flood happened. Then water started rushing into the boat. So the Spaniard was cut free. He was handed a bucket and he was told to pitch water from the boat. For 2 hours he worked beside the English pirates. For 2 hours he forced his arms, which had been for days tied up in front of him, to scoop water. It was clear that this was his only way out of this situation, and perhaps even his own life depended on his working with these Englishmen, with these Lutheran corsairs. Do you think, when the young flood had ceased and they were safe, that he was tied up again? I mean, he probably was. They weren't friends now, but it must have been tough to bind the hands of a man who had just helped save your life. Now, I like to think that at least Ringrose took the opportunity to thank him and maybe loosened the knots just a little bit. Now, after all was said and done, they rode to another island, just about a league off, which had ample space to land and make camp. Ringrose said of that night, quote, "It was, from the loss of our company and the great dangers we were in, the sorrowfulest night that until then I had ever experienced in my whole life. For it rained impetuously all night long, insomuch that we were wet from head to foot and had not one dry thread about us. Neither through the violence of the rain were we able to keep any fire burning wherewith to warm or dry ourselves. We passed this heavy and tedious night without 1 minute of sleep, being all very sorrowful to see ourselves so far and remote from the rest of our companions, as also totally destitute of human comfort. For a vast sea surrounded us on one side, and the mighty power of our enemies, the Spaniards, on the other." End quote. Come the morning, on April 19th, they put back into the water and made their way to Point San Lorenzo, and finally, after that, into the Gulf of San Miguel. At last they were out into the open ocean. They finally felt at home. They were freed from the confines of the river and her currents and hidden waterways. Almost immediately their canoe capsized. A wave smashed against the side and turned them all out into the water. The men swam for their lives, struggling for an island in the distance. The tide helped them ashore, and they all made it safely, but then their canoe washed ashore as well. But it was dashed against the rocks and rendered completely unusable. What must that have been like for Ringrose? Just a few short years ago, he'd been a well-to-do student, studying history and Latin and the classical works of the Western canon. Now he'd fallen in with a company of pirates. He'd aided in the taking of a Spanish fort, and for his sins, he was now washed up on a desolate island at the end of the world with no boat and little hope. All of their stores of bread and fresh water had been lost immediately. There was one stroke of luck. Their guns had been fastened securely to the boat. They were well oiled and in waxed sackcloth, and then secured in a tightly fitting box. They pulled them from the wreckage, and they began to tend to them. They were mostly unharmed. Their stores of powder and fuses and shot were also dry. And something happened then that the ring did not intend. The buccaneers spied a small sail in the distance, headed toward them. They had their guns out and they readied them, but even at a distance it was clear this wasn't a Spanish craft. It was a Cuna canoe, not unlike the one they had just lost. And when it got closer, they could see that it was filled with, no, not Englishmen, but Cuna. They were there. They were coming to rescue them. Then the canoe that was sent to rescue Basil Ringrose, their Spanish officer, and their companions, it capsized in almost exactly the same place. But it was a superior craft. She dumped the men out, but she righted herself, and her single sail carried the canoe safely to shore. The pirates were elated. We might imagine that even their Spanish prisoner was filled with joy at the arrival of so many of his old enemies. Perhaps he was disheartened that it wasn't a Spanish craft, but he knew he had a way off the island. Bartholomew Sharp wrote of their plight, quote, "One of our canoes being overset with men in her, but it pleased God that with extreme danger, even to those that rescued them, they were all saved, it being a certain truth that those who are born to be hanged shall never be drowned." End quote. He wrote those words after their voyage had ended, after some of their men had been hanged in the dockside at Port Royal. Others had their necks on the chopping block in London, but that's a story for another time. For now, they were safe. After everything they'd been through, Basil Ringrose and his friends were on the ocean in a much better canoe with Cuna guides, and after their days of toil, they had a sail and wind to carry them to their companions. Night fell as they were making their way to a nearby island. A heavy rain began to fall, and it quickly grew so dark that they could see almost nothing. In the distance, though, they saw 2 points of light spring up on the shore. They were campfires, and the ship adjusted course to meet with their friends and comrades. One is forced to wonder when exactly they realized what was coming. As they approached, did they see that the camp was empty? Did Ringrose notice something was amiss? Did the Kuna? Apparently, Androius, who was among their rescuers, was calling out for his brothers as they neared the shore. Did the Spanish prisoner realize? Did he see the camp laid out on the shore and know what was afoot? If so, was he collected enough to keep his quiet? As soon as the boat made landfall, from the tree line, 200 Spanish soldiers emerged. Even amidst that downpour, they wore armor and had muskets at the ready, all of them pointed at that tiny canoe. 6 of them came forward to lay hands on the boat, but at just that moment, the Kuna jumped from the craft and ran for the tree line. The Spanish guns moved to follow them, but as soon as their feet hit the land, the Kuna were disappeared into the jungle. Ringrose and his companions grabbed for their guns, hoping to defend themselves, but just then the Spanish muskets swiveled back, and they had over a dozen guns pointed at the 4 men. The Spanish pulled their craft further ashore, and the Spanish ordered the pirates from the boat and marched them to camp. They recognized the officer as a Spaniard and as a prisoner, and even if they didn't know him, they cut him free. Ringrose asked if any among the Spanish spoke any English, or perhaps a little French. They replied no. But their captain, who was apparently an educated man, spoke Latin quite well. Ringrose, with some relief, was able to communicate. He learned that some of these men had been captives of the other pirates who had gone on ahead. They'd been taken from Santa Maria, but then freed. The rest were a company of militiamen on patrol who had set a trap after learning of the Englishmen in the region. So the pirates were led to a hut with a fire burning inside. The pirates were forced down to their knees. Their hands were bound behind them, and they were made to wait, while their captain pulled Ringrose up and pushed him inside. Placed in the fire were all manner of implements. There were pokers and pincers, and they were growing red with the heat. A blanket lay on the ground nearby, and on said blanket were daggers and shears and leather bindings. It was a rudimentary collection, but bindings and hot irons and blades. Ringrose knew that he was to be interrogated by the Spanish captain. He would suffer torture at this inquisition. He would give up all he knew of the English plans, and then he would die, painfully. The captain cut his hemp bonds and laid him on the ground, and then, before he had a chance to reach for his irons or even to ask a question, in walked the haggard and weather-beaten prisoner Ringrose had sailed with on his voyage to this place. The 2 Spanish officers began to speak, and it quickly became heated. Ringrose only understood a little bit of Spanish, and he couldn't keep up. Their voices were tight, however, and they kept looking over in his direction. After a tense several minutes, the captain relented, and he bowed his head. They turned toward Ringrose, and in Latin, the captain explained to him what he and Ringrose's former prisoner had discussed. Apparently, Ringrose's prisoner outranked the captain. He had taken command of this militia force. They had indeed intended to torture the English rovers, but the captain interceded on his behalf. So, quote, "The captain arose from his seat and embraced me, saying that we Englishmen were very friendly enemies and good people. Withal, he desired me to sit down by him and to eat. He told me that for the kindness I had showed, he gave us all our lives and liberties, which otherwise he would certainly have taken from us. Thus he bid me likewise take my canoe and go in God's name, saying withal, he wished us be as fortunate as we were generous." End quote. Now, the Spanish did invite the pirates to stay the night, but they thought it better to decline. The soldiers there in the camp, just as they had pulled the canoe ashore, well, once the pirates were in her, they pushed the canoe back to sea. Ringrose and his mates paddled along the shoreline until the Kuna, who had run from the encounter, came from the tree line and emerged to join them. They spent the night at sea, despite the shore being so nearby. They wanted space between themselves and the Spanish, and the opportunity to run should the Spanish change their mind. When morning came, they roused and headed out to hopefully finally find their companions. But someone found them first. In the distance, they saw sails, not just a piragua or a canoe with a sail like their own, but a real ship. She had the wind, and the ship was making right for them. Down here, in the South Sea, it was virtually impossible that it could be any other, but as she approached, their fears were confirmed. Those were Spanish sails, and she had a Spanish hull. The men in the canoe rested their oars. There was no hope of outrunning this ship and no hope of escape. They were, after all of their troubles, resigned to their fate. The Spanish ship dropped sails and came in just a bit closer. But then they began to drop their colors. The Spanish cross was pulled down and another flag was raised in its place. It looked red with green and white. They put a boat into the water and it began to row over. Ringrose and his men, growing hopeful, they began to row over as well, toward the boat. And as they approached the ship, they could make out those colors more clearly. It was a red banner adorned with green and white ribbons. It was the flag of Captain Bartholomew Sharp. Next time, we're going to look at the other half of today's journey. We'll follow Bartholomew Sharp and William Dampier and John Coxon and all the rest of them, and we'll discover exactly how they came to be in possession of a Spanish ship just in time to rescue Basil Ringrose. Before we go, though, a question. That bit at the end with the Spanish soldiers on the beach, that trap laid for Ringrose and all of his companions. Well, first of all, I should mention that I told the story almost exactly as Ringrose did, though I did add a few flourishes of my own. I want to be clear that some of the details and emotions were my additions to that part of the story, but I feel justified in adding them. Because, do you believe any of that? I mean, Ringrose wrote it down. He published the account, but it seems too spectacular to be true. All in one night, he was captured by the Spanish. He was declared too kind to be tortured by their enemies, and then he was set free by his Spanish captors who just happened to be friendly men. I mean, personally, I love the story, but I think it's just that. I think it's a story, a bit of color. I think he and his companions had been lost at sea for several days. They'd been thrown about by the current, and they'd been shipwrecked and nearly drowned. All the while, Captain Sharp and his men were having a fine time. They were winning prizes. I think, and this is just my opinion, but I think that Ringrose saw how pathetic his story was in comparison, and that young man who had been raised reading all of the classical Greek and Roman literature, all of those heroic deeds of great men, well, I think he came up with just a little lie to the other pirates, and conveniently managed to remove the Kuna from the story so they couldn't contradict him. And then his companions, who were also a bit embarrassed, well, they joined in and backed him up. But then again, maybe it's all true. On Saturday, the 17th of April, 1680, Captains Bartholomew Sharp, Richard Sawkins, John Coxon, Peter Harris, Edmund Cook, and John Cook fitted their canoes with powder, shot, water, and what provisions they could carry, and headed downriver from Santa Maria. Last time we discussed their departure and the perilous journey of Basil Ringrose. Now, the two main factors in Ringrose's tumultuous journey were his canoe, first of all, which was poorly made and too heavy, and their lack of a Kuna guide. But the rest of the pirates, including all of the captains, as well as William Dampier and Lionel Wafer, they fared far better. Their canoes were much more maneuverable and far less cumbersome. They were able to make it downriver much faster than Ringrose, and their guides ensured that they didn't get turned around or take any false routes, both of which Ringrose did. Most importantly, though, they moved fast enough and at the right time to avoid the tide coming in and the young flood. In 2 days of relatively easy rowing, these pirates made it to the Gulf of San Miguel. Bartholomew Sharp named it the Bay of St. George, which was erroneous, but for reasons that will soon become clear. Once in the Gulf, the pirates headed out to a little island off in the distance. It was safely removed from the mainland and any Spanish patrols they might encounter there, and it rose to a peak from which they could survey the ocean for miles around and see if any Spanish ships were headed in their direction. When they rode in close enough, they could clearly see a watchtower built atop the mountain, which probably also served as a lighthouse. This meant that there was a Spanish presence there, and any Spanish troops on the island would surely have seen them. They thought it better, though, not to flee, but rather to engage any Spaniards on the island, to keep them from betraying their location, and it was best to attack them on the land. So they made for the island, and found docks there which were small and essentially empty, save for one small boat. It seemed that the island might be deserted. So the pirates grabbed their guns and they marched up the mountainside as quickly but as quietly as possible. They were watchful on this entire march for any sign of troops, any human habitation at all, tracks or trees cut down, but they found nothing. When they reached the crest of the mountain, there was only the watchtower. It was small and sturdy and relatively tall, but there was smoke coming from it, signs of life, but not of a full garrison. So a few men ventured inside and found there only an old man who was asleep. They put a knife to his throat and they woke him. As you might imagine, he was pretty frightened to find a handful of scruffy English pirates in his room, but he answered their questions in a broken English and was left unharmed. There were no other men on the island, only him, to tend the lighthouse for ships that were coming and going. It appeared that the English had found themselves a base of operations from which to scout for Spanish troops and even possibly to lure Spanish ships right to them. They didn't have long to wait either. That evening, as the sun was setting, a bark made landfall on the island. It was a small ship, but still in good shape and really lightly manned. So the pirates took 2 canoes, maybe with 20 or 25 men in them, and silently rowed to the boat under the cover of darkness. They rowed in close to the bark and waited in their boats at the waterline, listening to the talk of the men on board. They figured out that the ship had disembarked a company of soldiers on the mainland and come here to this island to wait. It was manned by a skeleton crew, so the pirates, who were led by Captain Sharp, readied their guns and drew their cutlasses, and then they climbed overboard to claim the ship. The Spanish surrendered naturally in the face of 24 pirates appearing suddenly, brandishing pistols and steel. So Sharp took command of the vessel and brought with him his most trusted inner circle. Captain Cook, Edmund Cook, who came on as his second in command, brought his most favored men as well, but there was still plenty of room on board the bark, so the crews, assembled there on the island, agreed that those men in the least seaworthy canoes should come aboard. I wonder what those arguments sounded like, every man arguing that his was the worst canoe and he deserved to be on the ship, but in the end the ship carried 137 men. The poorest, probably 7 or 8 canoes were left tied to the dock and abandoned. The pirates were growing a bit worried, though. The only crew who hadn't made landfall was that of Basil Ringrose. Earlier in the day, their Kuna guides had gone out to find them and bring them in, but they hadn't returned either. So come dawn, when Basil Ringrose and the Kuna still weren't back, Sharp took his new ship out to sea. He hoped to find Ringrose and his men, but barring that, there was always the possibility of finding another Spanish ship. This is episode 42, The Extremest Hazard of Fire and Sword. Now, I want you all to know that for our 42nd episode, I racked my brain for a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy pun for the title. Somehow, life, the universe, and everything just doesn't fit thematically here. If one of you, who is far more clever than I am, comes up with one, feel free to share it and shame me completely. Now, we already know that Captain Sharp finds Basil Ringrose early in the day. When they were reunited, Ringrose shared his fantastical and frankly unbelievable tale of woe and misery, all of it capped off by that capture at the hands of the Spanish and sudden release for being just such a nice guy. And I imagined that Ringrose was telling this story to anyone who would listen. But when the other Buccaneers shared their story of their experience over the last few days, well, it became pretty quickly apparent that all was not well among their fleet. Their commander-in-chief, their admiral, Captain John Coxon, was ruffling feathers. He'd been second-guessing the voyage every step of the way. He said often and loudly that he thought Panama was a bad plan. They didn't have enough men, he said, or enough arms, or enough ships. He thought it would be best to turn east and travel down the coast of the southern continent. They could supply, find ships, and probably even other settlements rich with gold. Of course, even as admiral, he wasn't totally in command. He couldn't order the pirates to change their destination. This crew, like all pirate vessels, were democratic, and they chose collectively where and when to strike. Now, Coxon was urging them to move on, but virtually no one was listening. The men, on the other hand, were openly mocking their commander. Panama was the plan. They might move on afterward, but they'd be damned if Coxon turned them away from Panama. And Coxon, who was supposedly their leader, hadn't even taken that bark, but he was piloting a piragua. He let Sharp take the ship, and he hadn't really joined in on taking the island either. But after they did, he insisted that they take that ship and they go. The men were naming him a coward. But after the crews were reunited, Basil Ringrose and William Dampier abandoned their respective canoes and upgraded to a new one. It appears that they were becoming friends on the voyage, being one of only a few educated men, and squarely both in the camp that was opposed to Captain Coxon. Ringrose wrote, quote, "Morning being come, I changed my canoe and embarked myself on another, which, though it was something lesser than the former, yet was furnished with better company." End quote. Meanwhile, Captain Peter Harris was about his own business. They had abandoned the worst 5 or 6 canoes in favor of the bark already, but that left 220 men or so still relegated to the canoes. So Harris went out at dawn and found himself another vessel. His men boarded her, and despite a fierce flash of defense, they took the vessel with no casualties. It was smaller than Sharp's bark and only held about 30 men, but it let them abandon 2 or 3 more canoes. So, with Sharp off sailing to find Ringrose and Harris out searching for his own ship, the fleet had become separated. The winds turned contrary halfway through the day, and the 2 groups were blown away from each other. The group carrying Ringrose and Sharp and Dampier made for nearby land and made camp and slept till morning. At dawn they set out for the rendezvous point, decided upon by all of the men, the island of Chipillo. Now the other group, with Captain Harris, Richard Sawkins, John Coxon, they set course for the rendezvous as well. En route, they spied another set of sails, and this time Captain Coxon made for her, but his attempt at boarding was sloppy, and his men were repelled. One man, a man named Mr. Bull, was killed, and 2 others were wounded pretty severely. The ship, after that, caught a favorable wind and got away. This was a serious problem. Not only had Coxon gotten a man killed, that was to be expected sometimes, but he'd failed to take a ship at sea. That ship was filled with Spaniards and was currently sailing at speed back to Panama. So due to Coxon's sheer incompetence as a commander and failure at the most basic of piracy, they'd lost a man, they'd lost a ship, and now they'd lost the element of surprise. Their entire plan hinged upon surprising the Spanish at Panama, and now, well, that was ruined. Now, that small fleet of Coxon and Sawkins and Harris made landfall at Chipillo at about 2 p.m. and waited on Captain Sharp. The men went searching for water and found what appeared to be a small settlement of Cameroons, or perhaps it was just a few escaped slaves and mulattoes. Now, I'd like to address this for just a moment. I understand that mulatto isn't the most sensitive term, and I intend no offense, but I am choosing to use it here. It's a term that's specifically applicable to the Spanish. It is, after all, a Spanish word, though it has an Arabic root. That root in Arabic means biracial, and it was originally used by the Moors in Iberia to reference the descendants of Iberian men and women that practiced Islam. It was, to them, originally an inclusive term, denoting Iberians joining their society. Now, by the late 17th century in the Spanish New World, we're talking about, and let's be honest here, children born to an African mother who was a slave and a Spanish father who was a master. And there it did pick up negative connotations that still linger today. Largely that's due to what they call the mulatto myth, which is a belief that people of mixed racial heritage will always be outsiders in their communities. But in this case of the 17th century Spanish New World, that is a literal truth. It was a highly regimented and racially divided world, and these mulattoes were men and women without a nation. They were free when it came to slavery, but they were not equal citizens of the white Spanish. They were relegated to jobs in brothels or in the army, or if their father was particularly kind, they might be allowed to stay in his home as a bastard. You couldn't even really call them second-class citizens, as they weren't technically citizens of the Spanish Empire. They didn't have equal protection under the law. They were an embarrassment to the Spanish crown, in that noble Spanish men would sully their blood with African women, so their children were just swept under the rug and ignored. It was an unpleasant and often terrible existence, and many of them ran away to escape that life. So while I don't feel that mulatto is an appropriate term for anyone of biracial or mixed racial heritage, I do think in this case it is the most applicable terminology. However, at that island, the English captured those runaway slaves they found, amounting to about 14 people. Now, this might seem cruel, especially considering the English believed themselves to be less racially discriminatory, but I suspect that at this point it was merely due diligence. It was foolish, tactically speaking, to leave 14 people free that might cause mischief in your camp, or even perhaps steal one of your canoes, or otherwise perhaps run away and warn the Spanish of your whereabouts. So after taking the prisoners, the pirates took their food, which amounted to some water, some wine, some plantains, and 2 fat hogs. Then they found that the Cameroons had another piragua, which they assimilated into their fleet. But before long, the rest of the fleet arrived at Chapillo. As soon as they arrived, it was clear they had problems to solve. They had decisions that needed making, and they had potential fires to quell. The men were in an uproar. You can see why, too. Coxswain had been attempting to steer them away from Panama, and he had finally managed to ruin their plan and possibly destroy their whole operation. They were jeering at Coxswain and his men. They were openly mocking their commander, and they were making threats, too. It was close to becoming a vicious and violent situation. So Bartholomew Sharp and Richard Sawkins conferred. Coxswain was present, but he was in disgrace. The 2 cooks, as well as Harris, and probably even Dampier and Ringrose, would have been present as well, along with all of the top officers on the ships and even the quartermasters. At this point, Sawkins and Sharp, though, were the 2 ranking captains that still commanded enough respect and carried enough authority to hold the expedition together. You see, at this moment, everything was in danger of falling apart. If the men decided they were done with Coxswain, it would likely turn into a fight between Coxswain and his 70 men and virtually everyone else. Now, Sawkins might have been forced to side with Coxswain due to their long history and friendship. Sharp, though, would have been forced into a position of command of the opposing side. This would have turned into a bloody fight and deadly on both sides. Now, still, Coxswain would have had the lesser numbers, but even if they had won, Sharp didn't have enough men with him to continue the voyage. The fleet would have fractured and split up into 6 smaller crews that would have spent their days pirating around the Southern Ocean, and eventually they would have been snatched up by Spanish patrols. All 300 men of this expedition would have wound up dead. So Sharp and Sawkins, as kind of the leaders of their 2 burgeoning factions, well, they sat in council with all of the other captains and all of the other best and brightest, and they led. But more importantly, they were seen leading. They were seen solving problems. They were seen devising a plan, and they were seen holding the fleet together. Now, they knew that after that ship had escaped Coxswain's hands, Panama was expecting them now. If they were to have any hope of success in taking the city, they had to move quickly. But in order to do that, they had some business to attend to. perhaps most pressing there, were their prisoners. They had a few Spaniards left from Santa Maria, they had the old man from the lighthouse, they had the crews of those 2 Spanish barks, and they had those 14 Cameroons that they had just taken. They had to figure out what they were going to do with them. So Ringrose writes, quote, "It was judged convenient by our commanders for certain reasons which I could not dive into, to rid their hands of the prisoners which we had taken. And hereupon orders were given unto our Indians, who knew they would perform them very willingly, to fight, or rather to murder and slay the said prisoners upon the shore. This they instantly went about to do, being glad of this opportunity to revenge their hatred against their enemies, though in cold blood. But the prisoners, although they had no arms wherewith to defend themselves, forced their way through these barbarous Indians, in spite of their lances, bows, and arrows, and got into the woods of the island." End quote. Now, perhaps this is as cold-blooded as it sounds. It's certainly mysterious, for reasons I could not dive into. However, they escaped somehow. Certainly, though, having them killed made tactical sense. The prisoners served little purpose now. Panama was already prepared to fight. Stealth was out of the question, so the prisoners' promise of leading the pirates into the city was right out. As was their value as hostages. That was virtually erased. They'd serve no purpose, and they'd be a major liability in a battle. So perhaps this story is true. Perhaps they ordered the Indians to kill their prisoners, and somehow the prisoners escaped. Or perhaps the English just slit their throats and threw them overboard. Once the prisoners were dealt with, though, they had a second major problem. They were severely lacking in victuals, which could prove as deadly as any Spanish attack. So they sent off their 2 new ships, the 2 barks they'd taken the last 2 days, to collect food and water. Now they put these under command of Captain Sharp and crewed both of the ships. You see, these barks were not particularly well armed, not enough to be of any use in a battle, and considering the sudden need they had for haste, they didn't have time to arm these ships properly. The barks would have been too slow to fit their needs. They needed speed and mobility to take Panama. So Sawkins and the others decided that Panama could still be taken if they moved quickly enough. So Richard Sawkins, John Coxon, Peter Harris, John Cook, William Dampier, Lionel Wafer, and Basil Ringrose prepared to move. Their fleet, which consisted of 2 piraguas carrying about 30 men each, and a host of canoes carrying between 12 and 20 men each, set out for Panama less than 2 hours after arriving at the rendezvous. They rowed hard, and at dawn on Friday the 23rd, the city of Panama came into view. Now, just off the coast of Panama, there lies a few small islands, known today as the Causeway Islands. During World War II, they were fortified with gunboats and artillery emplacements and fortifications. They were there to serve as a defense against any Axis incursions from South America. Now, the Nazis never made a move on them, but they were still substantial defenses. All the way back in 1680, they served important purposes as well. The 2 largest islands in the island chain were called collectively Perico. Mostly they were a port for the treasure ships arriving from South America. You see, the Spanish hadn't had a real threat arrive by sea since, well, I was going to say since Francis Drake, but his ship, the Golden Hind, never really attacked Panama. He did kind of menace the shipping in the region, but he never proved a threat to Panama itself. There were perhaps Portuguese engagements much earlier on, but really they had never encountered a real threat by sea from this side of the isthmus. Regardless, though, the Panamanian Navy was still there, and it was still prepared to defend their city should any attack by sea arrive. In the harbor at Perico, between those 2 largest islands, there were 8 ships awaiting the pirates. 5 of these were large, powerful ships of the line that were clearly intended for the defense of Panama. Now, they lay at anchor, but they were positioned to create a wall of fire in defense of the city should any enemy ships approach. Now, the other 3 ships were a bit smaller and patrolling the harbor. They were what the Spanish called the Barcos de Armadilla. These were small Spanish men of war, or galleons, which were heavy with guns and soldiers, but still small enough to be mobile. The Armadilla was a small strategic fleet that was intended to sortie out from the line and meet the enemy. Now, the word Armadilla means small armored one and is the basis for the name of the armadillo. So I like to picture this little fleet as kind of short and stout and heavily armored and crazy fierce like an armadillo. But those three, the Barcos de la Armadilla, changed their course as soon as they saw the pirates to meet them. Captain Sharp, who wasn't even there that day, he was off collecting water, chose to write himself into the battle nonetheless. He wrote of the men as the Spanish sailed to meet them, quote, "We made a resolution, rather than drown in the sea or beg quarter of the Spaniard whom we were used to conquer, to run the extremest hazard of fire and sword." End quote. They were prepared to fight. They were prepared to die. They were prepared to do battle until the bitter end, rather than flee or be sunk or, God forbid, to surrender. According to Ringrose, the Spanish had equally harsh orders. Quote, "The commanders had strict orders given them, and their resolution was to give quarter to none of the pirates or buccaneers. But such bloody commands as these seldom or never do happen to prosper." End quote. Now, April 23rd, the day the pirates arrived at Panama, is a special day for the English. It's the feast day of St. George, which the English took very seriously in 1680, and today still some do. You see, St. George is the patron saint of England. He's a symbol of military might and honor and heroics and chivalry and all of the great medieval virtues, and he was a martyr. His tale, as recorded in the medieval text The Golden Legend, is impressive, and if you don't know it, I'd like to share it with you. Georges was a soldier in the Roman legion serving under Emperor Diocletian in Libya. A town in the region, Selinus, was menaced by a dragon. The dragon lived in a nearby lake and bore plague. His breath poisoned the countryside for miles around, and the only way Selinus was spared was through sacrifice to the dragon. They offered him goats and lambs, but that didn't satisfy the dragon's hunger. He demanded the village's children. So they began to choose which children to sacrifice by lot. One by one, children were fed to the beast. Eventually, the king's daughter was chosen, and the king tried to have her removed from the lot. He begged and he pleaded that she be spared. He offered up half his wealth if only they would choose someone else. But the daughter, she refused, and she went to go meet her fate willingly. Georges happened by the lake one day, and he spied the girl there. He inquired into her well-being, as she was alone and so far from town, and as to her safety. She told him that all was as it should be, and she tried to send him away. That is a perfect example of medieval virtue. A young woman doing her duty in service to all those around her, choosing to sacrifice herself for the good of others. And then the knight, or, the legionnaire, does his perfect chivalric duty, and he totally ignores her. He makes the sign of the cross, he draws his sword, and he charges at the dragon. He slays the dragon, and the entire population of Selinus converts to Christianity. The king constructs a church to the Virgin Mary on the lake, and the waters of the lake forever cure all disease. The king offers the wealth that he had offered to his people to Georges, but Georges refuses it and instead insists that he gives it to the poor. Despite its roots in the Roman myth and the Eastern imperial tradition, this story is so English. Much like the ancient Anglo-Saxon tale of Beowulf, George slays the dragon, he saves the people, and eventually he dies in service to them. And very much like the Norman Arthurian legend, George is the embodiment of exactly what chivalry should be: duty and service, bravery, honor. This story holds a place in the hearts of the British. It's been retold time and again for centuries, and it even graced British recruitment posters during the World Wars. Now, we don't know a whole lot about the religious faithfulness of those buccaneers off the coast of Panama in 1680. They likely weren't particularly devout. But St. George's Day was important to them as Englishmen, regardless of their standing in the religion. It was a part of the British identity. All of this was very much in their minds when they went to do battle with the Spanish. Not unlike St. George, they were charging in to do battle with a great beast, a beast that had poisoned the world with, its Catholicism and all their Spanishness, but they were going to do battle against the beast on the lake it called home, and they were going to come out victorious. Now, I'm kind of making light of it, but these pirates were absolutely serious, and they were prepared to die for their convictions. Now, if you're an American, you might find some of this a little hard to understand, but imagine if the U.S. were conquered by a foreign power, and then if you and all of your friends and family joined together and marched to fight for your freedom on July 4th. Imagine the impact of that. Imagine the symbolic power that that day would hold. That's what the English had in their minds and their hearts as they went forth to do battle with the Spanish. And, treasure and stuff. So, the 3 ships in the Armadillo were closing in on the buccaneers. The first ship, the admiral of the fleet, was commanded by Almirante Don Jacinto de Barahona, the high admiral of the Panamanian Navy. The ship carried 86 Spanish regulars, who were Biscayers that were renowned for their bravery and their prowess in battle. Ringrose writes of them, quote, "These were all volunteers who came designedly to show their valor," end quote. The second ship was crewed by 65 mulattoes under Don Diego de Caraboxel. These men of mixed ancestry were the backbone of the Spanish forces in the New World. It was one of the few careers that was open to them in which they might actually be able to advance and prosper. The pirates knew this, and they had fought alongside so many of them that they knew just how skilled and dangerous they were. The third ship was commanded by, according to Ringrose, quote, "an old and stout Spaniard, a native of Andalusia in Spain named Don Francisco de Peralta," end quote. That ship carried a crew of 77 African slaves. Now that brought the total Spanish fighting force to 228 men, aboard 3 small but well-armed galleons. The total English force, according to Ringrose, numbered 68 pirates. The fact that one of the Spanish ships was crewed by slaves, men who were probably not trained warriors and who probably didn't want to be there, would have indicated something about the Spanish strength to the buccaneers, and perhaps they did notice it, but they didn't have much time to mull it over. Their canoes rowed hard to meet the oncoming Armadillo ships and outpaced the 2 piraguas in their fleet. Within minutes, they were within range of the nearest ship, the galleon of Don Diego de Caraboxel. The fleet of canoes was spread wide across the water to form a net for the oncoming ships. Now, the pirates rowed for the wind's eye to get upwind of the vessel. They were rowing against the wind. When they came in close enough to the ship, though, they actually rowed to the leeward of the ship, right in the ship's path. That way, they could stay out of her gun's line of fire and even avoid most of the small arms fire from the bow. Now, the 2 closest canoes to Don Diego's ship were the canoes of Captain Sawkins and of Basil Ringrose. The ship came so close that Ringrose was nearly struck, but Don Diego's ship was carried by the wind and was on course to pass right between the 2 pirate canoes. When she did, Don Diego called out, "Disparar," and the guns fired off with a broadside from both starboard and port. The guns were loaded with a small shot, and men in both canoes were hit. But not enough of them. The pirates who were left standing raised their muskets, what they called fusees, and they opened fire on the Spanish soldiers on deck. Their volley tore through the Spanish men, and they fell all across the deck. They fell from the helm, they fell from the rigging. When the ship passed by, the pirates rowed to her windward, and the ship was sluggish to come about for another pass. So the pirate fleet came together. The piraguas and all the canoes joined up just as the admiral of the fleet under Almirante Don Jacinto came upon them. Now the admiral tried to tack about. He tried to avoid passing through his enemy. He didn't want to make the same mistake that Don Diego had, but the pirates concentrated their fire on the ship, and one of the marksmen in them hit the helmsman. In his death, the helmsman fell and brought his ship into the wind. That laid her sails back. She was dead in the water. So the pirates rowed up to her stern and they opened fire. Any man who tried to approach the helm was shot. All the sails on board the ship were rent by English fire, but the Spanish rallied and they returned fire on the English. They kept the pirates hunkered down in their canoes and kept them from being able to board. Now, meanwhile, across the water, Captain Sawkins had taken command of a piragua. His own canoe had been disabled in that volley from the Spanish. Now, Captain Coxon had the other piragua, while Harris was in one of the larger canoes. But that final Spanish vessel, that third ship, the slave ship under Don Francisco de Peralta, was rushing in. She was coming to relieve the admiral from the pirates firing on her. If she succeeded in this, the pirates would be caught between the two ships. The Spanish would have had the advantage of height with gunmen on both decks, and the pirates would have been trapped. Sawkins, though, saw the ship making for the admiral, and with a few canoes rowed in to intercept her. The pirates surrounded his vessel, but Don Francisco was that old and stout Spaniard. He marched about the deck, bellowing out his commands. Whenever a man fell, he picked up the fallen man's musket, and he fired back on the pirates until one of his men came in to relieve him. The English were in awe of Don Francisco. He was a real old sea dog. He appeared wherever the fighting was fiercest. He barked out his commands, and he refused to let the English board his vessel. This ship was by far the worst fighting of the day. So far, at least. Ringrose wrote that, quote, "The dispute, or fight, was very hot, lying board on board together, and both giving and receiving death unto each other as fast as they could charge." End quote. So the ship with the mulatto crew, the ship under Don Diego, that ship that was the first to encounter the pirates, had finally tacked about and was coming in to relieve the admiral. So Ringrose's canoe and a canoe under a man named Captain Springer disengaged from the fight with the admiral to meet the oncoming ship. Again, it played out much like the previous engagement. The two canoes parted to let the ship pass between them. This time, though, the Spanish had far less crew to man the guns, so the pirates were able to suppress all the enemy fire. The pirates drew their cutlasses. They pulled their pistols out. They were preparing to board the ship. But then a last surge of defense came from the Spanish on board. That gave her just enough room to slip away. The pirates attempted to give chase, but this ship had the wind and they couldn't keep up with her. Ringrose estimated, when he saw who was on deck, that maybe 11 men made it back to Panama on board that ship. That's out of the original crew of 77. The fighting continued, though. Sawkins had attempted a boarding of Don Francisco's slave ship, but he had been repulsed. They kept fighting there. At the other fight, the admiral was in a dire situation, though. He watched Don Diego's ship limp away. He knew that they would be unable to help. And then he saw Don Francisco beat back wave after wave of pirates. He knew that they were caught in the same predicament as himself. Now, remember how they were fighting. They were firing muskets. These were inaccurate firearms. They never shot in anything resembling a straight line. The musket ball was always made to be small enough to fit into any mass-produced musket, so they always rattled around the barrel before it left the muzzle in sort of a straight line. They took time to load, too. That was the biggest problem. After every shot, the Spanish would have to find cover. They'd have to pull out a cartridge, rip it open with their teeth, pour a bit of gunpowder into the priming pan, close the priming pan, move the musket to have the muzzle facing them, pour the rest of the powder into the barrel, stick the cartridge down the barrel, pull out a ramrod, jam it down the barrel repeatedly, pull it back out, secure the ramrod, stand up, find a target, aim, and fire. Half the time, the musket misfired, and God help you if the powder got wet. Imagine doing all of that on board the deck of a ship. Now, imagine doing all of that in a canoe with virtually no cover, so you're basically laying down in a boat trying to reload with 8 or 10 other men in the canoe as well, and the Spanish musket shot was raining down on you. Needless to say, this was a tough fight. For both sides, really, but the Spanish definitely had the advantage. They had the height, they had the numbers, they had ships, but the pirates were better armed and they were better shots. And the pirates were relentless. The Spanish fought on doggedly for several hours. While they had men left standing to fight, they defended their ships and their home. You see, even if every man among them was killed, one ship had gotten away to warn Panama that they were losing. So every second that they lasted in this defense, they knew that more women and more children would have the chance to flee Panama. Remember, many of these men remembered what had happened when Henry Morgan had come to Panama. They were there, some of them no more than maybe 10 years old, but they were there when Henry Morgan had ransacked, defiled, and burned their city. So, despite the overwhelming odds, they fought on. And the English took note of that. This was a fight unlike any the Spanish had ever given them, and they came away admiring the courage and the valor of the Spanish. What amazed them, though, were the slaves aboard Don Francisco's ship. They were impressed at their courageousness and their valor, and I think they were surprised. Now, this might have been just plain old-fashioned racism, which we can never discount, but I think there was something more. Now, first of all, you have to imagine they might have been slightly surprised that slaves would fight as hard as these men, but they were defending their homes as well. Despite their lives enslaved, they had loved ones in Panama too. They had wives and children. Even living under that tyranny of slavery, they would have feared for their families against these English pirates. There is also a very real possibility that these Englishmen had never seen a person of African descent holding a gun. That was a new experience. They had only ever seen them in chains, enslaved, and this was something else altogether. On both sides, men fell. When they stood up to take a shot, more than a few pirates fell from their boats. Captain Harris was shot through the leg. The shot went through one leg, tearing muscle and bone, and then it entered his other leg. The pirates described the feeling of being forced to take cover in a small canoe as having armor made of eggshell. Of course, though, despite the valiant defense of the Spanish, they were doomed to fail this battle in the end. Of the 2 ships left, the admirals fell first. Basil Ringrose was there when the ship fell, and he wrote, quote, "At that time we came so close under the stem of the admiral that we wedged up the rudder, and withal killed both the admiral himself and the chief pilot of his ship, so that now they were almost quite disabled and disheartened likewise, seeing what a bloody massacre we had made among them with our shot." End quote. Captain Sharp, who, remember, wasn't even there that day, wrote about the engagement. He wrote, quote, "After a sharp contest, still birding with our fusees, as many as durst peep over deck, we boarded one of them." End quote. When he says birding, I believe he means shooting upwards onto the deck, sort of like you would if you were hunting birds. But Captain Coxon was the man to board the ship of the admiral. Now, he carried Captain Harris on board with him to see that he had his wounds tended and gave orders that the wounded were to be brought to the ship. The men who could still fight after that engagement began to row over to the ship of Don Francisco de Peralta. The fight was still going hot over there, and the old and stout Spaniard had continued to deny the buccaneers. But then, the bay was rocked by an explosion. On board Don Francisco's ship, fire blossomed. Men were thrown overboard. Pirates were knocked from their canoes. Flaming debris came falling from the sky, and for a moment, after several hours of continuous fire, musket shot, cannon, all fell silent. Don Francisco pulled himself to his feet on board his ship. He was burned and he was wounded and he was wearied, but he looked around and he surveyed the situation. He saw the men in the water, and he dove into the ocean to save them. Remember that these men were slaves. They were not there by choice. They were not volunteers, and they were not the white Spanish soldiers that Don Francisco would have been accustomed to fighting with. But despite all that, wounded as he was, he jumped into the water without a second thought to save their lives. The pirates braced for a renewed attack coming from the ship. They raised their guns and waited for men to rush forward and fire upon them, but none came, not from slave soldiers or the Spanish officers. So a few pirates rowed over to the ship and boarded her, but most of the pirates left set out to aid Don Francisco in his recovery of the men who had been blown overboard. There was no more fighting in the bay, but those 5 ships of the line still lay at anchor. They still blocked the pirates' path to Panama. However, it was clear that for now, the battle was ended. This was not an honorable defeat of one's enemies. This was a tragedy, regardless of who it happened to. Basil Ringrose was among the first to board the ship, and he wrote, quote, "Indeed, such a miserable sight I never saw in my life. For not one man there was found but was either killed, desperately wounded, or horribly burnt with powder, insomuch that their black skins were turned white in several places, the powder having torn it from their flesh and bones. Having compassionated their misery, I went afterwards on board the Admiral to observe likewise the condition of his ship and men. Here I saw what did much astonish me, and will scarcely be believed by others than ourselves who saw it. There were found on board this ship but 25 men alive, whose number before the fight had been 66, so that 61 out of so small a number were destroyed in the battle. But what is more, of these 25 men, only 8 were able to bear arms, all the rest being desperately wounded and, by their wounds, totally disabled to make any resistance or defend themselves. Their blood ran down the decks in whole streams, and scarce one place in the ship was found that was free from blood." End quote. After the battle to take the Admiral's ship had ceased, the fighting to take the ship of Don Francisco intensified. The men on board were growing tired. The pirates in the boats were growing tired. Men on both sides were wounded and dying, and things began to grow a bit sloppy. The explosion was, naturally, from a cask of gunpowder alighting in the ship's magazine. This is a terrible event that happened all too often on board ships in the age of sail. I would like to note the compassion, though, that both the pirates and the Spanish felt for all of the men they saw who had been so terribly wounded and killed, despite the color of their skin. That morning, before the battle, the English had seen the Spanish as the enemy, capital T, capital E. They were an all-powerful empire. They possessed endless resources and men. They were a constant threat to the English and menaced over the entire New World. They saw Spain as Goliath and themselves as David, or more accurately, they saw Spain as a dragon. They saw them holding dominion over the people and terrorizing them. And they, the English, were there, much like their patron, St. George, to slay that dragon. There are pirates all throughout the golden age of piracy who, despite their villainous, barbarous ways and lust for treasure, never attack English ships. They refuse to turn against their countrymen, and still, despite their status as outlaws, focus their attacks mostly on Spain or whomever England may be at war with at the time. They were, on some level, proud to be English and proud of their Englishness and always wanted to support that. But St. George is more than just the patron saint of England. He's also the patron saint of Georgia, of Romania, of Malta, and of Portugal. And he is the patron saint of 2 Spanish kingdoms, the kingdom of Aragon and Catalonia. In those provinces, the Spanish, who still celebrate St. George's Day, do so by gifting roses to the women and books to the men. Interestingly, the traditional book given to the men is either Don Quixote by Miguel Cervantes, who was one of the greatest literary minds in history and an icon of the Spanish, or the works of another European literary giant, William Shakespeare, an Englishman. Now, I'm not trying to argue that the pirates and the Spanish all of a sudden went through this tragedy and became friends, that they learned to love each other and live in harmony. No, they absolutely didn't. But next time we will, in the events following the battle, witness things that I think show that both sides grew something close to empathy. The sack of Panama in 1671 by Henry Morgan was one of the most important geopolitical moments in the history of the New World. It wasn't as big as Columbus arriving on Hispaniola, or Cortez conquering the Aztec Empire, or the dawn of the slave trade, or the introduction of sugar into the economy, but it was a symbol and, at the same time, a symptom of a very real sea change in the Caribbean. It changed Spanish policy, and it signaled a new era of a waning Spanish empire. It proved to the English that they had the weight to exert their will in the West Indies. And it wasn't just there. It was in European politics on a much grander scale as well. This was one of the first major stepping stones to what would become the British Empire. I mean, you can just imagine Louis XIV hearing of the event and, between visits to his mistresses and his fancy parties, conferring with his advisors on exactly how this changed France's relationship with both Spain and England. These are the sort of changes that would lead the balance of power to shift and lead to war, where Spain would ally with their old Protestant enemies in the Netherlands. Now, it was perhaps less important of terms of politics and power than it was to the people who actually lived in Panama. Remember, during the attack, someone lit a fire that burned the city to the ground. Whether it was Henry Morgan or his men or the Spanish commander or some local Panamanians isn't clear, but the city burned nonetheless. And it was one of the pillars of the Spanish Empire. It stood next to Havana and Mexico City and Lima, and it had been utterly destroyed. That event hung over the late 17th century Caribbean, and it influenced everything that came after. It was certainly at the forefront of the minds of the men who sailed on Panama 9 years later. In their minds, they imagined themselves raiding all of the storehouses and the churches of Panama and walking out burdened with all of the gold and jewels that they would carry. They thought of the wine and the beef and the women that Panama had to offer. They thought of the ships that were riding low in the water from all of the silver. But that was Morgan's Panama. That was the Panama of a Spanish empire at the height of her power. That Panama, one of the greatest cities in the New World, existed now only in their imaginations. That Panama had been destroyed by fire, and it had been wiped from the face of the earth. This is episode 43, Last Man Standing. Of course, for all of the grand dreams and the grim reality that Panama offered, neither of them were at the top priority for the Buccaneers after their battle in Panama Bay. Last time when we left off, Captains Coxswain and Sawkins and Cook had defeated the armada of the 3 Spanish galleons from their fleet of canoes. One Spanish ship had fled from the battle, one had been taken by the pirates, and the last had exploded and sunk. Captain Coxswain, who was the admiral of the fleet, at least nominally, had taken command of that remaining ship and ordered the wounded brought aboard to be tended by his doctor. Now, his doctor was the best that the pirates had among them. So the doctor cared for all of the men with injuries serious enough to warrant his attention. 18 men had died, but there were still 22 on board that had musket balls lodged in their bodies, or broken bones, or missing limbs that needed tending. One of the captains, Captain Peter Harris, was among those wounded with a musket ball that had gone through one leg and into the other. Now right here, these men being tended on board that Spanish galleon are worth noting. These are men who are in their 20s and 30s. They're pirates and hardened sailors, but they'd lost their legs or their hands or their eyes. So much of our image of pirates is built around the old sea dog, a peg-legged, hook-handed, eye-patch-wearing old pirate nursing a bottle of cheap rum in a beachside dive in Nassau. And in the days, still decades away, when Blackbeard and Charles Vane are sailing the Caribbean, some of these young men who are being tended on board this Spanish galleon in the Bay of Panama will be those old sea dogs. The young men in Blackbeard's time, who are thinking about joining a life of piracy, well, they'll go down to those dives to buy these men a drink and to hear tales of the time that they attacked Panama from the sea and defeated a Spanish armada. These stories, the stories we're telling today, will lead thousands of young people who are abandoned by their government and penniless to turn to piracy. Now, while the wounded were being tended, the assembled captains conferred and questioned the Spanish admiral, Barahona. Those 5 large ships of the line still lay at anchor in the harbor at Perico, barring their approach to Panama. Now it was Captain Sawkins that took command of the situation and control of the questioning. His line of questions was about those ships in particular. He wanted to know, most importantly, how strong they were. How many men were on board? How many guns did they have? The pirates right now were bloodied and they were sore, but their only chance to take those ships might be right now before any reinforcements arrived. The admiral told them, quote, in the biggest alone there were 350 men, and that he would find in the rest too well provided for defense against his small number. End quote. Then a man who was lying on deck, coughing up blood and breathing his last breaths, spoke up. He contradicted the admiral. He told the pirates that those ships were abandoned, that every fighting man had been brought to bear against the English already, that there was no resistance on board. The pirates deliberated. They weren't sure who to believe right here, but they chose to believe the dying man. They believed that a dying man had no reason to lie to them. He had nothing to gain from the situation, so his words must be true. But still, they couldn't be certain. So the pirates reassembled their fleet, and they reloaded their guns, and they began to row over to the 5 warships. They were prepared to take them, even if it meant another tough fight. About halfway across the bay, though, suddenly a fire bloomed on board the largest ship. Now, it wasn't an explosion, the magazine hadn't been affected, but it would, in time, sink the ship. Now, it appeared that the dying man had told them the truth. If there were any soldiers aboard, they would have been prepared to defend their flagship, not lighting it aflame. However, someone was there, and they'd set fire to the ship in an attempt to deny that ship to the pirates. I do wonder, though, why that dying Spanish soldier told the English that those ships were empty. What did he have to gain? Well, he didn't leave a record of his last thoughts. We can never know for certain, but we can speculate. Perhaps he didn't have nothing left to lose, as the English assumed. He was going to die, but what was he leaving behind? Now, the admiral, doing his job, was trying to delay the pirates for as long as possible, to stall them from entering Panama and give the people time. Time to escape, yes, but also time to get the gold out. So why would that dying soldier help the buccaneers? It might be that in this situation he and the admiral had different goals. If the soldier had a family, a mother and a father, a wife and children back in the city, well, perhaps they wouldn't be able to escape. Either because they were somehow unable to, they were incapacitated in some fashion, or because the authorities had given precedence to the mules carrying all the gold and silver. Perhaps the dying soldier knew that the pirates would get into Panama, but if they had a fleet of powerful new warships, well, maybe they didn't have to. Or, if they did ransack the city, now that he had given them what they wanted, well, they would likely do so gently. It's a long-established military fact that surrendering your city usually means the invaders will forego the usual burning and rape and murder and amicably pillage and plunder and pilfer all the treasure. From time immemorial, though, it's been preferable, if you're going to lose the battle, to surrender your city and to turn over your valuables, rather than endure a siege and all of the atrocities that come with it. Perhaps the dying soldier knew all of that, and he chose to surrender those ships and hope that the pirates would be honorable to spare Panama fire and sword. Now, the fire on board that ship was spreading, but the pirates rowed harder and they moved faster, and they reached the ship in time to climb aboard and fight the blaze. It was hot and heavy work, especially for men who were already weary after a battle, but they were still in time. So they claimed this largest Spanish warship. Her name was La Santísima Trinidad, or the Blessed Trinity. Now, if you've been listening to the show for a while now, you might be thinking to yourself, another Santísima Trinidad? How many is that now? See, the pirates that we've covered so far, even up to this relatively early date, have taken more than one ship that had basically that same name. And then there have been at least two that were a variation of the Nuestra Señora de la Concepción. The problem here is that the English were ignoring the full names of these ships. What the English called the ships was more of an honorific than a name. About 100 years after these events, the Spanish will christen another ship La Santísima Trinidad, but her full name will be La Santísima Trinidad del Buen Fin. See, whether they were named Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, which is Our Lady of Conception, or Immaculate Conception, or Santísima Trinidad, the Blessed Trinity, that wasn't their name. They were classes of ships. In the modern Spanish Navy, they have a Santa Maria class of heavy frigate. Rather than name their ships like the English do, His or Her Royal Majesty's this or that with their HMS, they chose to name their ships to honor their faith. That would be like the Spanish taking an English ship and calling that Her Royal Majesty over and over again. But none of that mattered to the pirates who took the ships in the bay at Perico. They called their new ship the Trinity, and they set about getting her seaworthy. Now this was quite an upgrade for the pirates. They went from a fleet of canoes to the most powerful ship in the Panamanian Navy. This ship could rival any of the warships in the Southern Ocean. The smaller ship that was carrying the wounded was sailed over, and the wounded were transferred to the Trinity, where they'd be a lot more comfortable. See, remember that the pirates didn't believe in officers' cabins and captains' quarters. They slept communally. On the other hand, the Spanish Navy had amazing officers' quarters, some of the finest of any navy in the world, so the wounded were transferred to beds with down pillows and silk sheets. Then they began to explore the other ships in the fleet. Each of the pirates left their canoes and took up lodging on one or another of the Spanish warships. So for the night they had shelter, a highly defensible position, and plenty of wine and food to enjoy. The following day was Saturday, the 24th of April, 1680. The Spanish sent an ambassador out from Panama to treat with the pirates. Sawkins greeted him with coxswain in tow. They desired peace from the pirates, and they were prepared to bargain for the safety of Panama. Now, one of their captives, that Spanish Captain Peralta, who was, if you remember him, that old and stout Spaniard who dived in to save the slaves thrown overboard after his ship exploded, well, he argued in favor of the English. He spoke of their honor and their nobility in the fight. And probably his thoughts ran along those same lines as that dying soldier. They all agreed that the pirates could have the Trinity and whatever other ships they could successfully man. Now, it wasn't like the Panamanians had any choice here. The pirates already had the ships, and the Spanish had no soldiers left and no ships to take them back. But the pirates only had enough men to crew 3 of the ships, even when Sharp returned with his crews from collecting water. So the Spanish argued that if left the other 2 ships, they wouldn't retaliate. They couldn't crew them anyway, but Sawkins took a party of officials on board the first of these other ships, the ones that were the least important to the English. On board they found a cargo of iron bars, which was expensive and sold for quite a bit of money, but the Spanish claimed that they had no need for these bars. They were ambivalent to them entirely. So, naturally, Sawkins had the ship burned and sunk. Imagine that. You've got Sawkins and the Spanish ambassador and Basil Ringrose there to translate. The ambassador says, No, this ship? Oh, it's just iron bars, nothing important, nothing valuable here. Why bother with this ship at all? And Sawkins replies, Oh, you don't care about this cargo? Totally unimportant? Okay, then we'll just burn the ship. And it was absolutely vital to Panama. In the daylight, they could see the city from on board this ship. They could see the state that it was in. In 1680, Panama was mostly built of wood. Their houses were, for the most part, modest single-family homes, and that was an upgrade. There had certainly been a time after old Panama had burned when shacks and multifamily bunkhouses had been the order of the day, and there were still plenty of those around. Now today you can actually visit the ruins of old Panama, Panama Viejo, on the outskirts of Panama City. That's the ruins of the city that burned when Morgan attacked. You can visit the church there and see from the church the skyscrapers of Panama City proper. If you're visiting Panama, it's a must-see attraction. But while you're there, you'll likely also want to go see the Casco Viejo. That's the old quarter of Panama City. Now that's what the pirates were looking at in 1680. The same land. It's filled today with some of the greatest examples of colonial Spanish architecture to be found anywhere in the world. You can see the Cathedral Basilica Santa Maria la Antigua de Panama, which is a gorgeous building. Panama is one of the major metropolitan centers of the Western Hemisphere, but that cathedral and that old quarter stand as a reminder of our centuries-long history and what was at one time the greatest empire on earth. But none of that existed when the pirates visited Panama. The fleet and all of the men in her imagined a city that Morgan had visited a decade earlier, but what they found was a village. A large village, certainly, but there was none of that monumental stone architecture. There were none of those great houses of wealth of old Panama. Now, this city lay about 5 miles from the ruins of the old city. The church, that cathedral basilica, didn't exist yet. They hadn't even begun construction on it. They visited the church back in old Panama, which still stood mostly intact after the fire, so it was still in use. Now, it wasn't their primary house of worship, but on feast days and on memorials, the people of Panama would make that 5-mile trek to their old church. There they would hold service in remembrance of their fallen. Now, that actually might explain why today the ruins of that old church are still there. Why the locals didn't cart away the stone to build up their new city. It served for them as a memorial. But standing on that deck, ordering his men to burn the ship that were carrying maybe 100 tons of iron bars, Sawkins knew what a state Panama was in. He knew just how much they needed that iron to rebuild their city. And still, he ordered the ship sunk. But then their little procession moved on. The ambassador, Sawkins, Coxswain, and Ringrose went on to the other ships, and on them they found cargoes of furs and soaps and dyes and spices and occasionally some money, some gold and silver. The last ship, though, the smallest and weakest of the warships, they found a little bit of flour and meal. Now, they probably took some of it, but mostly they left it on the ship, and then they burned that one as well. All of this took the better part of a day, and when dusk came, they'd yet to reach an agreement. They intended to reach that agreement the following day, but when dawn came, it was clear that there was trouble afoot. Not from the Spanish side, but from the pirates' own ranks. There was a rift growing between Sawkins and Captain Coxswain. They were arguing openly in front of the men on exactly what course was best, whether to raid Panama and continue their voyage or to take the spoils and leave. The men were split between loyalty between the two commanders, and they were quietly preparing for a fight. But then the doctor, Coxswain's doctor, approached with hard news. Captain Peter Harris had died. He'd succumbed to his wounds, finally. Ringrose writes, quote, 2 days after our engagement, we buried Captain Peter Harris, a brave and stout soldier and a valiant Englishman, born in the county of Kent, whose death we very much lamented. He died of the wounds he received in the battle, and besides him only 1 man more. All the rest of our wounded men recovered. End quote. This loss of one of their companions and one of their commanders and his burial seems to have alleviated the pressure between Sawkins and Coxswain. Those 3 captains, Peter Harris and John Coxswain and Richard Sawkins, were old comrades after all. They probably served in the war together, and they sailed alongside each other on innumerable excursions, as well as the raid on Santa Marta. And it seemed that at this moment the two captains might come to an agreement. But then, in sailed Captain Bartholomew Sharp. During the battle, he'd been away collecting water with the 2 Spanish barks they'd taken. The 2 crews that went with him were those that most hated Coxon. That expedition made for water was likely made, at least in part, to keep Captain Sharp and those men away from Captain Coxon. But now they were returned, and just as the rift was beginning to close between those 2 older captains, the younger and fierier Captain Sharp ripped it back open. His men began speaking with those who had taken part in the battle. They learned all about Captain Coxon's actions, how he'd stayed back from the fighting, how he'd let Captain Sawkins and Harris take the lead in every attack, how he'd avoided contact with the Spanish at every turn. Now this disgusted the pirates, especially the crew of Captain Harris, who just died. Their admiral was a coward, and he'd gotten their captain killed. However, before Sharp returned, most of Harris's crew wasn't there. They'd gone with Captain Sharp. Before Sharp returned, the numbers of crewmen split between Sawkins and Coxon were more or less equal. Now, though, with Sharp returned, and with all of his men as well as Harris's, the scales had suddenly and dramatically tipped in favor of those who wanted Coxon out. They saw him as nothing more than a lily-livered, yellow-bellied coward. He was a sorry excuse for a sailor, and he was hardly a pirate at all. Coxon was out as commander. He had a choice here, either to take a lesser position and risk the hatred and perhaps the knives of men who already hated him, or to abandon the expedition altogether. Ringrose once again writes, quote, Captain Coxon, being much dissatisfied with some reflections which had been made upon him by our company, determined to leave us and return back to our ships in the northern seas. The main cause of those reflections was his backwardness in the last engagement with the Armadillo, concerning which point some sticked to defame or brand him with the note of cowardice. Unto this effect he persuaded several of our company, who sided most with him and had the chief hand in his election, to fall off from us and bear him company in his journey overland. End quote. Captain Bartholomew Sharp writes, quote, Captain John Coxon, with 50 men, persuaded the Indians to return back, being a little in disgrace amongst our men. As something tainted with cowardice in the late action, which made him leave us and take with him his surgeon and most of our best medicines, not having any consideration or respect for our wounded men which we had on board, as a man of moral honesty ought to have had. Thus making our retreat the more unsafe by taking away 50 sound men, and then leaving us destitute of remedies for the recovery of our wounded and sick. But this last thing was unknown to the rest of our company. End quote. So Coxon was out. He'd left the fleet, and he'd taken one of the barks and a large number of men. Now Sharp says 50, and Ringrose says it's closer to 70. Either way, though, it's clear that he did take the medicines and their best surgeon with him. Now, they still had Lionel Wafer, who was also trained in medicine, but without a proper medicine chest. Considering the actions that Bartholomew Sharp would take later in life, it's funny to hear him defame another pirate as a man of no moral honesty, but that's still, well, it's still pretty awful to take everyone's medicine. Now, if you'll bear with me here, I'd like to examine something. Perhaps it's true that Coxon was simply a coward. Perhaps, and it's possible, he suffered from PTSD after the war, and when he was engaged in a fierce naval battle, he couldn't cope. But he had done so before. For years now, he'd taken ships and settlements with no sign of this kind of issue. He'd been a very successful pirate, so successful that he'd been elected admiral by these men. So why now become a coward? What happened? Several episodes ago, I discussed a possible conspiracy theory. I brought up the possibility that this entire voyage, from Port Royal to Portobello, across the Isthmus and into the South Sea, was actually backed by the English government. That Lieutenant Governor Henry Morgan and former Governor Thomas Moody Ford, and possibly even the current governor, maybe even the Lords of Trade, perhaps the Lord High Admiral James, Duke of York, and yes, possibly even King Charles II, all conspired to send this armada of pirates into the South Sea on a sort of reconnaissance mission. They were, we know, interested in the South Seas territories of the Spanish Empire, and well, they weren't at war, so it would have been a diplomatic nightmare to send ships in to do that. So now, perhaps they chose to use the pirates. But let's not forget the Jewish element in all this. Marine archaeologists are still uncovering the extent of the Jamaican Jewish community's role in Port Royal's piracy, but it can't be overlooked. Of course, there were just Jews on board all of these pirate voyages, from Mings and Mansvelt down through Morgan, and even on this voyage, there were young Jewish men sailing with the pirates. But that was nothing compared to the Jews back in Port Royal. If you'll recall, these were descendants of Jews that had been forcibly and violently removed from Spain after the Reconquista. They had good reason to back the piratical actions against Spain, but more to the point than mere petty revenge, they had real financial motivation to see the Spanish power removed from the New World. See, they'd chosen to stay in Jamaica after England invaded and took it over from Spain. The English, and the Dutch as well, were actively working to welcome and incorporate Jews from Catholic Europe into their Protestant nations. And Catholic Spain and France chose not to do business with Jewish merchants, at least in the New World, unless absolutely forced to do so. The Jewish merchants who already had the infrastructure for trade on Jamaica had become the backbone of the sugar economy there. However, that economy was severely limited by a dominant Spanish empire. So, what to do? If you're the English on Jamaica, you want the Jews in your community to be able to trade freely. If you're the Jews in Jamaica, you want to be able to trade freely. But Spain was making that very difficult. So perhaps the best course of action here, when diplomacy was not an option and warfare was for now out of the question, you bankroll a bunch of pirates on a mission of pillage and plunder against the most powerful Spanish city in the region. Regardless, though, of who was behind the expedition, and if there was a grand conspiracy here, it was probably a mixture of all of them, there's a strong case to be made that they were there to test Spanish defenses and to scout the region. Should war between Spain and England break out, that would be necessary information. Now, in that episode where I brought it up, I argued that if that were the case, John Coxon had been in on all of this from the start. He was the very first pirate involved in the mission. It was him that brought in Sawkins and Sharp. If it was all his idea, fine. But if not, only he'd had any contact with their shadowy backers. Maybe he had orders. Maybe, due to Panama's sensitive nature as a rich storehouse of Spanish wealth, and also their emotional standing vis-a-vis Panama's recent burning and their stature in the Spanish mind, well, maybe Panama wasn't to be attacked. Maybe it was too hot to touch for England. Maybe they wanted to avoid the political and diplomatic fallout that would occur if Panama was attacked, and the warfare that was likely to break out. Perhaps Coxon had specific commands not to attack Panama, but rather to steal some ships and sail south along the Pacific coast of the Americas. It was there that England had their primary interest. It was there that England would make inroads into the continent. Maybe that's why John Coxon balked at attacking Spanish vessels. Maybe that's why he insisted again and again that they turn back from Panama and sail south. Maybe that's why he made excuses and tried to turn the men from their course of action. And maybe, just maybe, that's why he turned back and headed home for Panama. But either way, Coxon's tenure on this voyage was done. Now we'll see him again. When we do, well, I don't want to spoil it, but if all of this about him working unofficially for some rich guys in powdered wigs, well, I think his next moves will make a good case that he is. But that's not for some time yet. For now, John Coxon had his tail between his legs and was marching back across the isthmus in the company of their best surgeon and the remaining Kuna people. Now, it very likely might be that the Kuna were just ready to turn back and go home. Their enemies in Santa Maria and Panama had been attacked and defeated. But, as the pirates would argue vociferously in both their memoirs and in court cases some years later, they were actually working with the Kuna people as allies. They were following a formal request for aid against the Spanish. Now, there's no record of that request in the English archives, but the Kuna were well known to both the pirates and to regular merchantmen, and even the English Navy. They were well known enough that the Kuna regularly made voyages to Port Royal to trade and to treat with local officials there. So perhaps they too were with Coxon on official business, and now that business was concluded. So they all turned back. But then some 300 or so pirates who had Spanish warships now decided to ignore that official mandate and go a-pirating in the South Seas. To that end, the Buccaneers needed a new admiral, though. There was Sharp, of course, and he had a lot of loyal men, and there was also Edmund Cook and John Cook, who were respected captains, but really, now that Peter Harris was dead, there was only one obvious choice. They elected Richard Sawkins their new admiral. This was, in my opinion, the right decision. He was brave, and he was thoughtful, and he was capable, and he was one of the greatest pirates ever to have sailed the high seas. However, after all of that drama, Captain Coxon decided, with the input of his men, not to attack Panama. They reached an agreement with the negotiators, with several caveats we'll get to shortly, and took their 3 ships and just sailed away. I think more than reaching an armistice, though, they chose to do so on 2 grounds. First, well, the holds of their 3 ships were already pretty full. They had a rich haul of valuable goods. Of course, if they found a trove of silver and gold, they could throw some of their other stuff overboard, but for now it was pretty good. Second, though, there's the state of Panama. It was not the jewel of the Caribbean. It was still a ramshackle, struggling colony. The damage caused by Morgan's raid and the fire, well, that was all still being repaired. And Panama itself was still being built. So it would be dishonorable to attack them while they were still picking themselves up. Plus, how much could they actually have? But then, as they were sailing out from Panama, another ship came sailing in. It was not large, but it was well armed. Not a ship of the line, but a first-rate Spanish galleon. One wonders if the pirates chose to fly the flag of Spain when their 3 warships surrounded the galleon, if the Spanish captain on board her wondered at exactly why he was being stopped, and how the 3 large ships were even crewed, where the Panamanians found so many men to sail them. He knew, after all, precisely how many soldiers there were serving in Panama. He had to. It was his job. He was there to bring them their pay. 60,000 pieces of 8 in all. And when the 300 English pirates on board the 3 warships made themselves known and began to board his ship, it was clear that those Spanish soldiers weren't getting their pay. That's, according to Sharp at least, a share of 247 pieces of 8 per man, even after the allotments had been made for injuries and commanders and the like. For those who are keeping track at home, that's 2.5 times what the men on Morgan's raid got. And that's not including the value of their stolen cargo, which was easily that much again, maybe even more, maybe a lot more. And that isn't including their haul from back at Portobello or their gold dust taken from Santa Maria. And now they had 3 well-armed and immaculately maintained warships, filled with the New World's most valuable cargoes, and every man had enough coin in his possession to spend months back in Port Royal. He could enjoy himself in whatever debaucherous way he pleased. They could buy casks of wine and baubles for all the women, and enough company not to have to spend a night alone for months and months. It would be totally understandable if they chose to turn back and enjoy the rewards after these weeks and weeks and months of hardship. But they chose not to. They would press on. They would sail the Southern Ocean and see just what they could see. And that being said, though, it didn't mean that the pirates didn't desire a night of debauchery ashore. They'd turned away from Panama, which meant denying themselves all of the pleasures available to them there. But they turned their eyes elsewhere. Just a few leagues away, an island called Tobago lay. There was a town on the island by the same name of about 100 houses and an ample harbor to house their ships. The pirates made for that island, and as they were disembarking, the inhabitants fled before them into the jungle. The pirates weren't after them, though. They weren't there to murder or rape or torture. They had pockets full, after all. What they were there for was drink. Every home had a store of rum and wine, and the pirates wanted to do everything in their power to see that none of it survived come morning. Now, as you might expect, they defiled the church, which had become something of a tradition for the Protestant pirates, and yeah, they searched the houses for valuables, but they didn't find much. These were relatively poor people, and they wouldn't have had many riches to speak of. Any they did, they would have carried on their person. And I think it's important to note that these riches weren't frivolities. Sure, whenever they raided a governor's house, they could take his wife's jewelry and his copious amounts of silver plate and raid his coffers, and the governor and his family would be fine. And yeah, they could take the gold cross from the church and the silver chalices for mass, but it's not like the priests were going to go hungry. Now, it might be deeply offensive and sacrilegious, but no one's going to starve. But when I talk, and I often do, about the locals running off with their valuables, the sort that Francois L'Olonnais and Henry Morgan tortured people to discover, well, those were necessities. Most of those families had very little else. They had a small parcel of land, maybe a few animals, and only a tiny amount of actual coin. Mostly they could barter for what they needed, but for some vitally important purchases, they needed coin. It was for those few things, and having a bit stored away for hard winters or poor crops, that those were the only reasons they had any coin at all. I mean, it's not like these people had bank accounts. Those few coins that these peasants had were all that they had. If the pirates took those, they very likely might starve to death, or at least be forced to take charity from the church just to survive. But in this raid, none of that was taken. Now, they did take the cargo of a small bark in the harbor. She carried dozens and dozens of chickens and a few other assorted fowl, along with feed for them. This was actually pretty major for the pirates, and possibly it changed their plans quite a bit. See, for as long as the feed lasted, they would have a steady supply of fresh eggs to keep the men fed and nice and healthy. They could last for months with the amount of feed they had, and when that did begin to run low, they could just butcher a few of the chickens for their fresh meat and stretch the feed until they finally had a chance to replenish their stores. Now that was good, and it was helpful, but it was the booze they were after. And the pirates did take quite a bit of that too, all they could hold, but one group got a bit rambunctious and started a little fire. And the fire grew. The house that they were in went up. And it actually probably was accidental. See, the pirates were not that different from those peasants we were just talking about. They knew how hard the common Spanish citizen had it. In fact, it was that repressive system of social control as much as their religion that led the English to hate the Spanish. They would go on at length about how peasants and slaves and Indians were treated by the Spanish. Now, that's pretty hypocritical, honestly, but it was something they believed and a major motivation. So these drunken pirates who had just set a house on fire spent the next few hours hauling water and forming lines to fight that blaze. It wound up claiming 12 houses, but in all, they got the fire under control pretty quickly. But imagine what it looked like the next morning when a delegation of Spanish officials arrived from Panama. There were 300 hairy, soot-covered English barbarians occupying a small village which, in places, was still smoldering. Now, that delegation was there for two reasons. First, they had a party of merchants with them. The merchants were there they haggled with the pirates, which is pretty bold when you think about it, but they were professionals. They were haggling over the price to buy back all of the cargo taken by the pirates only a few days prior. I mean, that's gotta sting, being forced to buy back your goods a second time from men who just stole them. But, what are you going to do when they have all of the ships and all of the guns? However, if you're these merchants, apparently you haggle. But the more official part of this landing party was that delegation who brought a message from the president of Panama. It asked the pirates why they'd come into his lands, seeing that England and Spain were currently at peace. You see, it still wasn't totally clear to the Spanish that times had changed. These men were not just petty bandits. Pirates and brigands throughout all of recorded history had boarded ships and robbed men on the road, but these men were here to make war. They were just doing it without any official commission. Captain Sawkins replied, though, that he did have a commission. Not from the English governor, but from the rightful king of these lands. He told the president of Panama that he fought on behalf of the Emperor of Darien, of King Goldencap of the Cuna, from whom Spain had stolen these lands. I mean, that is bold. But honestly, not unlike many of the United States conflicts after World War II, we're always fighting on behalf of someone else, at least ostensibly. We're aiding some smaller power against the forces of their oppression. The Koreans, the Vietnamese, the Kuwaitis. Even in the world wars, we were there to support our allies. And it's not untrue, but it's not the whole truth. And neither was what Sawkins said. Ringrose recorded his message to the president. It read, quote, "If he pleased to send us 500 pieces of 8 for each man, and 1,000 for each commander, and not any farther to annoy the Indians, but suffer them to use their own power and liberty, as became the true and natural lords of the country, that then we would desist from all further hostilities and go away peaceably. Otherwise, that we should stay here and get what we could, causing them what damage was possible." End quote. His demands, as a median estimate, come to 150,000 pieces of 8. That would bring the total for every man in the fleet, including Portobello, Santa Maria, their price for the goods taken from Panama, to roughly 1,000 pieces of 8 each, and double that for the commanders and the wounded. That probably would actually have been enough to pack up and go home. But it wasn't all bluster that Sawkins had. He learned from the delegation that the Bishop of Panama was actually a man that he already knew. It was that same bishop that had been taken from Santa Marta several years prior, the man that Sawkins and Coxon had kidnapped and then delivered into the hands of the Jamaican governor. He was too important a person and too valuable a commodity for them to hold. It would mean war, potentially, and certainly death for the pirates if they did. So Sawkins, who had gotten to know the bishop while he was their prisoner, set aside several loaves of raw sugar and a few other valuable sundries and ordered them delivered personally to the bishop as a gift. The delegation left before sunfall to deliver his message, and the pirates continued to drink themselves into oblivion. The next day, though, the delegation returned. They brought with them a gold ring for Captain Sawkins, which had been sent by the bishop in thanks for the present. They also had the president of Panama's reply. He wasn't buying any of this fighting on behalf of the Indians nonsense. The pirates were Englishmen, so who should he turn to make a formal complaint of the wrongs done to his people and their property? In short, he wanted to know who gave them their commission. Captain Richard Sawkins replied in what might be the greatest line from any pirate story ever. Quote, "As yet all his company were not come together, but when they were, we would come and visit him at Panama, and bring our commissions on the muzzles of our guns, at which time he should read them as plain as the flame of gunpowder could make them." End quote. I mean, that's just too good. Yeah, you want a commission? I'll show you my commission. Why don't you come here and take a look? If the Spanish president still thought that the old rules applied here, he was rudely corrected. We're here because we can be. We have your guns. We have your ships. Exactly what are you going to do about it? Captain Sawkins is quickly becoming my favorite pirate to date. The Spanish president, of course, wasn't going to do a thing. There was nothing he could do. Luckily for him, though, the pirates were already preparing to head out. They'd captured a passing ship while in town, and though it didn't hold anything valuable, it did have some intel for them. There was another rich prize sailing their way, a treasure galleon from Lima, hauling 100,000 pieces of 8 to Panama. Now, naturally, the returning delegation didn't bring the gold that Sawkins had demanded, but the treasure ship was nearly as good. Plus, that would make a great story back home. Taking a prize like that would be one of the things that would make him a legend. So the pirates sailed away from Toboga. They made landfall at an island called Otok, where Basil Ringrose had time to finish a draft of his account of the battle. And then they sailed on to a place called Kiboa, where they raided a virtually unguarded pearl fishery. The pearl fishery would mostly have been enslaved natives and a few guards, but not to guard the fishery, rather to guard the slaves, so nothing that would deter the pirates from such a rich haul. After Kiboa, they sailed to a place called Puebla Nueva on the mainland. On the way there, they lost a bark in a pretty terrible storm with 15 men on board. Now, surely that can't be an omen, and nothing bad could ever happen at Puebla Nueva. It was May 22nd when they hit the mainland. They'd spent several days at each of their stops, and a month had passed since Panama. They'd lost 70 men when Captain Coxon had left, plus an additional 15 to the storm, and 3, including Captain Harris, due to the battle against the Spanish. There were still several men that were injured a little too severely to take part in any battle, so their numbers were smaller, but they didn't think that this small town, Puebla Nueva, would give them any trouble. Captain Sawkins took Captain Sharp and their 60 best men with him on board the remaining bark, under Captain Edmund Cook. Basil Ringrose and William Dampier were ordered along with them. They were accounted good men and good fighters. So the 3 captains sailed the bark, which was the smallest ship they had, up the Santa Lucia River as far as she would go. When the ship was unable to sail any farther, the men climbed into their boats and continued upriver. They came to a place in the river, though, where the trunks of a few dozen large trees blocked their path. So the men climbed out of their boats and trekked overland to the tree line. There was a large savanna surrounding Puebla Nueva, cleared by the locals. There were defenses built in there as well, breastworks and barricades, palisades. They'd all been erected surrounding the town in vital locations. From the tree line, Captain Sawkins surveyed the situation. He knew that this would be a tough fight. The people there were prepared and apparently well armed. He saw cannons and many men carrying well-oiled muskets. They were deliberating turning back rather than attack Puebla Nueva. They had already gotten plenty of loot to justify avoiding what would clearly be a hard fight. But just then, Captain Sawkins rushed forward from the tree line and pulled his pistol. He took aim and he fired. They'd been spotted by a young Indian man, and Sawkins had shot him through the head before anyone else even realized that he was there. Sawkins rushed back to his men. The option to flee was now gone. The men in Puebla Nueva knew just where they were. They'd heard his gunshot. So Sawkins bellowed at his men, quote, "Follow me and do not lie behind, for if I do amiss, you will all fare the worse for it." End quote. Then Captain Sawkins charged forward. His men charged forward as well, following close behind him, but still Sawkins ran out in front, calling out a battle cry. It was brave and it was bold. It was exactly the quality that Captain Coxon lacked. It was the sort of action that a man who would threaten the president of Panama with execution would make. It was also, of course, incredibly stupid. Captain Sawkins, on his charge, was shot and killed on the approach. The charge immediately faltered. The men grabbed their fallen admiral and several other men who had been shot in the first volley, and they retreated. Ringrose writes of Sawkins, quote, "A man who was as valiant and courageous as any could be, the best beloved of all our company, Neither was this love undeserved by him, for we ought to justly attribute to him the greatest honor we gained in our engagement before Panama." End quote. The pirates ran. They fled to their boats with as much haste as possible. They rowed downriver and to their bark. Then they sailed as hard as possible, but they went a little too fast. They didn't know the land, and they ran aground. It beggars belief here, but at just that moment they spotted a passing bark. They rowed their boats over to her and took the ship and sailed her back to their fleet. That ship that they had just miraculously come across was laden with indigo and butter and pitch. When they got back to the ship, well, the men took the news of their commander's death hard. It seemed like a bad omen and also just a disastrous turn of events. He was the best among them. So 75 more pirates chose to abandon the expedition and travel home. William Dampier and Lionel Wafer, well, they were unsure of what to do. They strongly considered going with them. They were both of the same mind about the voyage now. They realized not only was it potentially doomed, but that more and more the actions they were taking were likely to make them outlaws back in England and even potentially cost them their lives. Wafer was in fact most interested in studying the Indians of the region, and Dampier was interested in the wildlife and weather patterns. But Basil Ringrose, who was a member of a sort of cabal they had created, those 3 educated Englishmen, he convinced them to stay. He was much more invested in the journey, and he wanted more than anything to see where it would take them. In Captain Sharp's account, he names those who abandoned the voyage here traitors and mutineers. But it was within their rights. It was their prerogative as pirates to go when and where they chose. They took that bark with them that had just been taken, leaving only about 200 men in the 3 ships of the fleet. Those who were left took time to mourn the death of Captain Sawkins. He was truly the most beloved of them. For a time, even after those 75 had left, the entire fleet considered sailing home as a group. But Captain Sharp spoke up, and he gave an impassioned speech and convinced them all to stay the course. All that was left to them was to elect a new admiral, and, in Sharp's own deeply self-important words, a general. There wasn't really a choice here. There was Edmund Cook, but he wasn't even interested. He took his name out of consideration, and then there was really only one man left standing. Admiral Bartholomew Sharp. In late 1679, after their attack on Portobello and the departure of their French comrades, the amassed pirate fleet under Captains John Coxon, Richard Sawkins, Peter Harris, Bartholomew Sharp, and Edmund Cook was the largest assembled since Henry Morgan's raid on Panama. It included such illustrious names as William Dampier and Lionel Wafer. Both were natural scientists who intended to chronicle their expedition and would go on to be well-known names in the academic community. Basil Ringrose was a ship's doctor who would write the most in-depth account of the voyage. Captain Sharp and a man named John Cox, not to be confused with John Coxon, would also write accounts. All told, the fleet numbered 7 vessels of consequence and over 350 men. This was an armada of English pirates that would make any Spanish colony in the West Indies, excepting probably Havana, would make them tremble in fear. For months, the assembled crews attacked half a dozen Spanish settlements. They commandeered over a dozen Spanish vessels of note and even more small boats. They stole several 100,000 in Spanish gold and silver and gemstones and valuable commodities. However, after 6 months, the fleet was a shadow of its former self. Captain Peter Harris had been killed in the naval battle for Panama, along with 2 others. Their admiral, John Coxon, had fled in shame over his apparent cowardice before Panama. 50 men left with him, along with their Kuna guides. Then a bark carrying 15 men was lost at sea. Richard Sawkins was named their new admiral, but was almost immediately killed outside Puebla Nueva, along with 2 more men. In the wake of his death, 75 men abandoned the fleet to return home. Despite all that, though, The roving would be seen by anyone who looked at it as a resounding success. The men had plundered over 1,000 pieces of 8 each. That's enough to start a real life, to buy a piece of land and find a wife and have children and spend your days engaged in backbreaking labor. Or, more accurately, it was enough to gamble and drink and spend on women for months to come. Most sensible pirates would have turned back and enjoyed their winnings at this point, but the remaining men chose not to do so. Some feared that returning to the waters around Panama at this juncture would be dangerous, or marching across the isthmus would be just as terrible the second time. Some were fueled by greed for more treasure, but most chose to stay because of their new admiral. Some out of loyalty towards him, but most, it appears, out of fear. This is episode 44, Refitting. There were only 146 men left in the fleet. Now, it hadn't been all losses. While they had returned most of the Spanish captives to their homes, they'd taken a few with them. First, there was that old and stout Spaniard, Don Francisco de Peralta. Taking Peralta hostage was probably a tactically smart move. They could take him ashore anywhere, and his status would assure that the pirates got a safe passage, or at least it would improve their chances if things got desperate. Plus, he was a South Sea Navy man. He knew these waters well, and if they could trust him, he would prove an invaluable resource as to the strength and the locations of Spanish settlements. Now, he was still a prisoner, at least according to Ringrose and Sharp and the letters of Spanish governors. And nothing I've read leads me to believe that it was willing complicity on his part. See, all throughout the Golden Age, pirates were well known for shanghaiing able sailors and forcing them to serve on their vessels. However, the English on this voyage write about Peralta in terms of the greatest admiration. According to at least their records, Peralta returned the sentiment towards the English, so even though he was a prisoner, it appears that he was treated well and usually complied with the pirates' requests. I mean, you can just kind of imagine that strange relationship, though, right? 150 or so young Englishmen out for Spanish blood, but in their midst is this hard old Spanish sea dog. He knew his way around a ship, and probably he took this opportunity away from command to gamble with the men, to tell them stories about his days at sea, even, potentially, to tell them about his experiences fighting the English. You can even imagine that the quartermaster might have to break up a little gathering of men drinking and listening to Peralta. With his white curled mustache and a goatee, he would tell them stories about battles he'd seen and women he'd loved, of all the prizes taken and bitter defeats. It's not that he was doing anything wrong exactly, but every day he was doing a little more to win the crew over. And then there was a second Spanish captain, a man named Captain Juan. He was the man commanding the treasure galleon captured outside of Panama, carrying the 60,000 pieces of 8 for the soldiers there. Ringrose writes of him, quote, "This man had now promised to do great things for us by piloting and conducting us to several places of great riches, but more especially to Guayaquil, where he said we might lay down our silver and lade our vessels with gold." End quote. That's quite a promise, promising that all of the silver they have captured will be worthless when compared to the gold they will find. But especially coming from a loyal Spanish naval captain. Certainly he wasn't planning on betraying the pirates who had killed his countrymen and raided their towns in league with their hated ancient enemy, the Cuna. I mean, not Captain Juan. There were others, though, including an elderly Moor. Now, this guy, I want this guy's story. Most of the pirates seemed to hold him in, well, not esteem, but maybe more like awe. He was old, but he was hard-eyed, and he was dangerous. I like to picture him sharpening his scimitar on deck, although he probably wasn't allowed to keep one. But it's clear that most of the pirates were terrified of him, and yet, at the same time, drawn to him. What I want to know is just who he was, and how he got on board a Spanish ship in the New World. Now, they name him a Moor, and Ringrose says he's, quote, of that country. but it's difficult to tell exactly what country he means. Now, after the Reconquista, there was still a Moorish minority in Spain up until about 1609, but then Philip III expelled them. For this elderly Moor to be among that group would make him more than 71 years old, and that's nearly impossible to believe. The more likely answer is that he was North African, which means that he was probably from the Barbary coast. Would that make this man a Barbary pirate? Was he one of those Muslim sea rovers that raided Portugal and Italy and Spain? Had this man sacked the Icelandic coast or maybe even Ireland? And how did he wind up on board a Spanish Navy vessel to be taken prisoner by English pirates? Why would the Spanish suffer a Muslim man who was presumably their enemy on board one of their vessels in the New World? Unfortunately, our chroniclers don't tell us anything about him, but that's a story I need. Regardless, though, despite those few additions, 146 men wasn't enough to crew all of the ships they had. Saucon's men had taken one of their galleons with them, but they still had 3 ships to crew and just not enough men to do so. So Bartholomew Sharp, the new admiral, rearranged the ships and the crews. He took command of the Trinity, La Santísima Trinidad. He took with him his most trusted cadre of men, including Basil Ringrose. Then they loaded gun after gun from the other 2 warships until she had a full complement. He took most of the powder and the shot, most of the pitch and the ropes and the sailcloth and the rum and the wine and the foodstuffs. And finally, he fully crewed the Trinity. He brought on board the best pilots and the best navigators, including Dampier. When he was done, the Trinity was a true powerhouse. She was fully gunned and fully manned by skilled pirates. She would be a real threat to any Spanish ship that she came upon. This was less of a pirate ship in a traditional sense and more of a floating fortress. And Sharp needed a fortress. They loaded the Trinity's holds, which were already nearly full with gold coins and silver bars and casks of indigo and spice. And then there was a second ship, the Mayflower, which was less impressive. She was loaded with a few extra guns to bolster her defenses, but mostly she carried less valuable cargo, nothing like the Trinity. But that was the point. See, the Mayflower was the ship taken after that disastrous raid on Puebla Nueva. She wasn't one of the Spanish warships. See, warships are heavy. They're difficult to maneuver. The Mayflower was light and agile. Now, she wasn't built to stand her ground and fire away at the enemy, but rather to swoop in, strike quickly, and retreat. Were they to encounter any serious resistance from the Spanish, her purpose would have been to harry the enemy toward the Trinity. There, the enemy could be pummeled and finally boarded. Admiral Sharp put the Mayflower under command of Captain Edmund Cook. He was the last remaining captain of any real note on the voyage, and it made sense to give him command. The other 2 ships were emptied of anything of value, especially to men at sea. Casks for water, ironwork, replacement planks, anything they would need to stay afloat were taken off of those vessels, and those vessels were burned. Then Captain Sharp called all of the men together on board the Trinity. It was there they held council. They all listened to what the Spanish captives had to say, and they decided where to strike next. It was there that Captain Juan spoke up and suggested Guayaquil. Today, Guayaquil is one of the largest cities on the Pacific coast of South America, and it held that same distinction in 1680. It's in modern-day Ecuador, at the mouth of the Guayas River and the Gulf of Guayaquil. That river was used to carry cargo north, and the Gulf provided a perfect defense from attack by sea. The city was large, it was rich, and it was well defended. When Captain Juan promised the men that they could trade up all their silver for gold, the men, well, they ate it up. They whooped and they hollered and they voted their assent, almost unanimously. But some among them, those who might actually know a thing or two about the region, men like Dampier and Wafer, well, they voted against going and were deeply troubled when the crew voted yes. You see, this was an incredibly stupid plan. It was precisely the kind of plan that John Coxon or Richard Sawkins would have nipped in the bud. And their men, who were older and more experienced pirates than Sharp's crew, Well, I believe they would have voted no. But Sharp's men were younger, and they were more brash, as was Sharp himself. And remember, most of them had been absent when the more experienced captains attacked Panama. So these men wanted a taste of action. They wanted glory. They wanted to take a great city, but they were still a small crew. Less than 150 men. A small crew, though, had taken Panama, but that's because Panama was a shell of its former self. Morgan had taken the city 10 years ago with 2,000 men. Panama wasn't one of the great cities of the Spanish Main anymore. But Guayaquil was. Now, it wasn't Havana or Lima, but it was close. And 146 men, even in the big bad ship they had, just couldn't take the city. Regardless, the men voted to do just that thing. First, though, they had some business to attend to. Guayaquil was far away, and they needed food and water. But more importantly, they needed to tend to their ships. See, every few months, a wooden ship needed to be cleaned and have some maintenance done. Anything above board they could do at sea, but the hull was another matter. For example, whenever the ship took on cannon fire, it might result in some damaged planks or even potentially holes in the hull. You could plug the hole and patch it, but only from the inside. Any real consequential repair had to be done on land. Beyond that, most ships suffered from dry rot, which was caused by fungus and regularly needed to be cleaned and repaired and sealed with tar. But there were other problems as well. A ship at sea picked up all sorts of life on the hull. There was bacteria, which could cause rot, and then there was algae. There were sponges, and there were mussels, and even crabs that enjoyed life on a ship's hull. But the main problem was barnacles. Barnacles are, if you're not familiar with them, well, they're a crustacean, kind of like a crab or a lobster. But rather than travel around the shallow ocean floor, they send out larvae, which search for a host. When they've found a suitable location, and they might choose reefs or ships or even larger animals like sharks or whales, those larvae insert their head into the host and burrow into it with these tiny antennae that act kind of like roots. Then they mature into adults and grow legs, which catch any passing prey and bring it into their mouth. Barnacles are disgusting. They are freakish, parasitic little monsters that look like something out of a Lovecraft horror story. But pirates, and even more legitimate sailors, didn't clean them off because they were gross. Along with all that other sea life, barnacles taking root on the hull could cause serious damage, and it slowed the ship down. If it got serious enough, it could even compromise a ship's ability to catch a decent breeze. And our pirates had been at sea for several weeks, and who knows when the last time this Spanish vessel had been cleaned. So the pirates needed to clean the ship. Now, typically, they would just careen the vessels. That's the process of running a ship aground at high tide. That way, when the tide went out, she would just sort of be sitting on the beach. They'd tie ropes to the masts and shift all of the cargo to the landward side of the ship. Then they'd pull the ship over and tie those ropes to nearby trees to anchor her in place while the cleaning took place. Now, usually, they'd be careening more typical pirate ships, that is, ships like barks or sloops, but the Trinity was another story. It was a huge Spanish warship. Typically, ships of her size were sent to dry dock for maintenance. Now, it's not like the pirates couldn't careen a ship as large as the Trinity, but it would take time. It would take longer than they cared to wait on the coast in territorial Spanish waters after attacking settlements nearby. What they needed was a secluded beach on which to careen their vessels. Now, in Jamaica, or later on in the Bahamas, there were untold numbers of secluded beaches that were free from prying eyes, but in the Southern Ocean they didn't know of any. And neither did the Spanish captives. At least, the Spaniards among them claimed that godly, law-abiding men such as themselves had no need to know of such places. But there was one place that the pirate crew knew about. Our chroniclers called it, at first, the Turtle Islands, but we know of them today as the Galapagos. It would be perfect. So for now, Guayaquil could wait. And right here, well, the account of the voyage gets incredibly boring. See, the accounts we have of this voyage aren't narratives. They're essentially journals. They're journals that, yeah, they were intended for publication, but still just journals. Now, I am incredibly grateful that we have them. It's so rare to actually have accounts of these voyages from the pirates that lived them. But that said, this chapter of the journals of Basil Ringrose and Bartholomew Sharp and all the rest are just so dull. You see, they got caught, quite literally, in the doldrums. They were almost exactly at the equator, and at certain times of year in the equatorial regions of the Atlantic and the Pacific, well, they experience a period of low pressure that results in a calm. There just weren't any winds. They'd set out on June 6th under an easy but steady southwestern wind, but about noon it just died. So there they sat, trying to catch a breeze. June 7th was no different. The buccaneers ate meals of turtle and hard bread, and they waited. June 8th came and went. June 9th, no change. Come the 10th, they had some, quote, small and variable winds, end quote. But those winds were pushing the ships southeast, and they were trying to get to the Galapagos in the west. Then a sea current caught them and pushed them even further east. This actually proved to be a stroke of luck, as it took them to a spot in the ocean that was teeming with life. They were able to send out boats and catch turtles and albacore and dolphin and something called old wives. In an afternoon, they caught enough to fill their larders, but still they couldn't make any headway. And on the 11th, they were still essentially idle. Now, tensions were building on board the two ships. The men were very much aware that every day they spent unmoving at sea, Spanish horses were carrying word of their presence in the South Seas further and further along the coast. In all likelihood, word had already traveled further south than they had come. On the 12th, one of their Spanish prisoners finally spoke up. It was Captain Juan, that treasure ship captain. Now, of course, he knew about the doldrums. He'd been sailing in these waters for years, and it took him an entire week to inform the pirates of their mistake. That was just long enough to allow the Spanish to spread word of the pirates, but not so long that there was any danger of a mutiny and violence breaking out among the crews. It was a smart move on Captain Juan's part. He told the pirates that they had to get to a latitude of at least 3 degrees to expect any sort of wind, and it wouldn't carry them southwest, only east at this time of year. Admiral Sharp was out of options at this point, so he tacked east-southeast, and then directly south, and then back east for 3 days, until the current finally carried them into the path of some wind. They'd lost in that time a full 10 days, and they would lose more before they were ready to attack. The wind, even now, was sporadic, and they encountered storms every night that blew them off course. Every single day was a struggle to find the wind, and it was agonizingly slow going. Tensions continued to build on board both the Trinity and the Mayflower. During these days, Captain Cook actually rowed his boat over to the Trinity and informed Admiral Sharp that he could no longer command the Mayflower. The men were growing restless, and they had informed him, Captain Cook, that they wouldn't sail under Cook any longer, so he had his closest men with him, and they joined the crew of the Trinity. So Sharp had to, at this point, appoint a new captain for the Mayflower, and he chose a man named John Cox. Basil Ringrose wasn't fond of Captain Cox. He wrote of him, quote, John Cox, an inhabitant of New England, who forced kindred, as we thought, upon Captain Sharp out of old acquaintance, only to advance himself. Thus he were made, as it were, vice-admiral to Captain Sharp. End quote. That is to say that the men saw John Cox as a brown-noser, a lick-spittle, who used his friendship with Sharp to gain that command. This, they don't mention it in the accounts, but it probably enraged no small number of the pirates who expected to be able to elect their own captains. Nonetheless, John Cox was given command of the Mayflower. And then there were problems with the Spanish prisoners as well. Sharp was giving more and more credence to the words of Captain Juan. He was, at least, leading them into the wind. Peralta, on the other hand, was grating at Sharp more and more. He was constantly ingratiating himself with the men, so Sharp sent Peralta with Captain Cox to the Mayflower to get him and his influence away from the Trinity. Now, personally, if I were one of the pirates on board the Trinity, I would be deeply unhappy with Sharp's choices here. See, they all really liked Peralta. That old and stout Spaniard was everything that they respected about the Spanish Navy, and this Captain Juan character was obviously manipulating Sharp. More to the point, Sharp's command had thus far been a total disaster. More and more, the men began to question his fitness for command. He'd been absent at Panama, he'd been absent at Puebla Nueva, and he'd led them literally nowhere. They hadn't so much as seen a prize in weeks, and Sharp had yet to be integral in taking one of any consequence. Dampier and Wafer at this point both openly lament their choice to stay with Captain Sharp, and even Ringrose, even he begins to question his decision to stay. It becomes pretty clear that they were planning to abandon the voyage as soon as possible, although they were unable to do so while still deep in Spanish water. It's even possible, although no one wrote it down, that they were planning an outright mutiny with some of the other more disgruntled pirates to take over the Mayflower and sail her back to the Isthmus, where they could reunite with the Kuna and return home. For the time, though, they stayed their hand. They were, at least now, headed back towards land, but not the Galapagos. They still needed a place to careen their ships. Once again, Captain Juan spoke up. He knew of an island, Isla Gorgona, that would serve their purposes. It was an island large enough to find food and water, but small enough that the Spanish had no colony there. It was close to the mainland, but Spanish ships avoided it due to the ceaseless rains, and it was only about 10 leagues away. So, once again, Captain Sharp listened to Captain Juan and set a heading for Gorgona. When they arrived, they beached their vessel and set about preparing her for careening. They unrigged her and they shifted the cargo. They affixed the ropes to the masts. They built a camp and a bunch of cook fires, and their first order of business was to send out hunting parties and water parties. They caught fish and deer and an alligator. One man killed a snake that was 14 inches in circumference and 11 feet long. They were naturally impressed by it, but then they ate it. Another man saw a sloth, which was the first time that most of the men had seen such a creature. Now, William Dampier had seen them before, back at the logwood camps in the Bay of Campeche. He wrote of them then that they were, quote, 4-footed, hairy, sad-colored, and that they could be, quote, neither frightened nor pushed to move faster, end quote. This strange creature was a new experience for most of the Englishmen, though. The natives and the Spanish knew of them, of course, but the first English sighting had been only a few decades past, and Dampier was among the first to accurately document the animal. The English were enamored with this slow-moving creature, mostly because they were easy to shoot and then eat. That was the way of discovery for the pirates. They might encounter a new species, marvel at its wonder, Dampier would write it down, and then they would eat it. And this happened a lot, actually, with those early natural scientists. They would describe the look of an animal, the behavioral traits of an animal, and then the flavor of an animal. They shot at whales, too, but their musket shot just bounced right off of them, and they just swam away. Captain Sharp, though, chose to name this island Sharp's Isle, although the name didn't stick. They did find it a good place to hide out, and a great place to reprovision. They thought it so fine, in fact, that this excursion won't be the last time our story of maritime piracy will visit this island. 30 years from now, when everything has changed for the pirates, one of the sailors on this voyage will return to Gorgona Island. William Dampier will lead another group of sailors, this time privateers, to her shores on an expedition led by none other than an up-and-coming young mariner named Woodes Rogers. That's going to be a good story. In the meantime, though, the pirates had to wait several days for the rain to stop, long enough for them to remove their sails. Finally, on July 2nd, they were able to heave down the ships and secure them to the nearby trees. During the heaving, the mainmast of the Trinity began to crack, but the carpenters were able to reinforce it, so for the next few days they set to cleaning and scraping the hull as best they could. The carpenters replaced and reinforced planks. They replaced a few deck planks above board that were damaged in the fire at Perico, and the men worked in teams, coating the hull with pitch to seal her. All in all, it went well, as far as these things could go, especially for men who were working quickly on a ship that was much larger than they were used to. But among the crew, all wasn't so well. They were fully aware that their window of opportunity was either closing or already fully closed. They sat in councils, without the upper management, debating exactly what to do here. Guayaquil was out. They were too large to be attacked now that they had news of the pirates' presence, as they already certainly did. Unfortunately, the buccaneers didn't know this region well enough to know where would be a suitable location to attack. They were virtually blind. So once again, they turned to the Spanish captives. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think I would trust my prisoners in asking which of their countrymen I should attack and rob. On the other hand, if I were one of those prisoners, I don't know that I would have led the pirates to an actually secluded beach to careen the ships. I probably would have led them to a beach frequented by large, well-armed Navy ships. But then again, it did delay the pirates for several more days, and if I were caught in betraying them, they might just slit my throat and be done with me. So it appears that once again, Captain Juan seems to have played the pirates well. But this time, it wasn't Captain Juan that spoke up. It was that old Moorish sailor. He told them of a place south of Guayaquil that could fulfill all their desires. He said that at this place they would find such a wealth of silver plate and gold pieces that they could double their earnings. At least, more likely they would triple their earnings. It was the storehouse for all of the gold and silver from the old Incan Empire, Arica. Only once a year the treasure fleet from Lima would make for Arica and pick up the amassed silver and gold and pearls and gemstone. They would then make for Panama, where it would be transported overland. It wasn't the only such city on the coast, but it was the southernmost, and therefore it was the most productive, the closest to the mountains, so the richest and the most remote, the least defended. Of course, the pirates already knew about Arica. That was a famous place. That was where Sir Francis Drake had first made his presence known to the Spanish in the Pacific. He'd come out of the Straits of Magellan in secret until the Golden Hind descended on Arica and took the city for all it was worth. They stole so much silver, so the legend goes, that he'd been forced to dump several tons of it on a nearby island. It was, to pirates, an almost holy place. This Moorish sailor told them that in Arica, all their wildest dreams could be made true. They could take the city with ease, and they could retire rich men. Some of the pirates, including our trio of educated chroniclers, well, they thought this all sounded too good to be true. However, many of the other pirates had already lost all of their earnings to gambling during their weeks in the doldrums, and they didn't have anything left to show for this voyage. So each and every one of them voted to follow the old Moor's lead and sail for Arica. But Arica was still very far away. From their little island near Guayaquil in modern-day Ecuador, they would have to travel south and east, past Trujillo, past Lima, past the entire modern nation of Peru, to the very northern tip of modern-day Chile. That's 492 leagues, or 1,478 nautical miles. For the rest of the world, that's 2,738 kilometers. And then, once again, the accounts of Ringrose and Sharp get really boring. It's all technical. It's nothing but wind speeds and latitudes and longitudes and place names and descriptions of the islands and sketches of the shoreline and a few notable places. Most interestingly, they do mention a few fortifications and some troop estimates. To modern readers, or at least to me, my eyes just glaze over. For this stuff, I can just look at a map. But for certain readers back in Jamaica, or among the Lords of Trade, or perhaps the Admiralty, or even the Privy Council, this was exactly what they were looking for. This journey south from Guayaquil took almost a month. About 2 weeks in, they encountered a pretty terrible storm and they lost sight of the Mayflower. Now, they didn't know if they'd merely gotten separated or if the ship had sunk, but there were no signs of a ship that had smashed against the rocks. There was no debris and no foam rising from the depths, so they were hopeful. About 2 weeks later, they came to an island and spotted a familiar set of sails. The Mayflower was already there. Sea conditions were such that the Trinity couldn't enter the anchorage of the Mayflower until morning, but the Mayflower sent over a ship with a few tortoise and a live goat for the recently arrived men to feast upon. The crewmen who came over from the Mayflower told them that this island was rich in flora and fauna. It had plenty to replenish their stores. They had a bit of news as well. After a bit of exploring and consulting their charts, John Cox had determined that, according to Ringrose, quote, "This island received its name from Sir Francis Drake and his famous actions, for here it is reported by tradition that he made the dividend of that quantity of plate, distributing it to each man of his company by whole bowls full. The Spaniards affirm to this day that he took at that time 12 tons of plate and 16 bowls of coined money a man, insomuch that they were forced to heave much of it overboard, because his ship could not carry it all. Hence was this island called by the Spaniards themselves the Isle of Plate, and by us Drake's Island." End quote. This was the very same island that Francis Drake had come to after taking Eureka. The pirates were, almost intentionally now, walking in Drake's footsteps, only they were walking backwards. Again, Sharp was fully aware of this. He intended to see his name writ large in the annals of English heroes. He wanted to be placed next to names like Sir Francis Drake and Sir Henry Morgan. After all, he'd allied with the Indians, as Drake had. He'd taken Panama, as Morgan had. And now he sailed with impunity down the coast of South America. This was far from the last similarity that this voyage would see to Drake and Morgan either. It's clear from the writings of Sharp, which were intended for the grandees back in Whitehall, that he was arguing his case to be named Sir Bartholomew Sharp and placed in league with his heroes. Of course, if that were to be his end, he would be a more famous man today. No, you see, both Drake and Morgan had letters of marque in their possession. They were, in fact, acting as privateers. There was some questionable legality, and they still had to walk a tight political line not to end up hanging from London's gallows, but Bartholomew Sharp had no letter of marque. He wasn't even arguably a privateer. He was just a pirate. And he was about to prove it. I'd like to read a bit here from Captain Sharp's journal. I think it illustrates what about the past month or so and the following few days are like, what real life on board a pirate ship was like for many of the men. Quote, 17, Tuesday. This day we set sail from Drake's Isle, the wind at south-southwest, fair weather. This lies in 1 degree 25 minutes south latitude. 18, Wednesday. We got a little to windwards this 24 hours by reason of a leeward current wind at south and southwest. 19, Thursday. This 24 hours we stood on and off shore, but got little to windward. Cloudy weather, wind south and southwest. 20, Friday. We kept plying along shore, but a strong leeward current. Wind at south, small gales. 21, Saturday. This 24 hours we plied along shore. Wind south to southwest. Cloudy weather. 22, Sunday. This 24 hours we find the current is abated, and the wind has this night favored us, that we lay well along shore. The wind at east-southeast. Cloudy weather. 23, Monday. This 24 hours we had the wind at west-southwest. Good weather. We made Point St. Helena. 24, Tuesday. This 24 hours we met with a strong current, which sets to the southward. End quote. That's a week in the life of these pirates. A week where nothing at all happened. Well, almost nothing. On Monday they spied something in the distance, which they thought to be a Spanish bark, so Admiral Sharp, who had yet to even take a single fishing boat or Indian canoe, ordered the men to put to sea in their canoes and to overtake the ship. They were to row out, capture her, and bring her back whatever the cost. He watched them row out intently. But then they just started rowing back. Empty-handed, they hadn't even reached the ship. It turns out it was just a big log floating out there. But then, after that week was completed, on Wednesday the 24th of August, 1680, something actually did happen. To continue with Sharp's account, quote, 25, Wednesday. On Tuesday night, about 9 o'clock, we stood to the westward and saw a sail. The Trinity then gave chase, and in a short time came up with her. She was a small man of war, fitted out of Guayaquil by a parcel of merry blades, gentlemen who, drinking in a tavern, made a vow to come with that vessel and 30 men and take us. But we made them repent their undertaking. End quote. That smaller vessel caught the wind and tried to escape the Trinity, but the Trinity kept on her. Throughout the night the Trinity gave chase, and then both vessels doused their lanterns. The Spanish man-of-war tried to use the dark and the gloom to lose the Trinity, but the pirates hadn't taken a prize in 2 months now. Many of the men were broke, and all of them were hungry for a fight. So come dawn, it became clear that the Trinity was going to overtake the man-of-war. First, Admiral Sharp had Ringrose call out to the Spanish man-of-war. He ordered her to strike the topsails. The Spanish returned that they would rather make the pirates lower theirs. It was a challenge of battle, and the pirates happily obliged. They opened up with chain shot and a bit of musket fire. They aimed at the masts and the rigging and the sails. They wanted at first to disable the ship, but not damage her hull or to kill too many of the men right out. The Spanish responded, though, with a volley of small arms fire. Ringrose names them harquebuses, but we would probably call the guns that they used swivel guns today. The pirates then reloaded and returned fire. The gunners were preparing a volley of large shot, but it wasn't time for that quite yet. They had a full complement of guns. They had shot and powder from 3 Spanish warships. They had the advantage of height, and they had the advantage of numbers. The pirates could, for the time being, afford to be patient. For half an hour, the ships danced around one another, trying to find a favorable position for battle. The pirates traded fire with the Spanish, and the Spanish returned, but then an English musketeer hit the helmsman of the Spanish man-of-war. That left their ship completely unable to maneuver, and they concentrated fire on the helm. The Spanish needed to retake the helm to fight at all, so they redoubled their fire on the Trinity, but now the pirates were able to stay safely behind cover. That allowed the gunners to focus grape shot at the man-of-war's sails. So the Spanish soon called out for quarter. The English granted it. They boarded the vessel, and they took stock of the prisoners. The crew proper was small, only about a dozen men, but there were at least 25 young men from Old Spain on board. Those were those merry blades of whom Sharp had spoken. Those are men that had traveled to the New World just in time to hear of the English depredations in their territory. Back in Peru, over several rounds of drinks, they'd vowed to accompany this ship out to sea to defeat these corsairs. It was brave, and to be fair, they'd made a fight out of it, but it was foolhardy nonetheless. The English had more men, they had more guns, they had more ships, and what amounted to a third-rate ship of the line, a real world-class warship, against what was basically a smallish galleon. So the captain of the man-of-war was brought before Admiral Sharp. He was a sensible man, probably unlike those Spanish rogues, and he spoke to Sharp as an equal. His words went out to the assembled men as much for his own crew's ears as the pirates. Quote, "Gentlemen, I am now your prisoner at war by the overruling providence of fortune. Moreover, I am very well satisfied that no money whatsoever can procure my ransom, at least for the present, at your hands. Hence I am persuaded it is not my interest to tell you a lie, which, if I do, I desire you to punish me as severely as you should think fit." End quote. And he gave them everything they wanted. Ringrose records everything he said diligently, but it amounts to this. His was one of many, maybe as many as dozens, of warships scouting the coast of Peru for pirates. Guayaquil was reinforced with hundreds of men and fortifications overlooking every approach to the city, either by land or sea. Every town, every village, every uninhabited cape and peninsula had a watch set that was prepared to carry word to the nearest city. Every city on the coast with a port of any size had at least a few galleons in the harbor, fully armed and manned with soldiers. But Lima was worse. There was an armada at Lima, awaiting word of the pirates. When that word arrived, that fleet was to sail out in force and engage them. If possible, they were to capture the pirates, but if necessary, they would kill. At the docks of Lima, carpenters had been working around the clock to erect brand new gallows, especially for Admiral Sharp and his men. It was a party of Indians at Point St. Helena who had recognized the Trinity. Everyone in that region of the Southern Ocean knew the Trinity, even after the pirates' modifications. She was a well-known vessel. Those Indians had brought word to the local garrison at Point St. Helena, and then he had sent out messengers to Arica, hence why this ship had been sent out to find the pirates. And by this time, word had surely already reached the Viceroy at Lima, and a fleet of warships was likely on their way to capture the pirates as they spoke. That Spanish captain didn't offer these words in challenge. It wasn't a threat. It was merely a statement of the resources and the readiness of his people. It was daunting news, to be sure, but it was still helpful to the pirates. They knew now that word had spread. They knew now that the Spanish knew where they were, but they knew also what they were up against. So Sharp had the crew of that Spanish vessel brought aboard the Trinity and put under guard. They searched the man-of-war and found some 3,276 pieces of eight. There was little else of value aside from some provisions, so they burned the ship and left her to sink. The following day, Sharp set out to question the prisoners. The captain had already given him everything he could have needed, but Sharp wanted to corroborate that story. His questioning was brutal. Perhaps it wasn't the sort of torture employed by, say, the Spanish Inquisition or by Francois l'Olonnais or even Morgan at his worst, but he was liberal with both the lash and the blade. This was deeply disturbing to some of the men. They were there to make money, but not by torture. Battle was one thing. It was even at times honorable, but to torture prisoners who had already willfully surrendered was something else. A Spanish friar objected to their treatment, and Sharp had him brought on deck. He intended to make an example of him. It was by now quite clear that Sharp's most loyal men would defend his actions, no matter how vile they were. They were prepared, if need be, to use violence, and there were far more of those men than there were those that now opposed Sharp. Ringrose writes, quote, "We also punished a friar who was chaplain to the bark aforementioned, shot him upon the deck, casting him overboard before he was dead. Such cruelties, though I abhorred very much in my heart, yet here I was forced to hold my tongue and contradict them not, as having not authority to oversway them." End quote. Basil Ringrose was afraid of the men who were loyal to Sharp and of Sharp himself. William Dampier and Lionel Wafer were among that group. Very few other pirates were with them, and they realized that now they were hostage to the whims of Captain Bartholomew Sharp, as surely as were his Spanish prisoners. Before we go, I have a couple of last thoughts to mention. The events we covered in today's show were frustrating for the pirates, but it was very much a part of the pirates' experience. In most cases, we only get accounts of pirates from official sources, from letters between governors, but that typically only gives us the high points. That shows us they attacked a ship here, they were marooned there, they regained command and attacked this city, they were captured, they were tried in London, and they were hung on X day. Here, we get an account from the pirates themselves, and I wanted to give you a taste of the reality of it, of just how boring and slow much of piracy could actually be. There's also something that I would like to note about nomenclature here. We're using the words pirate and buccaneer pretty interchangeably, and the contemporary writers and even modern historians do so as well, but the word buccaneer is pretty quickly growing anachronistic. The French hunters of Hispaniola of that middle 17th century period are now a concept completely of the past. By 1670, when Morgan attacked Panama, the word buccaneer was being used as no more than sort of a polite idiom for out-and-out pirates. This is a symptom from the era of privateers, when gentlemen of polite society assumed that on some level all of these sea rovers had at least a hint of legitimacy. Spanish governors, for example, might call them pirates, but it wasn't a title. It was really just an accusation of a crime. That man is a murderer. Those men are pirates. It was a declaration of their actions. But starting with this voyage, around 1680, it was becoming clear that to call them pirates meant something else, something more. It wasn't just a crime that they were guilty of. It was a lifestyle. Piracy was, in the West Indies at least, and soon even in the East Indies, to be a pirate meant that you were a member of a sort of societal class, all its own. Life at sea holds far too many dangers to name. Now, foremost in the minds of most that went to sea in the age of sail were storms. Storms were an ever-present danger, and ship killers frightened even the toughest seamen. And then there was injury, certainly. Injury on board a sailing vessel was a common, everyday kind of hazard, and ship's doctors were frequently just not up to the task of saving limbs or preventing infection. And then there were the other people on the sea. There were pirates, to be sure, or if you were at war, enemy vessels. If you happened to be a pirate or a smuggler, the Coast Guard of any nation wasn't someone you wanted to run into. Some of my favorites, though, and especially on my mind, given Halloween coming up, were the monsters. We think of the Kraken as a myth, a sea monster out of legend, but now we know about real, giant, and colossal squid. They're some of the largest animals on Earth, and they're deadly predators. Now, naturally, sailors of old knew about them. That's where the myth comes from in the first place, but there wasn't any documentation of them, not anything that the scientific community could credit, until relatively recently. And really, if you struck up a conversation with an old sailor in a tavern somewhere, and he said to you, "I have seen the Kraken, lad, thrice as large as any man it were, with a head like an axe and 2 black unfeeling eyes. A 12 arms it had like ropes, but covered with teeth and tipped with the most terrible hooks to pull you down." You might be fascinated, you might buy him a drink, but you wouldn't believe him, really, would you? And then there were sharks and whales and all manner of fell beasties. It's no surprise, after actually seeing so many strange creatures out there, that most sailors in the age of sail would believe in mermaids. Or if they didn't actually believe, well, they would still be wary of them. After all, the world held many mysteries. And then there were the less mysterious dangers, like marooning and mutiny and the lash. But perhaps the most deadly killer at sea, except perhaps the storms, was what happened when your food stores ran low. Last time, we discussed the pirates under Sharp trying to reach the Galapagos. They got caught there in the doldrums, and they didn't see land for weeks on end. While they were out there, their stores ran low. They were put on rations of 5 ounces of flour and a single pint of water a day. 1 pint of water. Out at sea, under a baking sun, at the equator. That's just not enough. Men were known on board that vessel to trade half a pint of water for 30 pieces of 8, and soon it couldn't be bought at any price. Thirst was a deadly killer at sea, and it killed more than a few sailors, but in this case it wasn't the lack of water that began to impact the pirates first. They'd taken a ship's worth of flour at Panama, and since then they'd fished and hunted for plenty of meat. They weren't going hungry, and they weren't going thirsty. However, a diet of flour and meat and water wasn't enough. The last time the pirates had eaten any fresh fruit or vegetables was likely back in the Kuna camp in Darien, months ago. While they were out at sea, subsisting on flour and water, the men began to develop sores in their mouths. And then they started bleeding from the gums, and then a few of them started to lose teeth. Tiny cuts that were inconsequential typically would start to bleed like they were serious wounds, and eventually some of them began to develop black spots on their skin. It was scurvy. The pirates knew what it was, and they knew it to be a killer, and they knew how to cure it too. Vegetables were good for scurvy. They knew that leafy greens were even better, but fruit, and especially citrus fruit, was the best. It was, at that time, much like the Kraken, the sort of thing that seafaring men knew to be true, even if they didn't exactly understand it, and also the sort of thing that the rest of the world would take decades to fully latch onto. See, this was before most people knew how disease really worked. Now, they weren't the totally superstitious folk of the medieval era, and they understood that scurvy was a disease, but not that it could be prevented simply by eating fruit. They saw the fruit as a cure. They saw it as a medicine to be taken after the fact. They did realize, though, as they were sailing about the coast of Peru, that they were in desperate need of fresh fruits and vegetables. However, with the Spanish Coast Guard out of Lima and Arica and Guayaquil keeping them from approaching land, it would be almost as hard to find fruit as it was to find plunder. This is episode 45, Treasure Hunting. Now, it's of course a common trope that pirates were obsessed with treasure, but it's not really a misconception. As much as I love to burst your bubble about pirate myths, this one is actually pretty accurate. Captain Bartholomew Sharp called it, quote, the sacred hunger of gold, end quote, and rovers from Francis Drake and William Dampier all the way down to Ned Lowe all acknowledged that piracy was a commercial venture. Whatever your politics behind it might be, or whatever trappings and delusions of grandeur some pirates had, it was all about making money. Now, some of them were more honorable about the whole thing. They had rules written in stone about who you could attack and who was off limits, about what you could do to get the plunder. Some of them had rules against torture or rape or, hey, let's keep the murder to a minimum, guys, and some pirates were much less bound by those ideas. Now, there were other bits of common knowledge that were shared among sailors, in addition to the Kraken and mermaids and scurvy. Every pirate on the sea, and honestly probably every English or Scottish or Irish or Welsh or Spanish citizen in the world, knew about Francis Drake's raid on the mule train at Nombre de Dios. It was legendary. They also knew, most of them, that he was forced to bury some unknown amount of silver there on the Spanish Main. You can really imagine, you can almost picture in your mind the men under Henry Morgan marching across the isthmus, not exactly expecting to find any, but keeping an eye out for any telltale glint. When the Mayflower, under Captain John Cox, landed on Drake's Isle, and once they realized where they were, you know that they had to be thinking about all of the silver bars that Francis Drake had dumped there a century earlier. Now, they probably knew, too, that they weren't going to find any of it. The Spanish had almost certainly already reclaimed all of it, but what if? I mean, if you were leading a party out to go gather water, wouldn't it just seem like the reasonable thing to do to mention that, as far as legend has it, Drake dumped a bunch of his silver into a river there? So, keep your eyes open for any conspicuous piles of 2 or 3 tons of silver bars, just in case. You know how when the Powerball reaches like 400 million, you might just go out and buy yourself a ticket? You know you're not going to win, of course. I mean, maybe you'll get like $100, but not the jackpot. But even still, you're just a little bit crushed when you inevitably don't win. But you get over it pretty quickly. Now, how would you feel in that moment if someone told you, someone who was an insider, someone in the know, that there was another prize out there that dwarfed that 400 million? After they left Drake's Isle, Basil Ringrose writes, quote, Here our prisoners told us likewise that in the time of Oliver Cromwell, or the Commonwealth of England, a certain ship was fitted out of Lima with 70 brass guns, having on board her no less than $30 millions, or pieces of 8. All which vast sum of money was given by the merchants of Lima and sent as a present to our gracious king, or rather his father, who now reigneth, to supply him in his exile and distress, but that this great and rich ship was lost by keeping along the shore in the Bay of Manta, or thereabouts. What truth there may be in this history I cannot easily tell. At least, it seems to me as scarce deserving any credit." End quote. Now, it's doubtful that these pirates knew very much about the inner workings of the royal family, but they did hear rumors. It was widely whispered that the Stuarts were at least sympathetic to the Catholic faith, if not secret practitioners themselves. 30 million pieces of 8 might be a bit exorbitant, but it's actually pretty likely that Spain was funding Charles Stuart. He was known to favor Catholicism, or at least members of his family were known to, and that was a big plus in Spain's eyes. But more to the point, he signed a treaty with Spain, the Treaty of Brussels, which agreed to aid Spain in their war against France and the Netherlands in return for support returning him to his throne. And even more importantly, every monarchy in Europe was working to see the Stuarts reclaim the throne. And this wasn't just politics. This wasn't that petty. They needed to see this little upstart rebellion in England crushed, and they needed to see the monarchy restored. Otherwise, the entire idea of a commonwealth might catch on. It already had in the Netherlands, and the monarchs of France and Spain were worried that they might just find their heads up on spikes right next to that former king of England. So it's actually possible that a Spanish treasure ship was sent from Lima to fund the king. However, if it did crash, there were extensive reclamation efforts on the part of the Spanish. They were unlikely to ever find any of it, but still the pirates must have wondered. Did some of them want to go searching for all that silver? Well, perhaps they did, and some maybe even argued for it, but right now they had much more pressing concerns. In that first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, Curse of the Black Pearl, Captain Jack Sparrow tells Legolas that not all treasure is silver and gold. Now, in that case, he was talking about Keira Knightley, but right now, the pirates were much more concerned with finding fruit than finding treasure. Every day, more men were getting sick, more of them were losing teeth, and some were even growing too weak to work. There was a growing possibility that the Spanish might find their old ship, La Santissima Trinidad, floating offshore, a ghost ship. And things aboard those two ships in Bartholomew Sharp's fleet weren't really going well at all. On board the Mayflower, John Cox was struggling to keep his crew in line. They were growing ever more angry about their situation. They were suffering from thirst and from scurvy, and they hadn't taken a real prize in months. Now, aboard the Trinity, the flagship, things were even worse for Bartholomew Sharp. His crew was suffering as well. They were angry about their fortunes too. But the crew of the Trinity knew more than those on board the Mayflower. They were there when they had just recently taken that Spanish galleon, and they'd heard the words of her captain. They knew all about the fleets of Spanish warships out on the ocean, searching for them. They knew how well defended the ports at Lima and Guayaquil and Arica were. They knew how difficult it was going to be to move forward. And they knew that their admiral was listening more and more to the words of their Spanish prisoners. Captain Juan had more and more influence with Sharp every day, and he was listening to that old Moor and taking his suggestion that they attack Arica. But at least that was something. I mean, they needed a prize. But there was more. The men were extremely disturbed by Sharp's killing of that Spanish friar. He'd been brought on deck and shot through the head as a warning to the other prisoners. It was a message. But as the still twitching body was thrown overboard, the crew of the Trinity heard that message as well. Admiral Sharp was making clear just what a brutal, thoughtless, and unforgiving man he was. This was an unforgivable sin for the pirates. I mean, if you had to, you could kill a friar. Pirates could stomach a brutal captain, but he had to get results, and Sharp wasn't getting any results. He was leading them nowhere. It was becoming clear that he could turn that brutality on any of them at a moment's notice. What Sharp didn't know, though, is that there was a conspiracy afoot aboard the Trinity. You see, the warship was so large that it incorporated the crews of many pirate captains. These were men who were used to their own command, men who were now forced to toe the line and put up with Sharp's orders. Now, among those was Edmund Cook, but every day he grew more and more defeated. The rest, though, they were disgruntled. John Cook, who was no relation to Edmund, he was planning something. He had a partner and close associate named Edward Davis, and those two, along with a cabal of lesser pirates, including William Dampier and Lionel Wafer, they were growing their numbers. Those two, Dampier and Wafer, had voted no on every one of Sharp's decisions, including his appointment to captain, and to many of the men it seemed that they had been proved correct time after time. It was clear that they were educated men, they were scientists, they were writers, and the men began turning to them for guidance. So that conspiracy under John Cook, Edward Davis, William Dampier, and Lionel Wafer was growing. The Trinity was becoming an ever more fractured place. It was becoming clear something had to happen to keep them all together. Now, Sharp might not know about their conspiracy specifically, but he did know that his situation was bad. He needed a win. He needed something to regain the crew's confidence. And then Providence dropped a prize in his lap. It was September 1st, 1680. During the night, a lookout spotted lights about 6 leagues in the distance. He informed the boatswain, who awoke Captain Sharp to tell him the news. Sharp took a look at those lights and ordered the Trinity to set a course to follow. Now, come morning, they could make out sails, and everyone agreed to follow them. They sailed all day, and when night came once again, it was clear that the ship hadn't spotted them. They were careless with their lights, which gave the pirates a beacon to follow. The chase continued into the next morning, but it became a struggle. There wasn't much wind, so it was a slow chase. Plus, the men were growing ever more thirsty and restless. Their rations had been cut once again, down now to 2 cups of water a day. Every man was suffering from parched lips and a dry throat. They were all growing weak. Still, though, they sailed on after the ship. She still hadn't seen the pirates following her, and never so much as altered course. If she did see the pirates, that ship might very likely be able to escape, so the Trinity sailed on silently. At 11 o'clock in the forenoon, a mist rose, and it shrouded the Spanish vessel. She was hidden from the pirates for the rest of the day, and they began to lament her loss. Some believed that the Spanish knew this mist would rise and chose to bide their time, using the mist to escape. Come nightfall, they still didn't have a sign. She'd left no lights in the night to give her away, but then, at daybreak, on Saturday the 4th, the pirates spotted their prey again. And she spotted the pirates. They were only about a league away, and it would be impossible to miss a great hulking warship bearing down on you. Still, though, the vessel didn't flee. They sailed on, but they gave the Trinity plenty of room to catch up. At last the pirates came in range of the ship, and they shot off a volley of small arms. They didn't fire at the ship, really, or at the men. They shot into the air, or they shot into the water. You see, they were shooting to announce themselves. About 30 or so years later, pirates would just raise the Jolly Roger to do that same job. It wouldn't waste any powder or shot, but before pirates flew the black, shooting their guns was their best option. It had the same effect, though. The Spanish ship lowered her sails and waited for the pirates. She was just a small merchant bark, not equipped to fight a warship full of hardened pirates. So the men cast lots to see who would get the privilege of boarding the ship and set about to boarding her. They saw that the crew was subdued and met with the captain and then set about to explore the holds. All in all, it was a peaceful affair. The pirates looted the cargo, they got mostly silk and cacao, and searched about for gold, but there wasn't any. They took some timber and rope and sailcloth. They had a mind to upgrade the ship and add some sails, but they were running low on some of what they might need. It was a small haul, but overall pretty good. Now, even though they were in desperate need of water, they left the Spanish all of the water they had on board. They even gave the Spanish some of their own flour. They might need that flour, and they definitely needed the water, but all of this was to a purpose. The pirates also left most of their prisoners with the Spanish. They were becoming an encumbrance, and the pirates didn't have the provisions to see them fed and watered. Then the pirates chopped down the mast of the Spanish vessel and left them idle. You see, they didn't want to starve the Spanish to death, but they couldn't have them rushing off to inform the authorities of their presence. Someone would eventually happen along to help them out. When they questioned the captain of the ship, they did get a bit of a surprise. The ship was sailing out of Arica toward Lima and Guayaquil in the north. The ship had seen them while the pirates were giving chase, actually, but they didn't see pirates. All they saw was a Spanish warship. They didn't expect any pirates in these southern waters. Last they had heard, the English had sacked Panama, and they didn't have any reason to believe that those pirates had continued south. This was intriguing. The captain of that Spanish galleon, the last ship they had taken, told them that the Southern Ocean was on lockdown. Every port was under a state of emergency, and the waters were virtually filled with warships. And yet, here was a merchant out of Arica that had no idea they were there. Now, it's absolutely possible that the ship had left Arica before the galleon. It's possible that they had never heard news of the pirates. She was a slow trader. And possibly she even put in at some smaller settlements, possibly even further south. The galleon was purposefully sailing out after the pirates, and it moved fast to that end, unlike this merchant ship. Regardless, the pirates, or at least most of the pirates, took this as a sign that Arica was lightly defended. They decided to ignore the words of that galleon's crew. They chose to attack Arica. The only Spanish prisoners that they chose to keep were the captain of that galleon, taken before Guayaquil, Don Thomas de Argandona, with two of his mates, Don Cristobal and Don Baltazar. Both were, quote, gentlemen of quality. Then there was Peralta, that old and stout Spaniard, and Captain Juan. Finally, there was that old Moor and the pilot of a ship taken outside of Panama, that one that was carrying the pay for the soldiers. They chose to keep also 12 slaves who were made to do all their drudgery. I can only imagine what it must have been like for those 12. If the pirates were running low on food and water, you can be sure that the slaves weren't getting a fair share, and they were probably worked harder than any pirate on board. Or, I suppose it's possible that they were given a decent share of water and flour, enough at least to keep them on their feet so that the pirates didn't have to do that hardest work. The English did pride themselves on being more humane, but none of our chroniclers go into detail here. Either way, the ship sailed for Arica, and the voyage took about 2 months. Remember, this was the beginning of September, and the pirates were already fairly far south of the equator. It was beginning to get cold. The chronicles begin to talk lovingly of fair days and bemoan the growing cold. Every day, with every league farther south, it grew colder. They began to see more and more snow, not at sea level, not yet, but on mountaintops. And still they were having trouble finding water. They stopped a time or two on shore, but they only found small provisions, if anything, not enough to sustain them comfortably. September passed, and then most of October, but finally, on October 26th, 1680, the pirates made landfall near Arica. Now, they stayed far enough away to remain unseen, but close enough to row their boats to the city. Now, there were Spanish forts guarding all of the approaches by water, and as they were rowing in, the Spanish spotted them and shot off a barrage of cannon fire. They knew that they'd been spotted and that their assault on Arica wasn't going to be a success, so they turned around and rowed away. Then they came to an Indian village. It was near a large sugar plantation. They found there, most importantly, a good source of water and food, and most essentially some fruit. The natives led the pirates to gather that water, and they gave them some of the needed fruit as gifts, likely because the pirates looked desperate and starving, and still they didn't attack. For the rest of it they traded, and the pirates paid up fairly. See, this was an important place for them to occupy. That sugar plantation would be an important source of income to the Spanish. So after a few days spent recovering from their months and months at sea, a party of landed Spanish gentlemen arrived under a flag of truce. Ringrose notes how cordially they treated with the pirates, and what gentlemen of quality they were. These men asked the pirates specifically not to despoil their sugar plantations or their farms or their ranches. They were needed to provide food and to provide income. In return, those Spaniards, mostly plantation masters and ranchers, agreed to bring Sharp and his men barrels of fresh water, water to fill their existing barrels, a small ransom in coin, and several hundred head of cattle for them to salt and bring aboard their ships. The pirates astonishingly agreed to these terms. I think, though they don't say so explicitly, that the pirates were too sick and too weary for a fight. Several months of provisions sounded better than plunder to them at that moment. So the Spanish went off and promised to return in a few days' time to deliver the goods. The English spent those days eating and drinking fresh water and recovering. That few days later, those Spaniards returned and claimed that a sudden storm had delayed their herders. Now, this set off alarm bells for the pirates, but they really wanted that beef and that water, so they waited. Then, according to Sharp, quote, November the 2nd. This morning we expected our beefs, but in lieu of them the Spaniards sent us 300 horsemen to fight us. So we drew out our men in plain ground for fear of ambuscades and resolved to stand the shock, for we had left a select guard to receive our canoes and boat when they should come to shore. The enemy came riding at full speed towards us. We thought their horse would have charged us home, but when they came within reach of our fusees, we dismounted most of their front with a volley of small shot, which put a stop to their career and courages. Not finding it safe to come nearer, they fairly wheeled off to the left and took shelter amongst the hills. This confirmed us that we should get no other beefs. End quote. With the Spanish away in the hills, licking their wounds, the pirates decided that if the Spanish would not keep their side of the bargain, neither would they. A contingent of the pirates, some of their most elite, marched off to that sugar plantation. There they dismantled and destroyed the machinery to process the sugar. Then they dumped oil on everything in the processing house and lit it afire. They despoiled the raw sugar and the fields as best they could. They found a few white men left at the plantation, and they killed them. They set the slaves free. Now, this wasn't an act of emancipation. This was a headache for the masters, which would give the English time to escape. But then they set fire to the big house. They ensured that every inch of that house was on fire before they marched away back to their ships. Before returning to the ships, they went once more to that Indian village. There they traded once again for herbs and grain and, quote, most excellent fruit. The natives hadn't been willing to trade that stuff before, so this was taken by force, but they did leave a fair sum of silver in return. Things still weren't great for the pirates, though. They had been decried by the Spanish at Arica, and they hadn't taken any plunder of any worth in, well, most of spring and all of summer, and now a good chunk of autumn. At least, though, they had some food, and they had plenty of water, and they had bellies full of vitamin C. So the ships continued south. They hoped that they could outrun word of their presence on the Spanish mainland. They had food and they had water, but winter was now fully upon them. They frequently saw blinding mists and snowstorms, and the cold was becoming a real danger. They were well into the viceroyalty of Chile now, and they spent another month at sea. The men grew more and more discontent. Every passing day brought them more hardships and less money. There were storms, there was blowing cold, there was an ever-growing sense that they might never again see the warm climate of home. Now, William Dampier was absolutely enjoying seeing all of the new lands and all of the flora and fauna. Still, even he began to grow concerned that he might never get to see the home that he had purchased back in England or his wife ever again. And many of the men still had light pockets. Many of them had lost their coin through gambling or bartering for water, and they had virtually nothing to show for the voyage. Now, they would eventually sell their contraband back in Port Royal or wherever they made landfall, and that would net them a good bit of money, but it wasn't the same as a purse full of gold. So Sharp now felt that his command was in its most precarious position to date. He set out to find a new target. To that end, he turned once again to his Spanish prisoners. They were coasting offshore of the Coquimbo region of Chile, and they were very near the capital of La Serena. It was a sizable city, and honestly it still is today, but the city was far enough removed by sea and by mountains that there was a possibility that word might not have reached them yet of the pirates' presence. So they made landfall on December 2nd. They had 2 leagues to row to shore in the dark of the pre-dawn hours. Now, some canoes were heavier than others, and consequently about half of the men reached the shore first. Now, all day they hadn't seen a single ship, or a fisherman's boat, or a shore-bound watch, or really any presence of humans besides themselves. They were close to town. That didn't seem natural. They realized that the perimeter was quiet. A little too quiet. All in all, there were 88 pirates, and that first group to reach the shore of about 35 espied a nearby storehouse and went to investigate. They found there an ambush set by Spanish horsemen. At least 100 cavalry fell on them. They swooped in and they unleashed a volley of musket fire. The pirates returned fire, and the Spanish horse fled the field. But those Spaniards had more than double the numbers, and besides, they were mounted. There was no reason for the Spanish to have fled the field. They could have crushed the pirates, but they didn't. It was easy, a little too easy. The rest of the pirates had made shore, and they heard the firefight. They rushed in to support their brethren, but they were surprised to find the Spanish already gone. So they followed the horsemen. All the while they suspected a much larger ambush to crush them. Now an ambush came soon enough, but much like the last encounter, the Spanish fired and fled. The English returned fire, but it was already at the retreating backs of the Spanish. This unnerved the pirates. It was all too easy. Still, though, the pirates followed. Again, another ambush and a retreat. At last it became clear. This wasn't a defense of the city, it was a diversion. They were leading the English away from town to give the locals time to flee. So Sharp ordered the company to turn around and march on La Selena. But he also said to keep an eye to their rear. The Spanish could come in at any time. The Spanish didn't, for whatever reason. The pirates made the town by afternoon, and it was already predictably deserted. Ringrose writes, quote, "The Spaniards had received intelligence thereof from some secret spies they had in the town. Both the men and their women were all fled to places that were more occult and remote. So that by this search they only found an old Indian woman and 3 children, but no gold, nor plate, nor yet any other prisoners." End quote. There was virtually no one in the city. Just abandoned houses and deserted churches and empty storehouses. Then the pirates were approached by someone. It turned out to be a slave who said that he had hidden when everyone else fled town, and he told them the story. The pirates had been spotted 2 days prior from cliffs overlooking the ocean. The Spanish immediately began collecting their goods and moving out. The threat, though, of a slave uprising became suddenly very apparent, so the Spanish took 12 men and women into the city square and killed them to quash any thought of revolt. The rest of the slaves were then herded out of town carrying all of the citizens' goods. This hidden slave told the pirates that all the treasure of any consequence was gone, but that if the pirates were to find those slaves, they might just rise up again. Instead, Sharp decided to pillage the city for all that they could find. Now, there wasn't much for treasure, to be sure. There was just, occasional bits of silver and a few casks of indigo and spices, things that were too heavy to be carried away, but no great quantities of gold and jewels. There were no golden crucifixes left in the church. And the pirates were disappointed. It was growing close to a year since they had taken a real prize. I mean, disappointment doesn't cover it. They were angry. Now, they drowned some of that anger in the wine they found around town, or the delicate foods they indulged in. They had strawberries and fruits and vegetables that most of the men had never tasted before. They had rich, creamy dishes and yeasty bread, and all of it was satisfying, especially with the drinks, but it still wasn't plunder. Still, they loaded up more than a little of what they found to take with them. The following morning, a retinue of city officials arrived to talk with the pirates. They were afraid that, since there was no treasure left in the town of any consequence, the pirates might burn down the city. So, those Spanish officials agreed to pay a ransom of 95,000 pieces of eight. The pirates thought this was a fair price, but they'd been lied to before, and all of them knew that the Spanish were shifty and untrustworthy. All day the pirates loaded up their ships with food and what scant goods they could find, but they prepared too for a fight. On the following morning, much like on their last raid, the Spanish arrived and begged for more time. Once again the pirates agreed, but this time they set about destroying churches. They set about despoiling what food they wouldn't be taking with them. They did everything in their power, without burning the city, to prove that La Serena would be utterly destroyed if the ransom was not paid. Then they carried away even more goods, nearly filling their holds completely. Then, to quote Ringrose once again, quote, "In the night the Spaniards opened a sluice and let the water run in streams about the town, with intent either to overflow it and thereby force us out, or at least that they might easier quench the flame in case we should fire the town. On the next morning we set fire to the town. The Spaniards had not performed, or rather that they had never designed to perform, their promise. We fired as nigh we could every house in the whole town to the intent it might be totally reduced to ashes." End quote. They stayed in town to ensure that it was well and fully burnt without giving the Spanish any time to come in and fight the blaze, and then they left. La Serena was a pile of rubble, and the pirates returned to their ships. However, as much as pirates enjoyed desecrating Catholic churches and drinking up a town's wine, as much as they enjoyed burning the cities of the hated Spanish, that wasn't why they were there. They were there to make some money, and for nigh on a year they hadn't made any at all. So, after the burning of La Serena, it was time for a change. Back on board the Trinity, all the pirates assembled. About 140 men were left, and they had decisions to make. The first order of business on which to vote was the removal of Admiral Bartholomew Sharp. Resoundingly, the pirates voted yes. Now, a few months earlier, Bartholomew Sharp might very well have had the numbers to intimidate the dissenters into keeping him in power. But now, even most of his old crewmen voted for a change. He just wasn't doing his job. They weren't making any money. The real question wasn't whether or not Sharp would be replaced, but who would replace him. The obvious choice was Edmund Cook, but he still wanted no part of command. Then there was John Cook. He had the support of William Dampier and Edward Davis and Lionel Wafer. Their little conspiracy had likely been working overtime behind the scenes to orchestrate this little coup. Now, both Ringrose and Sharp call it a mutiny, but this absolutely was not a mutiny. Every time any pirates set out, they would vote on the captain. Typically, that was a formality, but a captain could be replaced at any time except when battle was joined. It could get a little dicey when the question of exactly who owned the ship came into question. If it was your ship and you served as captain, they might be able to vote you out with their rights completely intact, but then you could just kick them off your ship. It was your ship. Assuming they didn't, of course, then begin a true mutiny and just take your ship away. But the majority of the crew voted against John Cook in favor of a man named John Watling. Watling wasn't mentioned in any of the accounts of this voyage until this point, and it appears that this was his first command. He made a good case, though. They should return, he argued, to Arica. They had already been repelled once, and the Spanish wouldn't be expecting them. It seemed like a good enough plan, and to most on board the Voyage, it took them back north, it took them closer to home, and there was potential for real plunder. So it was agreed upon. John Watling was captain, and they would attack Arica. But his first order of business was cutting free all of the prisoners. At least all of the Spanish they had on board. They were a liability, and Watling, much like most of the crew, thought that they had been purposefully leading the pirates astray. Personally, I tend to agree on that. This is a move that should have been done months ago. Now, you know how when you take a drive to go somewhere fairly far away, the drive back always seems shorter? Well, it was that way for the pirates, and actually it was a literal truth since they weren't fighting the wind all the way, but they also had ample food and ample water, and the weather began to warm, and they had a new captain. It was a pleasant and easy voyage for the pirates. When Christmas came, the pirates enjoyed a feast on the shore. They caught fowl and turtles, but mostly they caught crab that was bigger than anything they'd ever seen before. There was drinking and there was singing. A round of guns was fired off to mark the holiday. They enjoyed this Christmas on the Juan Fernandez Islands. Those islands were lush and rich with life, and it made them a good place to stay. As yet, they were little known to Englishmen, but they would become much better known in later years. On a later voyage, a privateer named Alexander Selkirk will elect to maroon himself on those islands. He'll be rescued some years later by a different English voyage under the same captain, and he will inspire the novel Robinson Crusoe. Now, all of that we'll talk about, but later. This Christmas, 1680, was the last time that all of the pirates would be together and at peace. It was just a few days after Christmas that a well-loved man aboard the Mayflower named John Milliard, well, he died of the dropsy. He'd been so respected by all of the pirates that he'd single-handedly kept the crew of that lesser ship together. Now, John Cox was captain, but it was John Milliard who really led the men. Upon his death, though, all hint of unity went overboard. Arguments broke out, and fights, and calls for a vote, but it was clear that even if they voted, these men would not come together. So they chose instead to split command between John Cox and a man named John Fall. Now, they weren't captains. There was no captain left on the Mayflower. Instead, they were watch commanders. Think about them like managers in a business owned by the employees. On January 1st, 1681, it was clear that the voyage was not going to hold itself together. The crew of the Mayflower was entirely split asunder. Men had been stabbed. Men had been shot at. It was anarchy on board the Mayflower. So John Cook took control of the situation. Or at least he took his 50 or so men over to the Mayflower and told them how it was. They were all to report aboard the Trinity. He was taking command of the Mayflower. Edward Davis, Lionel Wafer, William Dampier, all of their companions came with them. But this wasn't an appointment by Admiral Watling. It wasn't a vote by the crew. John Cook just did it. He had the support of about a third of their entire fleet, but he just took the Mayflower. Now, Bartholomew Sharp knew what this was, and we can assume that John Watling was smart enough as well, but there was nothing that either of them could do about it. The Mayflower, under John Cook, might sail with the Trinity in the Southern Ocean, but she was now her own ship. That ship was independent, and it was free from the confines of control. Still, the entire fleet sailed towards Arica. On the way, they encountered 3 men of war, the Santo Cristo of 10 guns, the San Francisco of 8 guns, and another which they never caught the name of. Ringrose wrote, quote, "As soon as they saw us instantly, they put out their bloody flags, and we, to show them that we were not as yet daunted, did the same with ours. We kept close under the wind, and were, to confess the truth, very unwilling to fight them, by reason they all kept in a knot together, and we could not single out one of them, or separate him from the rest. Especially considering that our present commander, Watling, had showed himself at their appearance to be faint-hearted. As for the Spaniards themselves, they might have easily come to us, since we lay by several times, but undoubtedly they were cowardly given, and, peradventure, as unwilling to engage us as we were to engage them." End quote. So the pirates came across 3 men of war who could have entirely destroyed them, seen them all sunk to the bottom of the ocean, and the men on board were too cowardly to attack. This was good news for the pirates, but not great news for the Spanish. The pirates were closing in on Arica by the end of January. It was growing warmer, and even occasionally near to hot at midday, and the crew was reveling in it. They took a few prisoners at a small fishing village, and interrogated them. There wasn't any torture, apparently, but they found out everything they needed to know. Then Watling took one old man aside, who he believed had disrespected him, and shot him through the head. The men were as troubled by this as they had been by Bartholomew Sharp shooting the friar. In fact, Bartholomew Sharp, according to his later testimony, was the most troubled. He argued against it, he said, but since he wasn't captain any longer, he didn't have any power. He said, quote, "Gentlemen, I am clear of the blood of this old man, and I will warrant you a hot day for this piece of cruelty whenever we come to fight at Arica." That from the man who cut a friar's throat for protesting torture. Sure. But Ringrose then wrote that, quote, "These words were found at the latter end of this expedition of Arica to contain a true and certain prophecy, as shall be related hereafter." End quote. By this time, it was January 30th, and that was a day that Ringrose notes is marked on the English calendar as the day of martyrdom of their glorious King Charles I. But it was also the day that the pirates made landfall and marched on the city. There were only about 130 some-odd men with them. And this was one of the greatest cities on the Pacific. This was not a great plan. Then they came close to one of the city's outlying forts. The city had several, and they were spotted by a scout on a hilltop. Watling ordered 40 men to arm themselves with grenades and with muskets to take the fort. That leaves, 85 men to attack Arica? This makes sense on a certain level. If they wasted all of their time and all of their forces on the fort, the people of Arica would have time to get their goods out, and the same thing that has happened to them so many times already would happen to them again. But I mean, come on. 40 men can't take the fort. They lost several in just the first few minutes of the attempt. And those 85 men trying to take Arica, well, they got pinned down by enemy fire. Then those at the fort had to leave their engagement with enemies to their rear and help the men who were under fire at Arica. Now, Ringrose gives a glorious account of the battle, including such statements as, quote, "Our rage increasing with our wounds, we still advanced, and at last we beat the enemy out of all and filled every street in the city with dead bodies." End quote. There's a lot of that sort of talk, but all of this and all of his peppering in grandiose statements about their glorious king and English valor in the face of vile Spanish treachery, well, despite all of that, they lost. At least a dozen men were killed on the battlefield, and maybe double that were wounded. So the men retreated. Among those slain was John Watling himself. It wasn't Watling's death that had led to their defeat, as Sawkins had. He was really never much of a commander. When they finally returned to the ships, they took time to see to the wounded, but it was a somber crew of pirates. Bartholomew Sharp installed himself as captain. There wasn't a vote, he just took command again. And the men at this point were too weary to argue against it. Once again, Bartholomew Sharp tried to establish himself as admiral. He tried to enforce his command over the Mayflower, but neither John Cook, nor Edward Davis, or Dampier, or Wafer, or any of the crew of the Mayflower were having that. It might have come to blows. It might have been a real firefight, which the Mayflower was likely to have lost if the men of the Trinity weren't still bleeding from their defeat outside Arica. So come dawn, the Mayflower was sailing north. They were sailing for the Isthmus and the Cuna and Panama, and Sharp's Trinity, which was now crewed by, 80 healthy men, well, they sailed south. I'd like to start today by discussing a question one of you sent me on Facebook. One of our listeners is a teacher at a Japanese university that's doing an English language course on piracy, and they encourage their student to listen to the show. Now, first of all, that's awesome and a little bit crazy, but second, one of their students asked a question about Diego Lucifer. If you remember way back, we talked about a pirate in the mid-17th century named Diego Lucifer, or Diego the Mulatto. He was a young man born in Campeche. He was refused entry into the Spanish military, and instead he chose to turn pirate. His early piratical career was centered around revenge on the Spanish in general, and in particular against one man who had wronged him. A few decades later, that same name, Diego the Mulatto, appears on the rolls for Henry Morgan's raid on Panama. Now, I talked about this briefly, but one student wanted some clarification. They wondered if they are the same Diego. Is the man who sailed on Panama under Morgan the same who'd raided Campeche about 40-odd years earlier? Unfortunately, though, that's a tough question to answer with any certainty. The question is muddied even further by yet another Diego who sailed a few years later, but he almost certainly wasn't the same man. You see, the only answer we can give is that we don't know whether the Diego who raided Campeche is the same who attacked Panama. There just isn't enough evidence, nothing verifiable to say one way or another. But there is a bridge that might shed some light on it, in the form of Roque Basiliano. He was that Dutch pirate who did sail alongside Diego Lucifer and Francois l'Olonnais and Henry Morgan. He was an old man when they attacked Panama, but it's entirely possible that he did bring in his old compatriot, Diego, into the mission against Panama. Now again, we can't say definitively that the two Diegos are one and the same, but a few historians are willing to make that leap. They're willing to say that they probably are the same man. Now, those might not be the most reputable academic historians, but if you're writing a book or you're making a podcast, it's almost too good a story not to tell. I mean, imagine it. There's a young man who's cast out by the Spanish because of his race. He spent years bent on finding revenge against them, and then he did find it. He killed the man who had offended him. But then he continued on raiding, and that's something we do know, that Diego Lucifer did continue raiding in his later years. But what if, as a retired old sea dog, almost 70 years old at this point, his old companion, Roque Basiliano, showed up on his doorstep in Tortuga? He buys him a drink, and they talk about this upcoming raid, the biggest raid ever seen. They were going to take on Panama itself. Now, Diego, if he was alive, would have known about Morgan, of course. That Welsh dandy had been raiding up and down the Main for years. But at this point, Diego was retired. He had grandchildren. He would have, likely, if he were alive. He had a home. He hadn't roved in years. But this was one last chance for him to go to sea, for him to get the crew back together. Now, of course, all of the crew that was left would have been bald-headed old man who didn't see too good, but they could still outsail any of those green boys that called themselves buccaneers. This would have been one last chance for them to fight the Spanish and steal Spanish treasure and to relive their glory days. I mean, that's a movie. It's basically Unforgiven at sea, and what a great story that could make. But we don't know if any of that happened. Diego Lucifer didn't keep a journal. At least he didn't keep one that's made it down to us. Alexander Exquemelin didn't mention him in his book. So we can speculate all we like, but to answer that question, we can't know. Not without a source, or preferably a few sources, to offer proof one way or another. And when you're doing this, a lack of sources are so often the problem, especially when you're talking about pirates. You see, when I think about the study of history, you could compare it to a lot of things, but I like to think about rock climbing. Even the most talented climbers out there can't make any progress with a sheer wall. They need something to work with. They need a foothold or a fissure or something on which to grab hold. And then they need another and another to make it to the top. And historians require much the same things. In the case of pirates, a talented historian might find the name of some pirate who was hung in Boston. From there, they can take that name and start digging. They can go to church records from wherever their name sounds like they might be from. They can, if they're lucky, find the birthplace and the date of birth and maybe some family history. If they find that information, that next handhold, they can continue climbing. But if not, they might just be out of luck. There are other places they can look, of course. There are letters between merchants and governors, and there are colonial records and naval registers. Now, sometimes they'll be lucky enough to find what they need, and sometimes not. And frankly, when it comes to pirates, more often they're not going to. This is due partly, and largely to pirates changing their names. We might have the record of a pirate executed in London, and we might even have his testimony from court, and that still might give us very little. That pirate might have changed his name a dozen or so times over the course of his career, and if you changed your name and they only knew you by the name in court, they're unlikely to cop to the crimes of some totally different pirate with another name who absolutely isn't him at all. And, of course, the testimonies there are hardly trustworthy. It's not like a pirate is going to confess all his sins before the court unless he knows that he's well and truly caught. So, if you read some of those testimonies, the pirates always seem to come off somehow as good, God-fearing men who prayed every day and worked hard and gave alms on Sunday, that found themselves in a sad turn of events that forced them to take to sea with a group of unscrupulous rovers and attack merchant ships. And sometimes that was what really happened. We have records of some of those, which I can't wait to get to. But usually it wasn't. And of course, pirates aren't exactly known for their honest natures. So, much like rock climbers, occasionally historians are faced with those sheer smooth walls. Even the most talented historians can't work with nothing. There are loads of pirates I wish I could have talked about. There are dozens of English and French and Dutch pirates just in this early 17th century buccaneer era who, well, they probably have amazing stories, but we don't know them. For example, take Jean Rose. Jean Rose was that French pirate who attacked Portobello alongside John Coxon and Bartholomew Sharp. But that's basically all we know about him. Now, there might be better sources in French that I don't have any access to, but as far as I know, he's really only known because Basil Ringrose wrote about him. He might have had other aliases in Dutch and English, as well as French, that we don't know about. So what stories does he have that never got written down? And it's not just him. There are untold numbers of pirate captains like him. But all that is to say, the reason that I've had the opportunity, the privilege to go into such detail these past weeks about the Pacific Adventure is because we have so much to work with. We have several detailed accounts of the voyage, maybe the best accounts of any pirate voyage in history. And from here, things are only going to get more and more complex. This is episode 46, Leavetakings. When we left off our story of the Pacific Adventure, Captain Bartholomew Sharp was back in command of the Voyage after a failed raid on Arica. The men had been growing more and more divided, and they chose, after the raid on Arica, to separate ways. William Dampier wrote of the event, quote, "The difference between the contending parties was grown so high that they resolved to part companies, having first made an agreement that which party soever should, upon polling, appear to have the majority, they should keep the ship, and the others should content themselves with the launch or longboat and canoes, and return back over the isthmus, or go to seek their fortune other ways, as they would. Accordingly, we put it to a vote, and, upon dividing, Captain Sharp's party carried it. I, who had never been pleased with his management, declared myself on the side of those that were outvoted, and, according to our agreement, we took our shares and so prepared for our departure." End quote. You see, we have the opportunity here to really shift focus to Dampier. His account of the voyage so far has been really pretty cursory. Maybe because Ringrose and Sharp wrote such detailed accounts, and maybe because William Dampier didn't really want to associate himself too closely with all of the piracies of Captain Sharp. But it's here that the accounts of both William Dampier and Lionel Wafer really pick up steam. Wafer writes, quote, "Mr. Dampier has told, in Voyage Round the World, in what manner the company divided with reference to Captain Sharp. I was of Mr. Dampier's side in that matter, and of the number of those who chose rather to return in boats to the isthmus, and go back again a toilsome journey over land, than stay under a captain in whom we experienced neither courage nor conduct." End quote. Rest assured, though, Bartholomew Sharp and Basil Ringrose were still committing acts of the vilest piracies in the Southern Ocean, but for now I'd like to follow Dampier and Wafer. Dampier's account picks up on the morning of April 17th, 1681, about 12 miles northwest of Drake's Isle, the Isla de Plata. Captain John Cook, Edward Davis, Lionel Wafer, and William Dampier found themselves in a longboat with 2 accompanying canoes. They'd fashioned sails to all of the boats, but they were without a proper ship. It appears that Captain Bartholomew Sharp had taken over command of the Mayflower because, with the departure of these men, there just wasn't enough crew left to properly man the Trinity. There were less than a dozen other pirates with the crew of John Cook and Edward Davis, and some were in less than stellar health. They were weak for want of proper food after all of the mismanagement under Captain Sharp, and really they were a liability for this impending trek overland. Dampier writes again, quote, "There were some who designed to go with us that we knew were not well able to march. We gave out that if any man faltered in the journey overland, he must expect to be shot to death. For we knew that the Spaniards would soon be after us, and one man falling into their hands might be the ruin of us all." End quote. But right now, that was the least of their worries. They were still several hundred miles from the Gulf of San Miguel and the Isthmus. They were in small, open rowboats, and, well, a storm was brewing. They made for land to try and ride out the storm on shore, but the storm hit them while they were still on the ocean. It was a heavy April rain. They were very close to the equator at this point, so the men were drenched by the time they finally hit land. They took shelter among the trees, and they built up a hasty structure, but the damage was already done. Their clothes were wet, their food stores were soaked, and even their powder and shot were too damp to use. Now, they had several slaves with them who had been taken down south, and those men were set to drying out the foodstuffs. They had mostly flour and sugar and cocoa. The pirates were set to dry out their powder, but Dampier himself had greater concerns. He had journals and notes that had been encased in a bamboo tube and wrapped tightly in a waxed sackcloth, but that still wasn't foolproof. He pulled them out, but though they were damp, they weren't damaged or unreadable. So Dampier set about to build a fire over which to dry the papers. Once the fire was going, he set up a cook pot and began to mix up a beverage of flour and sugar and cocoa. It was kind of a rich, hearty version of hot cocoa. But rain kept dripping into their little enclosure, and even into the broth, which was really ruining it. And then it began to drizzle all over his papers, so Dampier put his papers away and threw out the drink mix in frustration. They had a long, cold, and wet night. By the next morning, by the morning of the 18th, the men knew that this couldn't continue. They needed a better means of transportation. The Mayflower would have been perfect, but that was denied to them, so they needed a real ship. They found themselves in luck, as so often happens. After a few hours of making their way up the coast, they came across a small bark, which was perfect for their number. It would still be a dicey proposition to take her. The Spanish in the region all knew that there were pirates there, and there were really only a few men in this group, and they all had wet powder. Still, though, they were pirates and they were skilled, so they took the bark without any casualties. She was only carrying some timber, nothing you would call a rich haul, but she was well provisioned with food and drinks, so the men took her and the Spanish sailors were taken prisoner. They sailed on that day to a place called Gorgona. The pirates had been there before when they were still under Captain Sharp on their way down south, and they knew that it was a good place to take on water and to tend to the vessel. But when they got there was something new at Gorgona. A large bunkhouse had been built by the Spanish, big enough to house at least 100 men, and a big Catholic cross had been affixed on the door. When the pirates saw that, they pulled back and questioned their prisoners. The Spanish told them everything they knew. They told them that this bunkhouse was one of many new structures along the coast. Men in periaguas were patrolling the coast in search of the pirates, all up and down it. If they saw a single sign of the pirates, from a sail to a canoe to even tracks on the beach that were unexplainable, they were to make for Panama or even Arica or Lima with word of the English presence. These bunkhouses had been built to house those parties at night. So the men needed to scout the location out. A few of the pirates who were in the best health snuck up on the bunkhouse. It was still broad daylight, but while they were still in the tree line, they saw that there was no smoke coming from the chimneys, no sign of life at all, so they went up to have a look around. The bunkhouse was, in fact, deserted, but it probably wouldn't remain so. Those Spanish prisoners gave up all sorts of information about Spanish plans in the region. It was the sort of confession that, while it might actually be helpful to the pirates, was still really in the best interest of the Spanish. Their prisoners told them all about the extensive efforts going into capturing them and how little chance they actually had of escape. This was not so much a confession as a challenge. But the pirates took that challenge and set about to refitting their vessel. They did what pirates so often do with ships. Namely, they turned their slow, plodding merchant craft into speedboats. They dumped all of the cargo, all of that worthless timber, everything but the food and water, and then they set about to gutting the interior. They tore out the cabins and holds and any unnecessary furniture and all of the woodwork. Anything that would make the ship heavier and wasn't necessary to the structure of the ship was torn out and thrown overboard. Then they modified the rigging to be faster and to pick up even the slightest breeze. The pirates were experts at this. And finally, they careened the bark. They tipped her and cleaned her hull of anything that would slow down the ship. It took no more than the span of an afternoon of hard work, but they'd transformed this plodding merchant craft into a lean, swift pirate ship. They didn't have all night to wait around, though. If Spanish soldiers were coming to that bunkhouse, they would be arriving soon, so the men took their newly refitted craft and headed deep out to sea. They intended to catch the wind and head north for Panama Bay. But even in the dim, misty, low light of an equatorial evening, they caught a glimpse of two sets of sails in the far distance. They were clearly large sails, large enough that the men on board those ships would likely not yet be able to see the pirates, but they could only belong to Coast Guard, Spanish warships that were patrolling these waters for the pirates. So the men under John Cook furled their sails and slunk back towards the shore. They wouldn't be able to head out to sea and catch the wind. They would be forced to creep north. So the next few days were spent sailing under the radar, as it were. Dampier, who was the academic, gentlemanly, natural scientist, was arguing mostly for the men to take prizes along the way. He wanted to fatten his purse before he left the Pacific. But the other buccaneers were tired. They were wet, and they wanted nothing more than to get home safely. Finally, without much incident, they made it to the Gulf of San Miguel, the Gulf of San Michael. That was the place where the pirates had first arrived in the Southern Ocean. That was the Gulf which Basil Ringrose had such trouble in reaching, and where they took that island with the old man at the watchtower. They anchored off one of the many islands that dotted the Gulf. They chose an island that was actually deep among the other islands, the better to hide their ship, a place where they could build a proper camp. They set up shelter and built a fire and even began constructing some rudimentary defenses. They knew what a dangerous place this was. Anyone who was planning to cross the isthmus would come here to take the river north. Especially those pirates who had come this way so many months before. So Captain Cook sent out a canoe with several men to scout out the mouth of the river. The men in camp set a watch and began to ready their weapons for a battle that they all hoped to avoid. It didn't take long, just a couple of hours before the scouts returned, and they carried news that the men all dreaded. There was a ship lying in wait at the mouth of the river, barring their entrance. Dampier writes, quote, "When the canoe came with this news, some of our men were a little disheartened, but it was no more than I ever expected." End quote. Dampier wrote this kind of thing kind of a lot. It sort of makes me wonder if he was really as cynical and far-seeing and wise as he makes himself out to be, or if it was really all just written in hindsight. Personally, considering his brilliance in so many other areas, I think Dampier probably did see that stuff coming, but I can just imagine his companions. Oh, you saw that coming, did you? Well, thanks for mentioning it before we got here, buddy. Diana and Michael Preston compared this ship in A Pirate of Exquisite Mind to, quote, "a cat waiting by a mouse hole," end quote. And it was kind of true. They were sort of stuck. They didn't really have any good way to get around this ship. So the pirates prepared for the worst. They prepared for an attack. They knew that it was entirely possible that they had been spotted by someone on that ship or maybe even lookouts on land, and they set the men to high alert. But it wasn't a company of soldiers that came to their island. Merely a lone canoe rowed up about an hour later. The pirates hid and hunkered down behind sandbars and tipped over canoes, and they hid in the brush. When the canoe was within range of their pistols, they burst forth. There weren't any soldiers in the canoe, just a single surprised Spanish fisherman and 2 Indian companions. They were taken prisoner immediately and questioned. But the news wasn't good. That ship at the mouth of the river held 150 men and 12 large guns. She'd been at anchor there for months, awaiting the pirates' return, which actually makes me wonder if the other groups who had left Sharp in the past several months had been captured by this ship. But the Spanish fishermen didn't know, and the chroniclers don't tell us. In addition, those 2 sets of sails that they'd seen a few days back were in fact Spanish warships. They were patrolling all up and down the Gulf region, and they were due back at the mouth of the river any time now. This was difficult news for the men to digest. They'd merely wanted to cross the isthmus in peace and go home, not to fight their way past a heavily armed contingent of soldiers. Somehow, they would have to sneak past. Dampier then goes into some detail talking about the Indians who were with the Spanish fishermen. It's all, though, kind of a bit confusing. He makes mention of what he calls, quote, our Indians, and he describes them. But he also says that the 2 enemies in the canoe were outwardly hostile to them. He calls all of them Mosquito Indians, and something here doesn't fit. Maybe a few things actually are incorrect. First of all, the Mosquito people don't live this far down the isthmus. They lived mostly along the Mosquito Coast, up in modern-day Nicaragua. Now, they had settlements down into Costa Rica, and even a few as far south as Panama, but not into Darien. Darien was populated mostly by the Kuna. And here's the thing, though. Both the Kuna and the Mosquito were at war with Spain. They'd raided and attacked Spanish outposts for years. Neither one was likely to be peaceably sailing with a Spanish fisherman in the Gulf of San Miguel. Plus, if they were Mosquito or Kuna, they would likely be friendly with the English. The Mosquito people actually had a treaty with the English. An official treaty. They had had it ever since that failed Providence colony back in the 1630s. They'd renewed it with every subsequent English governor in Port Royal since 1655. The English benefited from this alliance by having a place to careen their ships and hide from potential enemy Spanish and have guides whenever they needed. And the Mosquito benefited by having shipments of English guns and supplies for their war against Spain. Whenever England was at war with Spain, they just sent the Mosquito guns and ammo, and when the English were at peace with Spain, the Mosquito would just get very favorable trade terms. A barrel of fish preserved in manatee lard and a cask of your disgusting corn liquor? Why, thank you. Here are 1,000 muskets from the finest gunsmiths in Europe and enough shot and powder to continue your war with Spain for at least a year. It's a little bit lopsided, but it made sense for both sides. The English even overlooked the Mosquito habit of taking in escaped slaves from Jamaica in favor of that alliance. For all of the alliance's official nature, though, it was really more of an alliance between the privateers and the Mosquito. No pirate crew was complete without a couple of Mosquito on board to hunt and to scout and to talk to the other native peoples that they might encounter. But then the Kuna down south were also at war with Spain, and they were courting a similar alliance situation. They found something of that alliance with John Coxon and were looking to continue it on a more official basis. So, who were those 2 hostile natives with the Spaniard? Well, I think that the Mosquito, sailing with Dampier and Cook and that whole lot, might actually be Mosquito people from the Mosquito Coast. They had sailed with John Coxon and Bartholomew Sharp and John Cook and all the rest, and arrived at Darien with the rest of the pirates. And the 2 men with that fisherman were probably members of another tribe altogether, a tribe that was actually hostile to the Kuna and was in the process of becoming allied with Spain. Today, we call that tribe the Embera people, but at the time, they were called the Catillo. They were originally a Colombian tribe who were longtime enemies of the Cuna. It seems that they actually might have chased the Cuna from Colombia into Darien around 1500. And right now, about this point, they were being courted by Spain for an alliance very similar to that between the Mosquito and England. I wanted to bring all this up because, well, first of all, it's just important to get right who we're actually talking about, but second, because William Dampier couldn't really tell one Indian from another, at least not yet. It was actually Lionel Wafer, his companion, who would, over the next few years, write about these cultural divisions and clear a lot of that stuff up in the English mind. Regardless, the English had to come up with another plan. They only had a few men, and none of them were in good fighting shape, but they then had a bunch of Spanish prisoners who would betray them at the first opportunity. They had a few slaves who absolutely didn't want to be there, and 4 Indians. 2 of them were English Mosquito allies, and 2 were Spanish Catillo allies. This was certainly going to be a fun march overland in the pouring rain of a Central American spring. Dampier argued, unsuccessfully, for the men to take their smaller boats, their canoe, upriver, not on the river they had come in on, but a smaller river called the Congo. The rest of the men, though, shot that down. They thought it was too risky a plan. They didn't want to be caught on an open river where they could be easily seen. So the pirates took their bark and sailed just southeast of their current position, a little bit further down the coast, where they could safely make landfall and begin their trek. They disembarked and they unloaded the guns and their packs carrying all their loot from the past several months, and then they loaded up the slaves like pack mules. They gave them all the flour and foodstuffs and supplies and medicine to carry. Then they sunk the bark to hide their landing site and started making their way overland. This was May the 1st, 1681. They marched all through that first day and made camp. By the time they settled down, everyone was wet and unhappy, but they had successfully avoided Spanish eyes. This might not be a pleasant journey so far, but they were actually doing pretty well. The following day, they topped a ridge, and they saw down in the valley some huts. They're Catillo prisoners, and I want to make it clear one more time that I only think they were Catillo, but they informed the pirates that they were of their tribe and not of the Cuna. They might actually be hostile to the English, and perhaps even violent, but the English would have better luck introducing themselves to this potentially hostile tribe than trying to sneak by. So John Cook and Edward Davis and William Dampier and Lionel Wafer and all the rest marched down into the village. I imagine it takes some guts to march into a village accompanied by a host of prisoners who are allied to the village in which you're marching. Still, though, the natives welcomed them in. It wasn't a warm reception by any means, nothing like the Cuna reception so many months ago, but the pirates came in peace, and they were received as such. The Catillo gave them fish and bread and yams, and, according to Diana and Michael Preston, they, quote, gave each buccaneer a calabash brimming with the highly intoxicating corn drink, chica, end quote. The authors then point out that the buccaneers didn't know much about this drink, but in a few months' time, Lionel Wafer would discover it was that famous Native American beverage made by elderly Native women chewing kernels of corn to pick up the natural yeast in their saliva and then spitting them into casks of water and corn. Still, though, it did the job, and I imagine the English enjoyed it all the same. But there was still an issue of where they stood with the natives. The tribe's elders insisted that there wasn't any passage north, and they refused to give the pirates guides. Now, the English had brought along a variety of what they called toys to trade with any Indians they might encounter, but the Catillo weren't interested in their baubles or beads or knives or anything else they brought forth. But then one of the pirates produced something surprising. He pulled a, quote, sky-colored petticoat out of his bag. This pleased the wife of the king so much that she, quote, immediately began to chatter to her husband and soon brought him to a better humor, end quote. So, with that sky-colored petticoat, the pirates were in. The natives agreed to trade and even to provide guides. It turns out that there was, in fact, a passage north, and they knew just how to get there. So the pirates traded hatchets and machetes and silver and gold for all sorts of foodstuffs, hogs, and, yes, some of that corn drink. They set out that next morning feeling refreshed, but those ceaseless rains continued, and they were soon back in poor spirits. This was an awful trick. They were traveling over pathless mountains and through muddy river valleys. Soon enough, they came to the banks of the Congo River. Dampier looked on longingly, and a bit bitterly. He really thought that his plan of rowing canoes upriver would be far easier than this, and he was probably right. They finally came across another Catillo settlement and had the opportunity to dry out and eat well once again, but it was still a short-lived reprieve. Then, on the 5th of May, tragedy struck. They had made camp and were in a relatively dry place for a change. The pirates hung their wet clothes out to dry them, and most of the men spread their black powder on silver plates to dry it out. Lionel Wafer writes, quote, I was sitting on the ground near one of our men, who was drying of gunpowder in a silver plate, but, not managing it as he should, it blew up and scorched my knee to that degree that the bone was left bare, the flesh being torn away, and my thigh burnt for a great way above it. End quote. Dampier tells us that it was a man walking by smoking a pipe which lit the gunpowder, but either way it was a bad situation for Wafer. Luckily, Wafer was a doctor, and he had a large number of medicines with him. He and Dampier set about to tend the wound. It was bad. He was gravely injured. Slaves would be forced to carry him on a stretcher between them, but he did have disinfectant and salves and bandages enough to wrap the burned area. Wafer refused to be left behind here, and honestly, the men refused to leave him behind as well. He was the doctor. If something like what had just happened to Wafer should happen to them, or if they found themselves embroiled in an ambush, or if one of the men just fell sick, it was Wafer who knew how to tend them and had the medicine to do so. So, with the wound tended to as best it could be there in the jungle, Wafer was put on a stretcher and had one of the slaves carry the medicine for him. But then, the following day, all of the slaves ran away. I mean, you can't blame them, of course. Even Dampier and Wafer thought that they were probably better off with the Indians, and then the possibility of finding a haven for escaped slaves. But it was still unfortunate for Mr. Wafer. You see, that slave who had been carrying the medicine ran off with it. So now this terribly burned surgeon was without any of his salves or poultices or even fresh bandages, and he was without men to carry him. So he was forced to wrap his leg up in dirty bandages and make himself some DIY crutches. The men, the entire company, was in a dark place. Some of them were ill, all of them were weak, and their surgeon was critically wounded. And now, after all of that, the medicine was gone. It was becoming too much. Even Dampier, who was usually kind of lost in his own thoughts, was sinking into despair here. And then they came to a stream. It wasn't a particularly large stream, but it was running high from all the rain. Still, though, it was crossable if you were willing to wade and perhaps swim just a bit. They had to cross this stream, and their captain, John Cook, went first. Then Edward Davis followed and made it, then Dampier and 2 other pirates. Now Wafer was still hobbling along and keeping up. He had a decent amount of bone exposed on his leg, and even more exposed burned flesh, but he was the next to cross. The largest and stoutest and tallest pirate among them waited in the deepest part of the stream to help out their surgeon, but while Wafer was still in the middle of the stream, a sudden surge of water came flowing downriver. Lionel Wafer was carried away by the current. He was carried almost a mile before he stopped in an eddy at a bend in the stream, where he managed to grab onto a branch and pull himself to shore. I can't imagine what that had to be like. What the pain was like, first of all, but also the emotional toil here. I mean, to be so injured, barely able to hobble along, in pain that I've never felt. And, I mean, you just know his leg got knocked about in the river. Maybe his raw bone even got dragged along the rocks on the stream's bed. I mean, I don't know how he did it. And he had to be thinking about the fact that if he fell behind, his companions might kill him. They said at the outset of the journey that anyone who was unable to keep up would be shot. So what kind of will does it take to keep going? I mean, I've been on camping trips where it started raining just a little bit too hard, and I thought to myself, I'm not going to eat cold hot dogs and unmelted s'mores. I'm going into town to get a burger. And all of that without the threat of my friends murdering me. So I am amazed that Lionel Wafer continued on. But he did. Once he was ashore, he began limping towards Dampier and Cook and Davis. The other men, though, were still on the far side of the shore, and they had to contend with that suddenly deeper and fiercer stream. A man named George Gainey was chosen to carry a rope across the stream. He would tie it on the far side, and the men would be able to hold on to it while they crossed. He tied the rope around his wrist as he forded the current, but George Gainey made a truly stupid mistake. While he was trying to cross this fierce current, he had a backpack on. He should have left that pack on the bank until the rope was secured, but he refused to leave it behind. You see, it carried 300 gold pieces of 8. That's his entire haul from the Voyage down into the Southern Ocean. That's 300 gold coins on his back, weighing him down and dragging at him as he crossed. The men looked on as George Gainey was pulled under and carried away. For the time being, the men were forced to mark him off as lost. Some of the men would find his corpse later on, and reportedly they chose not to touch that gold. Perhaps they were lying and all of a sudden had 300 pieces of 8 to split up, but it seems likely that they didn't want to touch the gold which had killed him. That means that somewhere in the Panamanian jungle there is, or at least there was, the corpse of a fallen pirate who was carrying a wealth and cursed gold pieces of 8 on his back. Lionel Wafer would learn about the fate of George Gainey in a few days' time, but it would be months before Dampier or Captain Cook or Edward Davis learned of him. By this time, Wafer had made his way back to Dampier and Cook and Davis. It's possible he'd even seen Mr. Gainey being carried downstream. But 4 men still hadn't crossed the stream. Robert Spratlin and William Bowman refused to cross after Mr. Gainey had been drowned. And then there were 2 others that had fallen behind on the march that hadn't even made it to the stream yet. There was, quote, Mr. Richard Godson, who had served an apprenticeship to a druggist in London. He was an ingenious man and a good scholar, and had with him a Greek testament which he frequently read and would translate extempore into English. Another who stayed behind was John Hinkson, mariner. End quote. If the discrepancy in those descriptions isn't a good reason to stay in school, I don't know what is. But the party was now separated, 4 men on one side of the river and 6 on the other. The group of Wafer and Dampier and Cook and Davis set up some huts, as did the 2 on the other shore, but soon the river started to rise and it overtook their camps, so both camps of men were forced to move farther from the stream and farther from each other. Now, it's not clear what happened to their prisoners here. Now, we know the slaves escaped, and we can assume the 2 Mosquito were still with them, and they had a guide, but the Spanish have just disappeared from the story. It's likely that they were left in the care of the Indian allies at the first camp, but we don't really know. However, to me, that seems dangerous. Couldn't those Spaniards report on the whereabouts of the pirates? But whatever their fate, Dampier and Wafer were mostly concerned with surviving. They were in a bad position, wounded and sick and now separated. The following day, they went to the river to find the 2 men, maybe the 4 men who were on the far side of the river, but they were nowhere to be seen. So the company of John Cook and Edward Davis and Dampier and Wafer had a decision to make. Their goal was the North Sea, the Caribbean. It was dangerous to stay here, and time was of the essence. Sadly, though, it was clear that Lionel Wafer was in no state to continue with them. They discussed what to do about him, what to do with him. I wonder, when they were having this discussion, if Lionel Wafer was there. Or was he left out of the conversation? He was probably in immense pain. If he wasn't present, do you think he was worried whether or not his friends were about to kill him? He and Dampier had become close, and even Wafer and the rest of the men were a tightly knit unit, but these were pirates. These were hardened sailors who made it clear that any man who fell behind would not be allowed to give the Spanish word of their doings. Wafer wrote, quote, "There had been an order made among us at our first landing to kill any who should flag in the journey. This was made to terrify any from loitering and being taken by the Spaniards, who, by tortures, might extort from them a discovery of our march." So we know he was worried, but he continues, "This rigorous order was not executed." End quote. It was actually one of their Indian guides who came to Wafer's rescue. There was a village that wasn't far off which could give him aid. They had a healer and food and a place for him to stay. It seems that they were Kuna, or at least not friends with the Spanish. This was a village that would heal Lionel Wafer. So the company made for what they called the plantation. There were only 6 men left now, with those 4 on the other side of the river. It was assumed, at least by Dampier, that all of them were lost at this point. They were either dead or wandering the jungle without guides, which would soon see them dead. So they were written off. It was survival that concerned the men now. And maybe surprisingly, Wafer's well-being as well. They were, after all, close friends. So the party stayed with the Indians at that plantation for a full day, until it was clear through bartering and translation that Wafer would be cared for. Arrangements were made to meet again once Wafer was well enough to travel. After everything was said and done, and the doctor appeared to be safe, William Dampier and Lionel Wafer said their farewells. Then Dampier, John Cook, Edward Davis, and those 2 other pirates headed north for the Caribbean. It must have been terrifying for Lionel Wafer at that moment. To be alone amongst complete strangers who you can speak with, but not terribly well. They had to speak Spanish to communicate, which neither party spoke all that well. But at least he knew he wasn't going to be killed, at least not yet anyway. But he didn't have much time to wait. Later in the day, those 2 men who had been on the other side of the stream were brought into the village. They weren't injured, as Wafer was, but they were in poor health, so the Kuna agreed to see those men made healthy as well. All 3 Englishmen made a pact to stick together. And then it was only a few more days, perhaps as much as a week, before the Kuna scouts found those final 2 men, the scholar and the mariner. They were in even worse shape than the first 2. They had fallen behind because they were sick in the first place, but with the Kuna looking after them, they were likely to survive as well. I started today's episode talking about the difficulties presented by having too many sources. However, now we find ourselves with the opposite problem. We have 5 primary sources, and then a wealth of secondary scholarly sources, and even a number of modern histories and biographies. They're all telling a single story, but that story has begun to branch. We have Dampier and Cook and Davis all headed north for the Caribbean. We have Lionel Wafer and his 4 companions staying with the Kuna on the Isthmus, and then we have Bartholomew Sharp and Basil Ringrose down south continuing to pirate. All 3 stories converged on their voyage to the South Sea, but now they've split. However, all of their stories are happening concurrently. This is admittedly a great problem to have, how to tell stories coherently and cohesively that are happening at the same time as other stories you want to tell. But this is only going to get worse and worse as time moves forward. There will come a time during the Pirate Republic when Benjamin Hornigold and Henry Jennings and Ed Teach and Sam Bellamy and Charles Vane and Jack Rackham and Anne Bonny and Mary Read and Stede Bonnet, well, when all of them are going to be sailing at the same time. We're talking about a story that lasts a few months that will take a long time to tell. That is going to be an extremely complex story, and the story we're telling right now is going to be getting more and more complex. But for now, don't worry. We'll return to Bartholomew Sharp in the Southern Ocean, and we'll check in with Lionel Wafer on the Isthmus. But next time, we're going to stay with Dampier. We're going to follow him as he returns to the Caribbean. We're going to find out much of what he learned about the world at large when he returned to civilization, and then we're going to follow him to the North American colonies. I'd like to ask you to think about what the most important things are in your life. When you sit down and really start to think about what matters, what comes back to you? For those of you with children, I imagine they come up first. Then possibly the rest of your family, your spouses or significant others, your siblings and your parents. Then if you continue down that road, you might look to your community next. Maybe that takes the form of a church or a school or a book club or a community garden or a volunteer group. Maybe you play sports, or maybe you play Dungeons and Dragons, but there is probably a group of people with which you share interests and spend time. After that, though, the things that we find important tend to get a lot more ethereal. They become less solid and venture into the realm of ideas. Things like faith and politics and ideals. Things that are important to us and play a central role in our lives, but things that you can't reach out and touch. I wonder what it would take to strip all of that away. Your identity as a citizen of your nation, your concern for the community around you, and even your concern for those closest to you. Now, for many of us, nothing could strip all of that away. Not our faith, or our love for our children, or our community. However, most of us are lucky enough never to have had that tested. We've never been put in a situation where all of those concerns are pushed aside in favor of survival. But when you read the accounts of people in history, you're often confronted with this question. You see men and women who had rich lives stripped away from them, forced into situations when all that which was once important is dimmed. In the case of those pirates crossing the Isthmus of Panama, we see that through the eyes of William Dampier. He wrote about that experience. Now, Dampier was notoriously aloof in both his writings and in his life. His personality didn't seem to be a particularly warm one. But when things are going well in those accounts written by these pirates, we see all sorts of big talk. They're peppered with patriotic praise for England and the king, or, if they're French or Spanish, for France or Spain and their king. Then there's praise for their faith of choice and scorn for everybody else's. And then there's sort of an implicit racism. It's not overt usually, but it's just understood that the white race stands above the others. But all of that disappears when times get tough. When these historical figures were struggling for survival, they tend to lose that innate prejudice. Those divisions between religious ideas and political motivations start to blur. A few years from now in our story, when serious tragedy strikes, we'll see that in stark contrast. We'll see Catholics and Protestants and Jews and Indian priests and even slaves who still held to their religious traditions. They'll all work together. They'll put aside their differences and work to survive. Of course, some of the pirates may have been men of faith and family that kept that in their hearts, but Dampier, who wrote our chronicle here, well, he wasn't. He was a man of science and almost never mentioned religion. Surprisingly, he never once mentions his wife back in England. He may have spent long nights pining away for her, but honestly, probably not. All of this came to me while I was reading about Dampier's account of crossing the Isthmus in the company of some of the Kuna people. These were Kuna tribesmen of dubious loyalty. There was fear and hostility on both sides, but as times became harder and harder, Dampier realized that he survived only on the hospitality and humanity of the Kuna, and he began to show a genuine gratitude and a real admiration towards them. This is episode 47, Questions and Answers. William Dampier left the Kuna plantation in the company of John Cook, Edward Davis, and a few other unnamed pirates. There were also a handful of Kuna guides. They left behind them Lionel Wafer, who was gravely injured, and 4 other men that they assumed to be dead. Now those 4 were very much alive, as it turned out, but none of our party knew that. It was a difficult, toilsome journey, but there's really little reason to relate it in depth. They crossed deep rivers and climbed tall mountains. They dealt with all manner of really pretty horrible insects and snakes and leeches and all of the dangers that you find in the Central American jungle. But mostly, they contested with hunger. Dampier relates with relish their shooting of 2 monkeys, which they skinned and ate. Now, they hated eating monkeys because they so closely resembled human children, but they were close to starving. But even that, those 2 monkeys, is a small sustenance for their march across Panama. Then the English were left alone one night. The Kuna left their camp, and the English were convinced that their guides had abandoned them atop a mountain to die. But the following day, the Kuna came back, and they were led to a plantain farm. They were fed plantains and yams and pork by the locals. The men were almost too weak to continue when these Kuna fed them and saved their lives without asking for anything in return. Then the chief gifted them bushes full of fresh fruits and vegetables. Without this kindness, the English never would have made it across the isthmus. But they did. On the final night of their 25-day journey overland, the guides brought them to a village close to the sea. The men could smell it in the air. They'd come out of that swampy inland jungle and, well, they could sense the fresh air of the ocean. The Kuna village was lively, and it fed the men well. Now, this was a Kuna trading post. Essentially, it was here to facilitate trading with the English and French privateers, and the Kuna told them that they'd just concluded trading with some. There had been a fleet just offshore of some 7 or 8 ships carrying English and French privateers. Now the fleet had sailed on, but one periagua had stayed behind, just offshore. This must have been unbelievably good news for the pirates. They were headed north towards the Caribbean, but I wonder what exactly their plan was when they reached the coast. Of course, they'd left ships behind when they disembarked months and months ago, but those men were long gone, and the pirates here must have known it. Now, they might have planned to build canoes, seaworthy canoes, but without a suitable source of food and water, they would have been weak. Of course, a river would provide water, and if they were near the sea, they would have fish, so it was possible, even likely, that that was their plan, but a friendly pirate ship just offshore was the sort of news that must have lifted their spirits. Dampier, all along their march, had been grumbling about the route. He was concerned that where they would come out of the jungle wasn't a proper place. He thought they were taking a foolish path, and dangerously, that was essentially leading them nowhere. He spent a good amount of his time questioning the Kuna guides' intelligence and their trustworthiness. He thought they may be either fools or actively betraying them. But when he realized that they were actually being brought here, where the Kuna traded with pirates regularly, and likely they would find friends, well, I'm forced to wonder if William Dampier had a moment around that Kuna campfire with a belly full of Kuna food, where he realized, oh, wait, maybe I'm the jerk here. You see, the tone of his narrative dramatically shifts right here. But then the next day they marched to the shore and did indeed find a ship waiting for them. It wasn't large, just a single-masted periagua, but it was large enough to carry a few extra men. This was the 24th of May, 1681, and they were brought aboard the French vessel of Captain Tristain. Their first order of business was to trade with the privateers on board for any goods that would make suitable gifts for the Kuna. They needed to provide payment for their service. They wound up giving their guides knives and scissors, machetes and beads, and even looking glasses, but that was all the privateers had to trade, so the pirates, Dampier and Cook and the others, gave a $50 each to the Kuna guides. The Kuna were elated by the payment. Honestly, it was a bit much for their few days' march, but the pirates would have died without their help, so it was definitely worth it. As it turns out, it was very, very lucky that the English did decide to give over such a rich payment. Lionel Wafer was in the hands of the Kuna, and 4 other men that they weren't exactly aware were alive, and things were growing dangerous for him back at that Kuna city. But more on that later. The Kuna guides marched back off to return home, and the pirates climbed aboard the French privateer vessel. Now, privateers of all stripes and all nationalities tended to stick together. There were English, French, and Dutch who all followed that same trade. There were even some Spanish pirates and a growing number of Irish, Welsh, Scottish, German, Swedish. All of these different nationalities had men traveling to the West Indies to strike it rich. Now, in general, this is a huge generalization, but those pirates and privateers understood that it was important to share a loyalty to each other, a loyalty that overlooked their traditional national allegiances. They all lived on the edge of the civilized world. They were one and all straddling the line of legality, and, well, they had a dangerous job. It was important to foster goodwill with people of other nations. The French took these haggard English pirates aboard because one day it might be them crawling out of the jungle in need of help, and it might be an English crew that found them. But still, that's just a rash generalization. For Cook and Dampier and Davis, all of them British, there must have been some trepidation when boarding a French ship. I mean, the English and French were historic enemies. There was conflict between them dating back to what, the fall of Rome? Generations, at least, hundreds of years. I mean, there was the Norman invasion of England. That was essentially a French takeover of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. And then there was the 100 Years' War and an untold number of other conflicts. Basically, if England and France weren't allied against someone else, they were probably fighting each other. And it had been 2 years since any of these Englishmen had been home. They'd been at sea attacking Spanish settlements, and they'd heard virtually no news. What possibly could have transpired in those years? Maybe England and France were at war, and they would receive a less than friendly welcome. Maybe the English at Port Royal had invaded and taken over Tortuga or Petit Goave. Maybe King Louis had stolen Charles' wife. Maybe England had burned Paris to the ground. All of that's unlikely, yeah, but the pirates had no idea how things stood between them and their French compatriots. Luckily, though, for everyone involved, England and France were mostly at peace. There were some strained relations after the end of the Third Anglo-Dutch War, and Louis XIV was busy making himself the most powerful man in the world, but King Charles was basically still licking his boots. There was some important news that the French had to impart, though, and that was what was happening back in Port Royal. You see, the old governor was out. The lieutenant governor had taken over, for the time being at least. Henry Morgan was in charge of the island, and had been for almost 2 years now. But he hadn't turned Port Royal or Jamaica into a pirate haven. Instead, he'd declared martial law in Jamaica. He'd built up the defenses to unheard-of levels. Her fortresses were larger and stronger than ever before. There were more cannon across the island than there had been in her entire history, and now they had a standing militia to deal with any invading force. But most notably, he had a strict policy toward illicit privateers. Now, if you were one of his old sailing buddies, you could get away with murder, literally. But if you were just some new young buck, well, things weren't so great. That included men like John Cook and Edward Davis. It included men like this Captain Tristane. Morgan was especially eager to catch 3 pirate captains in particular. He was looking for John Coxon, Richard Sawkins, and Bartholomew Sharp. See, the lords of trade were breathing down his neck because of all the trouble in the Pacific. Spain was furious at these Englishmen, and even though the throne insisted they acted without authority, which was officially true, Spanish governors continued to write their protestations to Morgan. Now, of course, Richard Sawkins was dead, but Morgan didn't know that, and neither did the lords of trade. But the real problem here was the Coast Guard of Jamaica. Under Morgan, for the first time, really, Jamaica had a standing navy. Now, there were actual Navy warships in the harbor, but there was a large number of privateers who had been tasked with hunting down English pirates, French and Dutch as well, but mostly the English. Many of Morgan's old associates, these old-time buccaneers, brethren of the coast, chose to take up that hunt. It was a much safer and more reliable form of employment than hunting after Spanish gold. So Port Royal wasn't the happy home it had been for the pirates. There was less trading happening in Spanish plunder, and more the economy was moving towards sugar. That plantation system was in full effect, and many merchants chose to deal in what was a safer and more regular sugar crop than whatever contraband the pirates might bring in. Still, if you had a haul to sell, if you had taken some Spanish indigo or cocoa, Port Royal was a good option, but only if the Port Royal harbor master wasn't on the lookout for you. There were some ships that even the biggest bribes couldn't get past the docks. So for those men, Petit Goave was quickly becoming a safer harbor. So Captain Tristane allowed 2 days' rest for the pirates, but then he set sail for Springer's Key off to the west, where the rest of his fleet waited. There were 8 ships there waiting for them. 3 were French ships, under Captains Archambault, Tucker, and Rose. Captain Tristane made that number 4 and brought their strength to 4 ships, about 14 guns, and 180 men. Then there was a Dutch captain, Yankee, with 4 guns and 60 men aboard. And then there were the English. Captain Williams commanded a small bark. A man named Captain White had a larger bark with 4 heavy guns. Captain Payne was in charge of a small warship of 10 guns with 100 men in his charge. And then there was the final ship. This was also a small warship of about 10 guns and 100 men, captained by none other than John Coxon. That must have been tense. Well, maybe not exactly tense. John Coxon was the former commander of these pirates who had just arrived. He'd been accused of cowardice and basically chased off. He left Captains Sawkins and Sharp to command the mission, and as it happened, things hadn't gone particularly well for them after Coxon left, but how did he feel towards Cook and Davis and Dampier? Now, John Coxon didn't leave a record behind him, so we can't ever know for certain, but we might assume that he was bitter. He had been voted out, and Dampier, Davis, and Cook had all voted against him. But they weren't his crew. They didn't owe him any loyalty. They were free agents. 2 of them were even captains in their own right. To hear Dampier tell it, Coxon was actually eager to see them. He writes, quote, "As soon as they knew we were come, they immediately came aboard of Captain Tristane, being all overjoyed to see us. For Captain Coxon and many others had left us in the South Seas about 12 months since, and had never heard what became of us since that time. They inquired of us what we did there, how we lived, how far we had been, and what discoveries we made in those seas." End quote. There is, hidden in that passage, a small sadness. First, Coxon had heard nothing of the pirates that stayed in the Southern Ocean, not a word. You might remember there was a party of men that elected to leave the fleet and return home after the death of Captain Richard Sawkins. Those were his men, loyal to that captain. They would have sailed north for the Isthmus and hoped to cross in much the same fashion as Dampier. But you might remember last time there was a warship at the mouth of the river of the Gulf of San Miguel. That, and there were 2 larger warships sailing the coast searching for pirates, and there were camps of Spanish soldiers all along the main. Then Dampier tells us how he wouldn't have survived without the aid of the Kuna. Somewhere on their voyage north, the crew of the deceased Captain Sawkins failed in their journey north. Perhaps they were just taken by a storm, or perhaps a Spanish patrol got them. Perhaps they never found the Kuna. They may have just wandered on the continent to their deaths. It's also possible that they found a village of Kuna that took them in, that they married Kuna brides and had children and lived happily ever after. But whatever their fate, they didn't make it back to the Caribbean. John Coxon hadn't heard a word of them. And then there's the other half of that news. Richard Sawkins fell in battle before his men returned to the Caribbean, or attempted to. He fell bravely and foolishly, storming Spanish defenses, but remember, John Coxon and Richard Sawkins were old compatriots. They sailed together on at least 2 voyages, and those are only the voyages big enough to warrant a mention in the official record. I suggested that they probably served together in the war, and it's almost certain that they at least worked together as privateers under French service. This would have been the moment when John Coxon learned of the death of Captain Sawkins, his old friend. But all of this brings me to a question. Both Bartholomew Sharp and Basil Ringrose villainize John Coxon. They call him a coward and a traitor and a mutineer. Of course, they did the same for Saucon's crew and even that last group of Dampier, Cook, and Davis that broke away from the Voyage. But Coxon gets it worst of all. However, here he was, captain of a warship. He had 100 men under his command. If he was a coward, well, he had rebounded from that quite well. If he was a mutineer, well, that was within his rights. He was a pirate and not beholden to stay with any other pirate crew. And here he was preparing to raid again. See, it's easy to characterize the people in this story as heroes or villains. It's easy to romanticize certain people and demonize others. I know I can be guilty of that. And if you were making a movie about this story, you would have to, right? Coxon might be the Captain Barbossa character. Kind of a bad guy until you understand his motives, and then he becomes kind of a good guy until he betrays the hero, and then he's the bad guy again, until at the last moment when all hope is lost, he swoops in and saves the heroes from the jaws of death. But all of that is storytelling. And let's remember here that this is real life, and, well, all of these people are bad guys. I mean, on some level, all of the Europeans in the New World around this time were bad guys by our modern standards. They were all involved in slavery and the extermination of the indigenous peoples. And those pirates that even were opposed to slavery and supported the indigenous peoples, well, they were perfectly happy to kill innocent Spaniards on their raids. There's only like one guy 40 years down the line who says, hey guys, so how about we don't murder anyone or rape anyone, and why don't we free the slaves? Oh, and by the way, Indians are cool. No one else in this story really fits our modern definitions of morality. Even Dampier and Wafer, who were educated, cosmopolitan men, well, they weren't exactly nice guys. So keeping all that in mind, well, everything was peaceful between John Coxon and his crew and the men who had formerly been under his command. There wasn't any animosity between them. So the English finally had the chance to learn news of what had happened in the outside world. There was some trouble afoot in England. There was religious tension back home, creating sparks. It looked to people who were paying attention like there was a civil war in the future. You see, King Charles had no heir. Now, he had at least 8 children that he knew of and acknowledged, but none of them were with his wife. They were all illegitimate. Some of them would wind up creating trouble down the line, but for now, Charles named his brother as his heir. And here's the rub. James, Duke of York, brother to the king, heir to the throne, was openly a Catholic. And if he were crowned king, that would make him, a Catholic, the head of the Protestant Church of England. It was an age-old conflict that dated back to Henry VIII, and once again, it was bubbling to a head. Parliaments were dissolved back in England. New parliaments were called. One minister of parliament said, quote, "From popery came the notion of a standing army and arbitrary power. Formerly the crown of Spain and now France supports this root of popery amongst us. But lay popery flat, and there's an end of arbitrary government and power. It is a mere chimera or notion without popery." End quote. They tried to pass laws there in Parliament that would prevent James taking the throne, but they were thwarted. Then there was a crisis in England over what they dubbed the Popish Plot, which was mostly fictitious, but it almost threw England into armed conflict. And then, once again, Scotland and Ireland were getting all uppity. We're going to cover all of this in agonizing detail in another episode, but for now, the English learned that it was looking very much like the last day of King Charles' father, Charles I, which had culminated in the English Civil War. Now, that news would have been shared and gossiped about, but it was time to get down to business. They needed to pick somewhere to raid. Captain Wright, one of those English captains, had just returned to the quay with a large haul of Spanish flour and a few prisoners. Those prisoners were interrogated, and they told the pirates that Portobello was a poor target, since there was a fleet currently in the harbor there. So the pirates were preparing to attack the biggest prize in the New World, Panama. But with the arrivals of Cook and Davis and Dampier, they had finally some trustworthy news about the isthmus and about Panama's strength. Dampier writes, quote, They began to be more particular in examining us concerning our passage through the country from the South Seas. We related the whole matter, giving them an account of the fatigues of our march and the inconveniences we suffered by the rains, and disheartened them quite from that design." End quote. Dampier probably also told them of the sorry state of Panama. It wasn't the golden city that Henry Morgan had raided, it was a burned ruin. New Panama was at this point still just a small little town, little more than a village. So the crews assembled to discuss their next move. Panama was out, but they needed to choose a target. Here we get a look at just what those meetings were like. They were a common occurrence. They happened on every pirate vessel before every pirate voyage. Every time a crew set out from Port Royal or Tortuga or Nassau or Libertalia on Madagascar or Boston or from their hideout in the swamps of Carolina, they had this meeting. After a crew took a ship or raided a city, they would sit down and have this same discussion. If your name was signed on to that ship's code, you got a say in what the crew did next. Now, let's be clear, not every crewman's name would be on the code. Pirates often took specialized crewmen from other ships, legitimate ships. They would kidnap surgeons or carpenters or navigators or cooks. If they needed your skills, they might just take you on board without your consent. And then if you found yourself hustled on board a pirate vessel, you had a choice to make. They would give you the opportunity to sign their code, or make your mark, and if you did, you were granted all of the benefits of a full pirate crew member. You had a vote in meetings like this one taking place right now. You had a say in who might be the captain. You received a full share from any prizes that the ship might take. If you were a surgeon or a cook, that might be a pretty sweet deal. Sure, I'll slice onions and pour rum for a share in what the pirates bring in. It was a heck of a lot more than a cook on a merchant ship or a Navy vessel would make, but, if the ship was taken by the Navy and the crew was captured, well, if you'd signed your name, you'd willingly become a pirate. A surgeon who was forced to work with the threat of a horrible death or marooning hanging over his head had a decent argument to make in court. If he didn't sign his name, that is. If he did, well, there was a gibbet in Boston with his name on it. William Dampier, though, had signed his name, and he sat down to this meeting and listened in. He may have put in his 2 cents now and again, and it's even likely that Coxon was actively asking his opinion on weather patterns and currents and the like. He was becoming quickly one of the most learned men on that subject that had ever lived. For all his writings on sloths and avocados and native customs, his main field of study was wind and weather. His findings would be used by the British for decades, and principles that he founded would be employed by the Royal Navy of the United Kingdom until the 1970s. For now, though, they were utilized by this band of pirates. So the assembled crews met and deliberated. The French among them were eager to get to work. See, they had some legal backing here. The governor of Petit Goave had sent out a man to be their general. He had a letter of marque in his possession, which allowed the French to attack any of their enemies. Now, this man wasn't actually in charge. The pirates would still elect their own officers, but he did bring a whiff of legitimacy to the whole affair. Think of him as sort of a government minister, sent by the governor to assure that everything these privateers were doing was on the up and up, and to oversee their operations. However, you'll remember that this French commission couldn't extend to the English pirates here. The English were barred from taking commissions from any foreign power. When England made peace near the end of the Third Anglo-Dutch War, their armies in Europe broke camp and went home. That left France to prosecute the war all on her own. But in the West Indies, things worked differently. England didn't have much of an official Royal Navy presence there, but they did have scores of ships commanded by privateers. When England sued for peace, those privateers were out of a job until France started handing them commissions. The forces of France were effectively tripled in the West Indies, with thousands of English privateers taking French commissions. So Parliament put the kibosh on that. That couldn't continue. So this fleet of English pirates had to be a lot more selective about just where they could attack than their French privateer counterparts. Dampier writes about the sorts of decisions that took place and the factors they weighed in making their decision. He writes, quote, Then they proposed several other places where such a party of men as were now got together might make a voyage. But the objections of some, or others still, hindered any proceeding, for the privateers have an account of most towns within 20 leagues of the sea, on all the coast from Trinidad down to La Vera Cruz, and are able to give a near guess of the strength and riches of them, for they make it their business to examine all prisoners that fall into their hands concerning the country, town, or city that they belong to, whether born there, or how long they have known it, how many families, whether most Spaniards, or whether the major part are not copper-colored, as mulattoes, mestizos, or Indians, whether rich, and what those riches do consist in, and what their chiefest manufactures, if fortified, how many great guns, and what number of small arms, whether it is possible to come undescribed on them, how many lookouts or sentinels, for such Spaniards always keep, and how many lookouts are placed, whether possible to avoid the lookouts or take them, if any river or creek comes near it, or where the best landing, with innumerable other such questions which their curiosities lead them to demand." End quote. This is a small list of the things that pirates and privateers asked every prisoner that they came across, every other pirate and privateer that they came across. You see, this crew, a few hundred men, were pooling the knowledge of all of them, and they had, due to that, relatively up-to-date information on nearly everywhere that they could potentially reach. You see, they were able to make much more informed decisions here in the Caribbean than that crew under Bartholomew Sharp had in the Pacific. They had more information, and they weren't forced to take the word of prisoners that might be dubious. After 8 days, they decided on a suitable location. It was perfect. The sort of target that any pirate would covet. Probably. I mean, Dampier can't exactly remember the name of the place. See, the fleet never reached their intended destination. Their voyage was filled with treachery, backstabbing, and theft. And next time we'll follow Dampier and take a look at all of that happened on the voyage. And maybe, if I can be concise for a change, we'll get to his journey to Virginia and his reunion with an old friend. We left off last time at the conclusion of one of those shipboard meetings that happened almost exclusively on pirate ships. The captains and crews were gathered together to make plans and ratify the code. This was a surprisingly everyday occurrence. It happened all over the Caribbean, relatively frequently in their secluded coves and hidden harbors. Right now, at this moment, there were 9 ships. All of them were small. There were barks and periaguas and open single-masted boats, but all told, they carried between 500 and 600 men. That's not a small fleet. It's not a huge fleet either. It's not as large as Morgan's or even the fleet of John Coxon and Bartholomew Sharp some 2 years earlier, but it was no slouch either. But again, though, this was a relatively typical sight in those days. Several hundred pirates meeting off the coast of the Spanish Main, planning a raid. Well, if you knew where to look, you were likely to find one of those. You see, in a lot of ways, this time period right here was the real beginning of the golden age of piracy. Now, of course, that whole idea of the golden age is something historians named the period, and there's endless arguments about exactly what it means when you look back on it. When I started this show, I chose to begin with the discovery of the New World and Sir Francis Drake. He was the first and the greatest, and certainly the most famous of the English rovers, and he really inspired generations of English pirates to come after. But of course, he wasn't really a pirate, after all. His actions sometimes walked a tightrope of legality, and he had sort of a rob the Spanish, ask questions later attitude, but he was still a commissioned privateer of the crown. Now, most historians tend to look at Henry Morgan as the dawn of the Golden Age, that era of buccaneers and the Brethren of the Coast, the combined English and French and Dutch corsairs that were raiding and attacking the Spanish Main with impunity for years. Well, that was a perfect time period, and with Port Royal actually being the hive of scum and villainy that it's been made out to be, it's picture perfect. That Buccaneer era could be, and it often is, seen as the dawn of pirates, but still, something doesn't quite sit right with me. See, Captain Morgan does cut a dashing figure on the labels of bottles of rum, and his myth is certainly one of a bloodthirsty pirate, but to even call him Captain Morgan is something of a misnomer, really. Captain Morgan only properly describes him for maybe 4 years of his life at most, only 2 campaigns, honestly, and after that he becomes something else. He becomes Admiral Henry Morgan, commander of the British Jamaica Station and a commissioned leader of men. And then after all that, he becomes Governor Sir Henry Morgan, knighted by the king and commissioned to oversee England's largest and most profitable colony in the West Indies. Morgan owned 5 plantations. He owned hundreds of slaves. He appointed and promoted military men and naval officers. He signed reports and letters that were read by Parliament and the Lords of Trade and the Privy Council and the Lord High Admiral, even the King, not to mention all of the Spanish viceroys and Lords of Trade of the French and the Dutch. Is that the typical career path of a lowly pirate? I mean, of course not. And much like Francis Drake, Henry Morgan had legal authority in all that he did, as did most of the buccaneers in the Brethren of the Coast. They were privateers. They had some form of legal authority, be it from their Admiral Morgan or even carried on their person. And so did the thousands of men that were sent to the West Indies and into the South Pacific in prosecution of that Third Anglo-Dutch War. They were legitimate, legal, commissioned privateers during wartime. But then when that war ended, they were just sort of left there. There were thousands of veterans, men who were in their 20s and 30s on hundreds of ships with, all of a sudden, no jobs and no prospects. I mean, what could they do? They weren't about to take up a job on a sugar plantation, and they didn't have any money to buy land. If they wanted to trade legitimately, they would have to get a license through the East India Company. All they had were ships and guns. And so it's here, in that period right after the war, in the late 1670s and early 1680s, that we suddenly see literal armies of men taking to the sea to plunder and pillage and pilfer whatever they could get their hands on. I think it makes a decent argument that this moment, right here, is the dawn of the Golden Age. Now, of course, it's a lot more complex than that in reality, and at best you could really call this the dawn of the first Golden Age of piracy. This would lead to all sorts of international crises, and you'd think that England would learn her lesson, but we'll see this scenario play out again in about 30 or so years. But this era right here is often underrepresented by popular culture. In the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, we start off in Port Royal, and the series takes us on to Tortuga. It's all very 1665, but then, out of nowhere, a couple of movies later, we have Blackbeard show up like it's 1718 all of a sudden. I mean, are we supposed to believe that that time jump happened? Or did they just choose to ignore that 30 or so years? I think something here is a symptom of how the pirates in this underrepresented time were portrayed by their contemporary writers. Alexander Exquemelin was perfectly happy to embellish in his story. He was willing to sex it up a bit, add in a dash of torture here and there, and then top it off with the main character burning Panama to the ground and holding a Spanish princess hostage as a prospective concubine. I mean, that's a great story. And then later you see Captain Charles Johnson, whoever he or she may actually have been, absolutely writing a work of fiction. Those were real events that they were based on actual history, but then they ran with it. And those were great stories too, but William Dampier, well, his writings, while they might not have always been precise and accurate, they weren't embellished fiction. They're littered with pages and pages of natural science. He'll go on at length about Indian dress and customs, or wind currents, or fruits, he wrote pages about the manatee. And all that's important. He did great work that probably advanced scientific knowledge about the Western Hemisphere more than any other of his contemporaries. But his work isn't exactly the bodice-ripping, swashbuckling adventure that really moved books off the shelves, and as a result, this whole period is sometimes seen as less exciting, even boring. Well, today I'm here to make a case otherwise. Today's story has everything you would want in a yarn about pirates. It has battles at sea and sword fights and savage, barbarous Indians and friendly Indian kings and their daughters. It has witch doctors and Spanish armadas and stuffy English governors and romance. It's got terror, fleeing for your life, and then backstabbing and betrayal. This is episode 48, Winding Roads. That fleet that was at the meeting consisted of Captains George Wright, John Coxon, Jan Willems, Jean Rose. That was the same man that raided Portobello alongside Coxon and Sharp. Then there was Jean Tristain, Thomas Paine, and Captain Archambaud. Now, last time I introduced Captain Archambaud as Captain Arkimbo and Jan Williams as John Williams, and neither is correct. Now, Willems may have introduced himself as John Williams, Englishman, but he was in fact Dutch, but he did have a lot of aliases. But I think Archambaud was probably just a poorly translated name by Dampier. Their fleet was gathered here, along with William Dampier, Edward Davis, and John Cook, preparing to raid up and down the Main. Now, for them, this was just business. These weren't the romanticized rebels or anarchists that later pirates became and more were shown to be. They were not out to shake the foundations of Europe, or they weren't there to fight for self-rule. They were just old Navy men, one-time privateers, and seeing as there was no peace beyond the line, they chose to continue their trade. So they raided Spanish cities, and they took Spanish ships. They stole Spanish gold when they could find it. It was a really just natural occupation. They'd been doing it in one form or another for basically their entire adult lives. And as far as any of them were religious, they were all Protestants. The English and the Dutch obviously were Protestant, but even the French in the fleet were Huguenots and Calvinists. The Spanish were a natural target for them. So they chose a target and they prepared to set out. But before they were going there, their first destination was to be a small island called San Andreas, just west of Providence Island. There they hoped to find some ships to steal, but if not, there were plenty of strong, tall cedar trees there to build some sloops. Now, Dampier, Davis, and Cook, and all of the other men who'd recently arrived from the Pacific over the Isthmus, needed to find a crew to join. Most of the ships, though, were small and already full. The only one that had any room was the ship of Jean Archambaud, so they went aboard his ship. Now, at first, it seems like everything was going all right, despite them being a minority of Englishmen on a French ship, but it soon turned pretty awful. According to Dampier, the French were lazy, incompetent seamen. Quote, "Indeed, we found no cause to dislike the captain, but his French seamen were the saddest creatures that I ever was among. For though we had bad weather that required many hands aloft, yet the biggest part of them never stirred out of their hammocks, but to eat or ease themselves." End quote. And just in case you're wondering exactly what Dampier means by ease themselves, he goes into some detail about the head on board a ship and the process by which men relieved themselves while on deck. Now, this was an altogether unpleasant voyage, but if you notice in that quote, he mentions something about some bad weather. Their fleet was assaulted by a sudden squall and a thunderstorm that followed. It wasn't a bad storm, it wasn't a hurricane, and for most ships it wouldn't have been much of a problem, but these small, empty pirate vessels were tossed around, and quickly they lost sight of one another. Now, the storm didn't last very long, and Captain Archambaud's ship at least survived. The crew got their bearings, utilizing some of Dampier's navigational skills, and they set a course northwest for San Andreas. It only took a few days for them to arrive. But when they finally do arrive, there's no one else there. It's just a small, empty, deserted little island. There are trees, yeah, but around the island there's hardly any fish, and there's no turtles to speak of. There's no birds large enough to bother hunting. There was no food, is what I'm saying. Now, they could still conceivably build a sloop, but if no one else arrived to join the crew, then why would they bother? They hardly had enough men to crew their own little ship, much less a larger one. But later that day, Captain Tucker arrived. His was an even smaller ship, hardly worth noting, and it had no guns, just a few men. His whole crew could go ahead and climb aboard Archambaud's craft, and they still wouldn't need to build another ship. And still, even that ship with all of those men on board wouldn't be enough to take much more than a fishing boat. So they continued to wait. Now, the next day, they spotted some sails off on the horizon. There were 2 ships they saw. One of them was small, and one was significantly larger. And they were headed right for San Andreas, right for the pirates. So they set about getting the ships ready to sail at a moment's notice, just in case, and they readied their guns. But they didn't leave. They lingered. The ships got closer, and the lookouts noted that the larger ship had Spanish sails, but still, they chose to linger. At the very least, they might be able to take the fight to any Spaniards that arrived and take that ship. Now, I think it would surprise most of us in the modern world just how slow these sailing ships were. I mean, battles at sea could take hours unless it was one of those great big naval engagements between ships of the line. A sea battle, though, was mostly maneuvering for position, and chases at sea might take days, with very little really changing during that time. And these men waiting on a ship of unknown origin who was potentially hostile, waiting for that ship to arrive from the horizon could take the better part of a day. Now, I imagine it was tense. They didn't know who was out there, but also, don't you think it was kind of dull? I mean, you knew you might end the day dead or in chains, but until then, you would sort of just be hanging around. But finally, the ship hailed them in English and dropped her sails. It was Captain George Wright, who was aboard a Spanish tartan with his old ship in tow. Now, a tartan is a small single-masted ship with a lateen sail and a foresail. That is 2 triangular sails, one attached to the bowsprit out front and the other attached to the mainmast. Very similar to the sloops that they intended to build, and they would be fast and agile. They would be able to tack against the wind. If you think about a modern racing sailing boat, only, covered with guns and filled with heavily armed killers, well, you've got the picture. For the pirates, this was a perfect prize. If they transferred the guns from Captain Archambaud's ship, and as well as Captain Wright's, she would have 12 guns, plus 4 swivel guns that she already carried, and about 100 men. The only problem there was that it would incorporate 3 ships and 3 crews and at least 4 captains, including John Cook. Now, Wright, of course, agreed to take everyone on board, but they all had to agree to sail under his singular command, and not everyone was willing. Now, John Cook, William Dampier, and the other Englishmen immediately asked permission to come aboard. They were not at all happy with Archambaud's ship, and they told Wright all about how it was. There was some quavering on Wright's part, but eventually he agreed. Now, this was better for the case of the tartan, but it still wasn't enough to fill her. Archambaud was the sticking point. He didn't want to come aboard, nor did his men. Despite the fact that they hardly had enough men to crew their single ship, well, it was a good ship, and they didn't want to lose it. So they came to a compromise. Captain Tucker would go aboard Archambaud's ship with his closest officers, while the rest of his crew would sail under Captain Wright. And that's not a bad deal. Both ships would be adequately crewed, and they would have plenty of guns between them. Honestly, it was really even a little bit better than having one fully crewed, heavily armed ship. It would give them the opportunity to trap ships between them, or lure ships into an ambush, or at the very least, it would give them a spare vessel should one of their other ships sink. Now, right here, I considered talking all about the backstory of Captain Wright. It's not a bad story, but it's really not a particularly important one here. Captain Archambaud even has a bit better of a backstory, but still, it's nothing special. They were both fairly prominent privateers during the war. They both started off as Navy officers, and they were given commissions to raid enemy possessions. They were even occasionally trusted to carry vitally important messages. And maybe someday I'll talk more about that war, but those are war stories. And while we do have detailed accounts of what they did during the war, it's all Well, they're all official reports. Captain Wright sacked this port and burned this many ships, losing none of his own. They were reports intended for military planners, for the bean counters back in London. But what really interests me and what I think is important to this story is what they did later, what they did outside of the law. So the crews rearranged themselves, boarded their respective ships, and spent the next few days careening. They cleaned the hulls, they loaded guns, they moved food and rope and tar around, they adjusted the rigging. The Tartan especially had an overhaul. It was turned into a proper man-of-war. It would be a quick, dangerous vessel, especially with those swivel guns at the fore and aft. If you're not familiar with the swivel gun, it's a small cannon attached to the ship that can be aimed more precisely than the larger guns on board a ship. It's used to take out targets when you're up close, and they had one at the fore and aft of each side of the ship. But after a few days, it became clear that no one else was coming to San Andreas. They may have been lost in the storm, but it was much more likely that they'd just been blown off course and sailed for their backup rendezvous. So the two ships sailed southwest. They stopped at the Corn Islands, or Islas del Mays, where they gathered a bit of food and hoped to meet up with some of their fleet. But there weren't any of them there. There were only a few naked Indians, which Dampier describes in great detail. But that wasn't their prescribed meeting place. They continued on to the Mosquito Coast and made for the Bluefield River. Once again, they hoped to find some of their friends there, and there was actually a good chance that they might have here. The mouth of the Bluefield River had become something of a haven for English and Dutch pirates out of Port Royal. You see, the Mosquito Coast was full of Mosquito Indians who were hostile to the Spanish, and while that was certainly helpful, the Mosquito Coast was tactically important for more reasons than just that. It made for a really good place to stop between Port Royal and the Main, so pirates would usually stop there to refit before heading on to attack Portobello or Cartagena or wherever they were going. It had become such a frequently used rest stop that there was even, it's too much to call it a settlement, but it's really not enough to just call it a camp. There was a presence on the Mosquito Coast. See, the Mosquito Coast was really close to Providence Island. Dampier even goes out of his way to mention the island, properly an English possession belonging to the Earls of Warwick, but at this point it was, of course, back in Spanish possession. But if you remember way back to that Puritan pirate expedition in 1630, the English Providence Company, they tried to establish a colony on this island, Providence Island. Now, their main source of income was privateering, so the colony eventually fell apart under Spanish pressure. Well, there were a lot of English and Dutch people living there that didn't really have anywhere else to go. See, Jamaica was still Spanish back in 1630, as was Cuba and Mexico and the Main, most of Hispaniola, so they would have had to have traveled several hundred miles against the wind through enemy water to reach a friendly island. That was just out of the question, so they headed for the closest bit of land where they could avoid the Spanish, which was the Mosquito Coast. Now, the Mosquito were at least not overtly hostile, so they were able to set up a camp. Not a colony and not even a settlement, just a place where they could eat and sleep. Now, one of the most prominent sailors among those exiles from Providence was a Dutchman called Abraham Blauvelt. He kept those people together. He led them, and eventually he got them back to civilization. He had become almost a mythical figure to the Buccaneers. He was one of the founding fathers, kind of like, if you'll remember, Pierre Legrand, only Blauvelt actually existed. We know he did. He served alongside Admiral Mings and Mansvelt and Edward Morgan later on. So the pirates here in 1681 stopped at the Bluefields River, and that's just an anglicized version of Blauvelt. It was experiencing, though, something of a renaissance. After Henry Morgan sacked Providence in 1670 on his way to attack Panama, they tried to retake the island for England, but Spain eventually came and took it back, so the men who had been left there fled, much like the Providence Company had about 40 years before, to the Mosquito Coast. There they set up a camp in just about the same place at the Bluefields River. Then, things in the West Indies started getting increasingly uncomfortable for the buccaneers of the Americas. First Tortuga and then Port Royal became less friendly. The remnants of the Brethren of the Coast were running out of places to stay. They needed somewhere where they could put their feet up. Now, many of them chose those logwood camps near Campeche on the Yucatan, but the rest seemed to have chosen the Mosquito Coast. After the war, the privateers who had come in from Europe and the South Pacific began more and more to drift towards this place on the Mosquito Coast. And by 1681, there was, well, it was less than a settlement, but more than a camp. It was a place where if you were in need of a crew, you could probably find some men at Bluefields who were quickly running out of rum and needed to make some money. If you were in need of a woman, you could likely find one on some beachside bungalow who would take you in for the night for the right price. If you needed repairs or supplies or just a safe harbor, it could be found at Bluefields, but it was not a place to call home. It was too exposed to be a permanent base, at least for the time being. Still, Wright and Cook and all the rest stopped off, but they didn't find any of their friends, so they continued on to the appointed rendezvous, the Bocas del Toro, just to the south. It was there, at long last, that they finally encountered one of their own. Captain Yankee was there waiting for them. The three ships, the ships of Captain Wright, Captain Archambaud, and Captain Yankee, lay down anchor, and everyone climbed aboard the man-o-war to share their tale. Wright told all about his daring and perilous capture of that Spanish vessel, but Yankee had a more troubling tale. After the storm that separated the fleet, everybody searched around for a while to try and find one another. Now, Yankee found Captain John Coxon, Jan Williams, and Captain Tristane. That meant that everyone had been accounted for except for Captain Payne. Yankee continued the search, but the little fleet there of Coxon, Williams, Tristane, and Yankee was surprised by an armadillo of the Spanish Coast Guard. Those Spanish ships drove right in between the pirate fleet. They split them apart, and then they began to open fire. Now, Yankee and Willem disengaged. They tacked away. They tried to make their escape. They were too small to be of any real use. They didn't carry any heavy guns. But John Coxon and Tristane covered them with suppressing fire. However, it was clear that even doing their best, the pirates would be overwhelmed if they didn't make their escape as well. In a very daring move, they both tried to flee at once, in opposite directions. You see, they had ships between them and ships surrounding them, but if they fled at once in opposite directions, they might be able to split the armadillo in half. If they did so, then it was potentially possible that they could regroup and then take on the Spanish properly. But when they fled, the Spanish flota didn't split. They didn't chase after both ships. They ignored John Coxon altogether. The entire Spanish Coast Guard fleet chased after Jean Tristane. Now, this was a good move by the Spanish. They had a much better chance of taking at least one pirate ship down if they stayed focused and didn't get separated. The other pirates could have rushed in to help, but they probably would have been taken down too. So they just had to watch helplessly as the Spanish followed Tristane. They were unable, or at the very least unwilling, to help him. To quote Dampier, the Spanish fired and chased him, but he rowed and towed, and they supposed he got away. End quote. So Captain Tristane had been chased off, and Captain Payne was, well, who knows where. They all kind of assumed he'd been either sunk or captured. And if he did escape, he was unlikely to return this way anytime soon. Now, Captain Williams hadn't been seen since immediately after the battle. It appears that once he and Yankee escaped from the Spanish, he fled. So the fleet was in shambles here. They had to decide what they could do from here on out. John Coxon and Jean Archambaud thought it was foolish to continue on. They decided it was best to return to Jamaica or Petit Guave or somewhere where news was bought and sold to regroup and to plan another venture. Plus, when it came to Archambaud, there were questions about the legality of the expedition now that the Frenchman carrying their commission was gone. But Captain Wright, though, thought he had himself a fine man-of-war, and he wanted to put her to use. John Cook and Edward Davis, William Dampier, that whole crew, they thought that was an excellent idea, and Captain Yankee decided to tag along. So the fleet had been dispersed. Most of the captains that were accounted for were heading elsewhere. But Captain Wright, with his tartan, and Captain Yankee decided to sail east from the Bocas del Toro. They were going to sail past Portobello and even past the country of Darien. They were intending to raid the shipping around Cartagena. Now, their ships were mostly in fit sailing condition, so they didn't have to wait around at this time. In one of those moments that historians can look back on and see the almost comic timing of it, Captain John Payne arrived in the Bocas del Toro on the heels of those two ships. The entire fleet had already left at the time he arrived. Now, John Payne was older than the rest of the pirates. He had served a long and distinguished naval career back in Europe. He'd come out to the West Indies to privateer, hoping to make enough money to retire comfortably. But then, almost immediately, the war ended. He still hadn't secured his nest egg. And then he was actually chosen to deliver a notice of an end to hostilities to Dutch cities and their governors. And that must have stung especially considering the financial position that those messages about the end of the war put him in. So, like so many others at the end of the war, he turned to piracy. The big difference here, though, is that while he may have been one of the most talented, certainly the most decorated Navy men in the fleet, perhaps in the entire Caribbean, well, he was probably the best man to have on your side in a fight, but he really wasn't much of a pirate. He knew everything there was to know about sailing and fighting, but very little else that a pirate needed to know. Where was it safe to make camp, and where was it not? Now, the Bocas del Toro were perfect for hiding your ships from Spanish eyes. That was well known, but it was also well known among proper pirates that you didn't go ashore. The Indians in these islands were not mosquito, and they were most definitely not friendly. Quote, "The Indians here have no commerce with the Spaniards, but are very barbarous and will not be dealt with. They have destroyed many privateers, as they did, not long after this, some of Captain Payne's men, who, having built a tent ashore to put his goods in while he careened his ship, and some men lying there with their arms, in the night the Indians crept softly into the tent and cut off the heads of 3 or 4 men, and made their escape. Nor was this the first time that they had served the privateers so." End quote. Now, that wasn't the end of Captain Payne's career. After his men were killed, he would learn his lesson and sail on. But at the time, that still wasn't known to Dampier and all the rest. They were sailing for Cartagena, past Portobello, past Darien, and on to the coast of the Viceroyalty of Colombia. They did find some hunting grounds there, but nothing impressive. They took typical hauls of corn and hog. They had sugar, molasses, a little bit of tobacco. All told, it was worth a pretty penny for a few weeks' work, but it was nothing on the spices or indigo or good old-fashioned silver and gold they hoped for. They met with a Jamaican cruiser, and then they met with another out of Petit Guave who accompanied them for a time, but they came and went. They spent time careening their ships and hunting and genuinely enjoying a leisurely few months pirating about the coast of the Spanish Main. But finally, come August, William Dampier and John Cook talked Captain Wright into returning to La Sounds Key off the coast of Darien. That's the spot where Dampier and Cook and Davis and their friends emerged from the jungle a few months earlier. They hoped to find there word of Lionel Wafer. Captain Wright agreed, and they arrived in just a few days' time. As soon as they arrived, they shot off a volley to announce themselves. It was easily loud enough to be heard from shore, and then they sat down to wait. Before long, an Indian canoe set off from the coast, rowing toward them. It was carrying maybe a dozen men, and when the canoe got close enough, it became clear that a few of those men were English. The party climbed aboard. Now, most of them were Indians, which Dampier has described in some detail. He describes them as copper-colored, with black hair, strangely cut. They were naked mostly, aside from a small cloth around their waist, and they never wore shoes, despite having small feet. He talked about the paintings they had all over their body, and at length he went on about their jewelry. They had earrings and nose rings and lip piercings that held what he called beards of tortoiseshell. But 4 of the men were English. They were, in fact, men that Cook and Davis and Dampier knew. Robert Spratlin and William Bowman were there, if you remember those 2 who refused to cross the river after Mr. Gainey had drowned. The other 2 were Mr. Richard Godson, the druggist, scholar, gentleman, the translator of the Greek Testament, and then there was Mr. John Hinkson, mariner. Those 2 had been assumed dead long ago by Dampier and the others, so all around this was a happy meeting. But Lionel Wafer was nowhere to be seen. Well, he had been loved, but his injuries were, after all, quite severe. That burn down to the bone, and then his river crossing, it was no surprise he didn't make it. While all of the Englishmen were shaking hands and embracing and enjoying each other's company, questioning each other about just what they'd been up to for the past months, one of them, who was not named, turned to look at those Indians, sitting back on their heels, as Indians like to do, all huddled together. And then, suddenly, that pirate exclaimed, quote, "Here's our doctor!" End quote. And it was, in fact, their doctor, Lionel Wafer. But he looked very much to have gone native. He was deeply tanned all over his body, as he was nearly naked. All he was wearing was a loincloth and a silver sheath around his genitals. Now that was different from the Kuna. They didn't have that little piece of ornament, but he was painted all over in the Kuna fashion, and his hair was strangely cut, as the Kuna wore theirs. And then he had a nose ring in his septum, in the middle of his nose. He had earrings and necklaces. He was covered in feathers and beads. He looked like a native son of the Kuna. I mean, it had only been a few months, but had he already gone native? But as soon as he was called out and recognized by the men, he laughed, and he stood and shook hands all around. He'd been waiting to see if anyone would recognize him, and it did, in fact, take them quite a while. At long last, after everybody realized that their doctor was alive, Dampier took him aside and asked, exactly what happened to him in that Kuna camp? Why was he dressed that way? The other men were properly dressed. Why had he pierced his nose? And Wafer did have a story to tell. Those months had been long and difficult. They held more than a few dangers for the Englishmen in the Kuna camp. At first, after Dampier and Cook and Davis left, he was delirious with pain. He expected that he would die any time. But an old Indian woman came into his tent every few hours to chew up herbs and to spread them over the wounds. This created a poultice that she would then wrap in plantain leaves and leave him to rest. He was fed as well, and when his 4 friends arrived in camp, they were fed as well, but there was a hostility about the camp towards the Englishmen. The women especially were not kind. But still, his wounds healed quickly. It only took about 20 days before he was able to get up on his feet and walk around. The only side effect was that he occasionally suffered a numbness in that leg, which he would occasionally experience for the rest of his life. But his situation was worse. The women, when he was up and walking around, would spit at his feet. They were being fed more and more poorly every day. It soon became clear that those people in the Kuna camp thought that Dampier and his party had forced those Kuna guides to travel north against their will, and that they would then force them on board their English ships to serve as scouts and guides and hunters. And this wasn't exactly an unfounded fear. Now, that wasn't what Dampier and Cook were doing, but there had probably been many Kuna and Mosquito men hustled onto pirate ships and even merchant and navy ships. Now, the Kuna and the Mosquito were friendly, but let's face it here, Europeans in general weren't exactly considerate of the needs of the Amerindians. Those Kuna told Lionel Wafer that they feared for their sons and their husbands and that they had been gone too long. The women began gathering wood and stacking it in the middle of town, and every time they passed one of the English, they stared daggers at them. Soon it became clear what that stack of wood was. It was a pyre. They intended to burn the English if their men weren't returned, and they gave them a time limit, 10 days. The days passed slowly, 1, 2, 3, and they dragged on, 4, 5, 6. It was becoming clear that they were hostages, or, if not hostages, exactly prisoners, who were condemned. 7, 8, 9. The Englishmen resigned themselves to their fate. But then, on that very last day of their life, a group of Kuna warriors, led by a high-ranking chief, came to town. They saw the pyres being built, and they met the Englishmen, and they talked the women down. They told them they didn't need to burn the prisoners. He suggested that those Englishmen could be taken north to the Kuna camp up on the coast, where they were much more likely to hear word of their sons. Then, if they still had no word, or it appeared the English had taken the Kuna on board, there they could be killed. So the Kuna took the Englishmen north. It was a perilous, terrible journey. It nearly claimed all of their lives, but at long last Lionel Wafer found himself at the mercy of a Kuna king who had a wife that had taken ill. Wafer was known to be a doctor, so he was taken to her, and he found she had a high fever. But then the Kuna took her out into the river and placed her on a stone. The young men of the tribe began to shoot arrows at her, little needle-thin arrows to bleed her. Wafer was appalled. He saw that whenever one of the arrows struck a vein, it would spurt blood, but it wasn't doing the job, and it was putting the king's wife in terrible pain and torment. So he told the men to stop. He told them to bring her to shore. There he produced a small blade and cut into one of her veins. She began to bleed, and she bled more, and the king believed that Wafer had deceived him and killed his wife. Wafer was grabbed, and he was about to be hustled out, but he convinced the king to let him finish his work. And he was just in time. She had bled just enough, 12 ounces, and Wafer bound her cuts. He spent the night in custody, though. His fate was hanging on that of the king's wife. In the morning he was collected and brought into the village square. There was a solemn, quiet crowd watching him. He may have expected a horrible, horrible death, but instead he was lifted up and the people cheered. His patient lived, it turned out, and her fever was gone. She was already up and walking. She came out to greet him. Wafer, the next few weeks became a blur. He was dressed as one of the Kuna. He was revered by them almost as a god. His nose and his ears were pierced. Ceremonial ornaments were set there. He was carried everywhere he went in this great hammock. He was fed the finest food by the most beautiful women, and those women stayed around to see that all his needs were met. I mean, that's not bad, right? If I were Lionel Wafer, I'm not sure I would have returned to English society, but it was becoming clear that the king and his wife were preparing to marry him off to one of their daughters. Now, she was very beautiful, and Wafer even considered marrying her, but that would mean giving up his old life and living among the Kuna, probably never seeing home again. So he convinced the king to allow he and the other Englishmen to travel north. They were going to that village on the coast. The king allowed it, but I suspect that he knew what Wafer was up to. While Wafer was there, he continued enjoying himself as he had been doing, but then one day they heard the unmistakable sound of a heavy gun being shot at sea. And it was then that Wafer and the other four, a small cadre of Kuna, they set out to meet the English, and they had their reunion. Now, as I said, it was mostly a happy affair, but I wonder if Lionel Wafer, when he was writing down his account later in life, ever wondered what life might have been like if he had married that Kuna princess and settled down. There was a sadness here, though. Mr. Godson, that scholarly druggist who loved the Bible, he took ill once he was on board the English ship, and he died 3 days later. However, he was taken ashore and properly buried in a fashion that would have pleased him. And the fleet set out once again. They were headed east, this time beyond Cartagena. You see, Cartagena was too strong to attack. they remembered all the attacks of the buccaneers and remembered well the visitations of Henry Morgan on the coast. Dampier wrote, quote, "We passed by Cartagena. We sailed in sight of it, for it lies open to the sea, and had a fair view of Madre de Popa, or Nuestra Senora de Popa, a monastery of the Virgin Mary, standing on the top of a very steep hill just behind Cartagena. It is a place of incredible wealth by reason of the offerings made here continually, and for this reason often in danger of being visited by the privateers, did not the neighborhood of Cartagena keep them in awe. It is in short the very Loreto of the West Indies. It has innumerable miracles related of it. Any misfortune that befalls the privateers is attributed to this lady's doing. The Spaniards report that she was abroad that night the Oxford man-of-war was blown up at the Isle of Vaca near Hispaniola, and that she came home all wet, as belike she often returns with her clothes dirty and torn when passing through woods, and bad ways when she has been out upon an expedition, deserving, doubtless, a new suit for such eminent pieces of service." End quote. What he's saying there is that they stood in awe of the monastery in service of Mary, and no privateers dared attack the place. He's also saying that the Spanish tradition held it that, and he relates this with awe, that it was in fact the Virgin Mother, Mary, who traveled the ocean on that night in January 1669 when Morgan and his lieutenants were all aboard the HMS Oxford. It was Mary who lit the powder flame, who exploded the Oxford, destroyed the ship, and killed more than a few pirates. So they moved on. They moved past Maracaibo toward the Dutch island Curacao. But before they reached the island, Wright suddenly decided to turn back. Now, it's probable he actually gathered some sort of news from some of the locals, or maybe he overheard a bit of gossip in a tavern. You see, they were back in civilization now, and even here in Spanish waters near Spanish cities, they were given the benefit of the doubt. Now, of course, they used fake names and oftentimes probably had to bribe their way past guards. They were certainly watched, but as long as they kept to themselves and didn't cause any trouble, they could visit the taverns and their brothels to the heart's content. For Dampier and Cook, the men who had been in the Pacific for years, it must have been a strange feeling. But what they were looking for when they doubled back isn't exactly clear. There is mention of vessels hauling pearls, but what they came upon was a decent-sized Spanish vessel on her way to Maracaibo. Wright was the pirate to catch up to her first, and he engaged the ship. He opened with a volley from his big guns, and then he switched over to those swivel guns and small arms. Then Yankee arrived, after maybe 20 minutes of fighting, and he entered the fight. While the Spanish craft was busy dealing with Captain Wright, Yankee boarded her, and suddenly the fight was one of pistols and steel on deck. Yankee's men fought hard, and they pushed the Spanish back, and then Wright was actually able to come aboard opposite him on the other side of the Spanish, so the two crews had the Spanish surrounded, and they surrendered. They took the prize to a quiet harbor to discuss just what to do with her. She was a 12-gun ship laden with mostly sugar and tobacco and a full armory with shot, powder, and guns. It was a good ship, a good prize, even if the cargo wasn't very worthwhile. Wright originally claimed the ship. He said he had engaged her first, but Yankee argued that claim. He cited privateer code. He and his men had boarded the ship first and taken the fight to the Spanish. By rights, according to the privateers, it was his, but Wright countered that since he had the only letter of marque in the group, which, by the way, was no longer valid here, but he argued he should get the ship. Things began to get a bit heated. The men raised their voices and had hands gripping their sword hilts with white knuckles. But then the crews intervened. They said they wanted to put it to a vote. Now, the English crew of Captain Wright didn't want the ship. They wanted to keep the vessel they had. So they voted to give this new ship to Yankee. But Wright transferred his guns and his cargo to Yankee's Dutch vessel. Yankee moved his to the new Spanish one. In the end, that tartan, that man-of-war, was demolished. After the refitting, though, they headed on to Curacao. They hoped that they would be able to sell all of their sugar and tobacco there. However, to quote Dampier, Captain Wright went ashore to the governor and offered him the sale of the sugar, but the governor told him he had a great trade with the Spaniards, therefore he could not admit us in there. But if we go to St. Thomas, which is an island and free port belonging to the Danes, and a sanctuary for privateers, he would send a sloop with such goods as we wanted, and money to buy the sugar, which he would take at a certain rate. But it was not agreed to." End quote. What that Dutch governor, Nicholas van Liebergen, was saying was that he couldn't trade with the pirates here, but if they went on to this Danish island, he would send a ship that was absolutely not involved with them to buy their goods, which then his ship could bring from the Danish port back to Curacao. But to do so, he offered them insufficient terms. And of course, the governor couldn't trade with pirates here. Curacao was surrounded by Spanish colonies. Spain and the Netherlands were closely allied at this point. Curacao had basically become a giant Dutch warehouse that handled all of the goods Spain needed to sell. It has a fascinating backstory, and eventually I want to get around to telling the story of the Dutch in the West Indies. It's a complicated story, though, and I need to wrap my head around it before I can do it justice. So the pirates continued on. They skipped past St. Thomas and sailed on to what they called Salt Tortuga. Now, that was an island off the coast that resembled a turtle. That was in April 1682. A lot of time had passed. They had pirated about for months. Now, they called Salt Tortuga to differentiate it from the French Tortuga up near Hispaniola. That's the city that we've talked quite a bit about, but Dampier just totally brushes it aside. He sounds like some 16-year-old punk who proves just how obsolete all of your opinions and reference points are. He's like, "Yeah, I guess I heard Tortuga used to be cool, but nobody goes there anymore. It's so 1660 late. Everyone goes to Petit Guave now. Why don't you know that?" But of course he was right. Tortuga was well past her privateering prime. Now, the pirates knew that they could sell their cargo in Petit Guave if it came down to that, but they had a long way to get there and the whole of the Windward Islands to try their luck. Those were the most densely populated and competitive islands in the West Indies. They were sure to find something there. But they didn't find anything there. No one would trade with them. They had become pariah in those Lesser Antilles. They were chased off at the docks more often than not. Sometimes they were threatened with arrest. Once they were even actually detained until it became pretty clear that a few hundred angry, drunken, armed, and quickly becoming broke pirates would descend on the magistrate's office if they weren't released. Now, they did catch a break. They had been rebuffed by the governor once again and were sitting on the street, starting to feel a bit hungry. Wright was then approached by an Irish trader who was fresh off the boat from the old country. He said he had a hold full of salted beef, and the prices here weren't what he had expected. So this Irishman was willing to trade some of his beef for some tobacco and sugar, which he had a license to trade. He could absolutely move. Now, this wasn't exactly the purses full of gold that they were hoping for, but the men were growing hungrier and more restless by the day. They needed something, so Wright agreed. He also stipulated that they had to throw in a cask of rum. They did have a second piece of amazing luck in those few months that they spent wandering aimlessly around the Caribbean. They happened upon a few other pirates, down on their luck, and what they were quickly realizing was a society that was leaving them behind. Those pirates were none other than Captain Tristane and Jan Williams. As it turned out, they had both made it safely away from that Spanish Coast Guard fleet and made their way here to the Leeward Islands. They were safe and sound, not in a Spanish prison, as it had been feared, but they were just as disaffected as Captain Wright and his crew. Now this was a happy moment. They found out that their old friends were alive, and they had the opportunity to share some of that beef and rum, but it soured quickly. You see, these islands, and they were actually leaving the Windward Islands and heading up into the Leeward Islands, but these islands just weren't good places for pirates and privateers. It wasn't dangerous exactly. I mean, they might be arrested now and again, but there weren't pirate hunters or Spanish looking for them. It was just that they were obsolete here. Back in Jamaica and along the Spanish Main, the war was ongoing. Imperial Spain controlled the water and all of the resources, and then old Henry Morgan built fortresses and navies to keep her at bay, and the pirates had to scrape and work for everything, but they were able to make a living. But here, England and France and the Netherlands and even Spain all intermingled. They'd left the war behind them. Now they were concerned with trade and profit and commercial enterprise. The governors were secondary powers on these islands. It was the company that was in charge. Now that might be the British East India Company or the Dutch West India Company or the French or whomever, but they controlled the ebb and flow of sugar and slaves and cargo and profits. These islands were cosmopolitan, international cities, and they were bustling and moving like living organisms. It was a brave new world, and, well, it was one that didn't need men like George Wright or any of his old privateer naval brethren. However, on the other hand, William Dampier and Lionel Wafer, well, they saw this writing as clearly as any of them, but they processed it differently. Dampier and Wafer were educated men. They were relatively cosmopolitan themselves, and they were much more acclimated to the ways of polite society. So they brought what they saw to John Cook and Edward Davis. This voyage was going nowhere, they said. The fleet had met an impasse, and nothing that these old sea dogs can do would change that. So these men, Cook and Davis and Dampier and Wafer, well, they were all younger. They were more vital. They were certainly more vital than their captains and most of those men, and they realized that they quickly needed to unhitch themselves from this sinking ship. Cook and Davis made it their personal mission to capture a ship, any ship they could find, as long as she was seaworthy. As you might imagine, it didn't take long. They were skilled pirates. They sailed on for a bit, but just off the coast of Puerto Rico, they took out a boat and captured a Spanish merchantman who was small and fast, and they brought that ship back to the fleet. Now this resembled in a lot of ways what they had done back in the Pacific under Bartholomew Sharp. They were acting independently. This time, though, their companions were having none of it. Wright, when they came back, announced that he was leaving the fleet. He said that he was going to try his luck selling this cumbersome cargo elsewhere. He wanted to spread out the web, we'll hit twice the ports that way. Now, it may have been that he was upset at losing so many skilled crewmen. You see, that new ship was filled up with English crew. All of those Pacific Adventure veterans were there. John Cook, Edward Davis, Dampier, Lionel Wafer, even Spratlin and Bowman and Hinkson, and then all of the others that had escaped the Pacific. But there were even a few new recruits who saw that, well, they had a far better plan than those other older captains. John Cook was once again made captain, John Cook, and they spent a few days getting their ship ready. They turned her into a bona fide pirate ship. She was lean and she was fast, and then they anchored off the coast of Hispaniola. They were coming very near Petit Guave, which many hoped would be the end of their journey, where they could sell their cargo. But in the night, while the Englishmen were sleeping and finally feeling secure for the first time in months, a fleet of canoes rowed over to their new ship. They were skilled and rowed silently. The men in those canoes climbed aboard this newfound English ship without so much as a noise. They drew their cutlasses and their pistols. They snuck into the crew's quarters and positioned themselves around the room. And then they struck. They didn't fire, they didn't stab, they didn't strangle anyone. They bound that crew of English pirates. They held them at gunpoint, and they took their leaders captive. It was revealed that the perpetrators, those dastardly pirates, were none other than Captains Yankee and Tristain and their company of French privateers. You see, where they were, off the coast of Hispaniola, was French territory. And Captains Yankee and Tristain they had letters of marque from the French governor. They had commissions from the governor at Petit Guave, and they wanted this new pirate ship for themselves. They wanted it along with all of the ships and the cargo of their own. So they took each and every English pirate captive and took command of the ship. This is the worst sort of betrayal. If it was revenge, well, maybe you could understand. But what was there to revenge here? None of these men that they took captive had been there to abandon Captain Tristane when he was being chased off by the Spanish. This was just greed. This was greed of the lowest, dirtiest, most rotten sort. Now, I'm wondering here if Captain George Wright didn't know that this was coming, or at least didn't suspect it was coming. He just sailed off looking for other ports, but he did so before they entered French water. He sailed south to avoid their territory, and he left Cook and Dampier to their fate. If they had stayed on his ship, he would have obviously brought them along, but they took their own ship, and they left his crew. So he let them sail on, unknowing, into these French waters. And here's the rub. Those Frenchmen were legally privateers. They were completely within their rights on this entire voyage. They were seen to the will of the governor and, by extension, of King Louis XIV. The English, though, were nothing more than pirates. They had zero authority. This was, on some level, the duty of those scheming, vile, detestable French dogs to turn them into the authorities in Petit Guave. They were doing the right thing, at least according to the kings of both France and England. Cook, Davis, Dampier, Wafer, all the rest, they realized that they had been played. They knew that they had been played brilliantly. They'd worked for years, more than 3 years since they had seen Jamaica, and for Dampier and Wafer, more than 7 or 8 since they'd seen England. And they had now nothing to show for it. They had no money, no cargo, and no ship. And they realized that the possibility was very strong that soon they would be hanging from French gallows at the behest of a man that they had trusted, a man that they had called their friend. So the crew was put ashore at Isla Aveche, off to the south of Hispaniola. That's the very same island where the Virgin Mary had appeared to destroy the Oxford. Perhaps the Spanish were right. Maybe she did deliver punishment to the pirates. They realized that at least this was a poetic enough place for that to be the case. The English were marooned. They had no guns and really nothing in the way of provisions, certainly no ship. But what happens next differs, depending on the account you read. According to some, Jan Willems, a Dutchman, realized what had happened and sailed back to Isla Avache to rescue the English. But according to William Dampier, it was actually Captain Tristane that took 10 men on board his ship, including Cook and Davis. You see, here's the thing. If it was Jan Willems, he was going back to rescue them out of that sense of duty and loyalty I talked about among the pirates. But if it was Tristane, then he was taking them before the governor to see that they were properly executed. This is about to become an important distinction. There were a few men on board a ship headed to Petit Guave that next day. When they arrived, the French crew went ashore to enjoy their first night back in what was basically their home city. But while they were away, the English took control of their ship and sailed it out from under the nose of the captain, the harbor master, and the governor. Unfortunately, William Dampier wasn't there, so we don't have any details about what happened. But we do know that they returned to Isla Avache in the night, and they rescued their countrymen, and they sailed away without anyone knowing what they had done. They sailed past Petit Guave, along the coast of Hispaniola in the night, toward Tortuga, that is, French Tortuga, and onward to their final destination, the North American colony of Virginia. That night, when the men realized that they had made good their escape, they named their new ship, under Captain John Cook, the Revenge. But here's the question. If you choose to believe Dampier, that Tristane had betrayed them, then that was an apt name. They had taken their own ship back in retribution, as well as all of his cargo. It was revenge. That's a good, and that's a morally defensible story. That sounds good before a judge, right? It was those filthy French all along. But if it was in fact Jan Willems who rescued the English, and they stole his ship, well, that was an act of rank backstabbing betrayal. And, well, considering what was going to happen in the story to come, the name Revenge takes on a hint of prophecy. Next time, we're going to take a step back from what the crew of the Revenge was up to. While they are whiling away the days in Virginia, we're going to return to Jamaica. We're going to look at what happened to Lord Carlisle, Henry Morgan, as well as the militarization of Jamaica and the Caribbean. At the end of last week's episode, I mentioned the colony of Libertalia. Now, one of you got in touch with me on Twitter and asked for some clarification on that. They were absolutely correct, and I'd like to clarify. The colony of Libertalia was mostly fictional. Now, we're going to talk all about Libertalia, the myth and the reality of it. But the conversation we had got me thinking. In fact, it changed the entire thrust of today's episode. I had an episode, Questions and Answers Part 2, written out, but after having this conversation, I couldn't get this idea out of my head. I wanted to talk about who these people were and why they were doing what they're doing. It's something that we need to remember to look at, because what these people were doing was entirely separate from what Morgan was doing. And it's entirely separate from what Captain Kidd is going to be doing, or what Avery is going to be doing, or what Blackbeard is going to be doing. These are different people in different ages, and we need to discuss the motivations of them as people rather than one-note characters. And thank you to everyone for listening, as well as everyone who has helped support us, either by leaving us a review on iTunes or wherever it is you listen to the show, or by supporting us on Patreon. I couldn't do this show without you. To all of you, thank you very much. Our theme music today was The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig, or as the young lady who may be our youngest listener likes to call it, the Ladies' Song. If you haven't checked them out yet, I certainly suggest you do so over at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistory.com, or you can get in touch with us at Facebook, Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.